a young man finds himself suddenly transformed into Corinne Luff, a completely ordinary background character inside the dangerous, monster-filled world of mythic heroes. Soon, Corinne crosses paths with another traveler, Baek Sihu. Sihu is the chosen hero of this world, transported from Earth just like Corinne. Since Corinne knows every secret of the story, the two quickly become close companions. Corinne believed that together they could rescue innocent lives, halt the impending doomsday, and eventually find a way back home. But a dark reality shattered that hope. Sihu was not the hero he seemed. Princess Mariette died mysteriously, and the area's ultimate monster simply vanished. These secret deaths and strange vanishings were never supposed to happen in the story. Growing highly suspicious, Corinne secretly followed Sihu one night and discovered a hidden, locked vault buried right beneath his bedroom floor. Inside lay stolen magical artifacts plundered from other heroes, including Princess Mariette's powerful magic staff. It was filled with priceless belongings stolen from every person who had mysteriously disappeared. Most horrifying of all, Princess Mariette's cold body was preserved inside a massive glass tank in the dark corner. As Corinne stared in absolute horror, Sihu's cold voice suddenly echoed from behind him. He was caught. Sihu asked with annoyance, "Why are you here?" Trembling with intense fury, Corinne demanded answers, yelling that Sihu had lied about losing the princess's trail. Sihu casually replied that she was just a target, asking if he should let premium demonic blood go to waste. Sihu coldly remarked that Corinne had already drank some of her harvested blood. Remembering a strange potion Sihu had given him earlier, Corinne felt his stomach instantly turn. Unbothered by Corinne's sheer disgust, Sihu proudly explained that it took him a whole month of planning to capture the princess and build this massive preservation chamber. Why would anyone do something so monstrous? Sihu explained he did it to win the game faster. He mocked Corinne's slow, heroic methods, saying saving lives only leads to failure instead of absolute victory. Sihu complained that Corinne wasted precious time protecting useless characters they could never truly control anyway. He insisted it was better to harvest them, bragging that he was the superior player. The terrifying truth was clear. Sihu was no innocent beginner. With dark dread, Corinne asked how many times he had done this. Sihu paused, calculating quietly, before replying that 3 more victims would bring his total count to a staggering 100,000 lives. Overcome with blinding rage, Corinne lunged forward, grabbing Sihu by the collar to drag him to justice. But Sihu was far too strong. With a lazy flick of his wrist, he sent Corinne crashing violently across the stone room. Standing over him like a complete madman, Sihu mocked Corinne's weakness before making a bizarre, twisted confession. He claimed his dark heart had several chambers for blood, but one was permanently reserved for Corinne. It was a sick, unsettling revelation. Corinne threw a desperate punch and tried to flee, but Sihu easily pinned him to the floor. Sihu whispered that escape was impossible, promising to keep Corinne bound to him for eternity. Sihu declared Corinne was the only real thing in this illusion, leaving Corinne terrified and shouting for him to stay away. Corinne called him a monster, promising that this nightmare would end very soon. With a sickening grin, Sihu locked Corinne in a secure cell before heading out alone to face the final battle. As the final battlefield opened, Corinne stared at the ominous glowing message, realizing Sihu's ultimate scheme was finally underway. Sihu had always conquered challenges alone, so this final, terrifying monster likely stood no chance against him. But if Sihu won the day, what horrifying fate awaited Corinne in his captivity? Fortunately, that dark future never came, as Sihu was unexpectedly slain by the beast, triggering a complete world reset. Corinne awoke gasping as if from a terrible dream, only to realize he had been thrown 3 years back in time. He swore a solemn oath to destroy Baek Sihu this time, before the monster could ever gain his terrifying strength. His mind raced back to the catastrophic collapse of the Grand Rotiong River Dam years ago. That disaster wiped out an entire village, claiming the lives of countless innocent people and wild river beasts alike. Amidst that horrific devastation, Sihu had smiled with twisted joy, a reaction Corinne could never comprehend back then. Now he understood that the psychopath only cared about the treasure. This time, Corinne was absolutely determined to stop the tragedy. Right now, Sihu was only at level 5, sharing the exact same strength. The secrets to true power lay within the prestigious Merhen Academy, where Sihu had previously grown unstoppable. He had not become a monster yet, but his power would skyrocket the moment he stepped foot inside the academy. With the entrance ceremony only 5 days away, Corinne's only chance to strike down Sihu was right now. A carriage traveling toward Morok City is suddenly ambushed by monsters, leaving the guards with the desperate task of defending the passengers until repairs are finished. Young Corin did not even wait for the official distress call. He was already racing toward the scene. His true mission was not rescuing the travelers from beasts, but protecting them from Sihu. Nearby, the exhausted defenders finally breathe a collective sigh of relief. Laura, a guard deeply impressed by Sihu's combat skills, says, "You have a real gift, young man, playing the part of a humble youth." Sihu softly replies, "Thank you." Suddenly, the driver calls out, "Sir Leon, Laura, the repairs are complete. Time to move." But as Leon and Laura share a brief, lighthearted moment, a terrifying roar echoes. They turn to see a massive log hurtling directly at them. Leon quickly pushes Laura out of danger, barely managing to throw himself clear of the heavy timber. Within moments, both warriors stand with weapons drawn, braced for whatever is lurking in the shadows. The deep, beastly growl tells them exactly what they face: a deadly werewolf, a level 2 beast. Instantly, the werewolf charges forward, and with a single brutal sweep of its claws, Laura is violently thrown aside. With disaster looming, Leon shouts to Sihu, "Run to the carriage, I will hold it off." Sihu calmly instructs the driver, "Go ahead, I will catch up." "I cannot leave Leon behind," he cries, rushing back into the fray. It looks like a heroic rescue. Regrettably, Leon has already fallen. The beast notices the boy, casts the guard's limp body aside, and begins advancing towards Sihu. Corin finally reaches the clearing, deeply frustrated. Am I too late? Has the battle already begun? Even running with everything he had, he could not get here in time. If only he had been prepared, he might have saved them. Noticing Sihu's frightened expression before the beast, Corin chooses to remain hidden in the brush, watching carefully. He needs to be certain. Is this young man truly the legendary savior of the world, or simply another player like him? As Sihu looks at the werewolf, his fear fades, replaced by a dark, predatory smile. Before he can strike, a woman's voice calls out, "Get down!" Suddenly, Alyssa Aiden leaps into action, striking the beast with her sword. However, this creature is powerful. It quickly raises its heavy claws to block her blade, catching Alyssa completely off guard. Alyssa is the prestigious Aiden family's second daughter. She commands the legendary Odachi, one of the 6 king swords, making her their strongest ally. As her initial blow fails, Alyssa moves swiftly to shield Sihu, stepping between the young man and the snarling beast. "Stand back, I will deal with this," she orders. Sadly, her protective nature would prove to be a grave mistake. The moment her back is turned, Sihu strikes, slicing her arm with a hidden, poison-tipped blade. Holding her bleeding arm, Alyssa looks at Sihu in absolute shock. But why? Sihu simply sneers. "Forgive me, I was so terrified my hand slipped." Behind the trees, Corin grits his teeth. So, it really is him. If Alyssa dies, Sihu can claim the coveted Odachi. With such a weapon, he would easily gain entry into Lunia Aiden's elite circle. Back on the battlefield, the poison is rapidly taking hold of Alyssa. Dizziness overcomes her, and her vision begins to fail. Seizing the moment, the savage werewolf lunges forward to strike her down. Pushing aside the shocking betrayal, she channels every ounce of her remaining strength into defending herself. Sihu watches with mild amusement, noting her resilience. Still standing despite the poison, she must be a crucial figure in this world. Evading a succession of wild swipes, she leaps back to catch her breath, summoning her absolute last reserves of strength. Gathering her focus, she unleashes her ultimate technique, the absolute step slash, driving forward to deliver a decisive strike. Such a blow could end the beast instantly, a victory Sihu simply cannot allow to happen. With a cruel smile, Sihu hurls another venomous blade at her. Sensing the danger, she deflects the weapon with a desperate parry. "You traitor," Alyssa spits through clenched teeth. "That was no accident." Before she can recover, the ferocious werewolf is upon her. With a final effort, she delivers a fatal thrust, slaying the beast. However, its massive weight collapses directly onto her, pinning her down. At that moment, the venom paralyzes her completely. She lies helpless, forced to watch as Sihu reaches for her legendary sword. "Finally, the legendary Odachi belongs to me." Sihu gloats, wrenching the blade from the beast. Yet, he realizes the weapon requires a rare technique. How is he supposed to wield it? Admiring the steel, he casts a cold look at Alyssa. Of course, taking the lives of these locals yields valuable experience, doesn't it? But as he raises the blade to end her life, a small pouch of powder strikes him squarely in the face. What is the meaning of this? Staring at the yellow dust on his fingers, he looks around with pure rage. "Who dared do this? Step forward and face me!" Suddenly, 3 massive horned beasts charge directly toward Sihu. It turns out that small projectile thrown earlier was coated into panic mushrooms, the ultimate favorite treat for these wild monsters. Completely covered in the sticky residue, he represents something very different to these hungry creatures. To them, Sihu looks like a prime steak dinner with all the fixings. While Sihu battles the horned beasts, Kareen quietly slips away to find Alyssa. Thankfully, she is still breathing. Relieved, Kareen gently pulls her away to a much safer hiding place. But as he stares down at the fallen werewolf, a clever and dangerous plan begins to form. Leaving Alyssa briefly, he approaches the creature and uses his blade to pry loose one sharp fang. Suddenly, Kareen calls out, sounding completely fearless as he challenges Sihu, taking down those beasts so fast. That Odachi sword is quite impressive, huh? Sihu pauses. The voice sounds incredibly familiar. Looking up, Sihu gasps in absolute disbelief. Kareen Lop? How on earth did you get here? Sihu demands, raising his weapon with deep suspicion. This reaction makes Kareen wonder. Has this opponent lost his memory? If so, the situation is perfect. Smirking, Kareen replies, "You might injure yourself holding a sword that way." Sihu reacts with confusion. Naively, Sihu falls for the trick and looks down. Seizing the moment, Kareen flings a handful of dirt directly into his eyes. Blinded by the debris, Sihu swings his blade in a wild panic, screaming, "You coward! Die!" Kareen observes his opponent carefully. The swordplay is clumsy, but the speed of those swings is incredible. Sihu still has the physical advantage. Now, Kareen must take a dangerous gamble to win. Ducking beneath a wild slash, Kareen closes in and strikes at the neck, but Sihu recovers his sight and dodges just in time. With the first plan failing, it is time for backup. Kareen presses forward, attacking fiercely with the sharp fang. He aims to completely overwhelm his opponent, leaving him no time to think. This forces Sihu to focus solely on that single deadly fang. Remarkably, the strategy succeeds. While Sihu is occupied blocking the fang, Kareen draws a second dagger and drives it deep into Sihu's shoulder. He does not stop there. Kareen pulls the blade back, pressing the attack despite Sihu's attempts to block him. Channeling all his strength, Kareen drives the weapon through Sihu's neck, ending the fierce struggle once and for all. Standing over the silent body, Kareen silently thanks him for providing the challenge that ultimately made him stronger. There is no regret in his heart. He has just eliminated a terrible monster before it could grow. Player Park Sihu is deceased. The system detects a massive storyline error and begins an emergency backup scan. It analyzes the variable, Kareen Lop, evaluating his hidden potential. After assessing compatibility, the system initiates a transfer, moving the previous player's vast experience over to Kareen Lop, sending basic resources to prevent complete structural collapse. Activating the backup player protocol for Kareen. Rank AAA Knight. Martial arts successor. Observing these strange notices, Kareen wonders what a backup player even is. He wonders if he now possesses a status window. Suddenly, a soft cough echoes from the shadows behind him. Remembering Alyssa, he hurries to her side, quickly examining her wounds to begin administering vital first aid. Once the venom is extracted and her bandages are secured, she is safe. Corrine then gathers herbs to prepare a healing tea. Barely conscious, Alyssa weakly asks for the name of the brave soul who came to her rescue. He tells her she does not need to know, urging her to simply rest. Placing a cool cloth on her forehead, he promises to wake her when the remedy is finished. To survive from here on out, he must remain completely hidden from the world. Asking nothing more, Alyssa drifts into a deep sleep. Finally, Kareen can step back and evaluate this strange situation. This tale, known as the hero's legend of Ahan, is the classic journey of a grand protector. The chosen player is meant to rise through the academy ranks, defeat terrifying beasts, and ultimately destroy the final dark boss. Even a troublesome youth like Park Sihu was bound to this path, for failure meant the end of their world. With him gone, who will bear this heavy burden? The responsibility falls squarely on Kareen's shoulders, despite the unfairness. If the system required him to take charge, they should have provided the proper tools. Glaring at a screen reading "access denied," he sighs. Despite being the backup player, he is locked out of vital support. He briefly allowed himself to feel hopeful, only to be met with disappointment. The road ahead promises to be incredibly challenging indeed. Relying purely on his memories will not suffice. He must seek external methods to survive. With determination, Kareen carves an ancient rune into the earth. As a warm burst of flame erupts, he smiles, knowing his theories are correct. After 3 long years of grueling training, Kareen was far more than just a backup plan or mere successor. Determined to survive, his ultimate secret weapon was the magic from his past life, the power of ancient runes. These were primordial symbols, each one thrumming with massive hidden energy. Duty, restraint, and vow, the legendary triple command runes. These absolute laws ruled this world, serving as the ultimate source of human strength, and tragically, the root of all destruction. Driven to succeed, Kareen carved these powerful symbols directly onto his own skin. He began with the rune of duty. This command greatly strengthens the user whenever they swear a sacred oath. A trivial promise, like simply refusing to eat chicken, is so minor it would yield virtually no strength at all. Still, he had to choose a vow that he could faithfully keep until the very end. After deep reflection, Kareen spoke his oath. I will not turn a blind eye to, and instantly, the magical system acknowledged his pledge of duty. I will not turn a blind eye to greed when facing a good person's treasure. Honoring this would raise his power, but breaking it meant a devastating penalty. Next, Kareen etched the rune of restraint onto his right arm, declaring, I cannot perceive spirits. The binding contract was made. Violating it meant enduring 600% more damage from an enemy. With the restriction active, spiritual damage dropped to 0, while his physical power surged by 50%. In this mysterious world, every living thing possesses a spark of spiritual energy. There are even ghostly entities that exist entirely without physical bodies. Because spirits require a mutual connection to interact, they are completely powerless against anyone lacking spiritual awareness. The ultimate reward for keeping this vow? Kareen had essentially forged an unbreakable shield, protecting himself from every spiritual entity in existence. The final symbol was the vow rune. It transformed the sheer gravity of a promise into defense, offering massive rewards alongside terrifying risks. That was why both Sihu and Kareen relied on it in their past lives. Yet even Sihu, a man who could master every system ability, stumbled at the finish line. Naturally, this gave Kareen plenty of reason to worry. Keeping that warning close, Kareen chose the most monumental oath possible. I will save this world. The ultimate dream of every true hero. An oath of unparalleled ambition. With that final seal, his trinity of ancient commandments was complete. Should he fail to fulfill this promise, death would be absolute. The following morning, Elisa woke up to find herself resting in an unfamiliar bed. Startled, she bolted upright, but the sudden, sharp movement forced a painful cry from her lips. Hearing her distress, a nurse hurried in to check on her, welcoming her back. Elisa could only look around in confusion. Asking where she was, she learned she was in Merka Ball City Hospital. But when she asked about her savior, the nurse simply smiled. He had just departed. Seeing Elisa grow anxious, the gentle nurse quickly urged her to remain still and rest. Dismissing the warning, Elisa urgently demanded her belongings, searching the room with desperate eyes. Noticing a backpack resting beside her bed, Elisa wondered aloud if it belonged to the kind soul who rescued her. Without hesitation, she pulled the bag close. Examining the worn strap, her brow furrowed as she realized fresh blood still stained the leather. Looking up with a deeply serious expression, Elisa quietly asked the nurse if there was any place nearby that sold sweet honey candy. The nurse could only sigh, gently reminding her that she was restricted to plain broth. 3 days later, Merka Bale Academy held its grand opening ceremony. Traveling toward the Grand Academy, Kareen opened his wallet to retrieve his student credentials, only to discover an unexpected letter tucked away inside. With growing curiosity, he opened the mysterious envelope. Written across the top were 3 tender words. To my son, I am more proud of you than words can say. Please, stand tall and protect those who walk beside you. Reading those heartfelt words, Kareen let out a gentle sigh, wondering when his mother had hidden it there. He was born an ordinary, untalented boy, but he possessed a loving family. When he first inhabited this young body, his behavior was stiff, cold, and terribly distant. Yet they embraced him without hesitation. In that warmth, he grew to love this family and this world, a capacity for love that Sihu never truly possessed. For the grand entrance ceremony, the gates of the academy overflowed with eager crowds and majestic vessels. Newcomers stared in awe at the massive ships arriving. That was the grandeur of this legendary institution. As the crowd murmured, a cheerful, blue-haired girl nearby waved her arms, calling out to the arriving freshmen to gather close. Hearing this, Kareen made his way over to her. Spotting his approach, she offered a warm, bright greeting, asking if he was a newcomer. Kareen simply nodded, introducing himself as Kareen Locke. Impressed by his towering height, she smiled warmly and offered him a simple, fresh potato to eat. Beaming with genuine kindness, the friendly girl pulled the offering from her small basket and held it out to him. Slightly bewildered, Kareen quietly echoed her words before joining the other students on a transport heading deep into the academy grounds. She eagerly pointed out the creation hall where sorcerers study and the physical training pavilion, famous for offering a vast array of remarkable legendary weapons. Observing her enthusiastic tour from his seat among the freshmen, a long-forgotten memory suddenly began to resurface in Kareen's mind. Meet Marie Ed Downalep, a second-year student and the reigning champion of Merkaba Academy. She is incredibly popular, absolutely flawless, and her future looks brighter than the sun itself. But life has a way of throwing unexpected curveballs. As you and I are about to see, her future holds a tragic twist. She is destined to become the first act's final boss. Just like that, the bus carrying these fresh-faced, hopeful new students rolls right up to the campus gates. All right, listen closely. Everyone take 1 regular potato and 1 sweet potato as you step off. Once the bus cleared out, Mariette waved with a warm smile, shouting, "Good luck to you all." The anxious young students filed into a massive, echoing hall. While others stood there wide-eyed, Kareen noticed a glowing magic circle on the ceiling, slowly humming to life. The space expansion magic was already starting. Without warning, the entire room plunged into pitch darkness. As panic began to spread among the crowd, a powerful voice boomed, "Do not be afraid. Why would elite students get frightened by a simple trick?" Kareen muttered, casually scratching his ear. He recognized that voice immediately. It was none other than Old Man Ha-Men. He recites the exact same speech every single time, straight out of a textbook. To understand this, we must remember this world has fought demons for centuries. The strongest weapons against this threat are extraordinary humans wielding aura or mana, and the legendary institution training them, the Merkaba Warrior Academy. A single spotlight cut through the dark, revealing the speaker. The newcomers watched intently as a gentleman wearing glasses stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Professor Fermac Damon of the Night Department, presiding over your entrance ceremony." Observing the instructor's remarkably relaxed posture, Kareen smiled quietly, thinking, "It has been a long time. Most of you arrived here hoping to become knights or master mages. Now, I know you arrived with fancy credentials, but those are mere pieces of paper. Do not just talk the talk, show me your real strength." The moment Fermac finished speaking, a glowing display materialized in front of each student. Kareen looked down at the floating status screen before him. Kareen Lop, Aura limit 680 low, Mana limit 120, extremely low, abilities none, overall rank 6 absolute bottom tier. Kareen sighed heavily at the sight. Well, at least his physical conditioning was decent. Right then, a glowing line of numbers from 1 to 6 hovered directly before the professor. "Ah, you see your ranks now. Please step forward and gather near the number matching your status." Upon hearing his direction, the students began shuffling to their designated lines. Kareen stood at the head of the line for number 6, mocking himself. With about 400 people present, he was sitting right in the bottom 1%. Talk about tough luck. Suddenly, with a flash, the entire crowd dissolved into light, whisked away to private training rooms. Meanwhile, deep within the observation tower, the academy professors closely watched the entire situation unfold. A blonde female instructor gazed at the crystal monitor displaying the highest-ranked candidates and spoke up. "This new class displays quite a bit of hidden potential, but there is no need to judge the top elites just yet. Let us evaluate the rest first. We have the granddaughter of the famous sword genius, Alyssa Aiden, alongside the priestess, Iyun, the pupil of the great sword saint, and the clever engineer, Gulung, not to mention Granio Luden, and their solitary top-ranked prodigy, the genius Joa Guaran." Hearing that final name, the blonde instructor frowned in deep confusion. Did that child truly enroll? What could the headmaster possibly be planning? A colleague with a neat goatee suddenly scoffed, asking if evaluating the lowest rank was even necessary. He called it a joke and suggested failing them immediately. The blonde instructor quickly defended the decision, reminding him that everyone deserves a chance to learn. Surely no one wanted to oppose the headmaster. The man quickly backed down, stammering, "Let us get the exam started then." Inside Kareen's chamber, a massive chest of weapons dropped from above. A message flashed, warning that monsters would spawn shortly and to eliminate them all. An exam that simply drops a student into a room to fight beasts tailored to their level is a brutal challenge indeed. Mumbling under his breath, Kareen approached the chest and opened it, eagerly browsing through the available gear to see what was inside. Most lower-ranked students would simply grab the flashiest weapon without a second thought. Usually, that meant a sword, a mistake Kareen had made in his past life. Right then, 3 snarling, green, hound-like beasts materialized right behind him. While swords are incredibly popular, mastering one takes 10,000 days, whereas a spear requires only 100. To an experienced survivor, the choice was completely obvious from the start. Without hesitation, Kareen snatched a spear, spun on his heel, and hurled it directly at the nearest beast. The weapon flew with blinding speed, leaving the creature zero time to react before the sharp tip pierced straight through its skull. Grabbing 2 more spears, he tossed them upward and smiled. "Sorry about this, boys." The remaining beasts tried to scatter, but they barely took 2 steps before those very spears came raining down from above, pinning them firmly to the floor. Looking at the remains, he mused that he had far too much hunting experience. 20 seconds was a bit sluggish. In his previous life, he had failed to defeat even a single beast and met a swift, tragic end. But this time, everything is different. As you and I will witness, he plans to slay every monster here to raise his rank, confidently calling out for the next wave. Kareen stood waiting with his weapon ready, but the quiet chamber remained completely still. Now, you and I are watching a young man getting mighty suspicious. 5 minutes have passed. Is this machine completely broken? Meanwhile, up in the control booth, Professor Zuzi stares down at the level 5 team and just shakes his head. If they cannot handle basic targets, what good are they? In his day, he cleared level 5 beasts in 1 minute and 22 seconds. With level 5 looking this bad, he has zero hope for level 6. But as the professor checks the screen's weight, what is this? No monsters are appearing. He assumes there must be some kind of system glitch. Down in the arena, young Karin is actually yawning. Finally, 3 tiny green dogs appear. He just mumbles in confusion. Huh? Why these guys? Upstairs, the goat-bearded professor triggers another wave for Karin and immediately looks away, completely distracted by the other struggling students. What the distracted professor misses entirely is the screen behind him, showing Karin taking out all 3 beasts with just a few effortless throws. Well now, is this the very first person to actually pass? It took him over 7 minutes. Usually, a level 3 recruit only needs 2 or 3 minutes at most. So what are the higher levels doing? While grumbling, the old professor turns around and catches Karin yawn. Completely baffled, he starts shouting, "What is wrong with that kid? Why is he lying around and yawning again? Has the machinery failed?" The threats should be coming non-stop. Flustered, the professor marches over to his assistant to check for bugs. Absolutely impossible. In over 20 years, Miss Josephine's brilliant magic has never failed once. Pointing aggressively at Karin's monitor, the professor insists that the boy should have lost hours ago because no beasts are spawning. A white-bearded colleague asks, "Did you actually see the beasts fail to spawn?" Stammering, the old man replies that he did not need to watch. The other retorts, "So you did not see it." He snaps back defensively. "For heaven's sake, I tell you it is a system glitch. I will manually trigger them myself." Below, Karin eagerly awaits a true challenge, but only those same 3 simple wolves show up once more. What on earth is this? Why does he keep getting these same easy opponents over and over? You do not even qualify as practice targets, Karin yells, leaping high to launch 3 devastating spears. The beasts vanish instantly. The timer flashes 7.3 seconds. 7.3 seconds? Unbelievable. Shaken, the flustered professor calls out to his colleague, "Look at this, Professor Formack." Formack looks up, wondering what the fuss is about. The old man asks, "What is our speed record for a level 3 or 4? Formack answers, "A talented boy named JG finished in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Why do you ask?" "Oh, no reason," he mutters quietly. Turning back to the screen, the professor quietly ponders. With throws that precise, this boy must be the son of a master hunter. Very well, let us see how he manages a level 4 threat. Instantly, a massive wild boar spawns directly in front of Karin. Astonishingly, this bout is even faster. Karin takes a mere 3.7 seconds to finish the beast. Up in the observation booth, the professor cries out, "It is not supposed to be easy." Refusing to believe his eyes, he spawns a powerful level 3 owlbear. The beast roars immediately, lunging at the young man with a massive arm. Karin slips aside, stepping right beneath the monster's chin to drive his spear upward. Yet the beast reacts swiftly, swinging its massive claw to crush him. Karin retreats, quickly drawing a magic rune. Instantly, roaring flames erupt and completely engulf the owlbear. Watching from the monitors, the old professor leaps up, screaming, "That is ancient magic!" The sudden outburst startles the entire room. Even the stoic Formack looks over and whispers, "Ancient magic." Below, the burning owlbear thrashes wildly, swinging its heavy limbs in absolute panic, but it cannot land a single blow. "The smoke will blind you," Karin notes. "That is the opening I need." Vaulting high into the air, he aims his spear directly at the crown of its head. Up in the booth, the senior professor watches in disbelief. He is certainly no ordinary level 6 recruit. What a pity this evaluation only goes up to level 3 opponents. We have not seen such talent in years. You and I must see how he fares against the fearsome wraiths next. Shaking off his shock, the flustered professor begins adjusting the dials, muttering to himself, "Very well. Let us initiate the level 5 wraith challenge immediately." Down below, Karin senses a strange presence. He cannot see or hear it due to his penalty, which blocks his ability to perceive souls. If he cannot sense spirits, he cannot physically harm the spectral foe. He decides to test this theory. Standing perfectly still, the young warrior closes his eyes and begins to count down. 1, 2, 16, 17, 45, 46, 58, 59, 60. All right, it is done. The sequence is activated, double-checked, and confirmed. Taking a deep breath, Karin raised his hand and shouted that he forfeited. Just like that, his exam results were finalized. The evil spirit trial, a draw. Next, head stress. Failed. Benzi, failed. But the level 5 monster test, 7.3 seconds, a massive new record. Level 4 boar took 3.7 seconds, another record. Level 3 mama bear, 11 seconds, yet another historic record. Up in the monitoring room, Professor Beardy stared in utter disbelief at Kareen, who looked incredibly happy about failing. The professor muttered, "He actually withdrew? What was this boy's angle?" As we follow him outside, Kareen found the courtyard buzzing with anxious young students. "Tell me, what rank did you get?" "Level 4, I am doomed." "What about you?" "Level 3, thank goodness." "Wait, did you actually defeat both the bear owl and the stomach demon?" Kareen paid no heed to the noise. His gaze was entirely fixed on a blonde youth covered from head to toe in tattoos. That was Gigi Hinchpiter, the aggressive troublemaker destined to spark a massive conflict with his fellow students early on. The formidable Shihu defeated him simply for being a nuisance, though in truth, the young man was incredibly boastful. Still, such youthful pride is normal, isn't it? Kareen's private reflections were suddenly interrupted by loud whispers nearby. "Look at those level 5 failures. They could not even defeat simple beasts. Imagine losing to both a Cho-san and a Maha." Kareen noticed a bespectacled boy among the low-ranked group, standing with his head bowed in deep humiliation. That boy had been far too arrogant. After insulting both Kareen and Shihu, he suffered the exact same embarrassing fate. At that moment, a distinguished man took the stage and cleared his throat. "Good morning, everyone. I am Director Arokasa. You have entered this grand academy to grow strong, joining an elite congregation. Some possess great power already, while others must strive harder. Though I cannot promise you will realize every single ambition during your time here, I do hope you discover your true calling. We shall guide you, ensuring your very first steps are taken with precision, but every step thereafter is your sole responsibility. Have a pleasant day." With the director's address finished, the crowd began to disperse. G. Hinchpiter declared loudly that he was now officially a level 3 knight. Amidst his boasting, G noticed young Lack sitting quietly by himself and swaggered over to demand his rank. Lack quietly admitted he was only level 5, prompting G to roar with laughter, mocking him for failing against the monsters. Before the mockery could worsen, Kareen casually walked up, placing a friendly arm around the bully's shoulders with a warm greeting. G was utterly confused, but Kareen completely ignored the hostility, pointing instead to a striking tattoo on the boy's neck. Kareen admired the fine craftsmanship, noting that the neck tattoo seemed to indicate G's blood type for medical emergencies. It was an incredibly practical choice, showing he had prepared thoroughly for the dangers of the academy. Delighted by the compliment, G proudly explained that his own mother had created the beautiful design for him personally. She was a highly skilled professional, specializing in traditional designs, but had crafted this unique piece after much pleading. Kareen smiled warmly, inquiring about other tattoos, though in truth, he already possessed complete knowledge of Gigi's background. As you and I look back at Kareen's previous lifetime, Gigi's mother had once visited the academy to explain his tattoos. Each marking was born of a mother's profound worry for her child. It was a beautiful testament of parental devotion. Enthusiastically, Gigi showed off another impressive tattoo on his upper arm, depicting a magnificent flying chariot, which represented their prestigious institution, MK3. Kareen whistled in appreciation, politely introducing himself to his new companion and asking for his name. After Gigi introduced himself, Kareen turned to the quiet boy, who softly replied that his name was Lack, all while Elisa observed from afar. She watched with interest as Kareen conversed cheerfully with his classmates. She quietly realized that Kareen had cleverly diffused a bullying situation, concluding that he possessed a remarkably kind heart. However, Kareen's actual thoughts were far more calculating, focused entirely on securing the young boy's trust and admiration. Lack possessed the legendary gift of perfect recall, making him a priceless resource. Kareen could not help but smile at his immense good fortune. Watching from her distant vantage point, Elisa found his genuine smile rather endearing, wondering what mysteries this unusual young man truly held. Within the walls of MK3, many amenities were entirely free, from complimentary housing to incredibly inexpensive refreshments. Let us look closer at their most remarkable facility, the legendary training grounds, which made the most demanding exercises possible. Here, students could battle phantom projections. Even now, the Academy's premier talent was seen practicing against one of these spirits. Normally, a student must be a sophomore to train with a powerful spirit. Some can't even tame the wind, yet here we are, watching this freshman. The constant whispering from the sidelines finally catches Mariette's attention, prompting her to stop and see the commotion for herself. She watches just as the spirit delivers a harsh blow to the boy's head. The surrounding crowd laughs, mocking him for his pride. Kareen leans heavily on his spear, gasping for air as his strength fades. Suddenly, the bearded windmaster approaches, acknowledging him as the top freshman. Startled, Kareen quickly turns to offer a respectful greeting. But the instructor wastes no time, asking why he is challenging a spirit. Kareen explains he is simply practicing his spear work. The instructor presses further, questioning if the boy truly possesses such confidence. He resolves to succeed, yet deep down, anxiety grips him. He wonders why this master is approaching him, fearing he failed his entrance exam. The master ponders this, a warm smile spreading across his face. He pulls out a stack of paper tickets, praising the boy's great determination. He offers 10 meal tickets as encouragement, promising a much greater reward once the young man finally achieves his difficult goal. Kareen stands completely frozen, staring at the gift in his hands. When he finally raises his eyes, the master has vanished. A wave of relief washes over him, and he smiles. His fears were foolish, and a reward of hot meals is highly welcome. With renewed energy, the second round begins. He launches a relentless assault against his ethereal opponent, but each attempt ends in defeat. Ultimately, the annoyed spirit loses patience and strikes the exhausted young warrior down to the cold floor. While he lies there gasping, a soft towel gently lands on his face. Mariette offers him a cup of water, kindly asking about his struggle. He admits his exhaustion, prompting her to gently suggest a rest, reassuring him that his efforts today have been more than enough. She advises him to take his time and try again later. But in his heart, he knows he does not have the luxury of tomorrow. Though time seems on his side, his past life was different. Back then, he had Dr. Sihu and an entire network of support. A wealth of potions and guides once aided him, but Sihu is gone, taken by his own hands. Now, he must walk this path entirely alone. Stealing his resolve, Kareen takes the cup and decides giving up can wait. Rising to his feet, his eyes burn with fierce determination. He must become the strongest, which means first discovering his own true limits. It is a dangerous gamble, but he must measure his current weakness against his past glory, lacking any natural magic, aura, or physical strength. His vast knowledge of the future offers little comfort when facing deadly beasts and the naturally gifted prodigies of this academy. To stand against them, he must outwork everyone. It is his singular choice, and his past 3 years of relentless training must bear fruit. Now, let's watch closely as Kareen unleashes a fierce storm of spear strikes, hammering his opponent. With no progress made, he suddenly throws his weapon. The spirit evades effortlessly, leaving Mariette to wonder if the boy has finally surrendered. Yet she quickly realizes she was wrong. This was no surrender his strike landed, and now he leaps to reclaim his spear. Mariette witnesses the brilliant strategy unfold. He threw the weapon, anticipated the spirit's evasion, and leaped high to catch it midair. In one fluid motion, he snatches the falling spear and drives the blade deep through the center of the spirit's form. He is truly remarkable. But just as Mariette is left completely awestruck, the young warrior collapses heavily back to the ground. Mariette rushes to his side in deep concern. Lying flat on the earth, Kareen offers a faint laugh, knowing he pushed this weak body too far. The following morning, Merkaba Academy warmly welcomes its newest class. An upperclassman guides the group, proudly presenting the majestic school facilities and showcasing the ultimate pride of their historic campus. As Mariette eagerly shows off the beautiful grounds, the young man remains deeply lost in his own complicated thoughts. In battle, physical strength is paramount. Without the aid of forbidden elixirs, he must find an alternative, honest way to rebuild his strength. Remembering an ancient piece of wisdom to never ignore those in need, he approaches Lark, warmly offering to share a simple meal together. Lark is completely bewildered by the sudden gesture, especially when the boy leans in to whisper about a fabled ancient tome. To put it simply, this legendary book holds immense, forgotten power. It is a rare relic, allowing anyone who reads its pages to instantly inherit extraordinary magic or unique gifts. The vast school library is built to preserve history, but its grand halls serve a secret purpose, safeguarding these hidden magical manuscripts. Looking at the endless shelves, he smiles and notes that the best place to hide a single leaf is within a vast forest. Following closely, Lark reminds him to keep his word. Kareen reassures him that the prize is theirs once the proper terms are met. Indeed, Lark is an exceptionally diligent young man, an exemplary student. He has meticulously documented every complex spell in his journal. Yet, committing theory to memory and wielding true power are two vastly different challenges. Without sufficient spiritual energy, all the textbook knowledge in the world is hollow. However, an ancient magical volume bypasses those limits entirely. Quietly, the young man scans the massive wooden shelves, searching alphabetically until his eyes finally land on the target. Today, you and I are watching a wild adventure unfold, as Lat hears a sudden ruckus and scolds them. A second later, his jaw hits the floor. A secret door? How did he find it? Kareen just shoves him forward. Lat screams for Kareen to wait so they can go together, nervously trailing behind and complaining about the creepy walls. Suddenly, Kareen stops in his tracks, turning to a confused Lat while extending his hand. Kareen tells Lat it is time to fulfill his promise. Lat agrees, eager to help fight the evil spirit, but wonders what to do. Before Lat can even finish, Kareen decks him with a grin, knocking him out cold. It is time to get started. Kareen stands there in deep thought. Yes, he came to save Lat, but a special mission remains to be finished. Defeating this evil spirit would earn him a rare, coveted item. But there is a catch. Duke Sebastia is a variant, making this an impossible task. Why could it not be a normal Spectre? Why did it have to be a special edition Super Ghost? This legendary commander from 800 years ago possessed an opening attack that instantly wiped out players at the very start. But not Kareen. Thanks to a strange handicap preventing him from seeing souls, the Duke's fearsome attacks are completely useless here. Unfortunately, he cannot see the Duke either. Grinning, Kareen hoists Lat's limp body and says, "Duke Sebastia, please forgive me, but I cannot see you. Why not possess this boy instead?" This shocking proposal actually causes the raging Duke to halt his attack. The Duke stands silently right behind Kareen, as if seriously considering this bizarre offer. In this mysterious world, tragic forces can transform normal humans into terrifying creatures like a powerful Macadung or werewolf. One terrible day, Duke Sebastia transformed into a Macadung and slew his own servant, failing to control his monstrous instincts. Terrified of hurting his beloved wife and daughter, the noble Duke sent them away and sealed the city gates forever. To prevent a horrific tragedy, he used magic to lock his own soul inside a book. The very book resting in this library. Now, the desperate Duke decides to possess Lat's body. Suddenly, Lat's eyes glow a dark, menacing red as he charges forward. The beast inside only needed a small spark to go completely wild. Wearing a confident smirk, Kareen simply steps back and effortlessly dodges the fierce strike. He counters with a swift punch, sending his opponent crashing down. Here is part 2 of his plan, which you and I will appreciate. A variant spirit unlocks a host's potential. Yet, the legendary model student Lat happens to possess the weakest, most fragile physical strength imaginable. Kareen truly feels sympathetic. But this remains the absolute best strategy to ensure they survive and succeed. By defeating the possessed Lat, he can secure some of the rarest and most legendary treasures. Treasures like the Duke's legendary white coat and the powerful armor he wore in battle. As his opponent struggles to his feet, Kareen changes tactics, asking if he is curious. Curious about his beloved wife Luina, his sweet daughter Cecilia, and how they survived after his tragic sealing. Gently, Kareen shares the truth. He explains how the Duchess eventually passed away after escaping the city, and how his brave daughter grew up to become a renowned world-traveling explorer. While Kareen does not condone his actions, as a man who values family, he understands. He deeply desires a peaceful, dignified end for this tortured soul. With a warm, gentle smile, Kareen softly asks if the Duke is satisfied with these long-awaited answers. Tears stream down Lat's face as the weeping Duke speaks through him, offering a sincere apology. The Duke offers his gratitude. Kareen playfully replies that his punches were weak anyway, but the spirit still has many questions. Before the Duke finally departs, he and Kareen share a deep conversation. At last, the Duke fades away, leaving behind 3 precious treasures. They consist of the legendary Duke's glowing soul ash, alongside a rare mystical grimoire. This magical book once held the Duke's soul, and it is packed with incredible skills and spells that can be learned simply by reading. Kareen instantly opens the final red book without hesitation, activating a spell called 9-Soldier Perseverance, Rebirth. A notification reveals a brand new unique ability. He has unlocked the legendary Book of 9 Soldiers. Much like an indomitable warrior, as long as his spirit remains strong, his physical body will continuously heal and recover. Kareen quietly wonders how powerful this healing actually is, though he rarely finds himself getting injured in battle anyway. Just then, Lat begins to stir. Kareen tells him to stay still, explaining that an evil spirit had just possessed his body. Lat asks suspiciously why it does not hurt, forcing a guilty Kareen to quickly lie through his teeth. Offering a nervous excuse, Kareen shoves the spellbook over. Let's see what kind of power they unlock next. You and I watch Lat gasp. Is this a real magic book? I get to keep it? Watching Lat glow with joy, Kareen knows he made the right choice. Sometimes, witnessing an underdog's hard work finally pay off is the ultimate reward. Right on cue, the mysterious system flashes a notification. Quest: do not ignore the suffering of others. Mission accomplished for Duke Sebastia. Difficulty level B, reward. 80 points, split evenly. With no further details provided, Kareen helps Lat up, quietly marveling at the massive 80 points he just secured. In this dangerous fantasy realm, every level gain awards 5 attribute points. 80 points is equivalent to 16 full level-ups. Yet, without a single level-up alert, he receives them directly. Perhaps this is the universe compensating for his inability to grow his attributes normally. Just as he questions the raw experience gain, a familiar chime rings out with more information. Quest. Do not ignore the struggles of honorable souls. Reward. 40 stat points, multiplied by 2 for even distribution. Essentially, for showing kindness to Lat Berman, he receives 40 points, doubled once again. He likewise treated Duke Sebastia with respect. The following morning, Mariette enters the busy training hall holding a fresh basket of potatoes, offering them to everyone. Give us some, over here. As she passes them out, Mariette spots Corinne training nearby. Ignoring the crowd, she strolls over and asks if he is hunting spirits again. Corinne gives a simple nod. With a bright smile, Mariette cheers. All right, I believe in you, Junior. Go get them. A nearby student snorts, mockingly asking how a mere rank N rookie could ever capture a spirit. Even I gave my absolute best yesterday and failed miserably. Do not fill the boy with false hope. Others mutter about him trying to win her favor, but Mariette simply smirks and turns to face them. Is that a challenge? I will wager 2 gold coins on my favorite junior, a skeptic replies, asking why she coddles him. Another yells that he is betting 70 silver on failure. Listening to the rowdy crowd, Corinne sighs at becoming their local entertainment. He only wanted to train in quiet. Shaking off the distraction, Corinne grips his spear and drops into a firm stance. He clears his mind. With the massive power-up from helping Sebastia, capturing this target should be a walk in the park. The only question is his actual limit. To test his new strength safely, he decides to begin with his most basic attack. Previously, he relied on the demanding Serpent's Lunge skill, which is highly advanced even for seasoned warriors. He reasons that his lowest level skill, the Spear Burst, should only deliver minor damage to the target. Unleashing a basic Spear Burst, Corinne thrusts forward. To everyone's absolute shock, the spirit completely disintegrates from a single strike, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence. A single blow? He ended it with a simple Spear Burst? Even Corinne is stunned, questioning how a basic move could pack such terrifying power. Mariette approaches, marveling that while he needed 3 moves yesterday, he only required a single thrust today. Corinne can only mutter a confused response. Clearly, she observed his entire training session yesterday. The fact that a spellcaster can easily track physical martial arts speaks to her unbelievable eyesight. Suddenly, she slides a heavy pouch of coins to him. Offering his portion, she smiles as Corinne looks on in confusion. She explains she made a solid profit on her bets. She insists it is only fair he gets a cut. Still utterly bewildered, Corinne questions the unexpected payout. Amused, she asks if he dislikes free gold, but nobody in their right mind rejects a hefty reward. Quietly praising her brilliant eye for profit, Corinne gladly takes the pouch, and the two share an incredibly mischievous matching grin. Late that night, Corinne walks the silent corridors alone. He reflects on how similar this is to his previous life. He trained relentlessly to master his spear techniques, and the effort is paying off. He is already nearing the 5th stage of enlightenment. Although his rapid martial progress is highly encouraging, a much larger obstacle looms in his way: the mastery of rune magic. Corinne raises a hand to conjure the complex Hagalaz rune, only to receive a warning of insufficient mana. It is the same old barrier. This ancient art demands an astronomical volume of magical energy. Unlocking its true power would elevate him to godlike heights, requiring deep strategy. Suddenly, an icy voice breaks the silence, causing him to freeze. He recognizes that tone instantly. No matter his physical prowess or mystical knowledge, some foes remain entirely out of reach. This is the single opponent he cannot defeat. The ultimate survivor even Doctor Who failed to slay, and a premier legend of Ahan's heroic saga. The notorious balance breaker herself, the fearsome and legendary Yaksha, Quarren. Staring at Quarren, his mind races, wondering why this absolute monster has suddenly appeared. Why is she even speaking to him? You and I know his safest move is to slip away from this literal ticking time bomb. Just as Quarren turned to leave, Quarren stopped him cold. Speaking from their merged existence, she whispered that she did not think he was the true master of that body. That chilling accusation sent a shiver straight down Quarren's spine as he stared back at her in absolute panic. He wondered how she could possibly know his secret. Now, one single frame held 2 different souls, a human and a beast, living together. Her very presence defied nature. Rumor had it that her special yin-yang eyes, caught between life and death, could perceive the genuine color of any soul. Frankly, it would have been more surprising if she had not noticed his secret. Lost in his own thoughts, Quarren merely stared at her. Seeing his quiet hesitation, she pushed harder and asked how it actually felt. She asked what it was like to destroy and consume the original soul. He snapped back that he did not know, clearly distracted. This identical dilemma had plagued him in his previous life. Was his past self truly separate from this new identity? Did these blended memories actually belong to him? If so, who was the boy who originally went to that military academy? But none of those questions mattered now. She saw the truth plainly, declaring that he was not the rightful owner. His defensive answer briefly caught her off guard, but that look vanished from her face almost instantly. Her gaze hardened back to ice. She called him a mere thief who had stolen the physical vessel, leaving him with no right to it. In an attempt to break the tension, he mentioned a local man back home named Brooks, who supposedly transformed into a green giant when angered. He rambled about conflicting identities, joking that the two different minds absolutely loathed one another. He smiled, calling it fascinating since they both possessed entirely unique skills. Tapping his head with a silly grin, he tried to deliver the joke, but it fell completely flat, earning 30% confusion and 70% pity. Giving up on the joke, he sighed heavily and changed the subject. He explained that regardless of which soul was in control, they simply had distinct characters. Perhaps that was the key to their shared existence. He argued that they were forced into a single frame, and nobody deserved blame just for coming into existence. She paused in quiet contemplation before replying coldly that some lives in this cruel world were indeed considered a sin from day one. He recognized the profound pain behind her dark statement, but knowing he could do nothing to ease her burden, he remained completely silent. Saying his goodbyes, he parted ways. By early Saturday morning, he was already active, heading over to the southern sector of the school to inspect the quest postings. Completing these minor tasks was absolutely essential for raising his strength before the upcoming major challenge. This step was crucial for his growth. Since his ambitions went far beyond simple training, he did not need to be overly selective. He simply wanted to run a small trial. While looking around, he noticed a girl nearby staring intensely at the display board. Honestly, he realized he knew next to nothing about this girl, Elisa. In his previous timeline, a ruthless enemy had taken her life, but current events were drifting away from his original knowledge. His curiosity got the better of him, so he decided to ask her directly. As it turned out, she was desperately short on cash. Although Level 2 students usually received financial aid, her family was in the country's top 10%, meaning the school refused to assist her. Her parents believed in strict independence, forcing her to work for every single penny of her own daily living expenses. They refused to listen. Observing her downcast face, he felt a strong wave of sympathy for her. He kindly proposed a solution, suggesting she try a patrol mission since the immediate payout was actually quite generous. Delighted by the news, she quickly reviewed the quest details before looking back up at him. She asked him to partner up for the 3-person task, but he politely declined because he already had a specific strategy in mind. His plan was to target high-value objectives to rapidly increase his core attributes. His initial task was tracking down a missing cat named Nabi. Though the rewards were incredibly small, payouts were not his focus. He aimed to fulfill a hidden moral duty. Rescuing the pet from a predatory water beast would spare its owner from devastating heartbreak. By doing so, he would trigger a special bonus from the unique moral system. Sure enough, the moment he returned the pet, his interface chimed, confirming he had helped Anna Macmillan in her moment of need. E-rank difficulty. The reward was 5 attribute points. His theory had proven correct. Even these tiny, everyday tasks could help him rapidly boost his overall power. He was so thrilled that he let out a deeply unsettling laugh, thoroughly frightening the young girl, who clutched her cat and fled. Following that initial success, he kept the momentum going, rescuing a defenseless child from local bullies and tracking down a lost wedding ring for newlyweds. But as he celebrated his rapidly climbing scores, a sudden realization hit him. He had completely overlooked something far more vital than power. He had actually written down a reminder for himself before stepping out that very morning. With precious time ticking away, Corin visits a large, muscular cook who is turning purple because he cannot get his secret chicken sauce recipe right. Suddenly, Corinne swoops in like an absolute savior, tells the man to add some malt, flashes a quick peace sign, and disappears from the restaurant entirely. What is with that crazy fellow? Who in their right mind adds malt to this? The cook grumbled, but he still decided to give it a try. Just a moment later, his joyous shout echoed down the street. This was the flavor. This was the one. Hearing this from the street, Corinne smiled. Yes, this was another case closed. A world without delicious chicken would be a dark place indeed. Right then, a magical notification flashed, fulfilling duty before the misfortune of Dungizo. Difficulty level E. The reward was 5 equally split points. Since Corinne only does this for fun, earning extra points made him ecstatic, and he began waving his arms and laughing wildly. He had no idea his bizarre dance was being watched from a rooftop by Corin, who softly muttered, "What a very strange person." Suddenly, a voice spoke right behind Corin. "I left you alone because you stayed in the city, but you should still get an exit permit first." Corin glanced back at the lady professor and walked away in silence. Her mind locked on Corinne and his comforting words about coming into this world. It is a happy thing. But her memory took her back to a cruel man who hissed, "You should never have been born." Quarren simply stared silently at the sunset for a very long time. You and I can practically see the heavy loneliness resting on her shoulders like an invisible blanket. And so, the very next day, the Academy hosted a grand evaluation for all freshmen, testing their raw survival skills out in the dangerous hunting grounds. Explaining the rules, the blonde professor announced, "If you reach the cabin at the north end of the forest, you will temporarily pass. Wear the armband that matches your rank. You must return it once you reach the target cabin. Your points depend entirely on how fast you arrive with that armband, and your rewards will match your score." While she spoke, Corrine scanned the crowd, searching for Quarren. Naturally, she was nowhere to be seen. He assumed she was kept out of the test to keep things fair for the other students. Just then, Alyssa called out his name. "Alyssa, did your mission go well?" She smiled warmly and replied, "Yes, thanks to you, I earned some much-needed pocket money." "I am so glad to hear that. Say, would you like a treat? I bought it for my sister, but it was far too sweet for her." With a warm smile, Corrine pulled a piece of shiny golden candy from his pocket and offered it to her. As luck would have it, this was her absolute favorite treat, so she happily took it without a single worry. "All right, classes, the exam begins now." With those words, the blonde professor conjured a massive magic crest, leaving the entire crowd in absolute awe. Even Corrine was genuinely impressed, and he had seen plenty of powerful mages before. But casting teleportation magic on a whole crowd? Only Josephine could do this. She truly was a legendary grand wizard. Moments later, the students began vanishing, teleported to random, scattered spots deep within the wild woods. The moment Corrine touched down, the sounds of nearby battle echoed through the trees. A clash already? How fast? This test was notorious, a brutal ordeal that even experienced students struggled to pass year after year. It was a total free-for-all, starting in random spots with everyone trying to steal armbands to claim the highest scores. Spotting two rivals trading blows, Corrine slipped away, completely uninterested in joining their little squabble. The real threat here was level 2 Alyssa with her blue armband. With Quarren out of the picture, she was his only real target. "My dear Alyssa, you have no idea that I placed a clever tracking rune on that sweet treat of yours. This little magic trick ensures we will cross paths again." Corrine followed the beacon with a wide, mischievous grin. Meanwhile, back at the starting grounds, Professor Josephine looked at the principal, saying, "I should head into the forest as well. Even with guards around, one cannot be too safe." Suddenly, Josephine noticed something was amiss and began looking around. "Wait a moment. Where did that girl go?" "Headmaster, did you send her?" The older man simply smiled. "I did not. She made that choice all on her own." "She went by herself?" "Indeed. I believe her cold heart is finally beginning to soften." Deep in the woods, Alyssa scolded the defeated students lying on the ground, sighing, "Why would you do something so foolish? Do you not feel ashamed, trying to gang up on me like that?" One defeated kid who did not know when to quit muttered, "Hey, being shameless is our specialty." Suddenly, a boy lunged from behind in a sneak attack, "But you and I know that won't work." Boom! A giant rock flies in. "Wait." Alyssa actually recognizes this young man. A sudden wave of relief washes over her as she spots Corrine. Unfortunately, that warm relief vanishes in seconds as Corrine makes a move that sends a cold shiver down her spine. Eyeing her beautiful blue gauntlet, Corrine suddenly lunges, thrusting his spear straight at Alyssa. Fortunately, a skilled level 2 knight can handle this. Alyssa sidesteps the blade with ease, but the young girl's trusting heart takes a painful, devastating blow from this sudden betrayal. She had truly trusted him. She believed his sweet gifts meant he was a genuinely kind soul, but a shameless Corrine simply tells her she should be generous too and surrender that gauntlet. To understand her situation, Alyssa is a level 2 knight from a traditional martial arts school, though her defensive skills are still developing. This places her current combat strength right around a mid-tier level 2 ranking. While she cannot match her brilliant older sister, Alyssa easily ranks among the top 1% of elite young talents. She is the same warrior who just defeated 7 advanced level 3 and 4 opponents, so handling a level 5 like Corrine seemed simple. At least, she thought so. Now, she finds herself desperately parrying a relentless storm of attacks from him. Her mind races as she realizes he is masterfully blending close combat with sudden long-range thrusts. He commands the battlefield with brilliant feints, seamless counters, and a suffocating non-stop pressure. Showing true discipline, the young knight quickly calms her racing heart to carefully analyze her opponent's patterns. Soon, she detects an unusual, almost mechanical variation between his thrusts and his sweeping strikes. Planning to exploit that brief opening, Alyssa focuses entirely on his striking arm, waiting to deliver a decisive counterattack. But as if reading her mind, Corrine acts instantly, using his spear to block her sword. Flashing a confident grin, he reminds her that raw talent means nothing without actual battlefield experience, young lady. He then disarms her completely, effortlessly chaining 3 simple strikes into a single, overwhelming offensive flow. Blending offensive pressure with a swift counterstrike, he easily brings the young warrior to her knees. Thrown backward while clutching her stomach, she realizes she was fortunate to block it all. His physical power is ordinary, but his precision is absolute. She wonders what kind of warrior he is, left utterly overwhelmed by a level 5 knight. Left with no alternative, she surrenders the blue gauntlet to Kareen, who happily accepts it with a cheerful promise to use it well. Suddenly, a booming crash and distant cries of panic echoing through the area draw his attention. Before he can move to investigate, an enormous greatsword comes hurtling through the air directly toward him. He raises his spear just in time to block a weapon forged from heavy mystic iron, 4 times denser than ordinary steel. Enhanced by powerful magic, this weapon is built for slaying massive monsters, making it incredibly difficult to withstand. Straining with all his might, he barely deflects the heavy blade. Appreciating the defense, a man named Ron summons his sword back, coldly demanding that the level 5 knight surrender the gauntlet and leave. Kareen finally gets a clear view of the dangerous warrior who nearly ended his life. Instantly, panic sets in. It is Tenderon Wazki, the one opponent he absolutely did not want to face. Despite defeating numerous fighters, the formidable man does not bear a single scratch and remains entirely unbothered. This effortlessly proves that this newcomer operates on an entirely different level than young Alyssa. Facing grim odds, Kareen grits his teeth, clutches the gauntlet, and abruptly flees, catching the warrior completely off guard. Seconds later, Ron pursues him with a fiery, relentless gaze, shouting a strangely specific threat about the blue item he is clutching so tightly. Unleashing a wave of devastating force, Ron charges forward, pursuing the retreating young man at maximum speed. Terrified, Kareen shouts back, questioning his sanity since this mercenary usually only works for a high price. He then glances back at Alyssa, who is desperately running right alongside him, demanding to know her reasons. Gasping for air, the terrified girl cries out that she simply wants to survive and has absolutely no idea where the exit is located. He silently assures himself that there is no need to fight, as long as he safely escapes with the prize. Unfortunately, a formidable rival named Cranio blocks the exit alongside a massive, furry creature, smiling as he spots the gauntlet. The smug guard offers a simple choice, demanding their valuable rank badges if they hope to pass through. The situation has turned into an absolute disaster. With Cranio blocking the front and Ron closing in from behind, he is now trapped between the 2 strongest warriors he tried to avoid. Escape is no longer an option for our desperate heroes. With battle now unavoidable, he prepares to face the oncoming storm. Sometime later, a quiet, tense knock echoes at the door of the exit cabin. "Well, look who we have here, the champion of the hour. What is your name, son?" An old man opened the door to find Kareen standing there with a smirk, holding Alyssa's blue armband. "I'm Kareen Lop, and I'm here to claim my prize." Well now, bringing back that blue rank insignia is no small feat. This is one impressive student. Kareen simply shrugged off the high praise, claiming he just got lucky. Meanwhile, right outside, young Alyssa stood frozen, completely stunned by the incredible display she had just witnessed. It was truly remarkable. He moved with such grace and speed, slipping past those heavy sword strikes before they could even reach full force. He disarmed his opponent, snatching the sword away, and drove it deep into the ground, completely out of reach. Any strikes he couldn't block, he simply evaded with ease, clever enough to trick his enemies into destroying their own golems. Showing incredible quick thinking, he slipped behind young Drone, using his classmate as a human shield against the monster's heavy blows. While Drone was forced to take those brutal hits, Kareen seized the perfect moment to strike the golem's core, disabling it instantly. Just like that, Cranell fell defeated as well, his powerful puppet completely ruined. His swiftness, his incredible foresight, and his sheer grit made him look like an experienced soldier of 1,000 wars. The entire match ended in mere moments. Such mastery must have taken decades to build. Yet, looking at his youthful face, one had to wonder how could he be this skilled. For Alyssa, watching him brought back vivid memories of her own gifted sister. Remembering his advice about hard work over raw talent, she made a quiet promise to try much harder. Meanwhile, Ron could only stare blankly at the sword in his hand, baffled by how Kareen had neutralized his moves before he could even show his true strength. How had the boy found his vulnerabilities so quickly? It felt as though Kareen already knew every technique and secret skill he possessed inside and out. Elsewhere, Cranell clutched his aching arm, the boy's words still echoing painfully in his mind. Against a swift, agile weapon, your grand golem is little more than a slow practice target. If I were you, I'd find a trusted friend to watch my back instead of relying on a puppet. To which Cranell could only quietly mutter, "Friends? I have none." Kareen, appearing genuinely puzzled, simply offered a bit of gentle advice. "Well, perhaps you should try making some. Replaying those words, Cornell felt a deep ache in his chest as tears began to fall. He felt completely mocked. And so, the Academy's three top talents now held Corinne Lopp very close to their hearts. Meanwhile, out on the vast training grounds, the most formidable warrior was said to be Yule, blessed by the sun god himself. But she was far from the only powerful figure present. There was also Marie-Anne Dunalev, the Academy's premier young mage, graciously acting as the monster to help the others test their limits. For young Yule, it was a humbling moment, her very first time facing an adversary who was so completely beyond her skills. And with that, the lesson seemed to draw to a close. After leaving Yule thoroughly astonished, Marie walked over with a kind smile, asking if she was a newcomer. "I am Marie, and I am called Yule." "And who might that be?" Marie asked, turning her gaze toward the quiet girl dressed in a nun's habit standing a short distance away. "That is Quarren. It seems you are searching for someone. Next time bring a few companions along so we can have a proper challenge." Quarren merely brushed past her, treating the friendly advice like a passing breeze. However, she had barely taken a few steps before a colossal wall of solid ice erupted from the earth, blocking her way. "Forgive me," Marie said with a gentle smile, "but as the designated monster of this exercise, I simply cannot let you pass so easily." "How tiresome," Quarren muttered, her gaze turning cold and sharp. "But let us return our attention to Corinne." Tallying the final score, the official at the gate gasped in utter disbelief. 117 points. "We have not seen such a high score in years." Corinne offered a warm, confident smile, asking, "Does this earn me a choice of prize?" Immediately, a grand list of treasures was presented, with the legendary shark bear bile sitting at the very top. Yet, having planned his path carefully, Corinne did not hesitate to select the humble ginseng seed. An excellent, wise choice. "And how will you spend your remaining 17 points?" After a moment of quiet thought, he selected some plant nutrients and a simple sack, then quietly departed the gate. There was nothing quite like a successful trip. Even after countless trials, he had never experienced such a remarkably smooth run. It was also heartening to see so many young faces successfully passing the test. He soon noticed Gigo and Lack rushing toward the finish line with great urgency. Securing second place with 19 points. "I managed to secure 15 points myself," Lack called out, gasping for breath. Corinne offered a kind nod, praising their excellent teamwork. Gigo wiped his brow with a bright smile. "That was simple enough. We should celebrate with a good workout tonight. If you have that much strength left, perhaps you could help me study the vulnerabilities of those massive golems instead." Hearing this, young Cornell flinched. "We would be honored to assist you. Of course we will." Corneo was deeply moved, but his pride made him act tough and claim he was fine. That was the perfect moment to say thank you. Corinne corrected him, then quickly helped search for the golem's core. These two had a long history of working side by side. Few defensive shields are as reliable as a golem in these chaotic early battles. Fortunately, the intense struggle was finally drawing to a close. The skilled second-rank mage, Cranio Ludin, worked to restore the golem's core, while the brave second-rank knight, Alyssa Aiden, nursed her injuries. Meanwhile, the young night mage, Yoon, was completely unconscious. Corinne rushed straight to his side to see if he was all right. Finding that the motionless boy on the grass was still breathing, Corinne breathed a heavy sigh of relief and helped him to his feet. Dazed and delirious, Yoon could only mutter a warning about a girl named Mariette. Right then, the forest animals began fleeing in absolute terror. Yoon feebly whispered for Mariette to run. She was a rare talent, possessing both a brilliant analytical mind and immense magical reserves. A young woman who had never experienced the bitter sting of defeat. Truly, Mariette Dunalep was hailed as an absolute prodigy of her time. For a talent like Mariette, this dangerous training ground was merely a playground. Her only task was to guide her younger classmates and ensure their safety. However, facing the mighty Guaran proved to be an entirely different challenge. Now, the young prodigy found herself cornered and breathless under Guaran's relentless, overwhelming assault. She desperately tried to analyze the threat, but Guaran charged forward without giving her a single moment to breathe. With no time to lose, Mariette unleashed a volley of sharp ice arrows directly at her attacker. But such basic spells were useless. The ice shattered instantly, and the unstoppable warrior kept advancing, completely undisturbed by the attack. She realized basic magic would never block such immense power. Despite promising her teacher she would only use basic spells, survival demanded that she tap into her most advanced, dangerous magic. To survive, she had to cast aside her pride and get serious. This opponent was no ordinary challenger, and this was certainly no game. This was a natural disaster in human form. She summoned a massive wall of ice to protect herself, but Guaran shattered it with one devastating blow. Then, Mariette took the full, devastating force of Guaran's kick. Severely wounded and terrified, the young girl panicked as the shadow loomed closer, desperately crying out for the beast to stay away. Suddenly, a voice echoed, ordering Guarin to stop as Professor Josephine emerged from a glowing spatial portal. After reprimanding the attacker, she gently asked the injured girl if she was all right, receiving only a weak, breathless reply. With that faint reassurance, Mariette collapsed into unconsciousness, leaving the training exercise to conclude with a highly surprising turn of events. Remarkably, the one who took the top spot with the highest score was Karine, a mere first-year student. Meanwhile, the fierce freshman standout, Guarin, had clashed violently with the Academy's premier sophomore, Mariette. Upon hearing of Mariette's injuries, Karine rushed straight to the medical wing, breathing a sigh of relief upon seeing her sleeping peacefully. Honestly, there was a genuine fear that she was about to awaken as some terrifying final threat. Since she appeared stable, the timeline of events remained unchanged. With 3 weeks left before her awakening, there was still ample time to prepare. Leaving the clinic, Karine quietly slipped toward the edge of the forest to meet a mysterious figure. After checking for onlookers, he applied fake tears, staged a clumsy fall near the water, and dropped a seed, wailing about his mother's precious keepsake. While Karine sobbed dramatically, a gentle voice asked why the young child was crying. Karine was secretly thrilled that his plan worked, knowing this event was a legendary, once-in-a-lifetime hidden surprise. Now, as we know, a hidden surprise like this is a special secret tucked away to reward the most observant of travelers. It was the hermit's golden axe. In this classic tale, a woodcutter drops his iron axe, and a magical hermit offers him a golden or silver replacement. True to the legend, rare golden and silver treasures would appear, though the magic only worked on items of ordinary value. If any ordinary item was tossed inside, nothing would happen, causing most seekers to quickly lose interest. Karine knew that countless treasure hunters had tossed hundreds of items into this lake, hoping to trigger the ancient spell. It was a clever secret left behind by the creators of this world. Back in reality, the kind hermit listened to the boy's sorrow and presented a gleaming golden seed, asking if it belonged to him. Karine politely declined, prompting the hermit to present a shining silver seed instead. Sticking strictly to the old tale, Karine refused again, making the hermit smile and finally reveal the true ginseng seed. Overjoyed, the boy claimed that humble seed was indeed his. Let's look at Karine putting on the performance of a lifetime. He cries tears of joy, saying, "Even with gold and silver, your honesty is what I truly value." Touched by this, the hermit hands over all 3 rare seeds, ginseng, silver, and gold, before dramatically leaping right back into the deep water. That means he completely missed the wicked grin on Karine's face. Regular ginseng boosts power, but the gold and silver seeds, they hold a truly special secret. They can actually be duplicated. It is a hidden treasure you can only find in this exact way within the legend of Hero Ahan. Plant the golden seed, and the plant glows with pure gold. Plant the silver, and it shines with a brilliant light. In the previous life, someone else took the gold, but during this second chance, they all belonged to Karine. After a grueling day, Karine finally crawled back to his room, but his mind was already racing with plans for the future. Based on how things are supposed to unfold, the tragic event that transforms Mariette into a monster is only 3 weeks away. She is destined to cross paths with the notorious Fog City killer, John Zui. He still doesn't know what triggers the darkness within her, but there is time. That is why he had to make an impression on those lower-tier fighters. After all, let's face it, no capable warrior wants to ally themselves with a weak, low-ranking knight. The only way to earn respect is through unmistakable talent. In a week, those fighters will be fully recovered. That is when he will make his move and propose they form a team to face this terrible threat. Mariette Dunalep, you and I know she only has 3 weeks left, but with the right preparation and a loyal team, he can save her from a truly miserable fate. But first, Alyssa needs his guidance. He must also help Ron master his blade, recruit a secret ally from the ancient forest, and win over a very grumpy wizard. With everything in place, success seems guaranteed as long as no variables get in the way. He drifts off to sleep, completely unaware that a massive storm is about to hit. Late that night, Mariette's close friend, Isabel, suddenly opens her eyes. She sees Marius sitting stiffly in bed and rushes to her side. "Marius, is something wrong?" Distressed by the silence, Isabel tries to comfort her, assuming she is still wounded by her recent defeat. "Don't worry about her. She was just lucky. Besides, you were held back by your training." Suddenly, Marius's eyes flash a dangerous red. She grips Isabel's shoulders tightly and whispers, "I am so thirsty." Meanwhile, for fighting an upperclassman, Quarren is sentenced to 4 days of isolation. In her cell, Quarren slams her book shut, still hearing her teacher's harsh lecture echoing in her mind. Frustrated and bored out of her mind, she stares at the window, wondering if she should just jump. Just then, Karine suddenly appears, hanging upside down outside her glass window in a hilarious display that startles her completely. I knew you would be in here, he says with a confident grin. You are Quarren, right? I remember you. I am Corrine. Open up, he says, holding up a box of sweets. She tries to look completely disinterested, but curiosity wins and she lets him inside anyway. Here, these are for you. I was not sure what you liked, but visiting empty-handed felt wrong. She points at his face. You are breaking rules, he laughs. I am just resting in a tree. Besides, why not visit? It is not like our stern professor is around to catch us anyway. Looking closely at her, he notices she is completely unharmed, not a single mark or bruise from her big fight. Instead, she is merely confined to her room as punishment for the chaos she caused out on the training grounds. Since she is a demi-human, the extra caution makes sense, but keeping her locked away for 4 entire days? Breaking his train of thought, Quarren asks, where did Professor Josephine actually go? She has been gone for 4 days. Corrine is stunned. She has not returned a single time since then? This shocking news startles him so much that he loses his footing, slipping from the tree and crashing straight onto the ground. The painful fall immediately forces his special recovery magic to activate just to heal the damage. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he shouts a quick goodbye and dashes straight for the infirmary. Why would their teacher leave? She abandoned the most dangerous student in the entire school. With other powerful figures missing from their posts as well, something incredibly dangerous is clearly happening behind the scenes. His attempts to visit Mariette are instantly blocked, and her close bodyguard has completely vanished. Armed guards are now stationed outside the clinic. You and I can see the danger growing, and Corrine's worst fears are finally coming true. With his path blocked, you and I are about to watch Quarren pull a sneaky little trick. He claims Professor Josephine sent over treats for the guards. The gullible target buys it completely, swallowing down the laxative-spiked food Quarren offers. Not even a minute later, nature calls with absolute urgency. Desperate for relief, the guard begs Quarren to watch his post while he runs off to handle his urgent business. Once the guard runs off, Quarren slips inside. He hesitates, pulling back the bed curtain while desperately hoping his worst fears are completely wrong. There should still be a whole month left. This is happening way too soon. Hoping his instincts are wrong, Quarren calls out for Mariette, but the curtain pulls back to reveal Isabel instead. Mariette should have been in this bed. Why is Isabel here? Wait, was she not missing? Suddenly, Quarren spots a fresh bite mark on Isabel's neck. Everything clicks. This is the dark secret the Academy professors desperately wanted to hide. Mariette has awakened as a powerful vampire. She is officially the final boss of this first chapter. To make matters worse, this nightmare is unfolding 3 weeks early. The moment Quarren leaves the infirmary, he immediately hits the books. His research reveals a strict 4-stage strategy needed to bring down the first act's boss. Phase 1 requires surviving her initial brutal assault. Phase 2 involves trapping her in magic circles to gain the upper hand before advancing. Phase 3 is a direct, life-or-death duel against the rampaging monster inside her own blood domain. Once she is defeated there, she will transform into her final form, triggering the ultimate phase. The real trick lies in surviving that transformation, which means a single powerhouse fighter might not even be necessary. If the Academy's finest freshmen joined forces, reaching the third phase would actually be quite manageable. But then, reality hits Quarren like a ton of bricks. Alice's weapon was ruined because of him. Ron Waski's sword? Broken by him too. Granel's golem core is also completely shattered, thanks to him. Did he really just disable every single top recruit all by himself? This is a disaster. He made a massive mistake, and Quarren can only clutch his head in pure panic. In the game's original timeline, Mariette only lost control and attacked her roommate after the Fog City crisis. In his previous life, when that occurred, the students waited for Isabel to handle the situation. However, the scheming Park Si-hoo purposefully allowed Mariette to slip away. But now, things are completely ruined. Alyssa is sidelined with 8 broken bones, and Granel's ruined golem makes him useless in battle. He thought about recruiting Quarren, but there was no telling how that unpredictable wildcard would disrupt the entire fight. Without wasting any time, Quarren starts recruiting a brand new team. His very first target is Ron. Quarren corners Ron in the gym, sliding over an official mercenary contract to pitch his high-stakes plan. He warns him that this job is incredibly dangerous, requiring them to capture an elite target alive. Ron scoffs, reminding him that smart mercenaries only pick fights they can win. Besides, with his sword broken, he is down to 2 blades. Initially, the mercenary refuses to budge, but once Quarren offers 20 gold coins and 100% pure soul dust, those strict principles vanish instantly. He joins the squad on the spot, leaving only their next target, Yig. Quarren easily wins over Yig and Lack by offering exactly what they desire, baiting the scholarly Yig with a rare magical tome. He motivates JG and Lack with promises of grand glory and reputation for defeating an exceptionally dangerous monster. A solid support, A skilled healer and a couple of fighters should be enough to survive the first phase. With his makeshift squad ready to roll, the group gathers under the cover of night to begin their hunt. Korin recalls Park Si-hoo mentioning that the weeping monster fled deep into the woods, proving incredibly difficult to track down. Who could guess that such a formidable creature would burrow a tunnel in the forest to hide for an entire month? Since there is only one forest near Merkava Academy, Korin confidently guides his brand new team straight toward the local hunting grounds. Is Mariette really hiding out in these woods? Ron questions how they will locate the target in such a vast area. Korin, marching forward, simply tells him they will look. When the team complains this could take ages, Korin casually advises they just ask around and trust the process. His completely relaxed attitude immediately makes Yig suspicious that he already knows exactly what lies ahead. To speed things up, Yig plants her staff firmly into the dirt and chants, calling upon the forest spirits for guidance. Watching the incredible magic from the sidelines, Lak is absolutely blown away by her immense power. RG excitedly points out the gathering swarm. You and I see countless forest spirits answering the call, even if poor Korin cannot see a thing. Karin muttered to himself, then turned to question Yoon. Have you found Marie yet? Karin asked. Yoon stammered a nervous reply, as the rest of the group gave Karin an unsettling look. What is with those stairs? He demanded. Where is she? She is right behind you, a companion shrieked in sheer panic. Karin did not need the warning. Sensing the danger, he blocked the beast's strike with his spear, spun, and cut it down. Suddenly, a whole swarm of beasts rushed them. Lak and Jaeger G shouted, wondering if Miss Mariette had turned into one of them. Absolutely not, Karin barked back. Hearing those reassuring words, Jaeger G grinned broadly, laughing as he charged. He welcomed the fight, eager to warm up his muscles against this massive horde. Do not rush ahead, Jaeger G. They will surround you. Fall back 3 paces. Stop being reckless. Fight smart so we can thin their ranks, Karin shouted at the battle-crazed warrior. He turned to command the others. Lak, guard the rear. Yoon, support Lak. Ron, I am sure you already know your duty, correct? Do not overextend. With those words, Karin leapt forward to aid Jaeger, while the others quickly fell into their designated spots. As Ron struck down the beasts, he watched Karin with a growing sense of profound respect. Even though they were ambushed, you and I can see the young leader did not flinch, immediately coordinating a smart strategy. He possessed more than raw strength. He had the wisdom of a seasoned captain and the sharp mind of a natural commander. It seemed impossible that he was only a rank 5 knight. The Academy's rating system was clearly flawed. As the swarm grew, an anxious Yagerji shouted to Yoon, demanding to know where Miss Mariette was and what was happening. There is no sign of her, only these beasts, Yoon replied, frantically defending the guidance of the spirits. Yoon called out frantically. That was when Locke suggested a dark possibility, wondering if Mariette was commanding the horde. These beasts do not usually coordinate their attacks, and they seem unusually hostile, Locke noted. But Karin disagreed. Mariette is not behind this, Karin stated flatly. Such a complex feat is far beyond her current power. Even if she had the strength, this chaotic, mindless onslaught does not match her gentle character at all. Then why are they attacking us? Ron demanded. The reason, however, was far more tragic. Beasts have instincts, but when pushed to absolute desperation, they abandon all their natural patterns. They run when they are fleeing from an overwhelming threat. As he spoke, a figure stepped out from the dark forest. The companions gasped in shock at the sight of Mariette. Karin ordered his allies to prepare for battle, telling Yulak to retreat. Locke grumbled, wishing he could catch his breath. Yulak withdrew alongside his companion, asking Karin if their current position was safe. Karin nodded, telling Ron and Jaeger to take a step back and offer support. Ron smirked as he readied his blade, placing his full trust in his master's strategy. Meanwhile, Yagerji showed his unique logic by asking if he meant a small step or a large stride. I am going on the attack, Karin declared. Instantly, his mystical interface filled with notifications. The system announced the 3rd precept to save the world, boosting his abilities by 50% to confront Mariette and her destiny. These enhancements were not tied to his past life, but rather scaled to the monumental impact she would have on the future. The path was clear. Take the first step to save the world and stop Mariette. Reading the final message, Karin steeled his resolve, raised his trusty weapon, and rallied his allies for the charge. His mission was clear: save the world. We know that meant stopping Mariette first. Yet, this clashed with his deepest moral rule. The system promptly updated his quest to rescue Mariette, wishing the young hero luck. Mariette groaned, surrounded by a heavy, ominous aura. Though her eyes burned with dark intent, tears streamed down her sorrowful face. That heartbreaking sight filled young Yoon's heart with deep sympathy. She is weeping, Yoon whispered. But Ron spoke coldly, declaring her a threat that must be eliminated. Ron hurled his massive greatsword, but a shadowy barrier blocked it instantly, leaving him stunned that his weapon was stopped. Locke explained that it was a blood sphere, a dangerous entity born from the blood of the demon Makazong. Such a power was unheard of for a newly awakened demon. Despite his own concern, Kareen calmly assured them it was only a fledgling threat. The creature has not even tasted a single drop of its master's blood or magic yet. Lacking that steady energy from its master, the beast is useless, serving only as a giant, walking shield. Roan warns that a spellcaster's greatest weakness is defense, making this a massive danger. But Kareen simply shrugs it off, saying it is no big deal. Kareen merely scratches his head while Mariette screams for them to get lost, unleashing a devastating wave of magic upon the whole group. "I am on it," Un replies, leaping straight into action. She declares that while other lands may be different, this forest is her home. Slamming her hand down, a glowing circle of magic erupts. Instantly, massive tree trunks burst forth from the soil, forming a colossal wooden barrier to protect her entire team. This powerful magic not only stops the blow but also quickens her movements while shielding her spirit from harmful curses. The moment Mariette's spell crashes against the wooden wall, Un feels the sheer, terrifying force of the blast. Watching the sweat pour down Un's face, Rigger begins to panic. He nervously asks what will happen if the barrier shatters, driving an already terrified Lack to completely lose his temper and scream. "Do not bring us bad luck, Rigger," he yells. Meanwhile, Un realizes that blocking just one blow cost half her magical energy. The poisonous aura of Makazong begins to weaken her, but she knows she must stand firm so the others can strike back. Besides, Kareen promised to bring this beast down. Un tells herself, trying to find courage. "Un, you are reaching your limit, are you not?" Kareen calls. "Stay strong a bit longer. I will end this in 5 moves." His confidence is unshakable. "Can you really do it?" she asks. "Absolutely," he replies, as the first phase of this 4-stage battle begins. First, she summons a wave of monsters. Once those beasts are cleared away, Mariette herself will step onto the battlefield. They will have to fight her through multiple brutal stages before she even thinks about unleashing her ultimate deadly spells. Simply put, she is merely testing them. She will not use her true power until the very end. Now, you and I are watching everything unfold exactly as it did in his past life. "Lack, go first," Kareen commands. You can only cast that spell twice more, so be careful." Lack is stunned, asking if he was counting. "Yes," Kareen replies. "And once your energy is gone, I highly suggest you run for your life." He counsels the boy, then watches the barrier. The enemy attacks have been broad, but they lack true, devastating force. The true threat is the alchemical spell coming next. Right on cue, the fractured wall shatters. The moment the barrier falls, Un begins to pray aloud, calling upon Mother Earth and the ancient spirits who watch over the forest. While she chants, Kareen quietly whispers a sacred phrase in an ancient tongue. As Un begins to shine and a great wind rises, he knows the old spirits are answering. Here is the secret you and I must realize. Only a true druid can bring these words to life. Though it sounds like a forgotten tongue, it is actually a legendary spell from a lost civilization, a reward meant only for the master of the wild forest. She is the guardian of the ancient forest, nature's favorite child. This sacred 1,000-year-old tongue belongs solely to those who share a deep bond with the spirit realm. The howling wind sweeps up the ancient timber, binding it together until a towering wooden giant stands before them, leaving the comrades speechless. Even Un stares in disbelief, crying out that those words summoned a titan. Kareen smiles inwardly, knowing they had absolutely no other choice but to try. With precious seconds ticking away, Kareen barks a sudden order to young Rigger. There is still a living owl nearby. Toss it to the giant, quickly. A living owl. Are you serious? Rigger looks around in doubt, only to gasp in sheer astonishment. You were right, Kareen. There actually is one. Kareen merely smiles, hiding the fact that he caught and hid the creature while the others were fighting for their lives. Toss it into the chest of the Titan, right now, Kareen urges him. Understood, Rigger shouts, throwing the creature perfectly into the giant's core. The sacrifice ignites, fueling the massive wooden beast with life. The moment the creature is consumed by flame, the glowing core on its chest flares bright, its eyes changing from red to brilliant blue. Advance, Kareen commands. The giant strides toward Mariette, but with each step, Un feels a sharp, agonizing ache. The strain on her body is heavy. Let us be honest, controlling a creature of this scale, even for a short time, is a massive burden for her. Knowing this, Kareen urges her to hold on. Do not stop, Un. If you falter now, we are all doomed. Bathed in sweat and crying out from the agony, Un gasps in reply. I know. I will hold on as long as I can. Watching the dummy draw near, Mariette unleashes a devastating wave of magic. Jaeger asks, Kareen, is this really okay? The young warrior trembles, staring at the training dummy now riddled with holes after Mariette's brutal onslaught. Do not worry, Karine replies, offering a reassuring smile. It is just a wooden puppet. A few holes will not destroy it. Besides, in any battle between fire and ice, common sense says fire always wins. Or so he believed, until Mariette's freezing energy instantly snuffed out the dummy's raging flames. Seeing the dummy lose its glow and collapse, Karine looks deeply unsettled. In an instant, his lifelong understanding of magic is turned completely upside down. This is the ultimate challenge. At this point, even Un cannot stand the pressure any longer and collapses to the ground. Un, fall back. You are finished. What? Karine cuts him off. Your magical energy is completely gone. You cannot help us now. Un accepts the command and retreats. Are you sure we can handle this alone, Karine? Jaeger asks, his voice shaking with pure panic. Mariette just expended massive energy on that wide attack. Her guard is down. You know what that means, do you not? What? It means we strike now. With those words, Karine charges directly toward her. Ron and Jaeger do not hesitate for a second. They charge in right behind him. Dodging her deadly magic, Ron hurls his massive greatsword at a glowing sphere, but the blade is stopped dead in its tracks. This barrier is too strong, Ron grunts. Suddenly, Jaeger leaps high into the sky, gathering all his strength for a crushing blow. That is his signature move, overlapping destruction. It multiplies any damage dealt several times over. Karine is glad he brought him along. Jaeger laughs. I actually broke it, but the celebration is cut short. Karine screams in terror. Watch out, you idiot! Shattering that sphere triggers the deadly Phase 3, known as the Blood Realm. Mariette unleashes a massive shockwave, wounding both warriors and throwing them back. After that explosive burst, only Karine remains on his feet. Planting his spear firmly in the ground, he realizes they are trapped. Breaking that blood sphere triggered a hidden trap, and now the real pressure begins. Until now, the sphere was merely defending itself, but now it has absorbed her magic and blood to create this nightmare. Karine never expected to face this battle alone. In the past timeline, at least 3 fighters were needed to stand a chance against Phase 3. But now? Karine takes a deep breath, slings his trusty spear, and smiles with complete confidence. No matter the odds, the final outcome remains the same. I will win. Within Mariette's mind, the dark thoughts of a vampire's eternal hunger begin to stir. A normal person easily knows the difference between beasts and mankind. If you are truly human, it is natural to close your eyes in terror, but watching creatures fight to survive sends a cold shiver down my spine, unlike the burning hunger in my throat. My desperate thirst was drawn straight to the neck of a total stranger. I bit down. The hidden fangs within my mouth tore through soft flesh, reaching the warm vessels beneath. That poor soul was shaking. I could not tell if it was the terror of the hunt or a final, desperate struggle. But it no longer mattered. I felt no urge to turn my eyes away. Those soft cries of pain sounded like a beautiful melody, and the warm, sweet blood flowed across my tongue, quenching my throat. It coursed through me, bringing warmth to my icy skin, making my dead veins feel alive once more. Isabel's soft cries and the creaking of the bed faded into silence. All that remained was my own heart, pounding like thunder. That sweet, intoxicating scent of blood brought both suffocation and deep disgust. My revitalized body felt ready to collapse under the crushing truth. She was not a beast. I had sinned, nearly taking my dearest friend's life like common prey. Panic grips Mariette, but there is something worse. Deep inside, she feels a dark, sinister presence growing. Horrified that she had treated a dear friend like prey, she clutches her empty, growling stomach and flees into the night. Eventually, a kind young man found her, and that was Karine. Now, in the present, Karine stands before a monstrous wolf-like beast. The beast spits sharp, thorny projectiles. Showing no fear, Karine unleashes his 6-step, 4-step spear technique to quickly tear the creature apart. Any monster that preys on humans deserves to perish, he shouts, launching forward in a whirlwind attack. The beast immediately calls forth 2 of its packmates. Well, this overgrown dog is starting to annoy me. Easily dodging the lunges of the smaller beasts, he uses his 6-step, 5-step spear move to lay them both to rest. This was just a warm-up. Their threats are entirely empty. Enraged, the alpha beast vanishes into thin air, moving far too fast for the eye to track. He playfully offers to teach the young girl a thing or two. Winning is not about complex plans, but finding the weak spot instantly. That old trick is completely outdated, and it will definitely not work a second time. Unveiling the legendary Dak Ryong Pa technique, he releases a wave of energy so violent it shatters the entire spatial dome. Yet that loyal wolf monster chose to shield its creator, standing guard until its final tragic breath. Watching this, Karine simply cannot comprehend why the beast would sacrifice itself. He urges the boy to hold on, promising to rescue his mother, Mariette. In the final phase, Mariette Dunlap instantly drops a party member to critical health. Because of this, Overcoming her overwhelming bloodlust requires more than just one person. Under normal circumstances, saving a teammate marked by the vampire demands a precise strategy. The entire group must gather close to confuse her targeting, but in this desperate moment, absolutely nobody can assist Corrine. A system warning flashes, announcing that the vampire Marie-Eve Dunlap is rapidly regenerating her health and mana. It is the agonizing sensation of having one's very life force drained. Yet Corrine can endure this, thanks to a specific skill suited for this crisis. This is a challenge he can survive. He is a relentless warrior reborn, a man who refuses to surrender his fighting spirit. Driven by unbreakable determination, his body slowly recovers. Corrine recalls the gentle boy who once shared simple meals and quiet conversations, a memory that deeply touches Mariette. From the very moment Duke Sebastian matured and awakened his vampire nature, he ruthlessly drained his own loyal servants. Even the most legendary commander in history could not suppress this monstrous craving for fresh blood. It took Paxihun an entire month to take Mariette alive. Feeding her monster blood only intensified her agony, acting like salt water to her dry throat. Despite the torment, Mariette never took a life, fighting the terrible urge through her extraordinary strength of will. We can clearly see this was a painful ordeal for a boss with one major vulnerability. That is precisely why Corrine remained convinced that a brighter, happier resolution was still possible. Mariette eventually awakens in tears, weeping bitterly as she offers a sincere apology to Corrine. It matters little how many times he must face death, or whether she is a high witch or a vampire. Such labels mean nothing. Corrine simply saw her true heart, just as Paxihun once did. The profound guidance of his master truly reshaped his entire outlook on life. That wise master once promised to carry the heavy burden of protection, shielding him as any responsible elder should. The very individual he once dismissed as a mere background character had stepped forward to protect him like a cherished child. Standing as his chosen successor, Corrine watched his mentor's final hours and received his parting words. The time has come to prove his own maturity. Looking at Paxihun, he resolves to forge a completely different destiny. The glowing system interface displays Mariusz, difficulty rank S. Rich rewards arrive, increasing his aura and mana ranks while granting 100 pain resistance points. Joy returns to Marie-Eve. Though Corrine expected her taste to differ now, she still adores simple potatoes, smiling warmly as she declares them always delicious. Regardless of how they are prepared, they bring comfort. When Corrine steps closer, her cheeks instantly flush a deep crimson. Quite flustered, Marie-Eve pushes him away, complaining of her untidy state, but he remains completely unfazed by it. After all, he was hardly presentable when she bit him. Nearby, Mariette trembles in the corner, thoroughly intimidated by Quarren's presence. Believing her end was near, Mariette feels incredibly small, knowing she lacks the immense courage Corrine possesses. However, encountering Quarren ignited a new determination, inspiring her to join the rigorous hunting exercises. Quarren had crossed paths with Mariette during drills, eager to test her skills against the top mage. By unleashing her true strength, she provoked Mariette and stirred the dormant vampire within. She marvels at what keeps Corrine moving forward. It recalls the incredible trial of the spirit body in the past. Despite the doubts and mockery of onlookers, Corrine achieved the impossible, sealing his legendary status in Marie-Eve's memories. Honestly, those grand rewards mean nothing to him. Corrine simply cherishes a truly happy ending. It is the classic story we all cherish, where the virtuous find peace and the wicked face justice. He views her as a kind, beautiful soul deserving of happiness. Upon hearing this gentle praise, she blushes deeply and makes a quiet excuse about bathing and finishing her meal. It is a charming way to excuse him. With a warm smile, he agrees and promises they will meet again soon. Mariusz offers a quiet smile of gratitude for his kindness, yet a lingering doubt remains if she truly deserves such joy. For the time being, Mariusz must remain in custody. After experiencing such trials, returning to a normal life takes time, yet Corrine feels confident she will soon be free, knowing Quarren will be there to maintain order and peace. You and I see that when Mariette awakened as a monster, few people cared. But the president's sudden meeting left Corrine utterly baffled. It turned out the president wanted to discuss Mariette's punishment. Corrine was deeply shocked to hear of this, as he had never expected such a harsh turn. The peaceful ending he hoped for was suddenly slipping away. Corrine rushed to plead her case, but it seemed the punishment was already set in stone. As the comrade who had fought right by her side, he desperately wanted to speak up. How could a decision of this magnitude be made so quickly? Amused by Corrine's passionate reaction, the president offered a gentle smile, telling him there was no punishment at all. The president had already sensed she posed no threat, but wanted to observe the reaction of the young man who had faced her in battle. Now fully confident in that decision, the leader assured the boy that she would be set free very soon. They simply needed to confirm her emotional stability. Though the president had heard other accounts, he wished to hear Kareen's own version of the events. At last, Kareen could breathe easy. He shared everything he could, emphasizing that Mariette S. was not a monster and was completely safe. Though unsure of the leader's thoughts, he made his message perfectly clear. Listening closely, the president became deeply thoughtful. It seemed a public statement regarding the matter would soon be necessary. Naturally, they would keep certain secrets safe. With the full story gathered, the leader bid farewell and departed. In a humbling gesture, the president bowed, thanking Kareen for preventing a tragedy born of the elder generation's pride and ignorance. Promising to aid Kareen whenever needed, the leader swore to repay this debt. It left the young man deeply respecting President Ariel Casa. Here was a true leader, mindful of his own limitations, yet willing to shoulder the heaviest of burdens. Believing the president's sincerity, Kareen felt comforted by his good heart. He warmly urged the respected leader to lift his head. Meanwhile, Mariette sat in quiet isolation, remembering that intense moment with Kareen when her mind was overwhelmed by a sudden rush of feelings. Having conquered the cold beast within to reclaim her gentle humanity, the only thing she felt capable of doing was offering an apology. That apology weighed heavily on Mariette's soul. Did she even have the right to ask for forgiveness? And was young Isabel safe? Because she held her friend so dear, a quiet guilt began to consume her from within. This was why Mariette willingly accepted Professor Josephine's binding magic, quietly choosing to lock herself away behind cold iron bars. She hid her sorrow behind a forced smile when Kareen visited, but deep down, she felt like a tired, monstrous creature, a threat to all mankind, capable of yielding to that dark hunger at any second. Yet, his comforting words assuring her that he wanted her to be happy made those dark worries fade away. Those words felt remarkably pure, especially since she remembered him risking everything to rescue her, even after she had transformed into a beast. His selfless sacrifice and deep sincerity ensured that this touching memory would remain etched in her heart for the rest of her days. Even a week after the incident, gossip filled the academy corridors, fueled by rumors that she remained on the school grounds. When the demi-human Qua-Ran delayed enrollment, the whispers quieted. Yet, Kareen was troubled to learn Mariette was still kept under lock and key. 7 days had passed. Officially, at least, Mariette Dunalep had been granted her freedom. Many congratulated her on her unique new status. But without her dear friend Isabel by her side, she felt completely bound. Mariette fell into deep despair, worrying that Isabel hated her. After all, who would ever want a friend who had tasted their blood? She refused to be a burden to anyone she loved, deciding it might be best to quietly leave the academy forever. A sudden knock on the door broke the silence, leaving her to wonder who could possibly visit at such a late hour. Upon opening the door, she found Isabel standing there, who instantly embraced her in tears, asking if she was all right. Mariette stood frozen, deeply moved and confused as to why her dear friend showed no fear toward her. With a warm smile, Isabel explained she had witnessed everything before fainting, seeing how heartbroken and remorseful her friend truly was. Promising that nothing would ever break their bond, Isabel warmly insisted that she must still look upon her as a true friend. As if a massive burden had been lifted from her heart, Mariette wept openly, touched that her fears of hatred were entirely wrong. Though feeling much better, Isabel had not yet been formally discharged. She could never have slipped away so soon without the help of a mischievous junior. The clever accomplice she spoke of was none other than Corinne. Knowing Marielle Daunalep's strength, he knew she would overcome this trial. The young lady blushed, deeply grateful for his constant help. And so, we see the opening chapter of this story draw to a close, bringing a happy ending that had completely eluded them before. Despite the unforeseen challenges and altered plans, he found this outcome to be far more beautiful. Even when things do not go precisely as written, the world continues to spin, delivering a peaceful ending for everyone involved. Life soon returned to a quiet routine for Kareen, filled with classes, meals, and endless hours of rigorous training. He has to gain more power, and fast. The looming crisis with that girl is drawing closer by the second. Supreme Chariot, Heavenly Ladder, Poison Dragon Strike. Mariette watches Kareen train, completely mesmerized by his raw power. You are working so hard again today. She acts totally normal, as though their previous encounter never happened. She brought him a massive feast. You work so hard today, so eat up, Mariette says with a bright smile. It is not much, but please enjoy every single bite. Kareen gladly digs in, eager to finish it all. But when his bandaged hand starts bleeding, she panics inside, secretly drooling at the sight of fresh blood. She needs to handle this walking, breathing blood supply immediately. Warm, fresh blood tastes completely different from the packaged kind. To her, it is like comparing a premium organic steak to cheap frozen meat from the supermarket. Are you really going to settle for frozen meat forever? You can always drink my blood from time to time, you know. Mariette is completely shocked, He is willingly offering her his own blood. Mariette blushes a deep red as Corinne keeps teasing her, saying he can heal instantly, so she can always come to him when she wants real food. Or are you hungry for some right now? He asks, leaving her in utter shock. Humans are truly terrifying. Please stop saying such things. I absolutely refuse to become a burden to you. She hands him a small vial of macaron blood. It tastes awful, but it is excellent for your recovery. It is a rare magical tonic. Corinne drinks the entire thing without hesitation. Instantly, a system alert confirms he has consumed a powerful, rare elixir. His aura rank rises by 1 level, and his maximum capacity increases by 500. With 10 points evenly distributed, he immediately feels much stronger. It is a small start, but he is already much stronger than in his past life. Excellent! Now he can approach Alyssa Aiden, a rank 2 knight and the proud young heiress of the legendary Aiden sword family. Lately, her daily routine has changed dramatically compared to her quiet past. Ever since she felt the massive power gap between herself and an older knight, she realized she had to work harder and finally began training. However, that rare burst of motivation vanished the moment she started snacking on some sweet honey candy. Deep down, Alyssa is incredibly lazy and has absolutely no passion for sword fighting. Despite her natural genius talent, her lazy attitude means she always gets poor grades in school. She is perfectly content resting here, far away from grueling practices and endless duels with her competitive siblings. Best of all, her strict sister is nowhere to be found. But just as she begins to relax, Corinne appears and ruins everything. He calls her out for skipping practice, but she quickly makes excuses about schoolwork and other chores. Corinne smoothly invites her to join his party, knowing the upcoming quest offers a massive cash reward. Elisa is so frustrated she could scream. Why does he keep bothering her? He has become incredibly exhausting for her to handle. Whenever she stands before him, she feels like her lazy attitude and wasted potential are laid completely bare. Her entire secret is out. She is the prodigy who became a rank 2 knight early, the granddaughter of a legend. To make matters worse, his workouts are brutal. He is always lecturing me about the basics. Alyssa grumbles quietly. Shouldn't they learn spectacular skills instead? Corinne simply sweetens the deal. The party gets 2 gold coins. Since the quest is only level 2, Elisa begins daydreaming. With that kind of cash, she can buy endless sweets and new outfits. All right, I will do it. So much for her pride when money is involved. With their departure set for next week, preparation begins. I am taking a quick job today for 20 silver coins. Want to tag along? More money. Her eyes shine. Dealing with a greedy girl is far too easy, and it should trigger the next event perfectly. While he cannot be absolutely certain, all his calculated predictions point to today. Elisa actually loves simple patrol duty. She merely walks the safe streets of the city, where any monsters are bound to be weak. Dangerous creatures rarely venture here, meaning the chances of any real trouble are incredibly low. It is easy money for almost no effort, and the constant stream of praise from passing admirers satisfies her massive ego. 10 monsters suddenly appear, but she effortlessly wipes them out. Just another minor annoyance. You call that nothing? As expected of the legendary Aiden prodigy. Yet the praise only recalls bitter memories of her family. Your brilliant older sister had already reached the absolute peak when she was your age. Finally, we have discovered the true successor to the Aiden lineage. Lunia Aiden is the greatest prodigy of our time. As for her younger sister, she is merely a common child with impure blood. Alyssa tries to ignore the cruel gossip. Is she really so terrible? For now, this peaceful patrol is going perfectly, and surely nothing will disrupt her quiet day. Suddenly, you and I see a signal blazing across the sky, warning of a dangerous rank 2 monster nest. Only those wearing special goggles can spot this flare, a clever secret method of the Tiger Guard. A quiet patrol is a blessing. No monsters, no worries. But when things go wrong, everyone must jump into battle. The previous team discovered a rank 2 monster nest, which serves as a cozy home for werewolves and their alpha. Elisa can usually handle basic werewolves with ease. But there is a huge catch. The boss is a terrifying rank 1 Dullahan. Elisa is completely stunned. A deadly Dullahan, this far out? Hoping for a quick victory, she unleashes her family's legendary technique, the Aiden First Slash, Territory Break. But the strike completely misses. The Dullahan dodges with impossible fluid flexibility, leaving her totally empty-handed. The beast counters with incredible speed and experience, proving it is indeed a rank 1 threat. Terrified, she screams for Rin. Elisa seems to have forgotten all her warrior pride. While her brave friend Corin battles another beast, she simply bursts into tears. The monster was just a split second away from ending her life, when suddenly it exploded. Elisa looks up to thank her savior and spots a very familiar weapon. It belongs to the eldest daughter and chosen heir of the famous Aiden family. She is widely known as the strongest swordmaster of her generation, walking the path of a true genius. And yes, you and I finally meet Lunia Aiden, her older sister, who is absolutely furious at Elisa for not retreating from a Dullahan. Why did you fail to analyze your opponent first? And who on earth taught you such a pathetic sword draw? Elisa scrambles to apologize, but her stern sister refuses to hear any excuses. She scolds her harshly, explaining that these dangerous consequences are her own fault and words cannot fix her mistake. She must remember that her reckless decisions put the lives of her trusting soldiers in grave danger. Elisa stares at the ground, whispering a quiet yes. Her sister's booming voice is terrifying, commanding her to stand straight like a true warrior. Lunia then turns to Corin, introducing herself as the Sword Saint. She is the first disciple and top sword master. Corin warmly introduces himself as an eighth disciple of the Gante spearman and Elisa's friend. Lunia quickly focuses on that final detail, questioning the word friend. Corin understands her implication but must hide his true abilities. Only 2 people fight with a spear this way, and he is one of them. Recognizing that the young man will not speak, Lunia decides not to press him any further. The elite Aiden squad consists entirely of rank 2 knights, widely known as the prestigious 5 Swords. This formidable group includes skilled warriors like Lena, Siren, Miria, and Mai. They report all local monsters are defeated, asking if they should pursue the remaining beasts. Each one of these elite fighters is easily equal to Elisa, or even stronger. Lunia immediately orders everyone to stand down, declaring it is time to return home. She orders Elisa to follow. Over time, groups of dedicated sword practitioners gather under a leader, eventually forming what is known as a school. 6 decades ago, a legendary sword genius named Garand inspired a whole new generation of warriors. As the family leader, he shared his incredible martial arts, transforming the Aiden name into the most famous sword clan across the entire continent. Today, in the Mark III Aiden Sword Village, Lunia rules as the village master. Highly disciplined and strictly authoritarian, the clan operates almost like a powerful syndicate, a fierce reputation that has lasted since the very beginning. Even Elisa must kneel in deep respect, addressing the leader formally as a direct disciple and rank 2 swordsmen of the great family. Onlookers are thoroughly confused. Even if she is a direct descendant of the lineage, why force her own sibling to kneel? Lunia begins reading the minor missions her sister completed, including patrol duties, merchant escorts, and low-level monster hunts. She dismisses it all as completely pathetic, especially a laughable assignment of helping out at a local cafe. Elisa sheepishly explains that she simply found the cafe uniform adorable and wanted to wear it. Lunia finds her absolutely pitiful, disgusted that she used her official warrior credentials for such a silly whim, bringing shame to their family name. She asks if hunting minor, weak monsters somehow makes her feel like a legendary hero. Reminding Elisa that a person's core nature can never truly change, she leaves her sister hanging her head in heavy silence. Once the group departs, the master inquires about Corin, only to learn he is registered as a mere rank 5 knight. But Lunia doesn't buy it, and you and I can tell those academy rankings are clearly untrustworthy. His eyes were focused entirely on Elisa, yet the surrounding monsters could not land a single blow on him. He was completely distracted but fought with flawless instincts, displaying the calm confidence of a veteran with decades of experience. That is the exact kind of refined skill a person only develops by grinding through real combat. Take his spear work, for instance. It looks incredibly basic, but Aiden's top swordswoman can tell his technique is absolutely elite. Their brief conversation did not last long, but she walked away thoroughly impressed by him. Since he is allied with her younger sister, they will surely meet again during the upcoming academy exchange. Every single time Mariette, also known as the Potato Senpai, shows up, she brings mountains of food, including special lamb-infused potato cakes. Thanks to Professor Josephine requesting help with the butchering, the meat is incredibly fresh, and Karine is savoring every single bite. Compared to his previous miserable existence of surviving solely on dull blood packs, this food tastes absolutely heaven-sent. Deeply touched by the meal, he watches Mariette smile as she happily offers to cook braised oxtail beef next. When Corrine holds her hand and says he would love that, her mind goes completely blank, and she eagerly promises the stew. Those hands of his are remarkably large, heavily calloused, firm, and undeniably powerful. They are the hands of a truly formidable warrior. Unfortunately, this sweet romantic moment is instantly ruined by the school's resident mood wreckers. After a quick farewell, they head out. Truly, trying to understand women is an impossible riddle. During his previous life, he was trapped indoors for 3 long years because of that tyrant Park Si-hoon. In fact, he never even had a chance to date because that terrible man kept him on such a suffocating leash. Today, his social life is a breath of fresh air. Friends bring him rare wild mushrooms, they hit the library together, and even Ron visits him regularly. However, it appears Ron views him less as a companion and more like a highly valuable business associate. Consequently, whenever a dangerous assignment with a massive payout becomes available, Ron immediately proposes they join forces. Suddenly, you and I can see Jaeger and Lapis freeze in absolute terror as Quaran arrives to demand the feast promised a month ago, prompting them to flee. Left with no choice, the two set off to dine. Recognizing her distinct, cat-like nature, Corrine wisely guides her to a seafood spot. The girl almost gulps the entire fish down whole, which would be a culinary tragedy. Thankfully, his skilled preparation yields a delicious bowl of fish and rice. Real food deserves respect. One must appreciate its aroma and appearance first. Meanwhile, the crafting of his custom weapon is also nearing completion. Everything is moving slightly ahead of plan, signaling the start of the second phase. Naturally, it all begins with the dreaded final exams. His classmate Good Game has not opened a single book, and the test begins in 10 minutes. This kid is truly the king of procrastination. When questioned, Kareen simply shrugs and claims he has no need for studying. It might look unfair, but he operates on a completely different level. Having already lived through this once, he expects to secure the top rank effortlessly. The papers are distributed, and he confidently scans the first question. What on earth is this? If the inertial value of actuator X is Y, what is the required value for Y? Wait, a calculation for an 85Z actuation? Instantly, his smug grin vanishes. He sits frozen in pure silence, completely lost. Before long, the proctor calls time. While his lazy classmate Good Game yawns sleepily, Kareen stares down at a paper that is entirely blank, save for his name. Remarkably, even his sleeping friend managed to scribble down a few answers. This is an absolutely crushing blow to his pride. He entirely forgot that academic cramming was never his strong suit. His expertise lies in high-level combat tactics, not memorizing dry, basic facts. Gripping his paper, he resolves to salvage his grades. There is still one remaining path. Over at the arena, the practical exam begins. This is his ultimate chance to redeem his disastrous performance on the written test. These challenges are designed by top combat professors, though prestigious outside masters are occasionally invited to oversee the trials. Groups of 15 students must demonstrate their prowess against these instructors. As a skilled level 5 knight, he assumes the opponent will be manageable. The designated instructor steps forward, offering a polite apology in advance. However, based on the sudden murmurs in the crowd, this examiner is clearly a legendary figure. The warrior is actually Lunia Aiden, who immediately singles him out with a calm greeting. He is utterly dumbfounded by her appearance. Why is she here? Regardless, the intense group evaluation commences. It turns out the guest evaluators are elite masters representing the prestigious Aiden Swordsmanship Academy. These seasoned veterans look largely unimpressed by the rookies, save for a single exception. Once the whistle blows, the candidates charge forward recklessly. Even when confronting top-tier duelists, Ron's analytical mind begins calculating their tactical chances. With Alyssa Arden fighting alongside them, they possess two powerhouse combatants, yet a unified sword technique quickly blows the entire squad back. The prospects for victory grow increasingly bleak as the opponents advance, blinding the students and throwing their defense into complete disarray. Facing foes of such legendary experience proves overwhelming, forcing Ron to quickly realize that establishing a clear field of vision is their immediate priority. Just like that, Demon Sword Elisa loses her focus while worrying about Drone. That is a costly mistake. The lightning-fast Jenny is already right in her face. These arrogant fighters truly believe 3 of them can easily defeat 10 students. Elisa is backed into a corner now, leaving every single spectator holding their breath. As expected of the legendary 5-peak Sword of Aiden, this man possesses unbelievable power. Without warning, they begin taking down the students one by one. Only Elisa and Drone remain standing. Yet, Drone's combat experience matches that of those self-proclaimed legendary swordsmen. The dust settles to show Milia utterly dominated by an opposing swordsman. It seems Drone is on the verge of claiming victory at any moment. Meanwhile, Elisa continues to struggle against her opponent. Jenny mocks her, asking if she truly considers herself the Zenith Sword heir with such pathetic skills. With such weak power, graduation is impossible. She might as well drop out, go back home, and use her sword to chase chickens instead. Those harsh words strike a deep nerve. Elisa is absolutely furious, refusing to let that prediction come true. She even unleashes her special eyes, perceiving every boundary and the space around her. Yet, she remains helpless against an opponent of this caliber. Jenny merely sighs in complete boredom. This young girl clearly has a long journey ahead. However, looking back at the original plan, Lunia Aiden's intended role was supposed to be entirely different. Why then is she entering the fray against Corin's group? Lunia prepares herself, declaring they should treat this as a special grade calamity experience. A what? A special grade calamity represents a monster capable of facing an entire army alone. It is the stuff of absolute nightmares for whole legions. There is virtually zero chance of defeating such a beast. It is essentially a walking, uncontrollable disaster. Many soldiers live their entire lives without ever witnessing one. Those who claim they have are dismissed as liars or madmen. However, when the focus shifts to her, it becomes a completely different story. Lunia Aiden can confront those creatures because she is a monster who hunts her own kind. Thus, the brutal clash begins. JG nearly loses his life, realizing this examination is far too extreme. How can anyone hope to survive against such a formidable foe? The most shocking part? She was actually holding back. In a real life or death struggle, they would all perish within 10 seconds flat. Locke is so terrified, his spirit is leaving his body. RG begs the handsome Corrin to survive, as nobody wants to carry a heavy corpse. The moment those words are spoken, a sudden blast blows him away. And now, you and I see only Corrin left standing. He could easily feign surrender to end the ordeal. Yet, she senses that this young man will do no such thing. This offers a rare opportunity to face a powerful adversary, and she refuses to let it slip. Meanwhile, Corrin wonders if anyone can defeat her. In his previous life, these two were close allies, standing side by side through countless perilous battles. She gifted him his spear and taught him every advanced technique. It is an undeniable truth that Corrin learned his master artistry from her. Yet, up to their final training session, he could never surpass her. Lunia remained the ultimate mountain he could never climb. To truly grow stronger, he must defeat her with his own hands. Lunia looks pleased and strikes first, but Corrin successfully blocks the opening blow. The clash begins, turning into a breathtaking blur of slashes and parries. The spectators are completely astounded. A mere first-year academy student is holding his own against Lunia Aiden, though the relentless onslaught is draining his energy. Noticing her opponent is running out of energy, she draws her blade back. Surely, this duel cannot end so easily. She readies the ultimate Aiden sword technique, Killer Instinct. As Lunia prepares the finishing blow, the panicked crowd wonders if she intends to end his life. Shouts echo to halt the examination immediately. This is the legendary Aiden technique, the Territory Slash, a feat only Lunia can perform. Her sword glides forward, making the entire world appear to move in slow motion. He attempts to thrust his spear against her sharp blade with all his speed, yet his weapon refuses to budge an inch. Within this suspended world, he is entirely paralyzed, only able to perceive this frozen reality at a few distinct points. It mirrors his past battle with Mariette. Could this be a mere coincidence? He possesses absolutely no control over his movements here. Just one more single step. He must close the distance, as one final effort is all that is required. And he does it. Corrin forces his spear tip to touch Lunia's blade, shocking everyone. It was instinct over knowledge, a sensation of being the absolute center of the universe. Lunia realizes that Corrin has responded to her territory using nothing but pure, raw instinct. She concludes the demonstration there, making sure to mock his basic weapon for failing to match his incredible skill, before glancing toward a stunned Elisa. The examination and the battle no longer matter at all. Her sole purpose in fighting was to allow Corrin to experience her territory. Corrin understands. He lost the duel, but achieved his objective. Lunia mentions she will remain in town on business, warning him not to interfere with her sister, as his actions cannot change the final outcome. Lunia is completely resolved to keep Corrin far away from Elisa. Corrin understands her motives for revealing her territory. Yet, as you and I might guess, he doubts things will proceed according to her plans. Just like that, the judges make a unanimous decision. Young Corrin Locke aces his practical exam with a flawless, perfect score. The entire student body is buzzing with excitement. Going solo against the formidable Lunia Aiden and getting a perfect score? What is his secret? Many doubted he could even stand in her presence, especially since the young man is only a level 5 knight. His grading professor assumes the boy experienced a profound spiritual awakening. A few days later, Corrin realizes he urgently needs a major weapon upgrade, without anyone telling him. When Corrin steps into the local weapon shop, the owner is immediately filled with curiosity. Since the academy rarely hands out such precious materials, Corrin avoids explaining. He knows this routine all too well. These legendary materials cost a massive 100 gold coins, far beyond any normal budget. Usually, adventurers only save them for after successful quests. But this determined youth possesses rare spirit dust, a rank 2 analyzer, and a rank 1 piece of granite silver. With the school board backing him completely, he crafts a weapon of legend, the mighty war spear of the Silver Knight from Elisa's homeland. Elisa vividly remembers slicing open a level 5 demon, watching with a grimace as blood spilled everywhere. Yet, the scent of human blood is entirely different. She recognizes it immediately, even though it is her first time. This specific scent belongs to a species teetering on the brink of extinction. Elisa patrols calmly, taking on a 70 silver coin werewolf hunting mission. It certainly beats the high-stakes hunt for a killer in Fog City. The prize for that other quest? Just a graduation certificate and academic guidance. Suddenly, she hears murmurs about a level 5 knight named Corin Locke. He offers Elisa a cheerful greeting, but the surrounding guards are clearly displeased to see him. The Guards Association frequently protests their unfair quotas, even trying to restrict food and resources for the young students. The veteran guard certainly never expected a level 5 boy to join, but he feels comforted having Elisa by his side. While the resentful guards glare intensely at him, nobody dares cause trouble in front of the legendary Holy Knight's granddaughter. Their relentless staring is highly uncomfortable. He quickly shifts focus, asking Elisa about her secret informant. An informant? That is merely a cover. It appears Corin possesses crucial knowledge regarding her older sister. He urges Elisa to move quickly. Her sister plans to permanently disable her from ever wielding a sword again, but Elisa refuses to back down. The dangerous den lies ahead, teeming with 2 giant werewolves and over 20 ordinary wolves. The group coordinates perfectly, dispatching the beasts and capturing one alive. Suddenly, an unnatural fog rolls in, making combat incredibly dangerous. A worried guard voices concern for the level 5 boy, but time is short. Fortunately, Lady Aiden performs her duties flawlessly. Without warning, a swarm of terrifying ghouls emerges. This remote region should not harbor such monsters, let alone demons. Demons rarely manifest in sparsely populated wilderness. This dark truth points to artificial abominations created by human hands. Elisa realizes this threat too late. Surrounded and blindsided from behind, she stands on the precipice of a fatal disaster. With superb reflexes, she pivots, slicing the beast completely in half. But the strong scent of human blood is unmistakable. As Elisa stands frozen in horror, another creature leaps toward her blind spot, but Corin swiftly intercepts the blow. He commands her to stay focused. These are not living humans, but mere empty vessels animated by dark sorcery. The primary objective here is defeating the notorious Fog City killer. Originally, heroes pursued a deranged assassin whom Marriott had already dealt with previously. Yet, Corin chose this werewolf hunt instead. On this very mission, the killer Joan Zay is exposed and cornered. Amidst the spreading panic, Corinne urges the guards to flee, unleashing a devastating slash to strike him down. However, a foe defeated this quickly could never be the true mastermind of this tragedy. Joan Zay remains far too powerful to capture single-handedly, but Corin succeeded in destroying the villain's puppet. The true culprit decides to retreat, eager for a future confrontation. The issue is not raw strength, but the enemy's master-level stealth abilities. The villain dissolves into smoke, utilizing the legendary Hoada technique. Normally, when a mist-summoning necromancer is defeated, the fog lifts, but the entity Corin just destroyed was merely a puppet acting as the anchor, an undead monster crafted from the body of a fallen mage. Tracking him proves nearly impossible, as he uses decoys to deceive pursuers, seamlessly blending his presence directly into the dense mist. The mist poses an extreme threat. Corin commands everyone to escape immediately, abandoning his spear without a second thought. He knows his weapon will return. Suddenly, a guard behind him is trapped by roots. Elisa rushes to save her ally, but a demonic hand snatches her from behind, pulling her into the darkness. Corin commands the survivors to flee, telling them not to look back. Grabbing a nearby cloak and summoning his spear, he plunges directly into the danger zone. He vows not to let history repeat itself. Having been trapped by this fog once before, he still remembers the agonizing injury it caused him. Within seconds, we see this young girl pushed closer to death's door than ever before. A second chance at survival demands absolute focus, yet Elisa found herself cornered with no time left. She slashed frantically at the strangling roots, but her grip was weak and her stance flawed. Recalling her sister's perfect grace, she wondered if she was truly this helpless. Despair crept in as she prepared to surrender. For once, she had truly wanted to be the hero. She yearned to inspire others, just as Corinne had inspired her. Suddenly, in her deepest days, his powerful voice cut through the chaos like a lifeline. Corinne dashed directly to her side, his expression heavy with deep concern. Through bitter tears, she sobbed that she was trapped, begging for salvation. Shrouding her in his own cloak, he firmly urged her to find her composure. Guiding her trembling hand on the hilt, he instructed her to stop hacking blindly, focus her mind, and deliver one single, decisive blow. All she had to do was breathe. He swore to shield her from the approaching monsters. Though she understood her duty, she wept in sheer terror, crying out that her strength was failing and the thick fog was making her spin. But Corinne refused to let her yield, assuring her with absolute certainty that she possessed the strength. He knew her innate gift surpassed every master. With a cry of encouragement, urging her to take just one brave step forward, he charged into the deadly horde like a soaring arrow. Now, it was time for Elisa to cast aside her doubts and self-pity. If he could keep fighting with a weaker spirit energy, then she had no excuse. Spurred by his words, she resolved to summon her courage and strike. With her fighting spirit reborn, she raised her weapon high, prepared to unleash a secret technique capable of cutting through the heavens themselves. To activate this art, she had to awaken her mystical cursed eye, allowing her to perceive the threads of destiny. This was the legendary heirloom of the first Aiden patriarch, Domain Slash. With one magnificent sweep of her blade, she banished the wicked spirits and tore the ominous shroud away, restoring peace and safety to the land. The defeated beast was none other than Jean Geo, the notorious phantom killer. The onlookers watched in absolute disbelief. Had a mere girl just cleaved the forest in two? A voice from the stunned crowd gasped in realization, recognizing the fabled, world-splitting strike of the legendary Gurney line. Even Kareen was left utterly speechless. He had expected a simple maneuver, never dreaming she could execute such a supreme, mythical technique. Elisa rejoiced, jumping with childlike joy. At long last, she had triumphed. Though she was still far too young to safely wield such tremendous power, her companions celebrated wildly. This miracle virtually guaranteed her ascension as the future head of the house. Only the Supreme Blade Master was ever meant to command this legendary strike. Yet, against all odds, she had achieved it. As the crowd hailed Elisa as the clan's savior, Kareen realized his careful calculations had turned to ash. We have to wonder, how did things spiral so far off course? The morning headlines blared the shocking news: the dreaded killer John Zay was vanquished. The notorious slayer of countless Imperial knights had finally fallen. Overnight, this young heiress to the Grand Aiden lineage became a widely celebrated hero. Reading the sensational reports, the fifth sword burned with a quiet, icy fury. Crushing the paper in her fist, she discarded it. The proud Aiden lineage tolerated nothing less than absolute, unyielding strength. Under the gaze of the legendary patriarch Garand, the clan awaited the one true prodigy worthy of his mantle. The mystical Domain Slash required a transcendent state of mind that the old master long sought. Meanwhile, Lunia pushed her body to its absolute limits in bloody training. The thick calluses on her palms bore witness to a lifetime of relentless devotion. Yet, even Lunia, the acclaimed genius of her age, failed to earn her grandfather's praise. Meanwhile, her younger sister had barely held a blade. She was merely an outsider, a child of illegitimate birth. Lunia had never once deemed her a worthy competitor. During a routine sparring session, Elisa landed a clean blow. It was no special technique, making the defeat utterly baffling. As Lunia collapsed onto the bloodied floor, Elisa stood frozen, completely horrified by her own strength. Lunia had not simply missed the strike, she was entirely unable to perceive it. Before her senses could register the threat, the steel had hit. This went far beyond mere physical speed. It was the manifestation of a domain. The young girl had crossed into a legendary realm of mastery. It was hard to accept that a lazy, unmotivated youngster had reached such heights. In her shock, she finally understood why their grandfather dubbed the girl the Sword Demon, a rare, terrifying genius that ordinary mortals could never fathom. The Grand Master himself had chosen Elisa to vie for the clan's ultimate leadership. Thus, over the bitter objections of the elders, Elisa was officially named a candidate for the succession. The memory of her neglected half-sister, once cast aside by the family, continued to haunt the depths of her mind. Observing her master lost in deep reflection, the loyal assistant grew anxious. Yet, Lunia simply whispered that she wished to see her sister succeed. For if she could witness that breathtaking technique once again, perhaps she too could cross that elusive threshold. Lunia issues a strict command to prepare for the Grand Sword Challenge. Meanwhile, Elisa is confined to her bed for some much-needed rest. Rin drops by to check on her recovery, learning she will be completely fine in a couple of days with basic medicine. He is also quite puzzled as to how she executed that legendary Domain Slash. Just because her special eyes observed the technique does not mean she can easily replicate it. Elisa becomes incredibly shy, deeply moved because he truly believed in her abilities. Miraculously, she gave it a try, and it worked. Some individuals are simply blessed with natural talent. A sudden, frantic knock at the door reveals Marieth, who came to see Rin. We soon learn she is a second-year mage, while Elisa is the elite fifth-year knight. Rin asks if her visit is for Elisa, and she shyly admits she was terribly worried about her. Her expression quickly turns serious as she begins her quiet questioning. "Are you too close or something?" That look is truly intimidating. Just then, Warren arrives, demanding more food, and Mariette tenses up the moment she notices him. Then again, anyone would feel a bit uneasy around a fellow who looks as imposing as he does. Mariette nearly shivers with dread upon learning that Corinne shared the same meal as Warren. So that was her true concern. Corinne cheerfully promises, "Do not worry, I will prepare a wonderful meal just for you too." Hearing this, Mariette brightens instantly. Corinne marvels at how these exceptional young talents have gathered here by sheer coincidence. He breaks the grim news to Elisa. Word of her inheriting the domain slash has spread, and her sister is coming to challenge her very soon. Poor Elisa completely freezes. The traditional sword challenge requires 5 elite masters to test a new leader to prove they deserve their family title. While that is the noble story told to the public, the clan secretly uses it to eliminate rivals. Overcome with fear, Elisa weeps, believing her end is near, but Corinne offers a clever solution with a small condition, of course. She must agree to train and fight monsters whenever he commands, without offering a single complaint or question ever again. Essentially, she is officially part of his team. Elisa eagerly agrees, promising to do whatever it takes to survive, and he fully intends to hold her to that sacred promise. Corinne Locke moves forward by relying on the deep wisdom earned through a lifetime of honest, hard work, trial, and sacrifice. That night, Gorin challenges one of the esteemed 5 swordsmen, proudly declaring himself a master from the Elisa dojo. He attacks with passion, leaving his opponent bewildered as to why. The secret motivation is simply a promise of delicious sushi from Corinne. Meanwhile, Corinne confronts another one of the 5 grand swordsmen. He also claims membership in the Elisa dojo, practicing a simple, timeless wisdom: always strike first to protect yourself. He claims he merely wants to learn from the great master Lena. They are building an impressive team indeed. Introducing Swordmaster Corinne Locke, martial arts expert Gorin, and the remarkable flying swordsman Drone Gwaski, all representing the Elisa dojo. Alongside them are the gifted mage, Marie-Ed Dunalep, and the courageous new leader of the dojo, Elisa Aiden herself. In an instant, the family's finest swordsman is bested, leaving Lena thoroughly confused about Corinne's true ultimate goals. It is quite simple to grow Elisa's dojo. They must first establish its reputation. His strategy is bold. News spreads fast that the new head has defeated the clan's absolute best swordsman. Word of the legendary 5 swordsmen being defeated spreads quickly. While the trial is officially a test of leadership, everyone knows it is meant to crush rivals. And that is why Corinne has decided, as you and I can see, to dismantle this unfair system entirely. His approach? Arrive uninvited at their trials and defeat the 5 grand swordsmen one by one for his dojo. Elisa's true wish is an honorable face-to-face duel with her sister. A formal victory would protect her from any underhanded schemes. Naturally, establishing this dream requires handling expenses like registration, upkeep, and hiring help, quite a costly endeavor. Fortunately, their wealthy young supporter Marieth is funding everything, on the condition that Elisa hands over her upcoming mission rewards. Lunia is highly intrigued. She notes that if Elisa truly intended to flee, she would have run away immediately. She realizes this clever dojo challenge was never her gentle sister's idea. Standing before her sibling, Elisa trembles in fear. That look of dread confirms to Lunia that Corinne is pulling the strings. Seeing Elisa frozen in fear, Corinne gently encourages her to speak up now. She remains deeply uncertain if she can triumph over her sister, the greatest swordsman serving the formidable Lunia. Elisa finally issues her challenge. As the new head of the Aiden dojo, "I demand a duel," Lunia replies. "Fine, but we are not using training swords." But Elisa is prepared. "Now, you and I shall witness the legendary clash between the first and second swords of the Aiden family. Let the battle begin." And so begins the ultimate clash between 2 sisters. Mariette calculates their chances, and the outlook is grim. Even at her absolute best, defeating Lunea seems almost impossible. While she fears deeply for Elisa, Corinne remains entirely confident in the young girl's strength. For now, the trust between Corinne and Mariette remains unbroken, holding perfectly steady. Lunia tosses over a heavy bag of coins, far too much for mere repairs, calling it a restructuring fee just as she strikes. The opening blow leaves Corinne and Mariette completely stunned. The entire training hall shakes as the sisters clash at last. Elisa watches in absolute wonder. Her sister's fierce devotion to the blade shines like a beacon. She is her ultimate hero. She seems like a legendary champion stepped straight out of a childhood fable, just like the great Garand Aiden himself. In the shadow of that legend, she is merely the unloved daughter of a mistress. With her mother dying at birth, her father viewed her as a family disgrace, valuing only the pure bloodline of Garand Aiden. Elisa cherished every moment with her older sister, until the fateful day blood was first spilled, changing everything forever. In the present, Lunea drives forward once more, stepping back only to unleash a blindingly fast strike. Elisa relies strictly on her training, choosing caution. Though highly skilled in offense, she surprisingly fights strictly on the defensive. Elisa barely manages to parry a devastating blow, but the massive momentum forces her to slide backward across the floor. Lunea mockingly calls her footwork sloppy and cowardly, but Elisa remains focused, seeking to use her agility to find a weak spot. Yet, the gap in skill is vast. Lunea suddenly unleashes her deadly Supreme Sword third form, the fearsome Thunder Slash. She narrowly evades the attack. A fraction of a second later, and the blow would have been fatal. Elisa quickly closes the gap, abandoning her weapon entirely to throw her own body into the fray. Both girls crash heavily to the dirt. Furious at these desperate tactics, Lunea strikes her sister with a brutal punch. As Lunea raises her blade to end this, Elisa manages a block. The battle unfolds exactly as planned. It is time for the continuous sword break. Lunea shows no mercy now. The girl has heart but lacks experience. A single, powerful kick leaves Elisa gasping in agony. She advances to deliver the decisive blow, but to her absolute astonishment, Elisa braces herself and holds the line. Incredibly, she is matching Lunea's blinding pace. Even more shocking, Elisa is now beginning to perceive her sister's secret domain. This is the rival Lunea had always longed to face, a sister who would finally unleash her magnificent, hidden potential. At last, Elisa understands that conflict is not a terror to flee, but a truth to embrace. Lunea prepares to respond in earnest. As the sisters rush forward, they share a fleeting memory of the very first day Elisa ever lifted a practice blade. Years ago, she only wished to equal her sister's grace. Now, their weapons collide in a brilliant cascade of blinding light. The domain slash explodes, shattering the surrounding air. Corinne and Mariette hold their breath as the haze clears. Against every single expectation, Elisa stands victorious. Facing a legendary swordmaster like Lunea Aiden, Elisa's sole path to victory was her formidable domain slash. To triumph, she had to lure her sister inside that field. Corinne had trained her to evade, retreat, and provoke. Drawing on his memories of Lunea's fighting style from his previous existence, they grasped their single opportunity to win. Exactly as expected, Elisa is stunned by her own victory. Under their agreement, Lunea and her followers must now retreat. Elisa rushes to her sibling's side, suddenly overcome with fear. She, the lesser sister, has publicly overthrown the master. One can easily understand her anxiety over how this shocking defeat might ruin Lunea's flawless reputation. She dreads that her sister will resent her forever. Yet, those fears vanish as Lunea gently ruffles her hair in a tender, familiar gesture. In his previous life, Corinne had crossed paths with Lunea Aiden long before the tragic incident involving Mary S. It astonished him to meet her so early in this new timeline. At that time, she was desperately hunting for Elisa's murderer. She had never uncovered the truth, unaware that Park Sehun was responsible. 3 long years after Elisa's death, her search continued. Each year, she faithfully visited the grave to offer prayers, deeply puzzling Corinne, who believed the sisters shared only hatred. To some extent, she did hold resentment, viewing Elisa as lazy and lacking discipline. Lunea found her siblings' dependency frustrating, yet she deeply understood that only she could truly ease her sister's inner suffering. In truth, hatred never lived in Lunea's heart. Had her sister surpassed her, she would have watched with quiet, proud joy. This is the noble woman Corinne remembers. Tears well up in Elisa's eyes as Lunea softly whispers, "You have grown taller." Thus, Lunea Aiden is vanquished. Battle complete. Difficulty level B. The reward is earned, elevating the aura rank from low-medium to medium. An increase of 600 mana and 40 evenly distributed stat points. Not a bad haul at all. By the next day, Elisa confesses her fear of combat, though a strange part of her secretly enjoys the thrill. Because of this, she actively avoids physical conflict, fearing it transforms her into an entirely different person. Living in fear of her sister Lunea, she played the slacker by only taking low-level jobs. Yet after her recent victory, she is now the official heir of House Aiden, putting her right in Lunea's sights. Fleeing now would mean permanently destroying whatever connection remains between her and her sister. Corinne points out that it is never that simple. Things will get tense, but family bonds cannot be easily severed. At the end of the day, they are still sisters. Besides, she handled herself far better than he did as a boy, when bullies thrashed him constantly. Back then, the physical bruises did not hurt nearly as much as the quiet fury of lacking the courage to stand up for himself. Elisa is already much stronger than Corinne ever was at her age. He simply wants her to walk with pride, leaving Elisa puzzled as to why a boy her own age sounds so ancient. It is as if he has lived a whole other life, a mystery she can clearly sense. Indeed, how could she possibly know that Corinne has actually lived 14 extra years, making him nearly 50 when counting his memories? Elisa expresses her gratitude for the meal, as well as the moment he rescued her back in the dark forest. That familiar voice and figure belonged to Corinne. There was absolutely no doubt. Eager to repay her debt, she offers him anything he desires. but when he simply asks for friendship, it catches her completely off guard. Having never had a boyfriend, she rationalizes that a platonic male friend is a wonderful start. She is simply glad to have a dependable companion. Justice will find the wicked, while a bright tomorrow awaits the innocent. May these young souls find happiness and wiser paths ahead. Elsewhere, Isabel Kamen grows increasingly concerned for her dear friend Mariette, who is plagued by an unsettling suitor. This obsessive fellow is ready to drop to his knees, offering up his own blood, or perhaps even his bare neck. Mariette continuously declines, explaining that Professor Josephine provides her daily supplies, but Isabel is losing patience. The young man's foolish, dramatic pleas only cause distress. Since that happens daily, it is not the main issue. The true source of her growing anxiety is Corin Loff. He is the one who has grown closest to Mariette lately. He may only be a low-ranking, unrefined warrior, but that hardly matters. Standing his ground against the legendary swordmaster Lunia proves he possesses remarkable skill. Yet, what truly disturbs Isabel is watching him slip into a private room with Mariette and lock the door behind them. One can only guess what those two are doing behind closed doors. Leaning close, Isabel eavesdrops on their conversation. In truth, Corinne is merely discussing the plot of land they acquired after establishing their dojo. With the ruined property currently undergoing reconstruction, he suggests establishing a brand new inn on the site. He promises that her investment will yield triple the returns. This might just be the lucky break they have been waiting for. Instantly, Isabel suspects the young man is trying to swindle Mariette. Determined to catch him, she closely monitors his activities at the training hall. Soon, she spots Alyssa, the second daughter of House Aiden, engaged in friendly banter with him about an elegant dining establishment called Than Chuk. This discovery only fuels Isabel's fury, as that particular restaurant is highly renowned as a romantic destination. Having barely finished wooing Mariette, this scoundrel is already pursuing his next target. Overcome with rage, she slips and tumbles, though her intense dislike for Corinne remains completely unshaken. He is not only a philanderer, but also has the audacity to scheme for coin. A truly disgraceful display. By the following afternoon, Corinne is spotted dining with Coran, enjoying a hearty feast of fresh sushi and savory meats. True to form, he pitches the very same business venture to her, completely unaware that Isabel is still watching from the shadows. At last, Isabel reaches her verdict. Corinne Luff is nothing but a clever swindler and a dishonest rogue. The bills were mounting quickly, from registration fees and dojo renovations to daily wages for mercenaries and property rentals. During his conflict with Lunia, the total expenses reached 97 gold coins, a small fortune made entirely possible by Mariette's generous support. Deeply grateful, he never anticipated she would freely part with 100 gold coins, wondering quietly if all wizards possessed such wealth. Lunia contributed 50 gold coins to help rebuild, while Alyssa secured another 110 from her successful dungeon quests. Warren possesses substantial resources overseen by his loyal adherents, while Yoon, Lap, and Giger have also contributed their personal savings. Surprisingly, even the greedy young Ron holds a vast sum of gold. Altogether, Corin successfully gathered 550 gold coins. Utilizing these funds, he purchased the entire property, though for the moment, it remains nothing but a barren field on the city limits. However, the upcoming term will bring a major joint festival with the Eastern Borome Academy, drawing waves of travelers and ensuring a booming trade for local lodgings. An initial expenditure of several hundred gold coins could easily be recovered within a mere fortnight of operation. As we will soon see, Corinne is a resourceful leader who has traveled back in time, intending to turn every upcoming event into absolute gold. Meanwhile, the chairman and Professor Josephine discuss the official stance of the Catholic Church. The royal family, the mages, and the association oppose their school, but Josephine promises that her order will fully support his decision. She firmly believes that everyone deserves a fair chance, prompting the chairman to step out for a brief moment. The professor offers to go instead, but he immediately refuses, warning her that the Catholic Church is far too dangerous for her. He instructs her to hold down the fort and use the emergency network if any trouble arises. Professor Josephine begins reviewing a pile of documents, quickly rejecting Makazong's proposal for a renewable energy experiment. After handling dormitory building rights, she opens a file from Corinne Loff and gasps, wondering what wild scheme the boy has planned. It was Corinne's official request to harvest precious ginseng and claim land, and he was already hard at work in the West Academy garden. Alyssa watched in disbelief, highly doubting that they could successfully harvest real ginseng in a location like this. She knew these mystical plants shrieked terribly when uprooted, meaning they absolutely had to cover their ears or risk permanently destroying their hearing. Heavy-duty earmuffs were mandatory, and working in a spacious, open field was the safest way to do it. With that in mind, the pair put on special earmuffs crafted from premium silver fox leather. Harvesting required 2 people. One had to hold the flower and pull the root, while the other chopped the stem. As long as they remained connected, the plant's horrifying screams would never end. This was already Karin's fourth time handling this dangerous chore. He remembered doing this with a doctor in his previous life. Summoning all his strength, Karin pulled hard, wondering why on earth it was buried so deep. The creature began to wail. Karin shouted for Alyssa, completely unaware that she was collapsing from the noise. That was the price for not securing her earmuffs properly. Realizing he was on his own, Karin decided to fight fire with fire. He opened his mouth and roared right back at the plant, determined to out-scream it. Claiming his voice was far more terrifying, he threw the plant skyward and cleanly severed the root from the stem with a single, swift strike. The roots fell instantly silent. Exhausted, he wondered if gathering a simple herb was truly meant to be this terrifying. Then there was Alyssa. He had dragged her all the way out here, only for her to end up completely incapacitated. Staring at the pile, Karin worried. He still needed to find a rare silver variant, but feared he might pass out if he had to endure that agony again. Suddenly, a voice called his name. It was highly unusual given the strict no-entry sign, but the intruder was none other than Mariette. Though she was scheduled for laboratory exams, the strange noises outside prompted her to leap straight down from the window to investigate. Driven by a touch of jealousy, she leaped from the 12th floor just to check on him. Once he explained they were merely gathering herbs, her curiosity was instantly piqued. Unfortunately, the exhausting ordeal had left Karin entirely drained of energy. Ignoring his state, she stepped forward to pull one herself, sending Karin into a panic since only trained knights could safely handle them. To his horror, Mariette easily yanked up a coveted silver root. Karin went pale, fearing the sudden, piercing shriek would shock her to death. But before the creature could even draw breath to scream, Mariette severed its top with an unbelievably swift and precise strike. It turned out she maintained a private garden at home, having harvested 30 roots already. This girl was operating on an entirely different level. Planning to brew a potent medicine, she instructed Alyssa to gather extra ingredients for the pot, such as fresh rabbit, meat, and potatoes. Alyssa promptly saluted and hurried to obey her captain. Karin stood there utterly clueless, but Mariette took complete control of the situation. She explained that while eating the herb raw worked, brewing a concentrated potion was far more potent. There are two primary ways to absorb its power, and she was choosing the most effective route. First, she gathered roots from both red and silver amaranth plants. Next came wolfberry roots, deer antlers, and 28 other rare ingredients, all boiled together to create a powerful ginseng remedy. With the girls occupied, Karin found himself entirely idle, aimlessly drawing strange symbols in the soft dirt out of boredom. Mariette instantly recognized the script from her liberal arts studies, though the actual meaning of the ancient language remained a mystery. Highly curious, she asked where he had acquired knowledge of this primordial tongue, and he quietly revealed he learned it from his master. Years ago, his master had trained him in both the spear and this forbidden language, leaving behind her ultimate martial arts and ancient scrolls. While the combat techniques came naturally, mastering the tongue was a different challenge, as simply knowing the alphabet did not grant true mastery. Reclaiming and physically carving such ancient magic onto one's own flesh was a legendary power meant for only a single individual. His ultimate dream was to reclaim this lost magic. Though his beloved master tried teaching him, she was tragically murdered before completing her task, a tragedy he blamed on himself. Mariette wondered who his legendary master could possibly be. Understanding such a complex tongue suggested a strong connection to the elite wizard's tower. Yet, she was actually an ordinary soul, the sort of kind-hearted person one might pass on the street daily, simply doing her best. Seeing Corin grow rather emotional while speaking of his beloved master, Marius kindly had her finest familiar bring in a fresh bowl of potatoes. It turns out that pipe-smoking owl is actually the massive wolf beast from before, now completely tamed. By continuously sharing Corin's blood, she successfully bound this charming little familiar, and there is no denying just how sweet it looks. Now hold on. If the creature's body is formed from his very blood, that technically makes Karin its father. And just like that, the tiny creature becomes incredibly bashful. Soon, this brand new father and son duo are having a wonderful time together as the energetic little creature leaps about. At last, the special ginseng potion is ready, and Karin drinks it right down. The magical system announces he has fully absorbed the ginseng decoction, and his energy recovery instantly skyrockets. His maximum magical energy increases by 1,300 points. Fully restored and strengthened, he kindly encourages his two companions to drink their share as well. This exceptional ginseng is incredibly potent, though there is a catch. It only grants this enhancement once. If he were to share what remains with Lath or Yun, they would undoubtedly be absolutely thrilled. Only the rare platinum ginseng remains, and Karin simply decides to eat it raw. The system then alerts him that he has absorbed the herb, officially forming his magic core. A magic core is the vital center where a knight preserves their power. While it usually requires years of grueling training to form one, Karin effortlessly obtains it in an instant. Once his strength reaches a higher tier, he will gain even greater power. Seeing this, Alyssa excitedly encourages Karin to consume the yellow ginseng as well for an extra boost. But the time is not yet right. He will preserve that yellow ginseng for later. Sometime later, during a formal faculty council meeting, Professor Hammond firmly demands that they re-evaluate the true strength of a rank 5 student named Karin Locke. For a simple first-year student of only rank 5, this usually would not deserve anyone's attention. Many wonder why they should bother with such a student. That is because these professors have not yet reviewed the first-year midterm examinations. Remarkably, Karin Locke held his own against the legendary swordmaster Lunia Aiden for 3 full minutes. The assembly is simply stunned. Most assume she merely spared the boy. For why would a revered swordmaster exert her full power against a young child during a routine exam? Yet the proposing professor remains convinced. Indeed, no one present truly believes that Lunea held back her incredible strength against Karin Locke at all. One skeptic argues that elevating a young student's rank based purely on midterm results is utterly absurd. Although there are doubts regarding his talent, Academy regulations state that promotion requires formal, updated test results. That is the established rule. Very well, let the High Council oversee his official ranking evaluation. Re-evaluating him is no simple task, as it requires modifying the young man's entire academic schedule, along with his homeroom instructor's roster. Another colleague suggests that since Professor Hamen initiated the inquiry, he should oversee the trial. Hamen gladly accepts the responsibility. Though rank 5 seems far beneath his true power, his astonishing duel with Lunia Aiden was completely legendary. To the observant professor, the boy's unique swordsmanship closely resembles the legendary style of a certain famous figure from the past. A reassessment is absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, back in the classroom, Karin and young Alyssa find themselves seated side by side. However, that desk belongs to Jigger. Alyssa quickly offers to find another spot, but the young man politely insists she stay. Though he maintains a charming demeanor on the surface, he quickly casts a dark, resentful glare toward Karin. He is deeply envious. Karin has captured the attention of the school's finest, from the lovely upperclassman to the legendary Sword Emperor's granddaughter. It seems as though Karin is the fortunate protagonist of some grand romantic tale, leaving poor Jigger to watch from the sidelines. As for poor Jigger, his academy life feels rather lonely, leaving his corner of the classroom quiet and empty. The instructor enters the room and formally begins the lesson, reminding everyone of the dreaded group assignment he previously announced. The class groans, dreading this cooperative task. Clarifying the assignment, the professor reassures the aspiring knights that they will not face any complicated mathematics or written tests, nor will they have to tend to magical flora, as the mages are often required to do. With a snap of his fingers, the assignment paper appears, revealing that the topic is spearmanship, leaving the students thoroughly puzzled. Alyssa looks over at Karin with a bright smile, noting that since the spear is his specialty, this should be effortless. Yet Karin is silent, remembering that in his past life, this project was on boxing, taught by the master fighter, Format Damon. That professor's unique combat style centers on shifting distance and relentless pressure, paired with a sinister control over shadows. He is a renowned rank 1 knight from the VQ2 Academy in the north, celebrated for the ancient magic runes carved on his gloves. Karin cannot comprehend why such a powerful figure is lecturing here, sensing that the professor is subtly testing him. Format explains the project requires researching a unique form of spearmanship. Following their research, the students must actively demonstrate the various spear techniques they have studied. One student raises a hand to ask if those who already specialize in spears will hold an unfair advantage. The professor promises to balance this by adjusting the marks and offering bonus points. Each team will consist of 4 members, selected entirely at random. It is especially painful when dealing with group projects full of utterly clueless partners. The lazy freeloaders, the endless excuses about family emergencies. Karin somehow endured this nightmare for 7 long years across college and the academy. But this time, everything is different. He is joined by G.G. Hinchpiter, a remarkably powerful third-class knight. The man has sharp instincts and knows how to deliver. Then there is Alyssa, an absolute prodigy with a sword. Their final teammate, Kwa Ran, is quite stubborn but incredibly diligent. Observing her fierce dedication in class has quickly become Karin's favorite new habit. With such a dedicated, high-caliber team, those dreaded group project nightmares might finally be history. Karin reserves a training hall for 3 hours, aiming to begin their session with foundational theory and combat attributes. Admittedly, this particular room is far from luxurious, having been heavily worn down by Karin and Jigger's intense practice. Despite the heavy-duty, shatterproof walls designed to withstand massive force, the room is completely ruined. Ran is a literal force of destruction. A single blow demolished everything. Karine had merely requested a friendly sparring match with Alyssa to practice basic spear work. So why on earth did she obliterate the entire facility? To make matters worse, she seems completely oblivious to her own chaos. Predictably, the entire squad gets evicted with nowhere left to train, leaving them reflecting on their project at church the following Sunday. Karine invites his teammates to speak, met only by awkward silence. Finally, Alyssa expresses regret for failing to control her immense strength. Even so, her performance was highly impressive, and he can easily guide her through further practice. His masterclass spear technique is so refined that Alyssa can replicate it seamlessly, thanks to her extraordinary powers of observation. G, however, finds a long-reaching weapon rather difficult to handle, constantly fumbling the complex spinning rotations and struggling to find his proper form. Yet his effort remains outstanding. Mastering the 8 fundamental spear forms will make him unstoppable. Meanwhile, Ran displays absolute indifference to the lessons. This likely happens because the developer integrated so many familiar real-world customs directly into the game's mechanical systems. He pivots to inquire about their religious duties, specifically the mandatory weekend purification ceremonies dedicated to the realm's goddess. This reveals why Ran is present. She is actively volunteering to join the sisterhood, studying alongside fellow devout believers. Studying those holy texts might actually benefit her, as ancient myths often hold surprisingly practical wisdom and hidden truths. While the church harbors some rather traditional, old-fashioned doctrines, its core teachings always return to one central, unchanging lesson, and that is the power of love for oneself, family, and neighbors. Loving and being loved is truly paramount. Meanwhile, Alyssa remains deeply puzzled over yesterday's defeat. Without a single moment of hesitation, Ran bluntly attributes the loss to their sheer weakness. Her peers offered absolutely no resistance, collapsing instantly under a fraction of her power. In her mind, training cannot bridge the gap, the mighty always prevail. From her perspective, she speaks the truth. Yet such harsh, unfiltered honesty is a luxury reserved solely for the overwhelmingly powerful. To humble her, Karine proposes a wager. If he forces her to her knees within 60 seconds, she must buy dinner for the team. Ran readily accepts, refusing to even name a prize for herself, completely confident that her victory is a foregone conclusion. With G acting as referee, the duel commences, leaving the remaining teammates utterly bewildered by how quickly this confrontation escalated. Both combatants take their stances, and at the signal, Karine explodes forward with the blinding speed of a predator. He immediately unleashes his ultimate, devastating strike, Amsa Hoa Sa Y. But Ran effortlessly deflects it, proving her legendary strength is no exaggeration. Pivoting instantly, Karine executes Hokyo Feng Nibo, only for his weapon to instantly shatter into pieces upon contact. Though disarmed, his absolute confidence remains unshaken as he deploys his evasive footwork. Unable to land a single clean hit, a thoroughly annoyed Ran prepares to end him with one massive punch. If that devastating blow connects, Karine is looking at least a month in a hospital bed. While she warns him to dodge, Karine chooses to stand his ground, executing a flawless parry with his advanced defensive technique. As a stunned Ran registers his survival, he instantly teleports right behind her. Losing her footing, Ran stumbles forward. Just like that, she is brought to her knees. Outraged, she demands an immediate rematch, but Karine simply declines with a smug grin. His mocking expression only fuels her burning rage. Over the next few days, Karine takes the time to thoroughly analyze and understand his teammates' unique strengths. With their capabilities clear, he can finally begin training them in advanced spear techniques for their final presentation. Suddenly, Ran conveniently calls in sick with a laughably transparent excuse. To handle a slacker like this, a true leader must deploy his secret weapon. Karine marches straight to her doorstep, presenting her with an incredibly aromatic, freshly prepared hot meal. For a passionate food lover like Ran, resisting such mouth-watering aromas is utterly impossible, instantly curing her alleged illness on the spot. As Karine notes, a true culinary master never requires 30 minutes to craft a masterpiece. 15 is more than enough. From securing fresh ingredients to the final plating, a skilled chef takes just 15 minutes to satisfy an eager customer. By that logic, it took him 3 long years of grueling practice just to bring a powerful demon girl to her knees once. It turns out a favorite recipe and master martial arts share a surprising amount in common. Both require perfect preparation before a single strike. Rin quietly tries to mend fences, but Ran remains dead silent, simply thrusting a notebook into his hands. And as we might expect, it is the exact research paper he assigned. She finished the entire project herself. Deep down, Rin is absolutely delighted. She may seem distant, but she did the work, and that is what matters. Alyssa and Jaeger can now focus entirely on training. The entire group prepares diligently for their big presentation. Weeks fly by in a blur, bringing them to mid-May. Presentation week arrives, and the order is drawn by lottery. The unlucky team scheduled right before Karine steps up first. This is Team 1, commanded by Pelé, showcasing the famous Southern spear arts. Their demonstration is beautifully polished and exceptionally well prepared. Yet, after offering polite praise, the professor decides to personally test their formation. And by testing, he means Professor Format Damon, a legendary elite graduate and decorated former knight, is stepping onto the field. The challenge is simple. If any squad survives just 10 seconds against him, they earn a perfect grade. Suddenly, the real exam begins. No one saw this coming. It was not in the syllabus. The professor strikes with blinding speed, delivering lightning jabs and powerful hooks. He moves so swiftly that no eye can follow his fists, and he is clearly not holding back. One after another, the defeated students fall to the ground. Now, Team 2 steps forward, their courage utterly shattered. How can they possibly match Professor Format? Giving up seems like their best option. Their combat style relies on devastating northern strikes, designed to flow as gracefully as a flying dragon, but it quickly falls apart. Their complex spearwork is too clumsy, and they clearly have not mastered it. Next, Team 3 enters the arena, led by none other than Karine. They prepare to demonstrate the legendary 8-trigram spearmanship, featuring its 6 foundational forms. The performance begins as they gracefully deflect heavy attacks and smoothly disarm their opponents. They perform flawlessly. Karine is deeply moved to tears, realizing Quaran trained far harder than anyone ever expected. The professor commends them for removing unnecessary flashiness. It is straightforward, but the core of their technique is superb. Karine promises that the team will continue practicing. However, the professor stops him. He wants Karine alone for an exclusive, one-on-one combat demonstration. Karine realizes this confrontation was the plan all along. The moment he nods, the professor lunges forward with a lightning-fast combination. A sharp right hand follows from a specialized stance, a classic combination designed to overwhelm any opponent. Usually, a defender blocks right to evade the strike. But Karine, showing incredible intuition, steps left instead. He already deduced the professor was left-handed. With that single movement, Karine perfectly blocks the blow, instantly shifting the entire energy of the arena. We can hardly believe our eyes. A mere 5th-year student just parried the legendary Professor Format. The professor realizes this boy has already surpassed ordinary students. He silently demands to see Karine's true strength beyond simple basics. Though his next strike is highly unpredictable, the professor taunts, challenging Karine to block what comes next. He prepares to unleash his ultimate technique. The coming onslaught looks absolutely terrifying, keeping every single spectator spellbound. Yet, Karine merely stands his ground with absolute composure. Format freezes mid-strike, thoroughly baffled by the boy's stillness, only to realize the 10 seconds have already expired. Karine calmly notes that while the professor only used his right hand, his dominant left hand gave him away. Every calculated response proved one thing. He knew the professor was simply testing his limits. Format praises Team 3, declaring that while fools chase flashy techniques, the true path of a master lies in perfecting fundamental basics. Consequently, Team 3 receives an outstanding grade. As the class celebrates, Format requests a quiet, private chat with Karine, completely off the record. He asks directly if Karine is truly just an ordinary 5th-year knight. Karine's display simply does not make sense. Despite his humility, a young man who cannot even sense spirits possesses remarkable, unexplained talents. This suggests our young hero has experienced a massive breakthrough, placing his true strength far beyond his peers. The professor reveals that the Academy faculty is actively discussing whether they must reevaluate this exceptional student's abilities. Therefore, he will receive more challenging assignments to properly determine his rightful rank. His ultimate status depends on these quests, as Karine has demonstrated potential vastly exceeding a standard 5th year. While these tasks are highly dangerous, they will yield incredibly valuable rewards for our young warrior. He can now select high-level missions, including 2nd-year quests that should be completely beyond his reach. He gladly accepts this golden opportunity, ready to rise through the ranks. First, Karine has choices on the guild board, featuring either beasts or malevolent spirits across 4 available dungeon expeditions. Fortunately, 2 are beast hunts. Let us see which perilous path our brave Karine decides to take. The next day, we find our hero meeting Professor Haman in a dark, silent forest. It is certainly a bit too grim for a simple greeting. As a young man, the wild professor used to charge into haunted, fog-filled woods just to hunt down terrifying monsters for sheer amusement. Armed with nothing but luck, He lived to share his adventures, which always seemed to begin in the most perilous western part of the forest. Listening closely to the veteran hero's old battle tales actually provides young Kareen with some incredibly valuable tactical information. The veteran explains the task: a two-headed ogre on the mountain west of Fog City. It moves slowly, but possesses devastating strength. Kareen is puzzled by the classification. A normal ogre is rank 1, but this immature beast is labeled quasi-rank 1 simply because it is not fully grown. Rumor has it the creature has assembled a small army of savage wolves and other lesser beasts to do its bidding. Facing this giant directly would be foolish. A smart warrior knows that true victory requires clever strategy far more than raw muscle. This trial will serve as Kareen's ultimate final exam, set right outside the dark cavern that the beast calls home. No outside help will arrive to save him. The examiners will only intervene to prevent his death, which would mean failing the promotion exam instantly. The professor demands to hear Kareen's own professional evaluation of the danger ahead. The young man begins analyzing the tracks. The prints reveal the ogre and the wolves travel together, living as unlikely allies. 3 wolves reside nearby, but only 2 accompany the giant. The third is a female, and she is currently expecting young. Kneeling to inspect the damp soil, he notices another clue. These are distinct, heavy dragging marks left behind. This suggests a prey animal was carried away but left untouched, which is highly unusual behavior for these ravenous predators. They are delivering food to an injured companion. Impressed by this brilliant deduction, the professor asks how he intends to defeat them. His plan is to draw out the ogre and isolate it. Though they are mere beasts, their sharp senses demand extreme caution. His greatest asset is his brilliant mind. Unluckily for these creatures, he is an absolute expert at outsmarting his prey. While mankind has claimed dominion over much of the earth, dark dangers still linger, waiting patiently in the deepest shadows. The master of this misty forest is a massive, 2-headed ogre ruling over a domain where few mortals ever dare to tread. This dense woodland is his personal empire, and the great timber wolves are his obedient followers. But his pack is gone. The mother wolf, unable to walk after giving birth, has disappeared. Realizing this, the monster erupts in sheer fury. The echoing screams of the forest king and his remaining wolves cause the damp earth to tremble with raw anger. Driven by absolute desperation, the 2 male wolves howl fiercely, eager to hunt down the intruder. They must save her. Tracking her familiar scent, the wolves sprint ahead with the colossal ogre close behind them. The scent grows stronger, alongside the distinct aroma of the thief. Surely nothing in these woods can hope to withstand their fury. The hour has come to punish the arrogant intruder who dared insult the woodland king. The hunt is finally over. They find the mother wolf lying injured on the forest floor. Her mate rushes forward to comfort her and help her stand. Suddenly, a deadly trap springs loose, sending sharp wooden stakes flying toward them. This is no longer a rescue. They must flee for survival. With no thick trees for cover, only a single path offers any hope of safety. Catching their breath, they remain entirely unaware of the ruthless trickery awaiting them. A violent explosion tears through the clearing, killing them instantly. The mighty ogre has lost his loyal companions. The beast's furious cries echo through the valley. He hurls heavy branches, proving such simple traps cannot harm him. He reigns supreme, but as you and I know, the real hunt has only just begun. This legendary 2-headed ruler of the wild is also an incredibly skilled tracker by nature. One head possesses exceptional sight, while the other has an unmatched sense of smell, working together to avenge their fallen pack. Finding the trail proves incredibly simple. In fact, there are far too many tracks left scattered across the soil. The intruder made no effort to conceal his tracks or scent. The beast cannot understand how his wolves were bested by such a fool, yet an entire day passes without a sighting. Despite the obvious clues left behind, no matter how hard the monster searches, his elusive target remains out of reach. Several times he feels he is close to a confrontation, only to find absolutely nothing there. Ignoring a growing sense of dread, the creature charges forward, straight into a clever trap. The ambush would have succeeded, but his second head quickly alerts him as a sudden barrage of ice begins falling from above. Escaping with only minor scratches, the giant realizes this initial assault was not meant to kill, but to test his defenses. The relentless attacks persist. Each time he attempts to rest, freezing storms strike. He tries to endure the cold, but everything changes when the falling debris suddenly bursts into flames. Following a grueling pursuit that lasted until dawn, and amid the immense destruction left in his wake, the real test begins. For 3 whole days, the prey left just enough of a trail to remain followed, yet never showed itself. Then, the grim reality dawned on him. He was the one being hunted. Once the beast realized that the roles were entirely reversed and he was now the prey, nothing remained within him but a cold, bitter fury. Right on cue, the reason for his anger finally emerged. Kareen casually stepped forward with a bored yawn, ready to bring this chase to a sudden end. Seeing the boy, the creature lunged forward without a moment of hesitation, yet Kareen was already airborne, delivering a devastating, crushing strike from high above. The beast's plan was simple. The instant his target touched the ground, he would swing his massive 2-meter club to send him flying. Instead, a second crushing blow left the monster in absolute agony. In that moment, the proud tyrant of the forest was brought down by a single human. Honestly, Kareen felt quite annoyed. After all his preparation to channel his inner energy, the creature proved far too weak. Still, that was one issue resolved. 3 days before this, he and Mariette shared a quiet, personal conversation. Kareen spoke directly, asking how far she was prepared to go if she truly trusted him. The sudden question nearly made Mariette gasp in shock. Blushing, she quickly vowed to stand by his side, absolutely until the very end of their journey. He revealed that he had a grand strategy requiring her assistance, promising to explain the details to her and young Alyssa the following day. Upon hearing this, Mariette's excitement quickly faded. She silently questioned why that younger girl had to be included in what she hoped was their private plan. While she was a seasoned protector and an elite warrior who had survived a difficult childhood, deep down, she remained a young woman with a tender heart. Kareen's highly suggestive way of speaking made her heart flutter, but she knew better. The clever youth was always thinking several moves ahead, orchestrating everything flawlessly. This was clear when he rescued her, and when he assisted young Alyssa Aiden. Although deeply grateful for his unwavering dedication, she could not shake her doubts. How did he know so much, and what was he truly plotting in secret? However, she had already fallen completely under his spell. Knowing how love can lead to foolish decisions, she chose to follow her heart's devotion once more. Scholars do not strive to become academy professors merely to gain access to the endless shelves of ancient wisdom inside the great Merkaba library. They also covet the sprawling research laboratories on the western grounds, which house rare and extraordinary mystical materials beyond anyone's wildest dreams. This hidden treasure includes a rare beast that cannot be slain, only tightly sealed. Elsewhere, Professors Fomac and Dana conversed. Dana inquired whether Fomac had laid eyes on the forest monster that devoured an iron mine and now remains imprisoned here. Professor Fomac aimed to draft a scholarly paper on rare demon species, focusing on how magical energy from low-tier entities can affect ordinary mortals. To accomplish his goal, he needed to carefully carve sacred ancient symbols onto the captured beast. Dana was absolutely delighted. Wizards who are fluent in these archaic letters are exceedingly hard to find today, making his presence a true blessing. Virtually no one studies these ancient runes in modern times. They are incredibly ancient and hold absolutely no value in physical combat. Yet, what truly astonished Professor Dana was that an elite Macedon warrior had volunteered to assist her with this dangerous experiment. It was a legendary clash of titans, the destined encounter between Marie S. Donald F. and the mighty king of the Iron Mine. Their next objective was the infamous Haunted Estate. This was a relatively simple side mission available during the second semester of the original game. However, to defeat the level 1 phantom haunting the house, one must dodge a barrage of flying furniture and locate a hidden magic circle in the basement. The challenge of this mission far exceeds what regular players expect. The ultimate catch is that ordinary humans cannot perceive spirits. Normally, Kareen is completely blind to spirits as well, but this situation is different. He can sense Count Sebastia, who has possessed the laboratory's magical artifacts. Once the spirit takes control, a violent poltergeist phenomenon erupts throughout the halls. This simply means the phantom gains the power to hurl physical objects at intruders. Prayers and holy relics are useless against such a threat, so Kareen relies on a massive spear instead. He leaps high, striking the grand chandelier and severing its chain to break the magical link before executing a quick leap to safety. Next, he aims his spear and hurls it straight through the window. As glass explodes, he rolls gracefully toward the doorway to safety. Charging inside, he smashes the clock, executing 3 swift mid-air strikes. Deflecting nails flying from the staircase, he keeps his head down and presses onward. Mid-room. When an object flies directly at him, he slices it in half, then instantly crushes the magic circle below to drain the spirit's strength. Spying a candle on the wall, he kicks it loose and uses his weapon to channel a powerful Hagalaz fire rune. Ascending to the 3rd floor, the heavy wooden door bursts apart, sending a painting flying straight toward him, forcing a sudden dodge. A massive barrier blocks his path next, followed by a shower of dusty plates that threaten to infect him with tetanus. At this stage, the onslaught of flying furniture will finally stop. And that is when the professors will begin asking questions. Every single rune carved into the structure will trigger simultaneously, burning the house to the ground and offering him a perfectly safe exit. True heroes never look back at explosions. One must admit, the young man has real style. The instructors listening to this bold strategy were completely flabbergasted. This was a feat a level 2 mage would struggle with, yet he succeeded. After whispering to himself, he simply stood there, grinning like a mad genius. This was the legendary master strategy of Shimmer. This bold stunt sent shockwaves through the Korean scheme community as the proud professor congratulated Korean, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. After an astonishing incident like that, there was absolutely no doubt he was officially certified as a Grade 1 demi-human. Mentioning a nearby port city called Sa with an incredible restaurant, the professor eagerly suggests they both go grab a bite to eat. If his hunch about Sa being famous for raw fish is correct, the guild must be there too, which is exactly why he cleared out the local goblins. The professor, filled with excitement, rambles endlessly about their upcoming meal, eagerly offering to show him the absolute best spot for fresh fish. As Kareen peeks from behind a tree, a sudden flashback takes us back 88 years to the frozen Arctic region of the peninsula continent. Even though it seemed like a frozen wasteland, this land hid vast, untouched natural resources beneath its thick, icy surface. This icy mountain contained so much rich ore that people named it the Iron Mountain, and the pioneer miners seeking gold saw something truly unbelievable. A massive horde of monsters was feasting on the iron ore, terrifying beasts that devoured absolutely everything in their path. This was the ghoul of the Dingo Peninsula, the legendary Iron Mountain King, and it was the first time it had ever encountered a human. Meanwhile, Aiden Alyssa is in a complete panic. She simply cannot be late, just as Kareen warned her days ago on the laboratory first floor. Mariusz is brewing a miracle drug when Alyssa suddenly barges in, but the clever senior calmly plays it off as a simple, unimportant vacation project. Diokyu was the one who told Alyssa that Mariusz wanted to see her, which is the only reason she even showed up. As it turns out, this was entirely Kareen's plan. He had asked Mariusz to guide Alyssa, who now presents her with a mysterious vial. Alyssa doesn't care. Knowing it is good for her, she is ready to swallow the whole thing in a single gulp. Mariette frantically stops her, explaining that the liquid is boiling hot and must be sipped slowly. After all, they must ensure it is safe. The moment she sips it, Alyssa gets a strange look. It is actually wonderfully delicious, like a home-cooked meal, perfectly safe, tasty, and non-toxic. Now, Mariette reveals the real reason Kareen sent her. You see, she needs to explain the truth about the King of the Iron Mountain. Learning of the sealed ghoul inside the lab, Alyssa immediately bolts, her worried mind racing with frantic thoughts. Though she has no idea why Kareen summoned her, she must reach him. Meanwhile, deep on the fourth basement floor, Maird speaks with the professor. The professor thoughtfully asks his student what she believes is the true difference between a regular monster and a special grade demon. Mariette immediately thinks of sheer strength. Power is the clear difference, especially the terrifying ability to dominate and control other creatures. Certain demons radiate a vastly different energy than common beasts in theoretical studies. These are known as alpha entities. Unlike normal beasts, they are far more powerful and always take absolute control. While an alpha easily commands ordinary demons, that mind control fails against special grade ones, a harsh lesson Mariette knows all too well from experience. Her mind flashes back to escaping the green beach, driven mad by burning thirst. Back then, she forced other monsters to bring her blood, though she believes her method was slightly different from true domination. Instead of manipulating their minds, she simply weaponized their own raw terror against them. The professor continues his lesson, explaining the three primary classes of demons, monsters, goblins, and demi-humans. While those are the basic classes, the alpha trait affects them uniquely. Attempting to command demi-humans, however, is impossible, a mystery requiring much more research. Demi-humans actually possess superior intelligence, making standard mind control completely useless against them. Now, with the theory settled, it is time for a live test. The assistants begin wheeling out the vicious fangools for the experiment. Their goal is to witness the influence of a special monster's alpha trait. If Mariette can master this trait, humanity could theoretically control almost all monsters and goblins. This grand experiment is far larger than Mariette ever anticipated, and her natural curiosity as a mage is deeply sparked. Success here means humanity can finally gain the upper hand against demonic threats. The moment has come for Mariette to test her power. Standing before the beast with fierce determination in her eyes, she boldly commands the pack to step forward. One by one, the snarling monsters crawl out from their heavy iron cages. Relying on her training, she firmly orders them to stop and lie down. Instead of obeying, they simply tumble over and roll around playfully on the floor. Mariette is puzzled, but Dana points out their natural communication limits. These low-level beasts are simply too simple-minded to comprehend any complex commands. Now, they will test the difference using creatures of the exact same species. Professor Formack steps up to break the legendary king's seal. Chanting a powerful spell, the professor prepares to release the magic binding the colossal monster king first. The instant the alpha is released, the smaller ghouls grow far more aggressive. Protective circles 1, 3, and 7 immediately flare to life, reinforcing the heavy chains, but the crazed ghouls charge directly at them. Luckily, Marie-Ed keeps the situation under control. But suddenly, a massive crash echoes as an alarm blares the beast in cage. A 107 has escaped. Professor Dana looks completely terrified. That monster is none other than Mantuko. We begin as a horrific beast lunges with razor-sharp jaws, only for Marie-Ed to swiftly unleash a storm of crimson spears at its face. Yet this creature possesses terrifying speed. Just as she scrambles to safety, Professor Fomac arrives in the nick of time to strike it down. Suddenly, the entire research laboratory begins to violently tremble. A terrified assistant runs in, screaming that a beast is escaping its cage and smashing against the containment wall. DNA desperately initiates Manual Protocol Z-17 to activate defensive wards. The professor must now reseal the monstrous Iron Mountain King on her own. Funding might be lost, but preserving human life is undoubtedly their ultimate priority. Though she remains entirely confident, sheer panic erupts elsewhere. Team 2's spell circle fails, and the main containment ward is completely shattered as well. This was no accident. Someone deliberately sabotaged the spell. Suddenly, the heavy chains binding the Iron Mountain King shatter. He is free. Meanwhile, Kareen and his mentor enjoy a lavish meal in a distant port. Why this extravagant feast? The elderly master Ha-Men brought him to a famous restaurant to celebrate his grand promotion. Kareen casually drops a hint that he would love a little celebratory drink. However, as a mere third-year student, obtaining alcohol is impossible. These local establishments are incredibly strict about checking identification. This strange blend of medieval culture and advanced technology creates some truly unusual laws. What a devastating tragedy to be denied a simple plate of fried chicken and cold beer. It is hard to believe that Kareen, hailing from a land of proud drinkers, is denied even a single drop. Therefore, he delivers an eloquent speech, declaring that he wishes to learn the refined art of drinking from his wise master. Upon hearing this, the old man's eyes shine. He is deeply touched by his student's seemingly pure and heartfelt admiration. Surely, this is not a clever scheme for a drink. He believes this young student genuinely wishes to bond with his teacher. Just like that, Kareen's clever plan succeeds, the spirits are poured, and the proud mentor falls completely into the trap. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierces the air. A dog's bark abruptly jolts him. It is the female lead's dog. Kareen is utterly devastated, his heart breaking after waiting so long, only to be foiled by a tiny, fluffy menace. Meanwhile, as you and I return to the laboratory, chaos reigns supreme. The Iron Mountain King is on a rampage. Fomac turns to Mariette in sheer desperation. They must halt the beast before this entire sanctuary is reduced to absolute rubble. Mariette hurls her Fallet spear with all her might. Yet, before it can strike, the weapon simply disintegrates into nothing but dust. The strike did not even faze it. Demanding the others stand back, Professor Fomac vows to handle the creature himself. He unleashes a colossal blow, but it is like striking a soft pillow. The beast's hide is far too thick, rendering his efforts completely useless. Angered by these futile attempts, the monster roars in fury and charges forward with its massive, deadly horn. The professor is thrown backward, crashing heavily into a solid stone wall as alarms wail through the chaotic facility. With all containment barriers shattered, countless giant beasts escape their confinement. The order is given to immediately initiate Code Red. They must evacuate the staff, deploy the security forces, and ignite every defensive magic circle left. Finally, they dispatch the ancient spirit golems. With containment systems online, they vow that no monster shall escape this laboratory alive. Blocking the golems are a deadly poison dragon and a Vuohyron, both rank 1 magical beasts. This will be a brutal fight. Even the formidable golem squad struggles to contain this overwhelming wave of ferocious creatures. DNA watches in dread. If these beasts escape, a terrible catastrophe will sweep across the entire countryside. A horned beast bypasses the defenses and charges directly at DNA. At the final second, 2 blades fly from the shadows, piercing it through. DNA stands frozen in place, her eyes wide with overwhelming shock at her narrow escape. Her savior is Ron, who calmly claims he is merely seeking a bit of field experience. He boldly challenges the entire horde, pinning the charging beasts down with a vibrant barrage of magical swords. One raging beast answers his defiant challenge, unleashing a terrifying torrent of flame directly towards him. To block the inferno, local scrap metal rises, assembling into a giant golem that shifts into a powerful scrap golem cannon. Granel is overjoyed to find himself in complete control. The secret technique Kareen taught him has proven to be incredibly powerful. Days ago, Kareen insisted that grueling physical training was the secret to power, putting Granel through a brutal trial. The cost of that lesson was joining him today. Yet even the scrap golem cannon is driven back. This rank 1 beast possesses an overwhelming level of power. The giant construct is on the verge of shattering completely. Suddenly, massive tree roots burst from the earth, reinforcing the construct to form the mighty scrapwood golem. Indeed, Kareen taught this secret to Dwen as well. How our hero foresaw this remains a mystery, as the poison dragon storms toward the 3rd floor. Elisa drives her sword straight through the beast, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. But is the beast truly finished? No one can say. Professor Dana is simply stunned to see these young students holding their own as elite rank 2 combatants. Frankly, she has never been more relieved to see them. But then, a sudden realization strikes her. Why are they all gathered in this dangerous lab right now? In perfect harmony, they simply call it a field trip. It turns out Kareen planned for these youngsters to handle the threat. Meanwhile, he is sitting back at a local restaurant, quietly enjoying his dinner. Unfortunately, the terrifying Iron Mountain King is still alive. Its dark blood domain rapidly swallows up the entire battlefield. Thankfully, they raised the barrier just as Corrine advised, blocking its escape underground. The cornered beast simply allows massive ice spikes to impale its own flesh. Every single onlooker turns pale with pure terror. Marie Essay warns them to stay alert. This is no ordinary beast, but a rank 1 titan straight out of a classic monster film. Its mere movements trigger violent explosions. Creneo can no longer hold the line alone and urgently calls Duen for immediate assistance. The spirit golem's massive frame completely shatters under the titan's relentless assault. However, Cranio reconstructs the joints using a secret method from Kareen. Empowered by Dwen's support magic, the golem stands stronger than ever for round 2. Following the strategy, Duen unleashes his magical enhancements to supercharge the mighty golem's fists. Furthermore, they will detonate all 5 absorbed energy bombs inside the golem at once, unleashing a cataclysmic blast of raw magic. The legendary scholar Ahan had already dispatched a vast horde of threats throughout the laboratory. The golem's balance systems are fully operational, magic reinforcement is online, and the targeting radar has locked onto the foe. Armored with natural timber fists, the coming spirit bomb detonations are set to be magnified. With unwavering resolve, Granel commands the golem forward, its wooden frame blazing with powerful thrusters. It is the ultimate test of courage, the kind that makes a seasoned strategist's chest tighten. Granel looks upon his creation with immense pride, naming it the Luden Warrior. This formidable squad represents the dream alliance of the legendary hero, Ahan. Meanwhile, let's step away to the quiet port city, where Kareen chose this mission for one grand purpose, to reach this very church. A quiet nun greets him at the door. Kareen explains he is a busy student who missed Mass, politely asking to use the chapel for private prayer. The gentle sister believes his earnest request, and he takes his place at the altar. If his memory serves, the ancient seal lies right here. With the crisis mounting, he desperately hopes his ally arrives in time. He triggers the magical sigil, instantly receiving a voice from the shadows. She demands to know how he discovered this secret seal. Kareen realizes she is filled with burning questions, but there is no time. A far greater catastrophe demands their immediate attention. Back at the ruined facility, the fierce struggle between the mechanical giant and the beast continues to rage. Alyssa gazes at the majestic spirit golem in utter disbelief, having never witnessed such wonders before. But distractions are a luxury she cannot afford. Her blade must remain focused on destroying this towering menace. She stands alone against a rank 1 dragon beast, yet Kareen strictly forbade her from unleashing her ultimate domain/technique. Alyssa understands he believes in her hidden strength, but doubt plagues her mind. Can she truly live up to his grand expectations? Suddenly, a sharp crack echoes. The surrounding space shatters completely. The terrible blood domain has been unleashed. Mariette lies motionless upon the cold earth, her body gravely wounded. Just as Kareen foresaw, this nightmare ghoul was too powerful to defeat. The beast has transformed into a legendary ghoul, fueled by the ancient lore of the Dark Mines. Blessed with ancient defenses, it possesses unmatched resistance. Generations of heroes fell trying to destroy it, finally forcing them to lock it away. Yet Mariette refuses to yield. She carries the weight of Kareen's trust, pushing her to fight with every fiber of her being. Professor Dana, a master of the magical arts, can only watch in stunned, breathless silence. A snow alchemist clashing with a legendary titan, while the noble family head, Marie Ed, battles a ghoul. She is battered, yet she refuses to fall. A grueling clash of this scale should only be possible for a legendary special rank warrior. Professor Dana realizes she is witnessing a legendary stand that will be written in history. She cannot conceal her profound awe and dread. Marius projects a complex blood snow barrier directly at the foe. Though the young warriors fight valiantly to contain the ghoul, they all sense that their defense is about to collapse. Even the young maiden, standing on the very precipice of death, is rescued as Diaku sweeps in, pulling his master to safety. Meanwhile, Elisa faces a grim dilemma, unsure how to overcome this monstrosity without invoking her forbidden domain / The beast continues its terrifying rampage, its cavernous maw yawning wide enough to swallow the entire world. With Elisa channeling Karin's fierce spirit, she has only one choice: dodge and strike, banishing all fear from her mind to act on pure instinct. She unleashes the Heaven's Ascension Strike, slashes rain down upon the great beast, triggering a massive blast that wraps the field in thick smoke. Against all odds, Elisa actually triumphs. Victory is hers, and she did not even have to deploy her ultimate territory / maneuver. Just then, a familiar voice echoes through the haze. Karin has returned. Standing calmly with folded arms, he casually commends the team for a job well done. Nearby, Crenel's towering spirit golem crushes its foe in victory. The arrogant youth boasts that friends are useless when he commands a mighty Luden warrior. Of course, he conveniently forgets that creating this very warrior required Karin's invaluable friendship and aid in the first place. Karin quickly surveys the battlefield. King Hiran is defeated, but where is the menacing poison dragon? All that remains is a shocking pool of deep crimson blood. Elisa quickly briefs him. Brave Mariette is still struggling to hold back the deadly poison dragon. Josephine demands to know the next strategy. After dragging her all this way from the Holy Church, he had better have a brilliant plan up his sleeve. Karin initially requested her aid solely to capture the demon corpse, but the valley is now crawling with far more monsters than expected. While explaining the strategy to Mariette, Karin had mentioned that a very specific event was supposed to happen here. He referred to those wild, rune-marked boars from the laboratory, beasts nearly impossible for Mariette to tame. But once she fed them his specially prepared, enchanted rune stones, she only needed to trigger the rune's resonance to unleash a devastating chain reaction of explosive blasts. This clever trap would annihilate the entire herd. Meanwhile, his silver spear, forged with an ancient primordial rune, served as the ultimate weapon to vanquish the remaining lab beasts. Among the formidable beasts that survived the blasts, 30 elite monsters remained, led by the colossal Iron Mountain King. Karin charges forward without an ounce of fear. Why should he worry? The legendary champions of this era are all assembled right by his side. These are the very warriors destined to save this world from total ruin. Once they verify that Marie is unharmed, the group unites with the mighty spirit golem, ready to launch a fierce counterstrike to fell the beast. This gathering of heroes is spectacularly powerful, yet they hesitate. Their confidence wavers before the massive, terrifying demonic entity looming directly in front of them. Enter the Iron Mountain King, the lawless sovereign of the peaks. It demolishes everything in its path, wild, heartless, and completely devoid of any mercy. The warriors scatter instantly to escape the ravenous monster as it devours everything in sight. The overconfident Crenel, eager to prove his strength, orders his Luden warrior to attack, but Karin warns him that a frontal assault is suicide. Crenel dismisses the warning, trusting blindly in his powerful golem, the legendary construct that just brought down King Hiran. He frantically orders the golem to unleash its sevenfold spirit bomb, but his pride shatters as the monster bites the construct's arm clean off. Realizing the situation, Karin decides to let Crenel distract the beast while the rest of the allies quickly disperse to surround it. He directs Duen to conjure thick vines to bind the creature from the flank. The magical vines wrap tightly around the monster, but it invokes an ancient primordial rune to instantly shatter its leafy bonds. Ron strikes from the shadows with his enchanted dual blades. True to form, Karin acts as the ultimate tactician, calculating each move to protect his allies. One blade burned with fire, the other crackled with lightning. These weapons are fueled by supreme magic stones taken from the vampire Marius. However, this Iron Mountain King harbors a completely different power. Channels primordial runes, its predatory eyes glowing as sharp as daggers. Every sword strike fails to leave even a single scratch. Karin understands the trick instantly, ordering Dioku to strike, and the blow lands successfully. To harm this beast, they must isolate physical strikes from magical ones. Its ancient rune, Bazi, holds the terrifying power to reduce the heavens to absolute nothingness. Using this sacred rune, the Iron Mountain King commands both devastating offensive might and an impenetrable defense. Its vibrant red feathers repel all physical blows, while its brilliant blue feathers neutralize all incoming magical spells. The beast shifts its feather colors in the blink of an eye to counter whichever form of damage approaches. Duen and Crenel are to restrain the beast from afar, rebinding it if it escapes. Ron covers the mid-range, while Elisa and Karin hold the rear lines. Meanwhile, Marius leaves the offensive strikes entirely to Dioku. Her sole duty is to remain agile. She rallies the group, urging them not to hesitate. This battle must end quickly, so they must unleash every weapon in their arsenal. This remarkable young strategist is destined to lead them to victory against a creature of myth. The monstrosity strikes. Duan and Crenel intercept with their massive golem, forcing the beast's plumage to shift from blue to red to absorb the physical impact. Instantly, their restraints are neutralized, allowing the beast to break completely free. Next, Ron wields his dual blades to trap the beast. The plan remains simple: pin the monster in place, allowing Dioku to deliver a devastating head-on smash to its snout. The companions cheer as the direct assault lands beautifully, striking with even greater force than before. Yet the monster's feathers do not shift. The transformation has stalled, they remain a threatening crimson. You and I are about to see how this beast used its magical green fur to survive, unleashing a devastating ancient spell to set fire to Dioku, its fiercest foe, vaporizing everything in its path. With one blinding, catastrophic flash of light, Dioku was blown far into the distance. Kareen shouted for Marriott to pull Dioku back. Moving in perfect sync, Kareen charged ahead, standing right before the shimmering green monster to see exactly how it would try to survive her next assault. Leaping high into the heavens, she drove her spear straight down with her ultimate, fatal strike. This crimson strike rushed straight toward the massive creature. No one watching had ever witnessed a simple spear throw trigger such a massive, earth-shaking shockwave. But the beast possessed incredible reflexes, somehow managing to block her lethal blow. Without hesitation, she told Marieth to summon the fierce blood spear once more. If the beast blocks her physical weapon with its red feathers, the magical blood spear will strike. It was a brilliant dual-threat offensive, combining both physical might and powerful magic. It left everyone wondering how this colossal monster could possibly survive such a relentless magical assault. Yet, the legendary Iron Mountain King lived up to its name, letting out a mocking laugh as it blocked both strikes simultaneously. Its fur shined with a brilliant gold, activating an ultimate defense known as the indestructible golden body. The proud beast laughed in triumph. This secret trump card granted 5 minutes of absolute golden invincibility, making it entirely untouchable to any foe. In sheer panic, Kareen screamed for her allies to retreat immediately, knowing no strike could harm it for 5 long minutes. But it was far too late, as they were already entirely surrounded. Fallen debris completely blocked their escape, leaving no way out. The cunning beast had planned this all along, wearing a sinister grin. It had repeatedly crashed into those heavy walls just to trap these helpless humans in a corner. Even the giant summon was powerless now. It was finally time for the ancient king to shatter its 80-year prison. This was the Golden Feathers form of the Iron Mountain King, a terrifying boss that had driven countless brave souls to absolute despair with its 5 minutes of unbroken invincibility. But a brilliant counter-strategy remained. Kareen immediately ordered young Alyssa to break open the seal, a legendary sword style that bypassed all physical and magical armor to deliver pure, devastating damage. As the kingdom's finest swordmaster, Alyssa prepared her ultimate strike, drawing her blade and charging directly at the towering monster. Kareen warmly praised Alyssa as being worth more than 10 soldiers. Though deeply flustered, Alyssa still worried the beast might block her attack once more. This was the perfect moment for Professor Josephine to step in, instantly restoring the massive magic circle to suppress the ancient demon. Though its golden defense seemed impenetrable, once shattered, the monster would be completely locked out of its ultimate magical spell. Marriott stood ready to summon the blood spear once more, leaving the rest of the battle to the professor. This was the final, decisive blow. The 80-year nightmare that had slain so many legendary heroes was finally laid to rest forever. The blinding light left in the creature's wake was breathtaking. Remaining behind was the 8th origin of heaven, a divine relic essential for ascension. While no mortal strength could damage this sacred relic, its outer protective shell of ancient stone was far more vulnerable. Decades ago, the legendary beast had swallowed and absorbed countless numbers of these sacred stones, and no adventurer had ever dared to reclaim them. These mystical stones granted unbelievable power to their host, but now that the ancient demon lay defeated, the protective layer sealing the power of the stone within was utterly shattered. So, where would this immense, liberated energy go? It wandered through the air, searching for the nearest living host to call home, and it had just found its perfect destination. A decade ago, this was the very reason he had infiltrated the academy under the guise of a quiet professor. The great beast was defeated by mere academy students, a far easier outcome than he had ever dreamed. Having been sealed for 80 long years, its stolen power would now allow him to flee the academy and disappear forever. But the very warrior who slew the beast, Marieth and the legendary conqueror of the Demon King, Knight Kareen, were already standing directly in his path. His true identity? The treacherous Dip Fomak, a disciple of a student once exiled by Kareen's master. Through that strange lineage, this brave young woman was technically his own grandmaster. He realized with a chill that Kareen knew exactly who he was, especially after watching her perform the legendary spear techniques of his own lineage. Knowing only an elite master could wield the six-part spear style with such grace, he assumed this mysterious girl was merely another fellow student of his former teacher. But he was dead wrong. Her master was a legend he had never even heard of. In the very heart of his secret operation, she had already anticipated his every move. Finding her sudden presence deeply unsettling and suspicious, he decided the safest path was to simply steer clear of her. By arranging for Kareen, the hero of the midterm tournaments, to be stationed far on the city outskirts, he had crafted the perfect excuse to get her completely out of his way. You and I can see that Fomak truly believed his master plan was a total triumph, sending her away and celebrating his own genius. But poor Fomak never expected her to use Lady Josephine's magic seal to teleport straight back into the action. Surprise! It turned out Professor Dana's experiment and the riot were highly convenient for Fomak. He was simply waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The primal gate was at stake, and Kareen refused to let him escape with it. Formac finally dropped his act, utterly unconcerned with how Kareen knew his secrets. A scrawny, overlooked student attempting to block his path. To a man like Formac, this entire situation was nothing but a complete joke. After all, Formac was widely celebrated as the #1 knight on the entire continent, a truly legendary figure. He was also the mastermind who broke the seal of the Ironclad King, a formidable foe destined to be feared as a heavenly king. His power easily rivaled that of a fully unleashed Lunia Aiden. Without a doubt, this man was incredibly dangerous. With everything working in his favor, Formac held nothing back, unleashing his dark energy in hopes of ending the fight in mere seconds. Formac relied on lightning-fast counters that grew stronger in the dark. However, Kareen had chosen this battleground with great care. The area was covered in ancient sun glyphs, and their glowing light made Formac uneasy. After all, the natural enemy of darkness is holy light. A dark mage needs deep shadows to unleash his full power, just as a water mage relies on moisture. But with these radiant sun glyphs shining everywhere, Formac was essentially forced to fight with one hand tied behind his back. Kareen sat calmly, resting his chin on his hand. It had taken him 20 straight days to carve those glyphs, but the massive advantage was worth it. Each individual glyph possessed its own unique strengths, weaknesses, and specific magical effects. He had prepared for this final showdown long before anyone else, creating the ultimate counter by drowning Formac in brilliant holy light. Though the shadow-binding move cost Formac a vast amount of mana, Kareen countered every single attempt with flawless precision. Yet the young warrior refused to yield. Facing such a stubborn opponent, Formac quickly unleashed a technique known as Shadow Flow, a sudden, brutal close-range strike. Kareen quickly raised his spear to counter the assault. Next came a crushing punch aimed straight for the young hero's face, but Kareen twisted aside, narrowly avoiding the impact. Formac pressed forward with erratic, unpredictable footwork, yet Kareen continued to evade every single strike. Shadow Flow was a relentless combination, but Kareen countered with exquisite footwork honed through years of raw combat experience. As the two traded blows and insults, Formac knew he had to escape the city before others realized he was still alive. If he truly intended to flee, he would undoubtedly use powerful space magic to teleport far away, but Kareen had absolutely no intention of letting Formac escape. Like it or not, a formal duel was bound to happen by the law. Greater risks brought greater rewards. For a dark being like Formac, the sacred law made a formal duel impossible to refuse. Bound by the ancient law, Formac had no choice but to accept the challenge. The terms were honorable, a simple one-on-one fight. That was why Kareen had come completely alone to this sacred duel. In this life-or-death struggle, the law restricted the combat to a strict 1-versus-1 engagement. Since Kareen stood alone, the magical duel was triggered. Left with no choice, Formac finally recognized his opponent as the disciple of the Spear King, wielding the legendary first spear of Aaron Danua. According to the strict rules of combat, there could be only one outcome: victory or defeat. The magical system chimed, echoing the ancient decrees. The first law of duty: never ignore the misfortunes of others. The second law of restraint declared that all damage dealt would be increased by 50%. Under the third law, the oath to save the world, his physical attributes doubled. His endurance increased 100-fold, granting complete pain resistance and total control. With a medium magic circle activated and his mana flowing at 3,500, Kareen was fully prepared to protect their world. It was a classic clash of spearmanship versus martial arts, where controlling the distance between them meant everything. The martial artist used speed glyphs to close the distance, while the spearman struggled to keep him at bay. The fighter needed only one single opening. The moment the spearman showed a vulnerability, his opponent would strike, but Kareen had already anticipated this classic strategy. In close-quarters combat, leaping into the air is a dangerous mistake that leaves one completely exposed. The martial artist waited for the exact second his opponent landed, ready to unleash a devastating 7-hit combination while they were airborne. Formac slammed a devastating blow directly into his opponent's face. Kareen absorbed the strike, but despite his bleeding hands, Formac pressed on relentlessly. He did everything possible to close the gap, which deeply shocked Kareen, who could barely believe anyone could fight through such immense pain. Pressing his advantage, he unleashed the heavenly strike, hammering Kareen with an endless barrage of heavy fists. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into this final assault. But for a split second, Kareen noticed his fist open up. Formac grabbed the spear in a clever feint, carving a glyph directly onto the weapon. Deprived of his spear, Kareen faced an uphill battle. For a skilled spearman, losing his weapon was equivalent to losing a limb. Kareen was forced to endure a heavy barrage of punches to the face. He attempted to recall his weapon, but it was embedded far too deeply to be retrieved. Format lunges from behind to land a heavy blow, but he completely misjudges his opponent. Even disarmed, young Kareen remains a formidable combatant. It appears a master spearman still knows how to fight with his bare fists. With a swift retort, he counters using the legendary Bagua Dragon Ascension Palm, proving that ultimate combat always comes down to a classic punch to the face. Kareen channels every bit of his remaining strength into a Bagua 3 palm strike, aiming directly at the opponent's chest. Format is briefly taken aback, but Kareen's hand-to-hand combat skills cannot compare to his spear mastery. The ferocious onslaught leaves him completely unscathed. Format retaliates with a left hook. Kareen's technique is solid, but he has overlooked one critical detail in this clash. Fisticuffs are merely a backup plan for Kareen, but Format has spent his entire life perfecting this martial art. A brutal combination follows, a barrage of jabs, body shots, and elbow strikes. Defenseless, Kareen can only struggle to shield himself from the assault. Format winds up for a devastating final blow. Yet, just in time, the discarded spear flies back to shield its young master. Format stands frozen in disbelief. How could that weapon return after being thrown so far away? A shocking realization sets in. Kareen endured those heavy strikes on purpose, all to position himself near his weapon. Armed and ready, Kareen wastes no time, unleashing the lethal fire serpent flash stream with a relentless barrage of stabs. Crimson flows from Format as his garments are torn to shreds, presenting a truly staggering display of power. Kareen's ability to adapt after losing his spear and pivot away from hand-to-hand combat shows a brilliant, calculated tactical mind. It has been a long time since Format was pushed this far. Despite being battered and bruised, Format tries to maintain his cold composure. But pressed to the limit, he must now fight in earnest. He carves 3 ancient runes into his arm, invoking a forgotten piece of the heavens in a world without skies. Format summons his ultimate celestial art, the City of Night, pledging his entire soul to the forces of darkness. Kareen counters with solar runes, a clever tactic, but simple tricks are utterly useless against the absolute power of eternal night. Within this forbidden domain of the Dark Heaven warriors, Format charges forward, offering Kareen only 2 choices today. Either be torn apart by ravenous dark beasts, or face a strike so devastating it sends him straight to his ancestors. Kareen calmly asks one simple question. Is this not a one-on-one duel? Anticipating underhanded tricks from his opponent, Kareen has secretly prepared a powerful golden ginseng root. The moment he reveals it, the root unleashes a deafening shriek 7 times louder than normal. It is an unblockable sound that even the dark monsters cannot withstand, completely shattering their composure. Naturally, Format is entirely unable to withstand this painful trick either. Though blood drips from his ears from the horrific noise, Kareen remains absolutely certain of his victory today. As the beast falls and the root continues to wail, Format's shadow clones begin to dissolve into nothingness. Kareen warns Format of his exceptional healing factor, pointing out that a prolonged battle only favors his own swift adaptation. Driven to madness by his suffering, an enraged Format unleashes the devastating Shadow Wrap times 12. Declaring that Kareen was doomed the moment he stepped inside the fortress, Format launches a relentless assault, yet Kareen evades every strike. Instantly, Format appears behind Kareen to pin him, but Kareen quickly deploys the Ghost Spear whirling return to break the hold. Runes flare as a brutal spiral counterforce strikes, forcing Kareen to endure a heavy barrage of continuous hits. Laughing defiantly, he tears his shirt away. Intense light bursts from his body, completely neutralizing the dark magic. However, this reckless maneuver risks incinerating his own physical form at any second. Kareen charges with the Supreme Fire Serpent Flash Stream, signaling the end of games as they clash with pure martial prowess. In this honorable duel, both warriors must unleash their absolute power, holding nothing back in the final stretch. Instinctively, Format senses that the warrior standing before him is his ultimate mortal enemy. In this pivotal moment, Format stands ready to wager his very life on the outcome. He triggers the 6 paths of Sura, a forbidden self-destructive technique that incinerates his remaining mana to grant overwhelming speed and immense power. This elite technique belongs only to the Grand Heavenly Kings. Now, the ultimate battle begins. The battle-breaking spear versus the deadly Sura. Kareen mirrors the skill, and both clash with everything they possess, enduring a mutual, agonizing pain that neither can escape. They are evenly matched, locked in a tense standstill. Blood coats the spear and both combatants as they stand in a long, heavy silence. The climax yields the desired outcome. Kareen's thrusting spear successfully pierces straight through Format's torso. Kareen claims victory, yet closing his eyes only brings back the haunting, echoic screams of that brutal struggle. This marked his grand rematch with Fomak, following a devastating defeat back in the second phase. It started as a beautiful dream, but turned into a living nightmare for our brave heroes. In that brutal trap, good-hearted fighters like Chesson and Kareen had to watch far too many dear companions fall. And this tragedy was entirely the work of the cruel commander, Fomak Damon. Yet, history did not repeat itself. This time, the wicked foe was thoroughly defeated, falling broken and bleeding before Kareen. Kareen cautiously approached the fallen enemy to search him, but deep down he already knew the coveted relic was missing. He sought the legendary Gem of Destiny, one of the 4 great treasures. Had the monster wielded its divine power, survival would have been impossible. Fortunately, the resourceful young warrior had already secured his prize. A menacing figure named Tate Vantaja is searching for 8 mystical stones to bring forth a realm of absolute shadow into their peaceful world. But to Kareen, no grand ambition could ever justify the senseless loss of so many innocent lives. While resentment toward the world is a heavy burden, choosing a path of pure destruction was simply unforgivable. Now, Kareen lay motionless on the earth, entirely spent, his left ear severely damaged from the frantic dash with the magical golden ginseng. His right side fared no better. Relying too heavily on his self-healing powers, the sun artifact had severely scorched him. Though he could endure the burns, the devastating blow from Fomak proved far worse, breaking his ribs and leaving his internal organs severely ruptured. He could scarcely move his left leg, which had also suffered terrible trauma in the clash. One might think he had grown accustomed to such agony, but he still had to struggle desperately to remain awake. A system notification chimed, declaring Fomak Damon's defeat and sending forth his grand reward. But the rewards meant little in that moment. His vision began to blur as darkness closed in, even though a legendary victory bonus awaited him. As his senses slipped away, he caught sight of Alyssa watching over him, while Professor Dana oversaw the grim aftermath with profound sorrow. Though Roan had departed, Duen and the others were finally found. Before his departure, Roan firmly reminded everyone that their alliance was strictly professional, while the sacred artifacts and golden ginseng were safely secured. Alyssa helped the exhausted warrior rest on a quiet bench, and he immediately expressed his gratitude, praising the protective barrier that saved his life. True to her nature, Alyssa humbly downplayed her crucial role, yet her help was indispensable. Suddenly, she remembered how Kareen had constantly sketched those mysterious ancient runes throughout their long journey. The young man had been silently preparing for this fateful confrontation for ages. Deeply moved, Alyssa gently asked why he chose to face such a nightmare alone instead of standing together as a team. Kareen merely gazed at her with a quiet, solemn resolve. In his eyes, fewer companions meant fewer lives lost. It was a painful, lonely truth. Suffering from fractured ribs, he was quickly taken to the infirmary. His dangerous strategy was simply too perilous to risk the safety of others. Upon hearing the news, his loyal companions rushed to his bedside with fresh fruit, tenderly peeling peaches and caring for him. Meanwhile, his close male friends watched from the sidelines, completely envious of the warm, gentle attention the young hero was receiving. Truly, who could blame them for feeling a bit left out? It was quite a humorous sight indeed. To see so many charming young ladies fussing over their companion was almost too much for them to bear. Their quiet envy was unmistakable. Sensing the slight tension, Alyssa kindly suggested a game, which Marriott eagerly supported, even offering to invite the rest of Kareen's companions. With those simple, thoughtful words, all trace of envy dissolved into deep warmth and heartfelt appreciation. Suddenly, a soft knock echoed. Miss Josephine entered, accompanied by Lady Ariel Casa, the esteemed headmistress of Merkabadden Academy. Their arrival came as no surprise to Kareen. He knew this difficult meeting was inevitable. To prove his intentions, the headmistress politely dismissed his young friends from the room, citing security concerns. He sensed their lingering doubts immediately, prompting him to steer the conversation in a new direction. Kareen revealed the shocking truth that Fomak was an undercover spy, but the two women remained calm, having likely uncovered evidence themselves. Yet, he held another vital secret. Fomac was actually a disciple of the notorious Tate Vantager. Josephine was deeply shaken, declaring it impossible since that man had supposedly perished 80 years ago. They recognized the legendary Infinity Spear technique instantly. After all, they were the very mentors who had originally taught him those secret forms. To their shock, Kareen was connected to that same legacy. Upon learning he was Vantager's student, Josephine grew incredibly tense and prepared for danger. But Kareen was no mindless assassin, and he certainly would not have shared such a dangerous secret without a careful plan. Furthermore, he was well aware that these were mere projections, while their physical forms remained safely confined within the Academy's main hall. Vantager's followers were still active across the land. More importantly, their master had grown immensely powerful, and he was no longer acting alone. This entire crisis stemmed from a tragic choice the headmistress made 80 years prior, which scattered her true power, leaving her with only 2 fragments today. Kareen reveals a mysterious ancient relic, a secret hidden even from the headmaster and the Stone of Truth. Incredibly, he holds one of Danua's 4 legendary treasures. Without his magic fully recovered, this fallen king poses no threat, a usurper stripped of his crown. Passing the stone to Aaron Danua, the truth unfolds. It explains why Josephine, despite 80 years of service, was never made headmaster. And why did young Ariel Casa take the crown? Because 80 years ago, Viren ruled, and 50 years ago, it was Weir. The current leader, Casa, shares a dark bond with them. Their bodies are all supercharged by these mystic stones. Kareen merely smiles and sheds his shirt, exposing identical glowing runes etched across his own skin. Sharing the exact same vision, Kareen drops to one knee, pledging to serve as the ultimate shield for humanity. He claims it would be a true privilege to serve even as a humble soldier. Ariel Casa, or rather, Aaron Danua. Kareen remembers his past sins, and now, sweet revenge is finally within reach. Meanwhile, Professor Josephine quietly retraces her steps back to her chambers in the Grand Hall. Aaron sits in deep silence, agonizing over whether to trust Kareen, and if his lost love still breathes. Too wise to hand out trust blindly, Aaron orders close surveillance on the young man. Caution is his only defense. Carrying the weight of the world, he cannot afford mistakes, especially when every word spoken might be a deception. Still, one haunting question lingers: why did the boy look at him with such profound grief in his eyes? During the Grand Anniversary Festival, the Academy will host a major ceremony to reassign ranks based on recent achievements. This is a monumental moment. Initial rankings were merely trial runs, but this official seal comes directly from the Elite Guard Association. Naturally, the hopeful students are training night and day, desperate to secure their place among the highly decorated elite. Several prodigies already rival the veterans. Finally, the dramatic announcements for the new promotions begin. First up, the brilliant second-year star of the magic class, Marieth Dunalep. She earned her glory by helping contain the horrific crisis at the training grounds. Admittedly, her previous semester was quiet, as transforming into a dragon meant she was legally confined to the city limits. But her cooperation in researching her vast new magical energy reserve provided invaluable data for the entire institution. With raw, magnificent power like that, a promotion was practically guaranteed. Most importantly, her heroic stand against the colossal Iron Mountain King saved countless young lives from disaster. By order of Headmaster Casa and President Dina Grendia, Marieth is officially elevated to the prestigious semi-special rank. Tears fill the arena. She is officially the youngest historic achiever of this rank, carving her name forever in legend. Following her, a select group of students are called, each having performed miracles during the tragic assault. Hushed whispers ripple through the audience. We can hear the confusion, nobody quite knows who else was involved. While the battle itself is public knowledge, the classified details regarding the beast and the treason of Professor Fomac remain locked away. The honored names echo across the hall. Cranel Ludin and Duin from the magic class, and from the night class, Alyssa Aiden, Ron Waskey, and Corin Locke. All 4 ascend to the elite semi-first rank. Corin, a mere rank 5 rookie, displayed such legendary bravery that Headmaster Ariel Casa himself, alongside senior staff and honorary masters, personally put him forward for an unprecedented leap to first-rank guard. Shockwaves hit the crowd. Vaulting from 5 to 1 in a single term, it is completely, utterly unprecedented. In one historic moment, Corin officially elevates to a prestigious first-ranked defender. While his talent is clear, the driving force behind this promotion was his heroic role in taking down the traitorous Fomac. But here is the real reward, the exclusive privileges that come with this elite status. He now has the direct authority to join the frontline squad, achieving in months what normally takes years of brutal service. Now, he can unite the realm's finest heroes. With strong alliances and unmatched force, he will finally reshape the future. At long last, the eagerly awaited summer break begins, sending our young heroes on entirely separate journeys. Some seek summer jobs, others journey back to their families, while a few pursue internships and valuable mentorship. Cornell sets off westward, hoping to salvage a rare, powerful energy core from a ruined castle for his golem. Elisa is highly frustrated, forced to return home at her grandfather's command. Meanwhile, Corin looks back on a lonely childhood home. His family had left for vacation completely without him. So you and I find our travelers arriving in Venn after a terribly delayed letter arrived 3 days late. Young Elisa, bless her heart, musters up her courage to ask Corinne if he wants to stay at her home. Apparently, traveling all by herself is just too frightening, which is quite surprising, because a brave girl like her shouldn't know the meaning of fear. Besides, everything seems perfectly safe here, so Corinne politely declines her offer, choosing to explore the Eastern Sea instead. You see, Corinne has a very important destination, and he cannot afford to wait. He still has some free time before his classes resume, and this summer break is his only chance. So, Corinne boards a train, and his true adventure finally begins. First, he must survive a long 9-hour journey to the northern continent. Oh, and did I mention there is a dangerous gang of robbers aboard this very train? They draw their weapons, ordering the passengers to raise their hands and empty their pockets. A classic holdup. The passengers are absolutely terrified, frozen in silence. The bald leader of this gang is a reasonably strong warrior, and he is thoroughly enjoying intimidating these innocent people. Just at that moment, two unsuspecting travelers stumble right into the carriage where this robbery is taking place. The bald outlaw completely loses his temper. Angrily, he screams at them, demanding to know if they are blind, and shouting at them to raise their hands if they value their lives. But this angry outlaw has no idea who he is dealing with. This is Corinne Loff, and he fears absolutely no one. Without uttering a single word, one powerful, swift blow sends the criminal flying straight into the ceiling of the carriage. Corinne is an elite first-class knight, so why would he fear a common crook? With that obstacle cleared, his journey south truly begins. Later, inside the quiet academy library, Corinne reads an ancient text detailing a warrior's miraculous healing power. It reminds him of a soldier he once witnessed on a tragic, blood-stained battlefield. That poor soul was desperately leaning his heavily wounded body against a stone, yet somehow, he refused to fall. When Corinne offered to end his suffering peacefully, the brave soldier merely replied, "I would give anything for a cold drink of water." Deeply respecting this resilient soldier, he brought fresh water from a nearby lake to quench the man's thirst. Then, an absolute miracle occurred. Every single one of the soldier's wounds vanished completely. Closing the book, Corinne is deeply moved. A man who was on the brink of death had fully recovered, standing proud like a true legend. Suddenly, a somber-looking companion approaches and asks, "Is my family castle in the southern land still standing?" He invites Corinne to visit his office whenever he is nearby. However, Corinne is entirely confused, as he has no memory of such a place from his previous lifetime. His companion offers no explanation. Instead, he simply tells Corinne that some answers must be discovered alone, wishing him the legendary courage of that ancient warrior. For with such grand determination, there is truly nothing in this life you cannot achieve. As you and I know, he was not a glorious king or a wizard, but simply a decent man who chose to face the darkness rather than run away from it. At that very moment, a gentle spirit departs his companion's body. The grateful spirit bows deeply, offering heartfelt thanks for the precious news regarding his beloved family waiting at the southern gate. This is the true purpose behind Corinne's journey southward. Traveling alongside young Marriott seems wise, since she knows those lands so well. Returning to the present, a grateful local officer warmly thanks them for capturing the train robbers, admitting he was in a very difficult situation. As the bandits are taken away, the officer hands Corinne a very generous bag of gold coins as a reward. Corinne modestly insists that no reward is necessary. But who could refuse such a kind gesture? He accepts the token with gratitude. His guiding rule in life is to always assist those in need, and this good deed grants him 2 valuable skill points. As you and I see, being kind really does bring its own rewards. With pockets full, the 2 friends happily search for a warm meal. The kind officer watches them depart, smiling at how much joy a simple good deed can bring to the young. Soon they arrive at the Great Southern Gateway, where countless carriages stand ready to journey to the main southern metropolis. From this point, it is an exhausting 8-hour ride that is bound to leave anyone terribly stiff. Fortunately, they reach Wyvern's Landing. Corinne traveled this way occasionally in his former life. It is far swifter and more comfortable than a carriage, though it certainly is not for everyone. That is because this journey takes place high atop massive, majestic birds. They even bypass the usual 30 silver coin fee, as Marriott's prominent family has arranged an exceptionally unique mode of transport for them. They are flying on a legendary Varsender, a magnificent giant eagle from the city of Lep, renowned as the swiftest transport in existence. This magnificent creature is easily worth 12 wyverns. They must hold on tight. Down below, the landing crew quickly prepares the site, establishing clear visual contact from 200 lits away. With their arrival estimated in 10 minutes, some of the workers quietly wonder what special business the Academy has today. With school currently on break, the students have scattered. This can only mean their beloved princess, Quiko Marriott, is finally returning home. It seems the entire estate is eagerly preparing to welcome her home with grand celebrations. The doors opened, and there they were, a massive line of servants waiting to welcome Lady Marie-Ed home for her so-called vacation. While she received warm congratulations on her big promotion, Corinne realized they had arrived in Left City, with Duna City lying just to the east. Put those two names together and you get Dunalef, her family name. She claimed they were just humble farmers. But what farmer owns 2 entire cities? Something about owning 2 million of them. Poor Corinne assumed she meant 2 million pyong, but it was actually 2 million hectares. His jaw dropped. That is over 6.5 billion pyong. It all started to make sense. After all, the Dunalef family was legendary down south. They owned the local hair salon, the general store, the agricultural center, and even a professional wrestling league. If it existed, they put their name on it. The endless signs along the road proved exactly that. Gazing up at the massive Dunalef estate, Corinne stood absolutely speechless. Marie-Ed never boasted about being rich because it was her family's wealth. Then, the butler stepped forward. As the eldest, she was set to inherit every bit of it. Noticing she brought a young man home, the butler quickly slid over to tease him. He proudly explained that for generations, their family always welcomed a live-in son-in-law. The family even provides a home and full business backing. He bragged about how Lady Marie-Ed was known as the flower of the South for her brilliant mind and beauty. Apparently, the sheer stack of marriage proposals she received could easily fill an entire potato warehouse, probably even more. Corinne simply nodded along, though the butler was talking so fast he could barely follow. Then came the topic of the local duke's castle, which had just been bought by a certain Baron Cassius. In Corinne's previous life, that grand castle belonged to a notoriously corrupt merchant from the southern islands, a truly unpleasant fellow. Back then, just to get inside, he and his ally had to battle a monstrous sea beast, day and night. After all that exhausting effort, they finally entered. He dreaded having to repeat that ordeal. However, Marie-Ed had already contacted Baron Cassius, meaning they were free to visit whenever they pleased. She simply mentioned Corinne's interest, and the Baron happily agreed, inviting them both to drop by whenever they liked. He was even hosting a grand party this Friday and insisted they attend. Corinne was stunned. Could life's hurdles really be cleared this easily? After all, in his previous life, he had to sweat and bleed just to secure a single entry. Marie-Ed was truly a goddess, an absolute superstar. She was the most graceful problem solver on Earth. She suggested a shopping trip tomorrow to find proper party attire. But the staggering prices made his head spin. 3 gold for a suit, 6 for accessories, and 4 for a backup outfit. To top it all off, there was an expensive watch and countless other luxury items. Her payment method? A simple blank check for top-tier designer items. That kind of fortune could easily buy a prime piece of real estate in the capital. The sheer extravagance of it all left him feeling quite flustered. He almost expected her to demand a contract for this. Instead, she just kept shopping merrily, spending at a rate that genuinely began to terrify him. Then, she presented him with a heavy wooden crate, packed with a rare mineral highly prized in Odachi. It was a legendary material he never expected to hold an indestructible stone. Unlike fragile silver crystals that shatter under pressure, this mystical substance simply never breaks. He couldn't help but grin like a joyful child receiving the ultimate holiday gift. He was baffled by how she even tracked it down, as such treasures are nearly impossible to find. This single stone brought him more joy than all the other treasures combined, for it was the key component of Emperor Garand Adel's legendary hidden blade. Marie-Ed softly explained that mounting this on his spear would boost its offensive power immensely. It would even expand his magical reserve, helping Corinne overcome any trial ahead. Knowing how vital it was, she had searched tirelessly to find this perfect gift. Seeing Corinne this happy made her joyful too. All her effort had truly paid off. Later that evening, they returned to the estate for a grand feast. As a guest, dining with the family was strictly required. The lady greeting them with a warm smile was her mother, but before Corinne could introduce himself, a booming voice interrupted. The man demanded an answer to one vital question before dinner, warning that his response would decide if he could even sit down. The question was incredibly blunt: are you a virgin? This was Marde Dunalef, Mariette's protective father. Corinne stood frozen in disbelief. His wife immediately scolded him with a sharp smack on the arm for asking something so utterly shameless. But that is typical of a protective father. If Corinne was to join the prestigious Dunalef family, This rocky start promised a very dramatic dinner ahead. Her father kept insisting his daughter was not easily won, declaring she would only marry the one who truly held her heart. Mariette quickly dragged her father away before he could cause more embarrassment. Meanwhile, the lady of the house was delighted to finally meet the young man she had heard so much about. Offering a deep, elegant bow, she warmly thanked Corinne for looking after her beloved daughter. Corinne felt completely puzzled, having acted simply because it felt right. To everyone's surprise, Mariette's mother began to blush. She assumed her daughter's letters were mere fairy tales, but this young man, Corinne, actually brought them to life. Suddenly, her father appeared out of nowhere to set some strict boundaries. "I am grateful, but you are only to hold hands. Keep things proper." Deeply embarrassed, the two ladies quickly used force to silence the outspoken father. Corinne found this lively family rather amusing. The following day at the Duke's castle, Baron Cassius eagerly rushed out to greet them warmly. The gentleman was smiling broadly, looking absolutely overjoyed. Observing such a warm reception made Corinne doubt his own memories. This could not possibly be the same man. Was this truly the same stubborn individual from his past life who refused to open the gates without a ridiculous favor? Stepping into the grand castle, Corinne felt a wave of quiet pride. Had he not rescued her, he never would have seen her looking so breathtakingly beautiful, and the southern lands would have lost their most beloved lady. Indeed, the Dunlap family held immense influence in the region. Escorting Mariette to the gathering was far more valuable than any trivial errand. The guests began to whisper in excitement, astonished by the family's presence. It was clear that Count Brandria possessed significant influence. The two arrived fully prepared. Their plan was simple: wait for the celebration to liven up, speak with the Count, and then slip away to the study. Suddenly, a polished young gentleman approached them, introducing himself as Gallet from the prominent Rondignum family. He politely requested a dance with Mariette, prompting a crowd of eager young noblemen to rush forward, all vying for her hand. As they virtually squabbled over her, a flustered Mariette felt helpless. Fortunately, Corinne stepped in to rescue her, gently rebuking the gentlemen for their poor manners. With grace, Corinne kissed her hand and requested the honor of the first dance. This was classic high society etiquette. Having failed to remember this in his previous life, he knew that kissing the hand first was the key to securing a dance. Overcome with emotion, Mariette could only nod and happily accept his hand. They moved gracefully together to the music. In his heart, he wanted nothing more than to repay this sweet lady for her previous kindness. While he had depended on her greatly in the past, their current closeness was proving to be a rather delicate distraction. Feeling the gentle contact of her embrace as they danced, young Corinne found himself struggling to maintain a calm, gentlemanly composure. Flustered and embarrassed, Mariette accidentally stepped heavily on his foot. Though it pained him, he hid it gracefully, drawing her closer to guide her steps. Mariette blushed deeply, her heart fluttering even more as Corinne began to speak softly. He urged her to ignore the watching crowd. In this moment, she only needed to look at him and enjoy the music. "Just place your feet on mine and follow my lead. Look into my eyes and feel the melody. You are doing wonderfully." For a moment, the bustling ballroom seemed to fade away. He remembered from his past life that looking directly into your partner's eyes helps you find perfect balance. A warm smile graced their faces, neither of them sure who began it. It was a truly magical moment. Once the music stopped, other suitors tried to introduce themselves, but Mariette politely turned each one away. Corinne then gracefully escorted her out of the hall, leaving the wealthy young suitors utterly disappointed. Their beautiful lady was departing with an unknown newcomer. Meanwhile, the watching noblewomen found the entire scene deeply romantic. His protective charm was wonderful to see, and their dance was simply breathtaking. The two finally reached the Duke's quiet study. Their goal was to search for any traces of him, recalling from past knowledge that clues lay in details about his family. Under ordinary circumstances, simply presenting this journal to the nobleman would have settled the matter. However, in his previous life, there had never been any mention of searching this study. Though puzzled about why he was guided here, Corinne began his search. They examined the room thoroughly, but found nothing of note. This task was proving remarkably difficult, with no hidden drawers, secret passages, or obvious clues to be found. To make matters worse, Mariette was growing quite hungry, having departed in such a hurry that she missed her meal. She offered Corinne a wonderfully tender, shy look, the sort that naturally signals a blossoming affection between two people. Before long, she found herself resting gently on his lap, as Corinne generously offered his own blood to sustain her. She leaned close and gently bit into his shoulder, yet Corinne did not even flinch. He calmly remarked that he must possess the remarkable fortitude of a soldier, feeling no discomfort at all. Then, a realization struck. This physical resilience was a unique gift he had acquired alongside a powerful soul. The mysterious volume containing the Duke's sealed soul held unusual magical properties, prompting Corinne to ask Mariette to summon Yivka. He hoped to call forth her spirit in a translucent form, allowing her to appear before her physical body took shape. Mariette works her magic, and just like that, Dioku transforms from a handsome wolf boy into a grotesque monster. Just a moment later, the poor creature simply fades out of existence. But Corinne, unable to see spirits, suddenly feels a bone-chilling cold creep deep into his soul. As darkness swallows the world, a terrifying truth dawns on him. No one warned him that the legendary spirit sealed inside the library was none other than the dread Duke Sebastia. Because he was unable to die, his overwhelming bloodlust forced his very soul and body to tear completely apart. And where is the Duke's body now? It stands right before Corinne, radiating a terrifying, murderous intent. The imposing figure demands to know why Corinne has arrived with his soul fragments, and what business he has here. Corinne bravely counters with a question of his own. If his body and soul are divided, how is he still moving? But the Duke instantly shuts him down, making it clear that he dictates the questions, and Corinne is only there to answer them. This warrior radiates an overwhelming power. Any hope of a simple quest vanishes. This ancient book holds a deadly secret. 800 years ago, a legendary general commanded the entire southern realm, the magnificent Duke Sebastia himself. History remembered him as the strongest of his era, perhaps the greatest warrior of all time. Now, Corinne must face this living legend in battle. The Duke demands to know if he destroyed his wandering soul. Corinne explains that he actually helped the Duke's soul find peace and gently cross over. To be honest, he was hoping for a far better reward than just an old book of magic. The Duke refuses to believe him, claiming that his soul would never lead anyone here who accompanied a vile vampire. He rejects the youth's story. Meanwhile, Corinne wonders how a soulless corpse is capable of moving with such vigor. This vessel belongs to a vampire in immortal form. He requires a soul fragment locked within these walls to prevent himself from turning into a beast, just like Corinne's companion. He means Mariette. Corinne desperately defends her, arguing that she is no demon and maintains control over her dark powers. The Duke appears weary and hollow, having battled his own insatiable bloodlust for 8 long centuries. He shattered his soul, his senses, and his feelings. Yet, the thirst for blood remained a primal instinct he cannot escape. He simply refuses to believe anything he cannot personally verify. If Corinne tries to stand in his way, he will face total destruction. Bringing Mariette here was a tragic mistake. They sealed Sebastia's body away for ages due to his relentless, burning hatred for all vampire kind. The legendary champion has utterly lost his mind. If he was unbeatable then, he is an unstoppable force of destruction now. Corinne must risk everything. He summons the 6th form of the 6 paths, the ultimate serpent Ashura, charging directly at the Duke. The Duke effortlessly blocks him, unleashing his devastating poison dragonhead technique. The staggering energy flowing from his blade is the force of creation, won by slaying a mighty dragon in ages past. Merging it with his ultimate technique, the Ghost Sword Dragon Slayer, he strikes a clean, devastating blow right down Corinne's chest. Corinne has vastly underestimated him. To the Duke, a creature like Mariette is merely a low-born monster, unworthy of a peaceful existence. Mariette struggles to comprehend his words, but his murderous aura proves that sheer willpower cannot defeat this ancient warrior. In time, she will surely crave her beloved's blood, bringing ruin and death to everyone she holds dear. Leveling his sharp blade directly at Mariette, he coldly commands her to depart from this sacred hall immediately. She barely evades his strike, paralyzed by a deep, overwhelming terror that strips away any hope of fighting back. Defending his master, Dioku leaps forward to bite the Duke's arm, but heavy, magic-infused chains instantly bind him tight. With his jaws clamped shut, Dioku can only watch as the Duke mockingly praises his speed for a beast of burden. Though his swiftness surpasses the Duke's own youth, he remains a savage creature relying on brute force over true martial wisdom. Mid-sentence, he drives the sealing sword of Romania deep through Dioku's chest, trapping the immortal beast in a pocket dimension. A beast, he declares coldly, will always remain a beast, nothing more. Mariette refuses to believe it. She knows he is wrong because if Corinne believes in her, she will too. Moved by her stubborn faith, he mercilessly presents Corinne's severely wounded, broken body. He claims this is the kindest end for them both as Mariette falls weeping beside her fallen champion. Corinne's fingers tremble in a pooling crimson stain, while Mariette looks on, her breathing shallow and labored. For the Duke, this scene confirms his bias, a weak vampire, unable to conquer her primal urges even as her loved one slips away. But that was only what the old spirit believed. In truth, Mariette never actually drank that blood. Instead, she offered her own blood to sustain Corinne. Rather than taking his life force, she willingly sacrificed her own. Mariette had truly shattered her limits. She should have lost her mind to those dark primal instincts, but Mariette defied all odds. It was something Sebastia himself could never achieve. He failed to save anyone. He was the one who gave in to temptation, but this young couple proved to be different. A sudden realization struck him. He could not judge these children by his own past failures. Without warning, he drove his blade deep into Corinne's chest, leaving Mariette helpless to intervene. She had no idea how long this phantom would torment them, but she absolutely refused to let him take her beloved Corinne. A blinding light suddenly wrapped around them, and in an instant, they returned to the previous room. Corinne gently placed a hand on her shoulder, reassuring her he was all right, as Mariette wept with overwhelming relief. It turned out Duke Sebastia had actually spared the young man, casting his weapon aside to bestow his own magical core upon Corinne. At last, Sebastia understood why destiny brought this boy to his resting place, recognizing the makings of a true hero. While ordinary men crave power out of greed, Corinne possessed a rare faith and noble dignity they could never hope to match. Above all, this boy succeeded where the old Duke had failed, earning the right to reshape a world Sebastia could not save 800 years ago. The legendary Duke entrusted the young man to right the ancient wrongs he had committed so long ago. With those parting words, his spectral form slowly dissolved into nothingness. Corinne could feel a powerful new warmth beating in his chest, the legendary core of General Sebastia Zook himself. What an incredible reward. Mariette threw her arms around him, holding on tightly, terrified she had nearly lost him to the abyss forever. Through her tears, she demanded a promise that he would never leave her again without her leave. Thankfully, the journey ended well, and this magnificent prize made it all worthwhile. His grand prize for surviving this ordeal was indeed the great general's legendary magic core. Instantly, his mystical reserve surged dramatically as the ancient energy began to manifest inside him. If the boy had but one wish, it was for the Duke's soul, tormented for 800 years, to finally find peace. Suddenly, the magical system alerts chimed repeatedly. He had successfully acquired the legendary core, boosting his aura and unlocking a powerful special ability. This secondary core did not just elevate his rank, it gave him an entirely separate reservoir of power. Best of all, it granted extraordinary traits like persistent regeneration, legendary endurance, a total domain, and dual core capacity. Yet, something felt strange to him. In the game from his previous life, the Duke never bestowed such gifts. He wondered why the trial had to be so brutal if such generosity was possible. Right then, a maid opened the door, only to find the young couple in a state of complete disarray. One rested on the other's lap, both panting heavily. Realizing how incredibly compromising this appeared, the boy scrambled to explain that it was entirely innocent. How could she believe him, though? To her, the evidence on display was absolute. Taking in the heavy, warm atmosphere, the poor maid flushed bright crimson and fled the room, stammering an apology for interrupting their private moment. All the poor boy could do was shout down the hallway that it was all an innocent mistake. Naturally, the gossip threw the girl's protective father into a towering fury, making him vow to tear the boy apart limb from limb. It took 20 days to finally clear the air, while our young hero wisely hid in the mountains to master his new powers. Angry townsfolk searched everywhere for the rogue who supposedly compromised their precious lady. Fortunately, the chaos eventually quieted down, though not before he earned a reputation as the most wanted man in the region. When he finally returned to school, the new semester was underway, and the campus was buzzing with preparations for the grand festival. Riding together in a carriage, they eagerly discussed their business ventures, confident their local tavern would soon yield immense profits. Success was practically guaranteed, as a massive crowd of travelers would arrive for the celebration, ensuring their establishment would flourish. Once the initial profits rolled in, he planned to sell the estate for a tidy sum, reinvesting the funds to build his wealth. With such a brilliant strategy, the boy was well on his way to becoming incredibly wealthy. The mere thought brought him great joy. Festivals truly were wonderful. However, a harsh dose of reality quickly shattered those bright dreams. Reports warned of an approaching super typhoon, a natural disaster that had never occurred in his past life. Such a massive storm would undoubtedly ruin the upcoming celebration. Yet for Mariette, business remained strictly business. He was still required to sign the contract, though she promised she would not treat him too harshly if he fell short. She offered her assistance on the sole condition that Miss Rin agree to a small request, a deal he found highly questionable and refused to accept. Our story moves to the special dormitory at Mary Kaba Academy. The pair sought shelter in the headmaster's office, as the building was mostly empty while Professor Josephine enjoyed a peaceful vacation with Warren at Jion Chapel. Thankfully, the headmaster warmly welcomed the boy for the night, considering him a dear member of their family now. They actually considered letting Corin stay there for the entire term. It was clear they wanted to keep a close watch on him. Both Professor Josephine and Headmaster Aaron still did not trust him at all. Yet, this peculiar storm remained a complete mystery. A massive hurricane like this should have caused widespread devastation, but the city escaped unharmed while the outskirts suffered terrible damage. Oddly, the storm refused to move. It was no natural event, it was the work of a monster. Let us begin this tale on a critical shipping route in the southern islands. This was the domain of the lonely sea serpent, the Ocean King, who suddenly lost his mind. He turned on humanity, ruthlessly sinking ships and invading territories that were not his own. Soon, a daring young man stepped forward, determined to slay the mad beast and become a hero. Dismissing his father's worries, he was determined to hunt this dangerous rank, a beast, hoping victory would grant him a promotion to a first-class knight. With such glory, he hoped to win Lady Marriott, stealing her away from Corin. A single rejection on the dance floor had twisted his mind into a dark and obsessive rivalry. He believed he must surpass Corin, destroy the monstrous sea serpent, and restore absolute peace to the land. The hunt began. A dedicated strike force battled for 5 long nights, bringing a fragile, temporary peace back to the troubled shores of Albion. Ultimately, the sea serpent escaped their grasp, fleeing into the deep ocean after claiming the lives of many innocent souls. These unique creatures, known as Anvan Bats, conjure violent storms to safely give birth, hiding from dangerous predators within the calm eye. Known as golden bats, their flesh and blood possess miraculous healing properties that other monsters crave. For the wounded sea serpent, this was an opportunity he simply could not ignore. Desperate, the expectant mother bat fled northward, flying as quickly as her wings could carry her towards safety. She chose to nest on the very plot of land that Corin had recently purchased. It seemed a tiny creature was about to ruin his entire financial future. Corin was completely baffled by their arrival, knowing they normally nested on isolated islands far away during the summer months. Then, the harsh reality set in his own past actions had triggered a butterfly effect, bringing a literal hurricane right to his doorstep. The laborers building his new inn took one look at the threatening skies and quickly abandoned the construction site. They simply could not work with the weather growing more violent by the second. Working under these conditions was a death sentence, and if the tempest persisted, Corin's dreams of opening the inn would be shattered forever. He had already spent 280 gold coins just to purchase the land. He spent another 330 on building materials, plus 220 for labor. Only 110 of those coins belonged to him. The remainder came from heavy loans, meaning failure would leave him burdened with a crushing debt of 720 gold coins. At this rate, ruin was absolutely inevitable for him. Shortly after, the Mukaba Academy called an emergency meeting where Headmaster Ariel Casa gathered key professors and students, including the warrior, Hameng, Dana Arian, alongside the Magic Division professor, Ega Linton. Also attending were Lorala Musk from Alchemy and Ugin Renchi, the new Night Division instructor. A fierce debate arose over the storm-causing bats. While Hameng strongly advocated for hunting them down, Professor Ega dismissed the proposal immediately. He argued that the tempest would naturally dissipate within a month, making any dangerous mission entirely unnecessary. Lorala questioned his certainty, prompting Ega to explain that the bat's summer mating season is notoriously short, lasting only from June to September. Even taking unexpected delays into account, the weather would surely clear within 4 weeks. If his calculations were correct, action was unneeded, and Lorala agreed they should simply observe the situation. Ugin Renchi, however, argued they must act now, as delayed student arrivals and a postponed festival would make the school look helpless. Another faculty member reminded them that they were an educational institution, not hunters, and the local association should take the lead. Conflicting opinions filled the chamber, leaving the council in a complete stalemate. Corin, who had remained quiet until this moment, finally spoke, humbly requesting that the elders hear his plea. He delivered an impassioned speech about honor, duty, and sacrificing one's life to defend the helpless and defeat rising darkness. "We are guardians of mankind, so we must stand and fight," he declared, his voice trembling with a powerful, theatrical emotion. After all, this was his golden chance, and the more resistance he met, the more dramatic his acting became. While his lips spoke eloquently of the poor families losing their homes, his mind was desperately focused on saving his own financial skin. He wept for the homeless, the jobless, and the hungry children left without shelter, crying out that they could not abandon these souls. Astoundingly, the council believed every word. Deeply moved by Corin's heartfelt plea, they began offering high praise while he carefully maintained his tragic facade. He continued his grand display, preaching of honor and duty, nearly slipping up by saying they must save his beloved inn instead of the suffering people. Hearing those words, the older students feel their heroic spirits ignite. Besides, they absolutely admire young Lady Rin, a remarkably fierce knight for her age. Just like that, a strike team is ready. Under the banner of the Righteous Guard, they vow to defend them to the end. Inspired by this grand display, teachers and students join forces. The mission is officially on. Now, they simply must wait for the absolute perfect moment to strike. Watching Kareen get so emotional, the professor is shocked by the young man's deeply noble heart. Oh, he is dead serious, all right. He has a massive debt of 720 gold coins to pay. His whole future depends on this. The strategy is straightforward. To capture the golden bat Anvin hiding in the Tempest, a backup crew must first blast a hole right through the heavy winds. Once that opening is made, the strike force will charge in and finish off the beast. If only it were that simple. These other monsters got trapped trying to hunt the bat, leaving them completely starving and absolutely furious. Yet, Kareen is not sweating it. Back in his prime, this professor was known as Haman the Slasher, and legendary warrior. He swings a massive 2-meter staff as if it were a light wooden club. This is the formidable Professor Ogun. Then we have Professor Ega, a brilliant top-tier wizard and the team leader. That object in his hand is not a pipe, but his magical weapon. Rounding out the squad is a powerhouse sophomore on par with Kareen. Meet Berjaker the Berserker, a mighty warrior from the Northern Isles. With a lineup this powerful, they should easily crush these creatures without breaking a sweat. That Berserker is an absolute giant. You have to wonder if he has some ogre blood in him. Regardless, the primary objective is capturing the bat. They must reach the center of the gale before the destruction gets out of hand. And naturally, before it ruins Kareen's dream mansion. For the wealth, the luxury, and the bright future that monster has to go down. The team pushes forward into the heart of the gale, with the rest following closely. But once inside, they find a bizarre inner storm. This is completely unprecedented. Professor Ega believes the beast felt their presence and used its remaining energy to summon this barrier. It seems to be a maternal instinct. Even for a wild creature, it is truly remarkable. Professor Ogun notes that if they are willing to take some painful hits, they could likely force their way through. However, since that would risk serious injuries among the faculty, there is no reason to make such a reckless move. Ega immediately signals the backup crew. Upon seeing it, Professor Dana wastes no time and unleashes her devastating magic. She calls down a terrifying red lightning strike from the heavens, but it seems she put far too much power into it. The blast is strong enough to vaporize the entire team. Everyone quickly scrambles behind Ega's magical barrier. They only wanted a path cleared, but she went entirely over the top with her spell. The destructive force is absolutely mind-blowing. In one single flash, the entire area is completely wiped out. They were nearly blown to bits by their own ally. This is precisely why Haman cannot stand wizards. But hey, the barrier should be gone now, right? Unfortunately, it is not. The Tempest remains, standing completely unaffected. That level of lightning should have fried any legendary monster, yet this creature is untouched. Suddenly, they notice a terrifying change. The beast is growing. It is actually evolving. This rare transformation happens when a monster gains an immense amount of survival experience. This is not just a simple upgrade for a pack leader. The creature is transcending its very biological limits. For a beast capable of living inside a massive hurricane, having a natural immunity to lightning makes perfect sense. Worse, it absorbed Dana's entire magical attack. This is no longer a standard beast they can easily handle. The creature has become the true lord of tempest and gale. As they are pulled into the vortex, they realize calling for help is useless. This monster is a nightmare, and things are spinning out of control. Yet, the wilder it gets, the better Kareen performs. Activating his fire snake technique, he drives his weapon deep into the earth to secure his position. But sudden realization strikes. His combat style requires solid ground under his feet. Up in the air, he is completely helpless. He cannot make a single move, and his golden opportunity is ruined. He looks to Bojacker for assistance, but there is no hope there either. Dangling in midair makes even a massive warrior utterly powerless. But Kareen refuses to quit, not with a debt of 720 gold coins lingering over him. Desperate, Kareen uses Bojacker's smooth, bald head as a launch pad and leaps high into the air. Even while tossing and turning in the wind, he is far from finished. He will not lose his future to an oversized beast. He vaults higher, literally using his allies as stepping stones. He must defeat this creature before it ruins his chance at that massive fortune. So now we have a clash of wills, a youth desperate to secure his fortune against a mother protecting her child. Everything is on the line in this single instant. A fierce, breathless fight for survival has finally begun. Yet another challenger stands in his way, though it hardly makes a difference. With just 2 swift strikes, Self-Immolation Mountain and Crimson Strike, the job is done. He thrusts his blade directly into the howling tempest, to no avail. All that impressive ground training proves useless high up in the sky. Despair begins to wash over young Kareen. Is this truly the end of the road? Was all of his struggle for nothing? Regret sets in fast, leaving him wishing he had simply spent that hard-earned money on a warm, hearty meal. Then, at his darkest hour amidst the raging storm, a sound pierces through, a thunderous roar that slices right through the howling wind. An unknown savior confronts the beast, and Van. With only a couple of simple, elegant strikes, the terrifying monster is brought down for good. Suddenly, the harsh winds fade, slowly revealing a mysterious savior standing tall within a thick cloud of dust. Though he must walk through the shadow of death, Kareen harbors no fear, knowing a guardian spirit watches over him. Right before he is crushed by a massive debt of 720 gold coins, help arrives. His rescuers are none other than Guarin and Josephine. The fierce tornado whipped up by the storm battered the city outskirts, leaving behind a trail of heavy destruction. With swift help, the town itself remained largely unharmed, except for a few rural roads. Though some folks were injured, they will recover. Since the Academy relies heavily on public tax dollars, preserving a noble and heroic reputation is absolutely vital. For these young guards, community service is essential to keeping up appearances. Yet, while Mariette remains bright and cheerful, Guarin is a completely different story. Seeing his companion in such a grumpy mood, Kareen decides it is high time for a gentle life lesson. He gently asks her when human civilization truly began. As it turns out, it all started with an ancient leg bone that had safely healed. If an animal breaks its leg out in the wild, survival is nearly impossible. But this bone had healed, meaning someone cared enough to stay by their side through the long recovery. Helping those in need is the true foundation of society. To Guarin, however, it only proves human weakness, especially since no one has ever lent her a helping hand. Without a single moment of hesitation, Kareen promises to be the very first to help her. Guarin falls quiet before quietly turning away. She refuses to believe him, convinced that a fragile soul has no business making such grand promises. Deep down, Guarin knows she is a chimera, an unnatural being forged by fusing a human soul with a monster. If he only knew the truth about her past, if he discovered her true form, she could never trust him. Meanwhile, an eerie voice relentlessly echoes in her mind, demanding she return the body. She is well aware this body does not belong to her, but she refuses to surrender it. Though she seems distant and cold, a flicker of hope remains that Kareen might save her. Their school lies in Merkadva City. They call it the safest haven on earth, but that is far from the truth. Lawless back alleys thrive here, ruled by the notorious Black Star Guild. Their sinister trade involves trafficking innocent souls and smuggling illegal spirits. To secure their power, they manage unique side operations, catering to a very specific kind of clientele. The moment unruly, intoxicated patrons start causing a ruckus in the local tavern, they step in. Since the guild supplies the tavern and collects protection fees, this is the perfect place to track them down. Suddenly, towering thugs approach young Kareen. Noticing his uniform, they dismiss him as a mere schoolboy. Wanting to avoid a scene, the leader offers to pay for his beverage, demanding he depart immediately. Kareen remains completely unfazed, boldly pouring his drink directly over the man's head. The surrounding thugs grow furious, but their leader quickly holds them back. The manager has dealt with arrogant troublemakers before. Young fools who believe an academy uniform makes them invincible. Instead of letting the insult pass, the boss commands his henchmen to teach this boy a lesson. These men are the ruthless trackers of the North, notorious slave catchers known as the Crazy Red Dogs. They view him as a naive child who has never faced a true threat. Yet, Kareen swiftly unleashes a flurry of powerful, well-aimed punches on each of them. Within seconds, those ferocious trackers are left thoroughly battered, bruised, and utterly defeated. They learned a painful lesson today. If they are the wild dogs, then he is the master who tames them. To ensure the manager did not feel ignored, Kareen delivered a powerful, decisive blow right to his jaw. By sundown, the Black Star Guild was completely dismantled, but Kareen had much deeper personal motives for confronting them. They were vile human traffickers, and he was determined to liberate all of their demi-human captives. In this harsh land, demi-humans suffer terrible cruelty, caged like beasts, shunned and deeply misunderstood simply for being different. Kareen unlocked their cages, reassuring them that a safe carriage from the Dunlap family was waiting nearby to take them home. The liberated captives wept with profound gratitude. Playing dumb like this should easily lower their guard around him. For the final step, he asks a local about sisters named Ren and Zhongkong. She points to two nearby kids, who are far smaller than expected. In her past life, Rin met these two when they were already 20 years old. He heard werewolf bodies develop based on their mental state, but this was just far too small. Seeing someone approach, the older sister protectively shields her little brother, begging for mercy. She is Ren, and her little brother is John. Kareen knew werewolves awaken at birth, meaning they were sold young. Ren used to be fiercely defiant, but her spirit seems totally broken now. She changed this much in just 1 year. In his past life, these siblings were villains serving a fanatical werewolf cult. They were fundamentalist extremists who, in a twisted effort to raise awareness for demi-humans, committed unspeakable crimes against enslaved werewolves, leading to an epic clash with the first and second princes. Those two were formidable opponents back then, but in the end, they were completely defeated by Paxiu. So Kareen is essentially recruiting future powerful adversaries, tragic souls destined to become formidable monsters. He gently reaches out a hand to comfort them, but gets smacked away instantly. Kareen simply pulls them both into a warm hug. These neglected, oppressed children are a true tragedy. Once they calm down, they finally share their names. He introduces himself too, telling them he is Kareen Lork, a guardian. The young siblings finally seem to feel a bit safer. He has won their trust, but can he really hand them over to the Academy guards? Kareen expected these legendary future foes to already be fierce and strong, not just tiny, helpless children. His original plan was simply to use their unique powers to keep his foes at bay. Just then, Lenia approaches. She looks like a humble back-alley bartender, but she actually runs a massive underground information guild. She asks how he plans to handle these kids. His immediate plan is to take them inside and get them a warm meal. Hearing this, Lenia mistakes him for some kind of saintly philanthropist. Explaining the complicated truth would be far too exhausting, so he lets her believe what she wants. Besides, he still must save Quarren, keeping the solemn promise he made. The next day at the Eastern Dock, a majestic one-legged white bird touches down, bringing mysterious visitors from the distant east. A white-haired young man calmly displays an official officer insignia from Borameza Academy. The elder is their master, Kangrian, flanked by his disciples, Jin Hyo and the student council president, Kang Yulhwa. A local attendant warmly welcomes them to the Eolat kingdom, where an elegant carriage is already waiting. They have come for a specific reason. The leader here apparently stole something from their homeland, and the emperor is absolutely certain of it. The wise old master warns his disciples to conceal their deadly intent. They must stay calm, as it is the only way to succeed here. Yet for Jin Hyo, forgetting is impossible. Not after what that terrible monster did to them. A dark memory flashes. He sees a lone girl standing before a raging fire as an entire building burns to ashes. A month after the crisis, the Academy is buzzing about the upcoming festival. But make no mistake, this is actually an all-out war between rival schools. Students from 4 elite academies will gather, and everyone is already training like their very lives depend on it. Some scramble to form early alliances, while others debate entering the singles category, the doubles and group events. When Alyssa asks Kareen about his plans, he casually pairs them up as an inseparable duo. The group battles are randomly assigned, but he secretly hopes fate pairs him up with Alyssa once again. If she ends up partnered with him, she is doomed to spend the entire festival as his exhausted, overworked helper. She questions why he did not partner with Mariette, who is undeniably the strongest fighter in the academy. But he knows Mariette is aiming for the singles tournament, completely focused on claiming that solo crown for herself. Suddenly, a hushed murmur ripples through the crowd as 3 figures in traditional Eastern robes approach them. And here they are, the heavy hitters of this new chapter, the legendary Taoist, the relentless Jin Hyo, and Sword Saint Kang Yeogwa. The elderly Taoist approaches Josephine, demanding a specific student be transferred to Barame Academy. She refuses, but he insists his demand is highly reasonable, especially since it comes directly from the child's close blood relative. A year ago, they suffered a terrible tragedy, and his granddaughter was at the center. As their temple burned to ashes, Josephine took the child away. Now that they have located her, they naturally want to bring her back home. But Quarren is a unique case, and his true motive for serving as a tournament judge was solely to reach her. The old man claims a dangerous beast dwells within her, and he only wants to help. But we know better. To start, you and I should know Quarren only drew breath because of a dying man's final wish to Principal Ariel. But Kang Ryun? He did not care at all, insisting they would handle things on their own terms. Jode Finn insists a monster can never truly fit into civilized society, completely ignoring that Quarren passed her first semester with flying colors. Now, he demands absolute proof. Even the church's bishop chimes in, questioning whether such a fierce demon could ever truly fit in. For all they knew, this was just some sinister plot. They refused to believe her, trusting only their own eyes. Their grand idea? Let Quarren loose during the grand festival. They figured that if a monster truly lived inside her, the chaotic festival would surely drag it out. It was a completely baseless claim, but Josephine knew she could not win. Being a witch made earning their trust nearly impossible, but perhaps this was a golden opportunity. Showing a demon could live peacefully with humans could change the world forever. So, Josephine agreed to let Quarren compete in the singles tournament, allowing the girl to decide her own destiny afterward. What happens out east is one thing, but here, her legal guardians are Principal Ariel, Josephine, and the Saintess of St. John's Cathedral. That is an incredibly powerful lineup to keep her safe and prove she is no threat. With the deal finalized, Josephine politely showed those two troublemakers the door before they ruined the mood any further. This situation closely matched Karin's warning that Vantaja's sinister followers were hiding somewhere right inside the festival grounds. He did not have all the details, only that a major catastrophe was looming on the horizon. His top suspicion? The church and Barame were behind it. Or perhaps both. Yes, most likely both. The declining church desperately wanted to regain power, while Barame's spirit mages joined the fray. The grand key to this entire struggle? Kwaran. This is where you and I witness a massive event that will decide a life and alter their entire history. It would even shape the destiny of the entire Ulot kingdom. Karin urged the professor to keep tabs on the church, especially the new inn hosting Borame students. It made them easy targets for surveillance, yet Josephine still could not bring herself to fully trust Karin. She still believed he served Vantaja, but Karin did not even flinch at the accusation. He simply told her to keep doubting him, calling it the only logical thing to do. Yet his true goal remained completely unshaken. Smiling, Karin declared his vow to save the world, though she had no idea of the heavy price behind those words. Perhaps her doubts quieted down just a bit. Meanwhile, rumors spread that eager students funded that brand new inn on the town's edge. Karin claimed he played no part in it. Even if rumors said he collected the money, he swore it was pure coincidence. And Mariette suddenly moving in and setting up a street shop right next door? Nothing but another strange accident, naturally. Managing 100 long-term guests, daily provisions, meals, beverages, and carriage fees, just a normal day's work. Every single one of these clever business ventures was orchestrated by a master planner. Sometimes, a young man needs financial backing. Josephine kept her guard up while Karin kept playing innocent, leading to a standstill. Soon, the team tournament qualifiers finally began. Only 16 teams would advance to the main stage, and of all the key players, Kwaran was nowhere to be found. She was likely resting for the individual matches. Looking at this fierce roster, no ordinary fighter dared to enter, and even Alyssa barely qualified. Stepping up to deliver the grand opening address was none other than the main judge, Kang Rion himself. This trial would select the final 16 squads, and the organizers had dialed the difficulty up to a brutal level. Lose the ribbon wrapped around your wrist, and you are immediately disqualified. The core theme? A hero's greatest duty, saving innocent lives. In an instant, the grand 8 Gates formation sprang to life. Everyone knew Kang Rion was the finest spellweaver in the entire East. Yet, nobody understood how this massive spell related to saving lives. Suddenly, stone statues materialized before them, revealing the first rule. Rule 1, touching a civilian allows you to guide them. Rule 2, safely escorting them to the objective awards 1 point each. Rule 3, rescuing the wrong civilian costs a penalty of 2 points. They only need a light touch to start moving. Seeing her enthusiastic teammates, she admired their high spirits. Nearby, Alyssa swiftly defeated a vicious beast, earning instant praise and applause from her grateful companions. A flawless, single-strike victory. That was Alyssa at her finest, and they felt truly blessed to have her. This trial was designed to test their protective instincts. To shield civilians from the beasts, they had to escort as many as possible to the sanctuary. Alyssa felt highly confident in their progress. Escorting the next 2 citizens would bring their total rescue count to 10. Now, their only task was locating the secure area. One brave companion immediately offered to scout the path ahead. With the Grand 8 Gates active, a secure zone had to be close. Suddenly, the earth trembled violently. But it was no natural tremor, it was Karin's squad. And there he stood, absolutely fearless. His group bound the stone statues into a massive human train, and you and I can see they had no plans of slowing down. You and I can see Karin standing there, laughing away. 1,000 points simply isn't enough for him. 1,000 students are supposed to haul these limited edition statues to earn points, but why would he ever bother with grunt work? This isn't just Karin anymore. No, we have to call him the almighty, immortal class helper. For a clever guy like him, knocking out the competition is simply much easier. This grand master plan actually started with just 3 people, Karin, Yager, and Locke, plotting to build their own loyal army of followers. Because if you want to get ahead in this world, you need helpers. So Jaeger and Lack stand right behind him, praising him as a great leader. They yell about his incredible charisma, and Karin absolutely loves it, standing with crossed arms and a giant smirk on his face. Their ultimate goal is passing the qualifiers, but with only 16 spots in the next round, all unnecessary rivals must be eliminated. So his brilliant strategy is to secure a safe zone, recruit tons of followers, and use them as human shields to avoid direct combat. A hot-headed, red-haired mage isn't having any of it. Furious at Karin's dirty tactics, he grips his staff and screams to attack. Fortunately, his friend halts that suicide mission just in time. Soon, other voices scream out, calling Karin's crew absolute cowards. Honestly, with all this endless shouting, the fight might never actually begin. And what do we see now? A massive wall of stone statues forming Karin's perfect, unbreakable shield. In this test, if Karin's team moves a statue to the safe zone, they get 1 point, but if the enemy smashes it, they lose 2 points. Meanwhile, Karin sits relaxed and comfortable atop his grand stone throne. He confidently claims that their victory is guaranteed, so long as they follow his master plan. The angry attackers below are absolutely furious, shouting that Karin is a coward and warning that they will all lose if this continues. Suddenly, the opponents charge toward the statues and his team, daring Karin to fight them one-on-one. Their strategy is to swarm the barrier and completely throw his crew off balance. Watching their desperate charge, Karin simply flashes a devious, menacing grin. He places a reassuring hand on Lack, who smiles back with equal mischief. The perfect moment has arrived. Lack is eager to strike, but Karin tells him to wait just a few seconds more. And then, Lack unleashes an enormous, roaring fireball. The fiery blast slams directly into the crowd, triggering a massive explosion that leaves the attackers screaming in sheer pain. The injured students begin to panic, knowing that if the statues break, they are finished. Yet Korin merely shrugs, casually noting they have plenty of statues, so a little damage means nothing. This moment highlights the massive gap between the groups. Karin's side spent their time collecting statues early on, steadily building up their strength. The rivals only focused on destroying their enemies' hard work. Every team has their own path to victory. With a cold, savage grin, Karin orders his squad to instantly eliminate anyone who tries to advance. From the back, his loyal teammates shout their agreement. He finds these complex tasks highly entertaining, especially as more students get knocked out. Now, you and I return to the present, where Alyssa and Karin finally stand face to face. Alyssa points a trembling finger at Karin, completely shocked and terrified. She never in a million years imagined he would appear in this place. Karin throws his arms wide, looking almost theatrical as he boasts of his supreme power, his eyes shining with a strange, brilliant light. Looking down with a cold smile, he calls her by name and magnanimously grants her permission to join his ranks for this fight. With her sword ready, Alyssa cannot believe her ears. She can only stare back at him and utter a confused question. Karin smoothly coaxes her, advising her to remove her attacker's emblem and pledge allegiance to his winning side. He even offers her the prestigious role of vice captain, but Alyssa firmly rejects him. Naturally, her defiance does not bother Karin at all. He was never truly seeking her consent. He simply requires more reliable shield bearers for the coming battle, and he wants her. So, Karin issues a brand new command. Whoever successfully captures Alyssa and brings her over will be promoted to squad leader. The moment those words leave his mouth, numerous fighters emerge to ambush Alyssa. She is left utterly bewildered, struggling to comprehend this sudden betrayal. The trio advancing on her actually feels deep regret, yet they dare not defy their master. With a loud shout, they charge forward anyway. Alyssa gasps as she recognizes them as her former allies. They have shamelessly seized this opportunity to defect. They shamelessly admit they would rather fight her than stand against a monster like Karin. Hearing their words breaks her heart. She had placed all her trust in them, only to be met with this bitter betrayal. Karin watches this unfold with a cruel, knowing smile. You and I see the harsh reality of this world. There is no true peace, only the drive to survive. Crimson stains the ground. When driven by fear, humans will do anything to ensure their own survival. In desperate, life-or-death situations, ancient loyalties crumble to dust. Everyone descends into a brutal, chaotic frenzy. Despite the odds, Alyssa manages to overpower her treacherous foes. Trembling with rage, she screams that she has finally had enough. Crushed by her allies' betrayal, Alyssa is pushed to her absolute limit by Karin's cruel games. Mourning their lost bond, she swears she needs no one. From this moment on, she will fight with her full strength, showing mercy to absolutely no one. Let's join the action as Alyssa Aiden is officially named vice captain. Meanwhile, Marieth realizes that in a brutal fight like this, teamwork is her only hope. Facing a brilliant second year like Marieth Donald alone is nothing short of a death sentence. There is simply no chance. With a team built on the power of friendship, many eager allies rush to join Marieth, confident their unbreakable bond will carry them through any danger. But when Karin's massive army of stone statues marching in, their united front hits a wall. Mariette can only stare in absolute shock. Isbel quickly steps up to calm her friend, insisting they can still win. Karin might have numbers, but his statues cannot match their pure destructive power. Then, Karin's surprisingly sweet, gentle voice rings out. Those words strike Mariette like ice, freezing her in place. With tears pooling in his eyes, Karin asks if she truly wants to fight him. At those dramatic words, Mariette's already fragile heart completely shatters into pieces. Mariette stands utterly speechless. Beside her, Isbel is completely lost. Poor Isbel does not yet realize that 2 years of friendship are easily cast aside for a dramatic first love. With her face flushed bright red, Mariette raises her scepter. This blinding first love has twisted her mind, turning her into a monster just like Karine. She screams that she is joining his side and immediately turns on her own teammates. The poor girl she charges is left utterly confused and defenseless. Shrieks fill the air. Isbel stumbles backward and falls to the ground, entirely frozen in disbelief. Cold sweat drips down her face as she watches this nightmare unfold. Before she can recover, Mariette defeats the entire squad and turns her weapon toward her. Isbel can only sit there, stammering, completely frozen in fear. Meanwhile, Karine's devious squad is absolutely loving the show, cheering loudly for their newest member. Having defeated all her old friends, Mariette proudly raises her scepter to celebrate. She flashes a savage, terrifying smile just like Karine. It seems the unfortunate souls he influences only grow more unhinged by the minute. They gather behind Karine, chanting powerful victory slogans and promising to crush any obstacle in their path, shouting out, "Forward, brothers!" Karine flips his cloak back with a massive grin. Letting your teammates do all the heavy lifting really is the perfect strategy, isn't it? Up in the viewing room, the watching instructors are breaking into a cold sweat, completely baffled by the bizarre events unfolding before them. Kang Ryun asks Josephine if she understood Karine's strategy, but even she is stunned by this madness. Without a doubt, this is the most shocking upset of the tournament. Josephine confesses that Karine constantly makes unpredictable moves, proving that all her deepest suspicions about his hidden potential are entirely correct. Let's take a look at how fast Team Karine clears the round, celebrating like absolute maniacs with bizarre victory dances right on top of the shattered statues. Yet, despite their incredible battle performance, Team Karine also succeeds in leaving a deeply unsettling impression on every single onlooker. The next stage brings the highly anticipated duo battles. Team Karine immediately faces the formidable Chen family twins, who serve as second-level guardians at the academy. The Chen sister unleashes a fierce barrage of talismans, but Karine evades them effortlessly, pointing directly at the siblings while ordering Alyssa to charge. Taken aback, Alyssa wonders why on earth Karine refuses to fight himself, yet she quickly drops into a focused, highly lethal battle stance. Brandishing her sword, she mutters that this headache is entirely his fault, but resolves to defeat the Chen siblings completely on her own. With 2 lightning-fast slashes, Alyssa strikes both opponents with perfect precision, forcing a painful cry from the wounded siblings. The duel is over in a heartbeat. Standing by, Karine remarks that her approach was surprisingly effective. Alyssa snaps back that she was the only one actually fighting. Karine, who merely stood on the sidelines directing, dares to disagree, claiming his cheerful shouting was vital support. At this, Alyssa is absolutely fuming. Up in the stands, Din Hyu and Kang Iowa observe. While Din Hyu recognizes Alyssa as the Sword Emperor's granddaughter, her display fails to impress him. Kang Iowa's keen eyes carefully analyze Alyssa's combat style, noting that while her skills are decent, they only shine against weaker opponents. However, the one figure Kang Iowa cannot look away from is Karine. She understands he is the mastermind of this squad, the source of every strange twist and turn in this tournament. Recalling the Academy's recent promotions, she pieces it together. Karine must be the mysterious individual recently elevated to a 5th-level guardian. She reflects on the 2 exceptionally dangerous competitors she investigated before the trials began, recalling that her primary concern was the fierce fighter, Berserk. Her second concern was the demi-human, Marius Dunalep. But witnessing Karine effortlessly dodge that lethal talisman storm makes her seriously reconsider everything. When one truly considers the immense power and combat skills possessed by the Chen siblings, they are far from weak. This simple truth confirms that Karine operates on an entirely different level of power. Watching Karine closely, Kang Iowa observes that he possesses an extraordinary talent for reading the battlefield and picking up on every detail. With rapid decision-making and the sharp instincts of a seasoned veteran, he is easily the strongest student present. No contest. Din Hyu shares this realization. Facing Karine on the battlefield means they are in for an incredibly difficult, grueling struggle ahead. A deceptive opponent like Karine cannot be approached head-on, leaving Din Hyu praying they avoid drawing this absolute nightmare of a matchup. Right then, Din Hyu spots someone unexpected, whipping his head around with a sudden, sharp gasp. You and I can see the pure hatred twisting Din Hyu's face, even as the cheering crowd remains completely oblivious. Just outside the stadium, Kwa Ran walks away, completely ignoring all the noise. With everyone's eyes glued to the matches, the rest of the campus is completely deserted. It is an eerie silence compared to the usual hustle. Kwa Ran closes her eyes. The quiet drags her back to the day she became a Raksa. Back then, she was just a helpless child. Waking up from that terrifying change, she saw nothing but scorching flames. Everything she once knew was turned to ash that night. A voice had echoed in her mind, telling her to kill them all. But just as she relives that nightmare, a sudden threat snaps her back. An ambush. Jin Hyo comes rushing in out of nowhere, launching a fierce kick straight at Gwarin. But Gwarin's sharp eyes do not miss a beat. She easily anticipates his movement and tracks the exact path of his strike. She blocks the strike effortlessly, forcing Jin Hyo to use the recoil to leap backward and reset his stance. Jin Hyo is genuinely surprised by her swift defense, while Gwarin immediately recognizes the deadly intent pouring off him. Warren senses his dangerous urge to kill is far too strong, while Jin Hyo boasts that no one has ever survived or blocked his secret attacks. Jin Hyo lunges forward again, fully determined to overpower Warren right then and there. Judging by his incredible speed and stance, she quietly admits that Jin Hyo is a formidable warrior. Warren hesitates, sensing there must be a deeper reason for this hatred. She asks if they have crossed paths before. Jin Hyo simply laughs it off, flatly denying her question and claiming he has absolutely no clue who she is. Yet his expression betrays him. Even though his words deny it, his eyes make it clear he knows exactly who she is. Jin Hyo suddenly backs down, apologizing and claiming it was just a foolish misunderstanding. Gwarin is left standing there, completely speechless. Gwarin senses something oddly familiar about Jin Hyo, yet no matter how hard she tries, she cannot remember him. Deciding to let it go, Gwarin quietly tells him to be careful, and he smiles, promising to be more mindful next time. But as soon as Gwarin walks away, Jin Hyo's murderous aura flares up once more, heavy and suffocating. Kang Rui-won, having witnessed the entire exchange, steps out of the shadows. She warns him that his outburst was incredibly reckless. She scolds Jin Hyo for acting so impulsively, reminding him that revealing his true power now is a massive mistake. But Jin Hyo remains defiant, arguing that this brief clash successfully proved their master's 8 gates technique definitely affects Gwarin. Staring at Gwarin's departure, Jin Hyo quietly whispers about a terrifying beast engineered by ancient soul mages. In order to contain that monster and save her life, the 8 gates Golden Lock Annihilation Formation must be deployed. Kang Ryun sees his tightly clenched, shaking fists and realizes he is barely containing his rage. Still, she tells Jin Hyo to remain patient. To challenge a powerful Raksa, they need the perfect moment. When the dust finally settles, she believes that if they can simply extract that curse from Gwarin, Jin Hyo might finally find peace and quiet his anger. Jin Hyo agrees to wait, wanting to destroy her only after her inner demon is suppressed, and with that, the intense second round of the playoffs begins. The competitors have now gathered at the kingdom's heart, Elas, in the city of Nazaria, where this next trial will unfold. Inside a lively local tavern, every table is packed as staff rush about amidst the warmth of laughter and friendly conversation. Kareen sits quietly in the corner. He never expected this crucial second round to be held in such a remote place. He remembers Professor Josephine's sudden announcement. Professor Kangrian had shifted the venue, a move that caught even Kareen off guard. Josephine had directly accused Kareen of stealing the precious Griffin cargo, though he naturally put on a brave face and denied it completely. Seizing the moment, Josephine cornered him, demanding to know what exactly he had taken if he was innocent. Kareen looked away, deeply unsettled. The truth was, he had taken it. But his target was actually sacred church artifacts, items that Kangrian had been quietly smuggling across the border. Kareen sighs, remembering the difficult heist. Those stolen relics are key to activating the 8 gates array meant for Koran in this upcoming match. Josephine had easily deduced that the shipment was hijacked, leaving him with absolutely nowhere to run. In reality, it was a clever trap set by Kangrian and Lee Jin-young, pushing him to retrieve those illicit goods for them. Right on cue, Kangrian steps directly into the tavern. Seeing the elderly man, Koran quietly mutters a curse under his breath. Meanwhile, the sharp and observant Elisa notes that this city of Nazaria does not match the dark rumors surrounding it. She suggests getting something to eat, but Kareen warns her that their guide strictly forbade consuming anything here, leaving a very disappointed Elisa to wonder why. Across the room, it appears that Kang Ryun has successfully prepared his mysterious layout. He loudly announces that 16 elite students from both great academies have finally arrived. Let's see what happens next. Kang Ryun bows with a sinister grin, and as we watch, his terrifying countdown continues. 59 minutes, and now 59 minutes and 30 seconds remain. The moment the clock strikes 59 minutes and 50 seconds, several students are already drawing their weapons. As the final countdown of 5 begins, Kareen rises to his feet, weapon firmly in hand. Poor Alyssa has absolutely no idea what is happening. She just looks between Kareen and Kang Ryun in utter and total confusion. The old man signals the start, and the card in his hand suddenly glows with a brilliant, golden light. Kareen strikes first, lunging at a boy holding a chicken leg. Blood splatters, horrific screams echo, and Alyssa watches in absolute shock, questioning his sanity. Mariette wastes no time either, driving a lethal strike straight through another student. A total massacre erupts, heads roll, and the room becomes a sea of red. Staring at this horrific scene of violence, Alyssa simply cannot comprehend the madness unfolding before her. The tavern becomes a grim graveyard of bones and blood, leaving only the strongest alive. Alyssa stands there, completely pale with fright. Seeing her panic, Kareen tells her to look closely at the fallen. She catches her breath, calming down just enough to truly study her terrifying surroundings. Unbelievably, the fallen opponents are not human. Their flesh rapidly decays, exposing muscle and bare bone in a matter of seconds. Kareen begins to question why Kang Ryun chose this dreadful location for their second qualifying challenge. According to history, the ancient city of Nazaria has been locked in a tragic time loop ever since an incident 300 years ago. By day, everyone here acts like normal, living people. Life goes on as normal with nothing out of place, but once darkness falls, the entire population of 1,200,000 becomes the prey of the Thema. Grim memories of Nazaria at night flash before Kareen. This strange anomaly is better known to you and me by another chilling name, the City of the Dead. Just as that dark realization sinks in, a booming voice echoes through the glowing tavern, declaring the knockout round open. Kang Ryun lays out the rules for the second round. The teams will separate, with their primary goal being to gather precious moonstones. The deadline is the morning after next, and should anyone wish to surrender, their withdrawal will be processed instantly. With the ground rules set, the participants receive brief instructions, a pack of rations, and are quickly cast out into the dark. Outside, over 1,200,000 walking corpses roam the streets. Kareen leads Team D, consisting of Alyssa, Jurgo, and Valak. Walking through the shadows, Kareen carefully plans their strategy. To rescue his beloved sister, his squad must advance to the third round. The benchmark is high, as only the top 4 teams will advance. For now, he must play along with this deadly festival. A bright full moon hangs overhead, and as we see, Kareen hatches a plan to avoid the deadliest creatures in the center. Therefore, they will target the outer borders where survival is easier. Taking aim, Kareen hurls his spear from a high rooftop. Every monster struck by his weapon turns to ash, instantly clearing a safe path for his companions. It seems Kareen is more than capable of handling things. Climbing toward an old watchtower, his objective is to secure the high ground. From this peak, he can easily locate the ghouls carrying moonstones, as their physical forms literally emit a bright light. Arriving at the summit, he quickly detects several shining undead below, curious about their strange condition. Right now, his primary focus remains on collecting points with caution and high efficiency. Kareen explains that these luminous creatures act as this stage's primary targets, advising the team to prioritize quality over sheer numbers. He instructs Valak to use flight magic to support the squad from above. Valak gladly agrees, relieved he won't have to engage directly. As Valak prepares his magical incantation, he stops mid-sentence, suddenly gripped by a terrifying realization that something is deeply wrong. Kareen freezes in absolute disbelief. Although no spell has been cast, the heavy weapon of a terrifying revenant is already scraping along the earth. A colossal titan zombie suddenly charges straight toward the tower where the group is standing. Kareen has absolutely no understanding of why this behemoth is hunting them. Anxiety grips him completely as sweat pours down. He screams at Valak to retreat, causing the young wizard to panic, completely unaware of the threat. Kareen cannot reveal that this is actually the Central Zone's ultimate boss without causing total hysteria. In pure desperation, Kareen shrieks at Valak to cast the flight spell immediately, but warning him was useless. Valak is hit instantly. The strike is so fast that Kareen stands frozen in a cold sweat, unable to comprehend the blow. Suffering that devastating blow, Valak is violently ejected from the arena. Disqualified from the trial, Valak vanishes as Kareen shouts his name in despair. The rules are clear. One major blow means instant elimination and teleportation. Watching his companion get forced out of the game leaves Kareen pale with dread. If an attack that swift could eliminate Valak, they are in grave danger. With no time to grieve, Kareen immediately begins shouting urgent orders to both Jurgo and Alyssa. Meanwhile, the colossal titan looms below, preparing to unleash another devastating strike on the survivors. The giant titan throws its massive weapon, unleashing a blazing beam of energy straight toward the young hero, Kareen. Sliced clean in half, the wooden watchtower begins to collapse. Kareen runs for his life, shouting for Giger and Alyssa to head the opposite way. Giger is absolutely furious, realizing that sticking with Kareen is nothing but a direct invitation to pure chaos. A deafening crash echoes as the entire tower collapses into a heap of rubble and dust. Everything seems lost, but then a heavy stone shifts. Someone is still breathing under the wreckage. It is Kareen and his loyal crew. Miraculously, he and Alyssa survive the fall. Alyssa manages a weak joke about their dangerous adventures, eliciting a weary, pained smile from Kareen. Kareen quickly realizes their first day has become a complete disaster. Having lost an ally so soon, they must run until dawn. Giger wholeheartedly agrees that fleeing is their only option. That relief vanishes instantly when a colossal, scaly hand grabs him. Giger looks down in horror, realizing massive talons are wrapped around his waist. Swooping down from the darkened sky, a terrifying demonic bat snatches Giger in its grip. Giger screams desperately for help, while Kareen stands frozen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend this sudden nightmare. Alyssa shouts a warning, and when Kareen looks up, his heart sinks. The absolute worst outcome he feared has finally come to pass. The legendary White Soul King has arrived, drawn directly to them by the loud commotion of their previous battle. Things are spinning completely out of control. First came the towering Titan, then the Shadow Beast, and now this. With the White Soul King arriving, all three legendary bosses of the realm are gathered here, each possessing devastating godlike power. Now, Kareen and his remaining allies are completely trapped. Terrified, Alyssa asks if this is the end for them, but Kareen only clicks his tongue in frustration. Without warning, all three monstrous enemies launch a coordinated, lethal strike against the cornered survivors. Kareen admits he has no plan left. Despite all his careful preparation, it feels as though destiny itself has doomed them to fall. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of light pierces the darkness. Stunned by this unexpected sight, Kareen quickly turns to see its source. A mighty surge of blue lightning strikes the giant beast, shaking the earth with an incredibly powerful and deafening roar. However, Kareen quickly realizes it is not an offensive strike, but a blinding light meant to mask their escape. As the smoke clears, a legendary spear stands planted in the ground, and Kareen immediately recognizes the weapon of an old friend. A mysterious hand grabs the spear, and a dark, cloaked warrior dashes past, urging Kareen to follow them to safety. Alyssa rushes to Kareen's side. She asks if he is unhurt and where Giger went, but Kareen stands there in silent shock. Realizing the danger, the two of them quickly flee the battlefield. Finding temporary shelter in a dim alleyway, Kareen leans against a wall, gasping heavily for air. Their mysterious savior asks if they are unharmed, while Kareen struggles to catch his breath after that intense life-or-death chase. Expressing his deep gratitude, Kareen cannot take his eyes off the legendary spear cradled in the stranger's hand. The stranger counters with her own question, lowering her hood to ask how Kareen could possibly know her secret martial arts techniques. Kareen stares in complete disbelief, unable to trust his own eyes, while Alyssa stands equally stunned by the woman's face. Her familiar voice had already sparked a memory. The woman approaches, studying Kareen closely before nodding in understanding at his silent reaction. Seeing her swift movements earlier, he recognized her martial footwork, and looking closely at her striking bright eyes, his suspicions are confirmed. Those crystal blue eyes belong to none other than Aaron Danua, the revered master who trained Kareen in his past life. Aaron smiles warmly, acknowledging that he is indeed her student from a future time. Still bewildered, Kareen asks how she arrived here, as the memory shifts back to a winter break during his school years. His old friend Sihu stands outside the principal's office, waiting impatiently and teasing Kareen for taking so long to arrive. Kareen simply brushed off the remark, demanding to know why he had been summoned to this specific hallway. Recognizing the headmaster's door, Kareen gasps in surprise, but before he can ask questions, Sihu knocks firmly on the wood. Slowly, the heavy wooden door begins to swing open. Knowing Kareen's deep desire to grow stronger, Sihu had searched for a mentor, gesturing toward the bright, sunlit room before them. Sihu promises to introduce him to a legendary guide who will unlock his true potential. Sitting inside, Aaron looks up and recognizes Kareen as Sihu's companion, offering him a friendly and welcoming greeting. Thanks to Sihu's unique connections, that legendary day marked the very first meeting between Kareen and his beloved master, Aaron. Back in the present, a dark, menacing threat still lingers in the shadows. This whole house is practically a fortress, reinforced with magic to keep those monsters outside. Once the defenses are set, Aaron walks right in, assuring them no ordinary zombie can breach the perimeter. Polite as always, Alyssa says thank you and offers up some chocolate. Aaron sits down and accepts the treat, but immediately warns them of a serious rule. You must never eat food from another era, a danger Alyssa needs to avoid. Kareen watches Alyssa happily enjoying her chocolate while his mind frantically searches for answers. You and I would be terrified to learn they are stuck 300 years in the past, trapped inside a repeating loop. Either the food snaps right back to its original time, or you end up trapped here forever. Karine, well aware of this danger, has carefully avoided making that mistake. And as we are about to see, breaking that rule brings serious consequences. Watching Alyssa, Karine breaks out in a cold sweat. He simply sighs, lets it go, and then Alyssa asks why Aaron has come. Aaron quickly corrects her, stating she should be addressed as Teacher Aaron. Karine quietly decides to keep silent. Aaron simply raises her glass, takes a slow sip, and says she understands the situation completely. Trying to break the ice, Alyssa asks about Karine's old master. Since Aaron lived through the crisis 3 centuries ago, Alyssa wants to hear the real story. Karine listens closely to this heavy question. Indeed, this entire mystery is far from solved. The city of Nazaria is locked in a time loop, repeating endlessly. Observing Aaron quietly sip her tea, Karine grows suspicious. How does she keep her sanity when everyone else is trapped in this cycle? Aaron stands to address their unvoiced thoughts. Her secret to keeping her mind intact? She is simply close friends with the Grim Reaper, naturally. Still, Karine remains quite puzzled. Aaron walks over to the window, explaining that the entire city is a massive curse built to generate monsters. Her duty is to stop the rise of the undead king, who is set to appear very soon right in the town square. The mention of this dark king leaves Alyssa completely stunned. Karine, however, reacts in a very different way. He remains remarkably calm, pulling himself up and suggesting that they should set off without any further delay. Aaron tries to hold him back, insisting this is her personal battle and none of his concern. He turns around and asks a single question, prompting her to smile and admit that the young man is remarkably clever. Now, the group is rushing straight toward the heart of the city. Karine knew she would never truly reject his assistance. After all, this crucial challenge happens to align perfectly with the very goal he needs to accomplish. Joining forces with the mysterious swordswoman Aaron to stop this threat is his only path forward. Suddenly, Alyssa spots trouble and calls out. He offers a brief nod while keeping his thoughts private. Assisting her was a path he was always destined to take. A towering titan roars, brandishing a giant sword and commanding its dark minions forward. One look at this massive beast, and Karine instantly knows their objective. Defeat 3 of these powerful lords to weaken the ultimate enemy. The beast swings its weapon, releasing a powerful shockwave. Yet, Karine and Aaron easily dodge the lightning-fast strike. It is almost too simple. Moving in perfect harmony, the teacher and her student prepare to strike. Together, they unleash an incredibly powerful, coordinated assault. They strike downward with their legendary spear technique, illuminating the entire area. Caught completely off guard, the Titan barely raises an arm to shield itself. Karine drives forward but gets parried. This creates the perfect opening for Aaron, who slips beneath the giant blade to strike from the blind spot. Exactly as they envisioned, Aaron plunges her weapon deep into the giant's weak spot. Their strategy is working beautifully. Karine shouts for Alyssa to strike while the enemy is vulnerable. Alyssa is already poised to strike. Moving like the wind, she delivers a decisive blow, sending the creature's head flying before landing silently. As the fallen giant drops its sword, Karine quickly approaches to claim their prize, a large glowing stone from its chest. Alyssa waits quietly, hoping for a bit of praise. Karine must admit that having extra help makes this dangerous quest much easier. Karine remains deeply impressed by Aaron's great strength. She simply smiles, commends his effort, and suggests they rest for the day. As the sun rises over the quiet rooftops, we might think the danger has passed. Normally, you would rest during the night. But Nazaria is different. This unusual place is peaceful by day, yet highly dangerous once darkness falls. Inside a house filled with warm morning light, Alyssa is fast asleep. From just outside, a friendly voice calls out to check on her. Aaron playfully teases Karine, asking what harm could possibly come from 2 young companions sharing a quiet place to rest. He simply rests his chin on his hand, firmly insisting that he is no longer a child. She gently points out that since she taught him everything, he is still her student. Karine is left completely without an argument. Karine looks away, naming the valuable skills she passed down to him. Touched by this, Aaron proudly acknowledges him as her chosen student. The one thing she never anticipated was that the remarkable boy she chose would have such a wonderfully down-to-earth heart. These words plunged Karine deep into contemplation. It turned out Aaron chose Bantha as her experimental subject, a tragic mistake she would regret 80 years later. Though Karine knew the dark truth, he chose silence. Why bring more sorrow to a soul who had been frozen in time for 300 years? Lost in deep worry, Karine did not even feel Aaron gently poking his cheek. The perceptive Aaron noticed his distress, asking what frightened him so deeply. While she felt blessed by his loyalty, he assumed she was simply lost in her own mind. Suddenly, the truth dawned on Aaron, revealing Karine's hidden dread. With only a few clues, she realized her own future held grave danger. He quickly tried to deny her fears, but she playfully dismissed him, asking if he had forgotten his master's supreme strength. A painful memory from his former life returned. He silently remembered that when absolute malice threatened the world, it was Eren who stood alone against the darkness. In that hour of peril, Eren shielded him from the enemy to buy precious time, yet he refused to let her sacrifice herself. Faced with certain doom, she remained an unwavering pillar of hope and strength for him. She claimed it was her duty as his guardian to protect him, leaving him to watch her back as his entire world shattered. She was the beloved mentor who shaped his life, and ultimately, she was the one who gave everything to save him. In those final moments, she had smiled, offering gentle reassurance even though she knew their battle was utterly hopeless. His thoughts darkened as he remembered the treacherous Paxiu, bitterly cursing his own failure to recognize the villain's malice sooner. He endlessly questioned if he could have saved his beloved master, had he only destroyed the wretched Paxiu first. Despite his knowledge of what lay ahead, defeat followed defeat, leaving him desperately trying to mend his broken plans. Then, the winged nightmare crossed his mind. A single beat of its massive wings unleashed sheer, unimaginable devastation. This grand festival, finding his legendary teacher from 3 centuries past in this city, none of these events matched his careful designs. One rogue element could shatter everything. Closing his eyes, he was gripped by the crushing fear of another inevitable disaster. The relentless anxiety haunted him, robbing him of any hope of sleep. Having spoken his fears aloud, he startled when Eren suddenly asked about his failures, catching him completely off guard. She chuckled, noting that only the foolish dwell on others, while the wise focus on their own mistakes. He sighed in response, asking if she would speak so lightly had she experienced the crushing defeats weighing on his soul. Rather than arguing, Eren gently embraced her troubled pupil from behind. She quietly confessed her own endless failures, her warm embrace taking him entirely by surprise. Though she spoke of her mistakes, she declared her greatest triumph was naming him her successor in the spear arts, leaving him utterly speechless. She held him close, carrying the timeless grace of the Queen of Elysium. Promising to watch over his path, she urged him to find peace in slumber, assuring him the morning would bring comfort. He nodded, echoing her promise. Yet deep doubt lingered in his heart over whether he could truly protect those he loved. The scene shifts to Guarin competing in the grand tournament between the prestigious Mukaba and Griffin academies. Within the arena, her opponent launched a fierce assault, yet she remained completely calm, refusing to strike back. The onlookers gasped as the knight failed to land a single hit, screaming in utter frustration. Professor Josephine gently reminded Guarin to hold back her true power. Exhausted and beaten, the knight slumped against her, humorously pleading for her to show some mercy in their duel. Karin's advice echoed in her mind, reminding her to treat the fragile souls of this world with kindness. A heavy axe struck her harmlessly. Once more, Karin's warning returned, whispering that her immense strength was naturally frightening to ordinary people. He had simply requested her help in keeping the tournament peaceful and uncomplicated. As her weeping foe surrendered, Guarin quietly reflected that training with Karin was infinitely more rewarding than these easy victories. When their partnership first began, Karin had patiently drilled her in the fundamental basics. Over dinner with Josephine, Guarin confessed that Korin possessed an extraordinary power, and the professor readily agreed. Though she searched for a comparison, she admitted that no one could match Karin. Determined to succeed, she felt his teachings deeply ingrained in her spirit after months of intense, exhausting practice. Recalling his guidance, she focused her strength. With one majestic punch, she unleashed a massive azure dragon that roared toward her opponent. The dragon surged past him, sending his weapon flying out of the arena. The massive axe detonates right before his eyes, and with a dark dragon shadow looming, he begins to sweat in sheer terror. A small spark erupts into a violent explosion, turning him pale with dread. Quaran quietly suspects she went too far, yet her expression remains completely unreadable. Her shaken opponent is so consumed by fear, he can barely stand. He sinks to his knees, begging. But Quaran remains silent. She has heard these desperate pleas so often they no longer register. Placing a hand over her chest, Quaran feels no sorrow, yet a strange ache lingers. A moment slips away, and the final match of Group C is set to begin. Her next challenger is a young man from the Griffin Academy. She naturally assumes he will be no different from the others. Jin Hyu speaks first, immediately drawing her gaze. He wears a smug, unsettling smile that never fades as he addresses her. Instantly, Jin Hyu unleashes 2 rapid-fire skills, the Heavenly Windswift Arrow and the deadly armor-piercing Gladiator's grass-cutting kick. Every blow is lightning-quick and carries devastating force, yet Quaran stands completely still, entirely unmoved by his efforts. Cloaked in a terrifying, murderous aura, Jin Hyu strikes again. Even the stoic Quaran must admit this opponent possesses formidable strength. The spectators instantly erupt in excitement, realizing Jin Hyu is on a vastly different level than those before him. Jin Hyu drives a ferocious kick directly at her face. Yet, she makes no attempt to defend herself or even step aside. With a deafening boom, billowing smoke and fire consume the stage as the violent impact shakes the entire arena. As the dust clears, Jin Hyo stares in absolute shock. Kwa-ran stands completely unharmed in the very same spot, the ground beneath her feet utterly untouched. Beyond her small circle of safety, the arena floor has been gouged into a 3-foot-deep crater. She calmly asks if he is out of moves. Empowered by the JAXA, her defensive abilities are nothing short of absolute. Against any ordinary warrior, that strike would have been fatal. Kwa-ran quietly advises him to surrender, as any further effort is entirely futile. Instead, Jin Hyo bursts into manic laughter, repeatedly calling her a heartless monster. His mocking words finally break her composure. She demands to know exactly what he means by that accusation. He growls in response, pointing to the empty mercy she claims to show by refusing to strike back. He spits that she should have shown that mercy to his family before she ruthlessly slaughtered them. He grinds his teeth, his eyes wide with burning hatred. With a desperate scream, he vows to destroy her, no matter the cost to his own life. On that fateful day, he alone survived while his family perished. Tears filled his eyes as he looked upon the utter ruin of his home. Dark smoke choked the sky amidst fallen bodies. Holding his lost family, his young mind was forever consumed by bitter hatred. She can hardly believe what she is hearing. Deep guilt and dread wash over her. She never dreamed anyone had survived that terrible night. The story shifts to a dusty study in Nigeria, surrounded by towering stacks of books. An old voice mutters endlessly about flawed calculations and mistakes. The immortal king, a terrifying archmage named Jiran, stares deeply into a tome. Sensing a strange shift, his skeletal, frail frame trembles. Yet he proclaims this very moment a miracle, a rare and perfect gift from the heavens. He looks out toward the serene, quiet landscape beyond his window. Confusion takes hold. Did he actually activate the magic circle? If his dark ritual succeeded, why does the world outside remain so peacefully undisturbed? It seems Jiran has finally unraveled the loop. He recalls his successful ritual and transformation, only to find himself cast back 3 days prior. He has no concept of who is orchestrating this madness, or how they are bending time itself to repeat. But now, trapped once more in this temporal loop, a sudden revelation strikes him. He cries out in sheer terror, realizing a witch is behind this torment. Flinging the door open, Jiran flees outside. The striking image of Erin, the silver-haired, blue-eyed witch with her spear, burned forever into his mind. Jiran dashes across the lush green lawn with desperate speed. After 300 long years, he has finally pinpointed Erin as his tormentor. Yet, the mystery of why this cycle has repeated for 3 centuries remains unsolved. Standing on the earth below, Jiran gazes up at the vast blue sky. There it is, the massive spell binding the entire city. Studying the ancient runes at its center, he realizes Erin harnessed the full power of the moon to amplify her grand magic circle. This represents a pure form of magic, driven by a raw force greater than any archmage has ever wielded. Jiran remains transfixed, his eyes locked onto the colossal formation above. He quietly measures the staggering strength of its creator. Embedded within, he spots a peculiar, highly potent symbol that holds the essence of a forgotten primordial language, a sacred, ancient tongue that vanished from the world over 300 years ago. A lunar energy-absorbing stone, engraved with a unique rune, carries a profound meaning, the beginning of all things. Lost in deep reflection, Veyron fails to notice a figure approaching until they call his name. Looking up, Veyron breaks into a manic, hysterical laugh upon seeing Erin. He is strangely ecstatic to finally know who has kept him trapped for 300 years. Suddenly, everything makes sense. Jiran finally realizes that Erin is pulling the strings. A mad laugh escapes him, his exhausted eyes burning with the raw thrill of solving the mystery. He cackles, shouting that Erin is the sole reason this city is trapped in an endless loop. Erin simply stands there listening. She offers no defense, no denial, not a single word. Her cold, unfeeling gaze locks onto him as she slowly whispers the immortal king's name, Jiran. That single word strikes Jiran like a physical blow. He paralyzes instantly, groaning as his flesh begins to warp and expand. A terrifying, demonic transformation forces his eyes to burn with a violent, bloody light. This forced, agonizing mutation tears through his body, sending silent streaks of pain down his face. As his vision fades and his eyes roll back, Erin softly commands him to play his part. Now, let us follow Alyssa and Corinne as they set their daring plan into motion on this second night in Nazaria. Alyssa bravely acts as live bait to draw out an AB streaker, then cleaves it in two with a single strike. Corinne matches her efforts elsewhere, having just vanquished the White Soul King. Together, they have successfully destroyed 3 massive undead lords. Despite not being high-ranking guardians, they are systematically bringing down incredibly powerful undead masters. Alyssa proudly displays the glowing moonstone, eager to share their hard-earned treasure with Kareen, yet he remains quietly seated atop a mound of defeated beasts, deeply lost in contemplation. Their hunt had been suspiciously effortless, and he knew exactly why. Eren was guiding them. Now, only the immortal king remained. He realizes Eren has likely repeated this cycle thousands of times. Her guidance was simply too perfect, leaving zero room for error. At last, on the afternoon of the third day, their ultimate opponent emerges. Jiran stands waiting in the middle of the empty street. A malevolent aura erupts around him. They must defeat this monstrous entity before his true power awakens. The legendary immortal king. He is the very sorcerer who sparked the undead uprising 300 years ago, a tyrant seeking the eternal throne. Alyssa feels a wave of disappointment upon witnessing the so-called beast's actual form. She glances back at a smiling Eren, questioning if this strange, misshapen figure is truly the historic king. He appears broken and warped, but hardly terrifying. Kareen suggests his bizarre look stems from an incomplete physical evolution. Eren pauses, agreeing that his spirit has not yet fully decayed into darkness, leaving him without the wisdom of a true wizard. Kareen remains indifferent. He instructs his companions to step back, leaving Eren utterly perplexed by his sudden move. Suddenly, she watches in shock as Kareen charges forward entirely on his own, intending to face Jiran alone. Alyssa cries out in alarm, attempting to halt him. Grotesque or not, Jiran is a formidable foe. Surprisingly, Kareen actually agrees. Regardless of his incomplete state, he remains a monarch of the dead, resurrected through forbidden black magic. His dark magical reserve far surpasses anything they have faced, making him a truly legendary threat. Kareen boldly approaches the creature and offers a casual greeting, while the beast senses an impending threat. Kareen unleashes his potent purple lightning technique, striking the beast directly. The violent surge of energy fractures the surrounding stone, revealing a glimpse of the demon's vast power. Exhaling slowly after the impact, he feels a sense of relief. At least this ancient king will offer a decent challenge. With a deafening roar, the immortal king unleashes his terrible power in retaliation. He launches catastrophic spells in rapid succession: Death Curse, Death Wind, and Apocalypse, shattering nearby structures and tearing the streets apart. Alyssa watches in sheer disbelief as the monster casts legendary spells repeatedly without a single moment of rest. Desperately raising her magical shield for protection, she shouts out to ensure Kareen is still standing. The proud king cannot comprehend how he is being relentlessly pressured by a mortal. To Kareen, however, this legendary power is merely average. He executes a swift counterattack, cleanly severing the creature's limbs. Exhausted from his reckless spellcasting, Jiran cannot defend against the final strike. Kareen delivers his ultimate technique, Nacha Makik. The mighty immortal king is reduced to a quiet pool of blood on the pavement. Opponents who rely solely on brute strength are always the easiest to dismantle. If one can overwhelm them with pure skill, the battle is decided. Besides, Nazaria is a path they have walked before. In truth, he has already slain this formidable foe thousands of times before. Alyssa is left absolutely speechless by the outcome. Kareen vanquished the beast effortlessly, seemingly growing more powerful with each passing day. He quickly realizes that only the two of them remain. Alyssa gasps as she notices Eren has vanished, despite standing right beside them moments ago. Kareen pauses in deep thought, resolving to seek out Eren alone. He instructs Alyssa to remain behind and guard against any remaining monsters. Alyssa watches his departure, deeply troubled by Eren's mystery, as she gazes over the smoldering ruins of a completely barren city. Corrin spots Eren standing completely alone, gazing down at a simple, unremarkable pile of broken stones. Approaching her, he brings up the undying King Garong, hinting he knows the drill. Eren quietly admits he is right. This terrible tragedy has repeated itself a total of 36,539 times. Every 3 days, the city of Nazaria faces a quest to defeat the Demon King. A dark sorcerer named Jirong once used an eclipse to transform every single citizen into the walking dead. This occurred 353 months and 27 days ago, when 1.2 million undead suddenly appeared and then vanished with the king. The realization crushes Corrin. Eren has survived this cycle 36,539 times. Every 3 days, Eren fights Garong. When Corrin asks why this loop exists, she only offers a sad smile and gives her answer. She is the one who built this very city. Slowly, Eren drops this devastating truth directly onto him. This cursed place, Nazaria, was entirely her creation. If those 1.2 million undead ever break free, the whole world will instantly cease to exist. A curse stone manifests as magic circles illuminate the sky. Eren had used her own curse to disrupt Jirong's dark spell. Hearing this, Corrin cannot comprehend the sheer weight of trapping 1.2 million souls in an endless cycle of rebirth. Forcing such a tragic fate on them is simply beyond cruel. A chilling voice echoes from the shadows, whispering that he will understand soon. Korin instantly recognizes the speaker. It is Death itself, bearing heavy chains and a sharp scythe, declaring he will watch Korin, the mortal who dares to defy the grave. Perhaps the Reaper knows Korin is a regressor. In truth, Death is merely a system entity designed to harvest departed souls. His duty is to ensure every harvested soul enters reincarnation, keeping the grand wheel of life spinning smoothly. Naturally, the restless undead, who constantly cheat the grave to claw their way back, pose a massive, frustrating headache for the Grim Reaper. Aaron created Nazaria's 3-day loop. That is exactly why Death arrived in this place. He came to shatter the ancient curse, disrupting his entire operation. However, she forged a deal with him, knowing the monsters would infect anyone they slew, spreading the plague further. Now, let us journey back to when Aaron first faced Death. She solemnly presented the crisis. If those 1.2 million undead escape, all of humanity will fall, leaving absolutely no souls left to fuel the natural cycle. With that grim ultimatum, Aaron forced the Reaper's hand. He could either overlook those 1.2 million trapped souls, or stand by and watch the entire world system collapse. Naturally, Death agreed to a compromise. Their covenant contains 3 strict conditions. As long as they are fulfilled, Death will not touch the 3-day loop. First, Aaron Danua must defeat the undying Jurong, after which his mind is wiped back to 3 days prior. Once the reset occurs, Aaron must immediately depart the city. That is the second condition of their bargain. Finally, Aaron Danua, the very soul who forged this 3-day cycle, is forbidden from interfering with the loop. Meanwhile, the immortal giant Titan, the monstrous demon Shrieker, and the White King will gradually fall. Finally, the undying King Jerome is executed on the 3rd night. For 300 years, this loop has marched on. Back in the present, a bone-weary Aaron explains this, completely exhausted. It took 20,000 painful loops before Jerome finally realized he was trapped in this endless 3-day cycle. Anger flares within Korin. He cannot comprehend how much longer she can endure this unending torture. How much more can her sanity endure? How many more times must she strike Gering down? Korin demands to know how long she intends to keep repeating these 3 days. Though completely spent, Aaron resolves to fight on as long as possible. She understands Korin's purpose. He is fighting to rescue a loved one, and by doing so, protecting countless innocent lives. Her words bring Quaran to his mind, and she gently urges him to waste no more time. Death looks upon her lonely silhouette, observing that saving the world demands sacrifice and that Korin is merely an anomaly. Aaron no longer belongs to this world. She chooses to ignore his presence, turning her back to walk away. Her self-sacrifice is so absolute that no one will ever recognize her or comprehend the immense burden she carries. The bitter truth makes Korin grind his teeth in quiet fury. He realizes she is constantly planning to throw her life away. Memories drift back to her master from a past life, a hero who willingly faced deadly peril to keep others safe. That is precisely why Rin harbors such deep respect for her, the silent guardian who protected their world from the shadows. Yet Korin, refusing to play by the rules, boldly summons death itself. Aaron whirls around in utter shock, wondering what reckless stunt he is pulling. Extending his hand toward the fearsome Grim Reaper, Korin offers to strike an immediate, desperate bargain. He refuses to abandon his master or accept defeat. Aaron lunges forward to halt this sheer madness, but she is far too late. A brilliant flash from their binding contract blocks her path. The golden scales glow, and Death smiles with amusement. After all, watching a rogue strike, a deal is pure entertainment. Even the Grim Reaper has to admire young Korin for his breathtaking bravery. A young man who just cheated Death now wants to strike a bargain with it. The balance of the universe is completely off, yet Death simply stares at this daring soul and asks him to name his price. With steady resolve, the boy lays out his terms. Korin demands to tear up the contract binding Aaron Danua, but first, he insists on a legendary artifact, something of level 10 power, at the very least. But a bargain with the Reaper is never free. Something of equal value must be offered. Korin pauses, deeply lost in thought. He vows that within 6 short months, he will entirely cleanse the cursed undead city of Nazaria. For a brief moment, Death itself stands frozen in disbelief at such a wild promise, declaring it utterly impossible for a mere boy. Yet Korin simply brushes the warning aside. Whether he succeeds or fails is not for the Reaper to decide. His only duty is to weigh the offer. When Korin questions the absolute fairness of the deal, the glowing golden orb on the scales suddenly begins to swell. Shining with an intense, blinding light, the scales measure the pact before Death finally delivers his grand verdict. The scales remain unbalanced. Purifying over 1 million souls is still not enough to pay for what the young man demands. Despite that, the golden orb is already growing much heavier. the deal is still lopsided, leaving our young hero utterly mystified. So, the Reaper instructs Corrin to choose a single number. Only then can perfect balance finally be restored. A cold sweat breaks out on the boy as he ponders. Unlocking an odd number guarantees a legendary top-tier prize. If he must choose, the path is clear. With his mind made up, Corrin claims his prize. The sacred pact is sealed, leaving poor Aaron standing there in absolute disbelief. Stunned by his incredible courage, she rushes straight toward him, desperately needing to understand what he has just done. Corrin looks up, touched that she actually stayed by his side, and gently explains the fateful bargain he struck with the Reaper. The conditions are straightforward. He must save Nazaria within 6 months. If he triumphs, her heavy burden will be lifted forever. Confronted by the sheer madness of this impossible vow, Aaron cries out in despair, declaring him completely out of his mind. For she knows all too well that failure means the ultimate price. His very soul will be erased from existence forever. Corrin speaks softly, telling her with deep, heartfelt respect that she was the one who taught him this courage. Gently, he holds her shoulders. He looks into her eyes and confesses that his strength comes entirely from watching her. These quiet words leave her completely speechless. Once upon a time, he viewed this harsh world as nothing more than a game. Yet, through trials of fire and desperate struggles, standing amidst the ruin and smoke of battle with monsters closing in, he encountered someone extraordinary. He finally met a true hero, a magnificent soul he had failed to save. A lone warrior who stood against the darkness, laying down her life just to protect him. The lingering memory of her warm, parting smile amidst the raging flames breaks his heart. Instinctively, he holds her shoulders even tighter. This time, the roles will be reversed. He vows that he will protect her, for he is no longer the helpless boy of the past. After all, he is not embarking on some grand crusade to save the entire world. His true goal is remarkably simple. With a warm, reassuring smile, he says he is merely settling a debt of honor. Under the quiet, starry canopy, peace surrounds them. Let us fast forward deep into the future of Nazaria. We see Aaron confronting a hideous beast clutching a strange staff, and the creature is absolutely trembling with fear. It shrieks in terror, calling her a witch while desperately unleashing every spell it knows. This endless struggle has continued for 3 centuries. The creature is overwhelmed by a ferocious wave of counterattacks, leaving it completely unable to defend itself anymore. With a final blow, she obliterates the beast entirely. Just another day of duty, and she pushes back her hood with a tired sigh. The ancient city remains the same lawless wilderness, and she stands in solitude, gazing down upon the quiet, broken ruins. 3 centuries of the very same exhausting, endless battle, fighting the same dark forces day after day. Why? Because she is a true hero. She stands as the sole surviving champion of light in this forsaken land, ever since the Sovereign of Shadows vanished into the deep void. Erin Danua understood from her youth that she was set apart. Embracing the lonely path of a savior was simply her sacred duty, and so she remains, faithful to her calling. Yet, after all these long, solitary years, there is one beautiful difference. For the very first time in her life, someone looked into her eyes and promised to save her. She always believed a savior's sole purpose was to carry the burdens of others, completely neglecting her own heart and well-being along the way. And yet, young Corrin has offered to rescue her, all in the name of returning a humble kindness. Drawing her hood close, she realizes this young man has stirred emotions dormant for 300 lonely years, simply by promising to stand by her side. Looking away, she quietly replays his sincere words. To have someone truly care for her soul is a deeply moving experience she never expected. Nearby, the Grim Reaper observes the scene, thoroughly amused by the unfolding drama. After all, he and Aaron have been acquainted for 3 centuries. He laughs quietly to himself, a legendary savior falling in love? Truly, we could not ask for better entertainment. The Grim Reaper himself was having serious second thoughts about his little deal with Corrine. Things were going to get very complicated. He let the young man pick any option, but this choice was completely unexpected. Yet in that very moment, Corrine knew exactly what he wanted. The young man chose the Orb of Death, an all-offense weapon with 0 defense. One solid strike can literally separate body from soul. It was essentially the Grim Reaper's legendary scythe, packed into a convenient, attachable weapon, a truly flawless artifact of pure death. However, it only operates at full strength for Death himself. For an ordinary human, its powers are vastly weakened. For someone like Corrine, who could not even perceive human souls, it was the worst possible option. But a deal is a deal. Surprisingly, the more Death pondered the situation, the more he began to enjoy this chaotic turn of events. It was becoming quite entertaining, as Death had no idea what fate Corrine was trying to alter. Meanwhile, over at the Nazaria city gate, tension was rising. Kang Ryun stood waiting with his arms tightly crossed, lost in deep thought as the intense qualifying round neared its end. Out of 8 teams and 32 competitors from both academies, only half would survive to reach the next stage. At exactly 6:50 in the morning, the official scoreboard flashed to life. Team 1 from Borum Academy held the top spot. The talented young lady and her squad had gathered an impressive total of 558 points. Mukaba Academy's Team 2, led by the demi-human Marietz, held second with 499 points, even as her teammate babbled about magical spells. Marietz knew that without breaking their moonstone, they would have claimed first. Soon, the final scores appeared, confirming 558 points for Team 1. Team 2 had 499. Team 4 held 160, and Team 3 followed with 155. Team 6 had 126, Team 8 had 98, Team 7 held a disappointing 5 points, and Team 5 was missing. Observing the results, the crowd agreed that Borum Academy had secured an easy victory. There was simply no hope for anyone else. While some survivors were merely grateful to be breathing, others compared their dramatic defeat to the legendary fall of the Manrek bandits. 2 competitors who were defeated early, Zirger and Lack, grew highly anxious as none of their remaining teammates had returned. Mukaba Academy possessed great coordination, but lacked individual strength. To make matters worse, Karin's Team 5 was mockingly known as the useless crew. Within moments, the surrounding onlookers began whispering insults and mocking the struggling team. The consensus was clear, as nobody believed any squad from Mukaba Academy besides Team 2 could actually qualify for the finals. Since Karin's squad lost 2 members immediately, a comeback seemed impossible. Kang Ryun thoroughly enjoyed watching their impending public failure. He silently hoped 3 Borame teams would advance, leaving only a single spot for the Mukaba Academy group he despised. Right as the mockery reached its height, the doors burst open. Karin greeted everyone warmly, leaving a stressed Alyssa worried about the ticking clock. Realizing they had only 1 single minute remaining before disqualification, Alyssa let out a profound sigh of relief. Karin simply shrugged it off with a casual smile. Meanwhile, Kang Ryun cleared his throat, assuming the pair had merely overslept. An irritated Alyssa scolded him, insisting he should have eaten after registering, but Karin had no intention of waiting. After all, maintaining strength during a brutal tournament is vital. If one does not eat now, when is the right time? An impatient Kang Ryun demanded they hand over their gathered items to update the board, confident their journey was officially over. Alyssa placed a lone stone upon the scale. Kang Ryun was in the middle of a taunt when the scoreboard suddenly registered 250 points. Jaws dropped in absolute disbelief. 250 points? It seemed completely impossible. Although Kang Ryun quickly announced Team 5 was in third, Karin interrupted, calmly stating he had more moonstones to submit. 3 legendary moonstones harvested from the undead kings were placed on the scale. Those watching felt their hearts stop in pure disbelief. Chaos erupted as onlookers shouted, wondering where the duo had hunted. Did they actually invade the city ruins to defeat 3 mythic beasts? Yet the surprises were not over. Karin produced one final item, a glowing moonstone as red as pure blood. When the legendary trophy of the immortal King Gyron touched the scale, the score surged with dizzying speed, leaving the hall dead silent. Kang Ryun and his associates stared in utter bewilderment. The scoreboard finalized their massive score of 1,768 points. Karin offered a casual thumbs up. Meanwhile, a stunned Kang Ryun stared in disbelief as the rankings updated to show Team 5 in first. Scoring 1,768 points, the qualifying squads advancing to the finals were announced as Teams 5, 1, 2, and 4. With a carriage waiting outside in the crisp morning air, Alyssa quietly questioned if Karin still intended to travel to that dangerous place. He gave a quiet nod of confirmation. It appeared Alyssa had already deduced his secret, desperate plan to rescue the young lady named Erin. Offering a warm and comforting smile, Alyssa firmly declared that she and Marius would be accompanying him on this next journey. She refused to let him shoulder the burden alone. Although she remained in the dark, his reckless actions left her deeply concerned for his safety. Karin was genuinely taken aback. He had always underestimated her intelligence, but he now realized he could not have been more mistaken. He agreed with Alyssa, thanking her for the kind thought. Still, he warned her to pace herself, since a mountain of work lay ahead. Karin closed his eyes, putting on a calm face, but his mind was already running a million calculations. He wanted to harness the power granted by the Death God, but this divine artifact was far different than he had expected. Still, the Orb of Death might just be the perfect secret weapon for his mission. Karin remembered Guaran standing alone, stubbornly insisting his help was useless. A confident smile crossed Karin's face. What if this little gift from the underworld was the one secret key needed to save that poor child? Back at school, Professor Josephine informed Karin that Guaran had been imprisoned. Now, let us turn back the clock to a little girl named Lan. Everyone adored her. Seeing her older sister after such a long time, the little girl happily ran over to give her a massive hug. Her sister was equally thrilled to see her, immediately asking how her fragile health had been holding up lately. Sadly, Lan was an unfortunate child who could never step outside due to a terminal illness, her face forever pale with deep exhaustion. In truth, Lan was born with the absolute yin body, a physical vessel carrying a tragic, self-destructing curse. Demonic energy pooled within her, completely shattering her body's natural balance. It was a curse she carried from her very first breath. Her father, Kang Woo, tried absolutely everything imaginable to cure his beloved daughter. Yet, no medicine could break the absolute yin curse. Their warm family fell to pieces as he tore his room apart in pure despair. Lying helpless on her sickbed, Lan called out to her father, but Kang Woo could barely speak her name through his tears. If we look at the double tragedy of this tale, the first is surely Lan's curse. Every breath was a battle, but Kang Woo swore to save her. Then came the second tragedy. To save his daughter, Kang Woo was willing to do absolutely anything, his expression twisting as if he had become a completely different, terrifying person. This desperate man possessed incredible power, revered as the greatest soul sorcerer of his era. He spent his life searching for a source of yang energy strong enough to contain the destructive yin in his daughter. He tried hundreds of remedies, but the cruel wall of the absolute yin body was something human effort alone could never hope to conquer. From that dark moment on, Kang Woo's entire outlook shifted. If he could not find enough yang energy to suppress her yin, he would simply drain the yin out. And so, upon this living child, he began carving curse after agonizing curse. The most familiar creature to any soul sorcerer is a beast tasked with a dark mission, guiding lost souls. Tragically, Kang Woo had transformed his very own daughter into a living Jiangshi while she still drew breath. This fire-infused monster was born in that terrible moment of dark magic. Din Hu's blood boiled at the thought of such twisted mercy. His eyes blazed with fury, remembering his own family who received no such mercy when they were murdered. Without uttering another single word, Din Hu resolved to end the life of the person standing right before him. Surrounded by a raging sea of fire, he was utterly determined to slay his target. All around them, the quiet bodies of the fallen lay scattered. Kwa Ran watched in panic as Kangryun seized his chance, commanding the flames to consume every human on the field. Not a single soul was to be left alive. Din Hu roared out in anger, labeling Kwa Ran a cold-blooded, heartless monster. He spat out that her attempts to act like a good person were utterly disgusting. Kwa Ran, entirely bewildered, could only desperately try to deny his accusations. Din Hu continued to mock her relentlessly about her stolen physical body. He screamed that she was not Lan, but a parasite occupying a stolen shell. Kwa Ran wept, insisting the body belonged to her alone. Suddenly, a bony hand shot up from the dirt, seizing Kwa Ran's ankle. A skeleton cursed her name, desperately pleading and begging for her to finally perish. Those words carried a chilling sincerity. This vengeful spirit had torn her father to shreds and now aimed to bury Kwa Ran to appease the royal family. Skeletal fingers crept up to squeeze her throat, still whispering their desperate pleas for her death. Agonizing wails echoed, screaming that Kwa Ran should never have existed. Then, the ghostly specter of Lan appeared, terrifyingly demanding her physical form back. Overwhelmed by the deafening voices, Kwa Ran panicked. The noise was simply too much to bear, and she unleashed her untamed power in a desperate burst. Thick, powerful vines whipped violently toward Din Hu, forcing him to cry out in pain as he raised his arms to shield his face. Amidst this chaotic eruption of rage, heavy golden chains shot forward, wrapping tightly around Kwa Ran's struggling form. The chains bound her so tightly that she collapsed, gasping out one final plea that this body truly belonged to her. As Kwa Ran lay trapped in her own agonizing nightmare, muttering hopeless words, our scene shifts back to the quiet of Professor Josephine's office. Professor Josephine spoke with absolute gravity, explaining exactly why Kwa Ran had been confined to that prison. Hearing the full story, Kareen realized he had largely anticipated such an outcome. Still, he never expected the crisis to strike this quickly, wondering if the official story was a cover for those two highly forbidden objects. Professor Josephine adjusted her glasses, her sharp eyes confirming that the young man was indeed onto something big, proving her instincts were correct. Professor Joss Finn added that Quarren was bound tight by the bone chains, while a mystical Eastern talisman kept her in check. But during her clash with Jin Hyuk, those seals were burned away, giving Bishop Li Jin Yang the perfect excuse to criticize her lack of control. On Professor Kangryun's direct orders, they sent Quarren right back to the east. Their simple fix was to craft a brand new talisman to suppress her strength. Problem solved, right? Yet, Kareen sensed something was wrong. Their reaction seemed far too dramatic for just one broken seal, and things simply did not add up. Now they were trying to blame the Academy for losing control of her, which was completely and utterly ridiculous. Ariel, watching quietly from the side, asked Corinne how much he truly understood, her knowing look proving she was already steps ahead. It was plain to see that Professor Kangrian had his own hidden agenda in this entire complicated affair. Planning his next move, Corinne wondered if Ariel would really allow those men to take custody of Corin. He suggested they leave the entire matter to him, confident that he could resolve the issue despite the short notice. Corinne made his dream clear to all, wishing for a world where everyone could live freely, leaving no soul behind. Thus began the third act of this legendary tale, introducing the flying yaksha, a beast far more dangerous than any before. Both ladies fell silent, knowing that trusting him with this path would force him to make an agonizing decision. The choice was stark: save Hua or save Lan. A practical person would simply choose one of them, taking the easiest and most logical path forward. But Corinne operates differently. While children are forced to choose, a true man resolves to save them both. Thus, the grand mission was set: rescue both ladies under the most challenging of conditions and highest stakes imaginable. Meanwhile, deep in a dark cell, Coran claimed ownership of her vessel, only for Kangriun to appear and question her claim. Quarren did not recognize him, so Kangriun introduced himself as the uncle of Kanglan, the true owner of the body she hijacked. This sent Quarren into a fury, demanding her body back, but Kangriun simply smiled, claiming there was a slight misunderstanding. He knew she desired absolute control over that form, which brought back a dark memory from many years ago. The moment he commanded Hua to eliminate every living human in the region, leaving absolutely no survivors behind. With a cunning grin, the man leaned close, whispering that he could help her achieve her ultimate goal. He resembled a wicked serpent, smiling warmly while offering a sweet but deadly poisoned apple to an innocent child. A faint voice, belonging to Hua, cried out in warning, but it was merely a ghostly whisper that never reached her. Kangriun mocked her, stating that while she held the physical shell, she had never truly owned it. 2 days after the trials, a rest day was granted to help the weary students recover from their journey. Thus, Corinne and Mariette Dunalep strolled through the village, quietly preparing their defense before their opponent could strike. Corinne inquired about the earnings from their small market stall, and she happily shared that the final report had arrived. He was eager to hear of their success, and Mariette was delighted to share every single detail with him. They had sourced premium meat from a noble estate, added a savory sauce, and sold the skewers at a 300% markup. The mere thought brought a grand smile to his face as he imagined piles of shiny gold coins. Success was theirs. Such was the nature of trade, and young Griffin would simply have to spend his hard-earned savings. Soon after, Mariette Dunalept noticed a playful stone-throwing game, and the vendor quickly invited her to try her hand. Corinne immediately recognized the vendor from the previous year, who explained the stones were merely discarded leftovers from a nearby quarry. Broken into small pieces, the stones looked harmless, yet Mariette sensed something quite unusual when she held one. The seller encouraged her, noting their soft texture, and upon testing it herself, she was surprised to find he spoke the truth. The clever merchant explained that because these magical crystals absorb energy so readily, their physical forms can easily alter. While normally used for crafting wizard staffs, Corinne suspected this unstable soft piece might explode at any second, requiring a swift test of his theory. Taking a stone in hand, he threw it with marvelous precision, sending it directly into the center of the target. The astonished vendor announced a high score of 95 points, much to the absolute delight of a cheering Mariette. Curiously, with these peculiar stones, perfect accuracy minimized the magical impact, while a poor throw could trigger a massive explosion. To prepare, Corinne had carefully adjusted his equipment and magic to purposely reduce his throwing accuracy down to 0%. Utilizing his sharp intellect, he calculated that the resulting blast could potentially cover an incredibly vast distance. A clever player always knows how to get results. Thus, Miss Lin casually approaches the merchant, offering to sell him a massive pile of enchanted stones. He gladly offers to pay double the price, leaving the shopkeeper utterly confused as to why anyone would buy so many plain rocks. Lin simply offers a mysterious, knowing smile and stays quiet. Clearly, these artifacts unlock a secret technique only veterans understand, which is precisely why she came. Suddenly, a dark aura surrounds the young man as he laughs over his sinister schemes, a chilling display that Marie S. Dunalep finds incredibly unsettling. Yet, he quickly shifts gears, casually asking her about the transportation business run by her family. He even demands their complete travel schedule, leaving Marie S. Dunalep to wonder what sort of complex plot he is designing this time. Her eyes remain fixed on Corin, certain that he is finally ready to strike. As the carriage departs, the governor summons Iowa for a brief talk. Suddenly, Iowa forces a wooden amulet into Guarin's mouth, a relic designed to destroy the undead. Iowa casts a sharp sideways glance, observing her reaction with intense focus. Overwhelmed by the magic, Gworin collapses and coughs violently. Resting calmly in the corner, Iowa wonders if that was truly all it took. The talisman merely drains Gworin's strength, which fits his strategy perfectly. The primary goal is to divide Gworin from Lan, a revelation that only serves to fuel Gworin's growing rage. An annoyed Iowa explains that he previously warned her about this. Eventually, Kangrian will drive a wedge between them, throwing Gworin into sheer panic. Iowa coldly declares that she will either vanish completely or transform into a malevolent specter, terrifying Gworin, who is desperate to keep her physical form. Yet, Iowa remains completely indifferent, knowing that Host Vessel never truly belonged to Gworin anyway, and it was time she faced reality. Gworin completely loses her sanity. Outside, the coachman catches a strange sound coming from the carriage and turns around. Had he ignored it, he might have dismissed it as a simple bell. But a moment later, a massive transport materializes from thin air, terrifying the driver right before a violent, shattering collision occurs. The brutal force of the crash hurls their entire carriage directly into a nearby wall. The coachman is left unconscious from the blow. Kangrian appears amidst the wreckage, checking to see if his two allies survived unharmed. Aurora and Jin Hyuk, showing their incredible reflexes, escape unharmed, though they question if an explosive trap was laid without Kangrian's knowledge. Suddenly, a strange, glowing orb drops onto the dirt path. Kangrian immediately recognizes the danger as the surroundings transform into a horrific, blood-red illusion, leaving Jin Hyuk completely bewildered by the magic. Observing the chaotic destruction, a band of outlaws begins to celebrate, realizing their golden opportunity has finally arrived. Deciding not to waste a second, they prepare to plunder the wreckage. But when they notice Gworin snarling nearby, they believe they have claimed a grand prize. With a sinister grin spreading across his face, the outlaw captain commands his subordinates to seize the helpless woman. A painted, clown-like thug eagerly volunteers to take custody of her himself. Meanwhile, over at Professor Josephine's estate, a sudden shriek signals an abduction, leaving everyone utterly clueless as to who was taken. A gentleman dressed in a brown suit rushes inside, breathlessly detailing the crime that occurred mere minutes prior. The startling revelation deeply unnerves Professor Josephine, prompting a woman who had avoided profanity for 35 years to utter an incredible curse. Further down the trail, the captors flee at a breakneck pace on their mounts. Slung over the saddle, Gworin laments her current predicament and fiercely demands to know the meaning of this madness. Her captor is none other than Korin. While he claims to be rescuing her, Gworin views his heroic efforts as entirely incompetent and irritating. Korin attempts to clarify that had those violent thugs captured her instead, her very survival would have been at risk. To Gworin, however, Korin is merely an annoying housemaid of no consequence, while he silently rejoices at having arrived in the nick of time. After all, had he allowed Kangrian to capture her, the villain would have violently torn her soul from her vessel, completely destroying either Gworin or Lan. Hearing this, she falls silent, absorbing the gravity of his words. An allied outlaw approaches, confirming their arrival and promising to draw away pursuers with a decoy path, exactly as they had previously arranged. Clutching his heavy purse of gold coins, the mercenary looks overjoyed. Korin bids him farewell, hoping they never cross paths as enemies, knowing the man was handsomely compensated. Suddenly, a brief silence settles over them. Without warning, Gworin collapses forward, leaving a bewildered Korin completely unsure of her sudden affliction. Her complexion grows deathly pale as she faintly whispers that her previous captors had forced her to consume a strange draught. Hearing this, Korin eagerly wonders if she was cursed by high magic, but quickly surmises that given her poor luck, she simply caught a stubborn winter chill. Deep within the quiet woods, his unexpected declaration causes Gworin to shriek in terror, demanding to know his true intentions. Offering no reply, he quickly takes off at a sprint. Gworin struggles wildly, demanding to be released so she can flee on her own, but he firmly insists she stop. As she can barely stand, Miss Rin had no trouble carrying Kwa Ran, since he was quite light anyway. But Kwa Ran's face told a different story, showing how deeply uncomfortable he was and desperately wanting to get down. Rin ignored his complaints entirely, telling him to charge it to her account, leaving Kwa Ran utterly speechless. Dien Hu could not believe someone dared to bomb them, while Kang Ryun stood there equally clueless about the situation. Suddenly, the atmosphere turned a menacing red, throwing Dien Hu into a state of absolute panic. It was a moment of complete and utter confusion. And worse, the protective barrier was breaking down completely. Watching from above, Marie S. Dunlap saw the growing chaos and remembered Korin's instruction to stall for 1 hour. Outside, the barrier resembled a massive sphere, shrinking to capture everyone inside as terrified screams echoed from within. Fierce spirit beasts suddenly swarmed out, attacking Kang Ruiyun's group and leaving Dunhyu baffled by his malfunctioning barrier. Instantly, Kang Ruiyun turned and shouted aloud for Iwa. Thinking fast, Iwa instantly understood his plan and confirmed that she would follow his lead. Marie S. Dunalep noticed this bizarre turn of events and panicked as her team began retreating in fear. Meanwhile, over on his side of the field, a torrential downpour began to fall. Goran's condition was rapidly deteriorating for some unknown reason, leaving the worried Kurin holding him tight. They had traveled far enough and desperately needed a place to rest, but suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared directly before them. Iowa landed in an incredibly dramatic stance, believing she was miles away, only to find a very familiar face staring back. There was no time to talk. Iwa instantly attacked, swinging her weapon at Karine, who wondered how she had breached the barrier. He tried to shield Kwa Ran in his arms but took a dart to the shoulder, leaving a painful wound. Even though Kwa Ran was barely clinging to life, he still managed to ask if his savior was all right. Thanks to his tough body, Karine reassured Kwa Ran that he was fine, noting the blade was not even poisoned. Knowing he could not protect Kwaran while fighting, Korin placed him beneath a tree, though the poor boy was absolutely terrified. Korin glanced at the unfolding situation behind him, then calmly repeated his question to her. In a moment like this, there was no room for hesitation. Korin charged straight forward to bring the fight to Ewa. Ewa watched him charge, her expression showing a mix of mild surprise, knowing he was never one to run away. Korin claimed he was simply eliminating the worst option first, and then both warriors clashed like moths to a flame. Mid-battle, Ewa began to taunt Karine, mockingly asking him if he truly believed he could stand a chance against her. Immediately after, Ewa unleashed a devastating blow that sent Karine flying backward. But drawing on his vast experience and incredible resilience, he slammed his weapon into the ground to halt his momentum. Still, such a heavy blow from a low-level combatant like Ewa was entirely to be expected. Gathering his energy, Karine stared at the woman before him and finally realized she was the legendary Swordmaster. The Supreme Knight, Xia Griffin, also revered as the Sword Maiden. The overwhelming aura radiating from her body was all the proof he needed. Ewa mockingly warned Karine to stop holding back, pointing out that he possessed a formidable aura of his own. But there was a catch. Karine's power was little more than a temporary trick. It was a secret weapon reserved for dire emergencies, but it felt entirely useless. It merely accumulated vast energy like a sealed dam, offering absolutely no way to release the floodgates. Ewa decided that if Karine refused to utilize his true strength, she would simply play along with his game. If he refused to show his true potential willingly, she would have to force it out of him. Ewa unleashed her devastating dragon-slaying calamity technique, catching Karine completely off guard before he could even analyze her movement. Struggling to steady himself, he decided to fight fire with fire, countering with his first form, the dragon-slaying strike. Karine's spectacular move immediately summoned a legendary dragon-like spirit beast. He threw everything into the assault, chaining his heaven-devouring war art, body-shattering spear, and the deadly annihilation slash. The clash grew so breathtakingly intense that onlookers could barely find the air to breathe. After an agonizingly long duel, the combat finally ceased, leaving Karine on one knee, gasping for air. Ewa had taken this duel completely seriously, yet in the face of Karine's bold defiance, she chose to remain silent. Staring down at her opponent, she could not understand how techniques meant for a guaranteed victory had failed. As you and I can see, Ewa could not leave even a single scratch on this mysterious warrior. Who on earth was he? Instead of asking his name, she demanded to know why he protected Guaran so fiercely. It was an odd question to ask her captor, and all sense of humor was lost. So Ewa simply introduced herself as Guaran's older sister. But in her eyes, Guaran was a monster, a cold and vicious demon. Surely Corrine knew of the tragic massacre back in Luna, right? Hearing this, Karine felt a deep sense of pity. The true villains were out there living in luxury, completely above the law. Meanwhile, ordinary people were left to destroy one another. Naturally, Ewa had no idea what he meant. He explained that the martial arts schools here are ruthless, constantly challenging and tearing each other down. Such was the harsh reality, but his words only confused her more. Then, before she could even react, he unleashed a lightning-fast strike. Sensing the immense danger, Ewa immediately leaped away from the high tree branch she was standing on. She closed the gap in an instant. This time, her fury was so intense her aura turned pitch black. Ewa glared ahead, but the girl blocking her path hesitated before shouting her own name proudly. "I am the head of the Alyssa Dojo, Alyssa Aiden." Alyssa then declared her intention to challenge Ewa to a formal duel. Ewa was so utterly shocked she nearly choked. Karine, loving the chaos, praised Alyssa for her incredible bravery. Challenging a legendary warrior in the wilderness? That is true dedication. Even though nobody actually knew how strong this girl was, yet Alyssa charged forward, sword in hand, begging for a lesson. Yua stood frozen, entirely speechless at the bizarre scene. Deflecting the strike casually, Yua asked her, "Are you serious right now? Is this really happening?" She was completely baffled. Did this girl truly believe she could challenge her so easily? Alyssa did not care about the awkwardness. She simply winked at Kareen, telling him to escape while he could. Recognizing his perfect chance, Kareen offered a quick thank you. He gently scooped up Guarin. With a smile, he announced he was leaving them to their business. All a helpless Yua could do was scream in vain for him to stop. The heavens opened up with heavy rain. Kareen wrung out his wet shirt, grumbling about his luck before setting it aside. Still, this heavy downpour would mask their tracks, blinding any guards or royal knights searching for them. Inside a dark cave, Kareen squeezed the water from his garments, grateful that the storm would keep their pursuers at bay. Turning to the silent Guarin, Kareen asked how she was holding up. She lay there, motionless. As he placed a gentle hand on her burning forehead, she weakly whispered an apology. Guarin murmured that she had a fever. Left with no choice, he had to provide immediate care. He gently cradled Guarin in his arms. Pulling out a small vial, he promised this medicine would help. This was no ordinary potion, it was a precious, high-grade divine elixir. Once the elixir calmed her fever, Guarin softly asked where they were hiding. He explained they were in a hollowed-out den belonging to wild horned bears. But as the words left his mouth, he sensed trouble. Guarin's fever was rising rapidly, and the healing elixir would take time to work its magic. Kareen sighed with worry, a sound that made Guarin panic. Sensing her fear, he assured her he was only going to hunt one of the nearby bears. He needed to secure its thick pelt to keep her shivering body warm. Just then, a blinding flash of lightning split the sky, freezing him in place. Suddenly, a small hand gripped the hem of his trousers. Looking back, Kareen saw Guarin struggling to sit up, her breath shallow and ragged. Her tearful eyes silently begged him to stay. As Kareen quietly gathered his gear, Guarin's fading consciousness drifted back to her distant past. The tender words, "My dear daughter," echoed in her mind. It was the very first memory she had upon opening her eyes. An unfamiliar man stood over her, weeping tears of joy, calling her his daughter, overcome that she had finally awakened. Yet to her, this weeping figure was merely her master, looking down with tear-filled eyes. The old man lovingly called her his daughter. He called her Lan. Watching his tears, the girl felt absolutely nothing. As a newly born Jiangxi, she only understood that this was her assigned name. Guarin mimicked the name, entirely ignorant of its meaning, yet the man was ecstatic, pulling her into a joyful, tearful hug. In that very moment, she instinctively realized she must play the role of this lost daughter, Lan. For if her foster father discovered the truth, he would abandon her to search for the real, irreplaceable Lan. She often wondered about returning this borrowed body, but as you and I will see, her delicate web of lies was already falling apart. And then, everything fell apart for the most absurd reason. Without a shred of warmth, the man she called father let go of Guarin's hand, coldly declaring she was not his child, leaving her utterly heartbroken. Never before had young Guarin witnessed such a bloodbath. To make matters worse, her guardian had just ordered her to slay a massive sea beast terrorizing the streets. Nearby, a familiar uncle who once patched up her wounds was laughing uproariously, thoroughly amused that a complete beginner could slay a level 1 beast so effortlessly. This was the same man who had given her the name Hua. Pressured by his words, Guarin gathered her strength and finally finished the grim task. Greed and cold calculation gleamed in Kangrian's eyes. Meanwhile, poor Guarin was forced to bear the icy neglect of a father who disowned her without a second thought. In that painful moment, Guarin saw her true worth in their eyes. From then on, whatever they demanded, whatever the city lord desired, or even what the high priests and royal family demanded, she obeyed every order without question, transforming into a merciless weapon targeting beasts, demons, and innocent humans alike. Suddenly, the chilling grip of a skeleton triggered a flood of lost memories, bringing back haunting visions of people crumbling to ash. With resolve in her heart, Guarin decided to eliminate the weak original soul to claim this vessel as her own forever. In an instant, she underwent a complete transformation, giving rise to Fi Tianjia Zoa. That was when her gaze fell upon a peculiar carved stone hidden in the straw. While Guarin was resting quietly, Corrine approached and offered her a small gift. Though she seemed puzzled by his presence in the shadows, he was determined to share this token with her. With a kind gesture, Corrine tossed her a simple cloth to use as a blanket. Though she quietly tried to refuse, the persistent young man wouldn't take no for an answer. He insisted she keep it, knowing the night air was growing bitterly cold. Reassuring her that dawn would break soon, Corrine urged her to rest, promising to wake her the moment the morning sun appeared. His promise that the storm would clear left Guarin completely perplexed. Unable to understand his kindness, she looked up and asked him what he truly wanted from her. To her, asking this was simply a natural reaction. In her long life, everyone who crossed her path demanded something. Her father sought his lost daughter, while her cousin desired a healthy little sister. And Kangrian wanted nothing but a deadly weapon to destroy everything in sight. While others always took, Karine remained quiet, simply asking if she recalled their very first meeting. Once again, she was left wondering what his true motives were. Seeing her blank stare, Karine gently offered to remind her. He spoke of the day she confessed that she was not the true owner of this physical body. She had called herself a mere thief who took what wasn't hers. Yet, his response tonight remained just as warm as it was back then. He reminded her that being born is never a sin, a sentiment that deeply shook her. Yet, his comforting words only sparked her anger, prompting her to call his kindness incredibly reckless and naive. She raised her voice, declaring he had no idea how dangerous it was to unleash a monster based on empty, comforting phrases. Even powerful figures like Josephine and the Elder understood the risks, making his words seem like nothing but foolish fantasies. To think he could reform a monster was simply ridiculous, and believing the entire world could change, pure folly. Hearing this, Karine simply offered a quiet, humble shrug. In truth, Karine did not know if the world could heal, or if a beast could ever find redemption. His motivation was far simpler. Having walked a dark path himself, he knew he was the only one with the strength to offer these lost souls a hand. Upon hearing this, Guarin fell silent. Karine hoped his honest answer would be enough. In that tender moment, Guarin finally let her guard down, confessing that she was terrified. With every word, she seemed to grow smaller. Deep down, she knew this physical shell was never truly hers, and the world constantly demanded she return it. She understood that duty perfectly. Indeed, she knew that truth far better than anyone else. But her real fear lay in the great unknown. Once the body was returned, what would become of her? Karine listened with deep, quiet empathy. Lost and vulnerable, she looked up, searching his eyes for guidance. She simply needed to know if she was meant to surrender her existence. After a thoughtful pause, Karine gently agreed she must return it, a reply that broke her fragile spirit. Grief washed over her as she closed her eyes, assuming he was no different from the others. But before she could despair, he softly interrupted, suggesting they all sit down and speak together. With a cheerful smile, he proposed that she become the landlord. He offered to pay the rent and security deposit, wondering if they might live together. This bizarre proposal left Guarin completely speechless. Flustered, she argued that those were entirely separate matters, reminding him that he already knew she was a dangerous entity. Yet, that truth did not trouble him. He had witnessed ordinary men commit acts far more monstrous than any beast could dream of. He had even known celebrated heroes who secretly took innocent lives in the dark. To him, choice was everything. Settling down comfortably beside her, he explained that her origin mattered little compared to the path she decided to walk. Karine wanted to assure Guaran that he would protect her until she was ready to choose, so she could finally rest without fear. With a quiet sigh, she decides to rest, knowing Karine would be staying close by to watch over her. Yet, a heavy dread weighs on Guaran. She knows the path ahead is already set, and there is absolutely no turning back now. As Warren watches Karine walk away, a deep conflict tears at him. He cannot speak the truth without risking the only friend he has left. The emotional pain is overwhelming. He cannot bring himself to accept help, yet he cannot bear to let go, either. At sunrise the next morning, Warren wonders where Karine is going, only to find him searching the grounds and muttering that it must be nearby. He carefully sifts through the charred ruins of the wreckage. Most of it is completely ruined, but suddenly, a peculiar object catches his attention. Holding up a piece of wood from a lightning-struck jujube tree, Karine assures Warren that this rare find will be incredibly useful. Getting straight to the point, Karine demands to know if Guaran truly is one of those legendary hopping vampires. He asks if she realizes that a vampire with such dense dark energy has major vulnerabilities, which completely catches her off guard. Placing the wood in her hand, he explains it holds a divine warmth, typically used by priests to banish evil spirits. But if a creature like Guaran actually consumes it, the consequences will be severe. He explains it will restore balance to her soul, briefly suppressing her dark traits, though this complex magic is far beyond her understanding. He lays out the harsh side effects, warning that she will lose all bodily control, which only fills her with absolute terror and suspicion. Guaran tosses the wood aside, deeply suspicious of his intentions and wondering why he would offer her something so dangerous. He retrieves it calmly. The time has come to choose, as she cannot simply enjoy safety without bearing any of the burden. Karine has seen the damage selfishness causes, and he refuses to let her go down that lonely path. All he wants is for her to choose. Once more, he presses the wood back into her hand. She must take ownership of her own destiny, but the weight of the moment is almost too much to process. Suddenly, a cold voice shatters the silence, demanding to know what she is doing, causing both of them to spin around in shock. An intimidating figure shrouded in a dark blue mist approaches, burning with fury. Sensing the danger, Kareen immediately pushes her out of harm's way. Subtlety has never been Kareen's strong suit. He rushes forward, shouting to Gua Ran that these relentless pursuers will hunt her to the ends of the earth. Their only choice is to stand their ground and fight right here, right now. Jin Hyu roars Kareen's name, but the young man cheekily claims to be someone named Imatan, a terrible disguise that the furious warrior rejects instantly. Without hesitation, Jin Hyu unleashes his inner energy, hurling a destructive stormwheel attack forward. A spectacular duel erupts between them. Raising his arms, Jin Hyu finds the battle highly amusing, attributing his opponent's boldness to some dark demonic influence. Kareen quietly respects his enemy's formidable talent, noting his ability to perform high-level alchemy without drawing a magic circle. But the compliment is quickly followed by a cold warning to pay close attention. Instantly, Jin Hyu is overwhelmed, unable to defend against a barrage of lightning-fast punches that rival even the legendary speed of Yu Gua. Desperate, Jin Hyu attempts to summon another stormwheel strike, but Kareen remains completely unfazed. Before his foe can even comprehend the gap between them, Kareen prepares to bring this skirmish to a decisive end. Suddenly, magical talismans rain from above, igniting the very air. Kareen is left completely bewildered by this unexpected turn of events. Kang Ruiyun steps forward, declaring that resistance is futile, as these powerful seals are locked into the ancient 8 trigrams formation. The spell disrupts his mind, his body, and his internal energy. Though the trapped youth spits threats, the calm master remains entirely unmoved. Swiftly, Kang Ruiyun presses a glowing red talisman directly onto the helpless girl's forehead. Though she struggles with all her might, an overwhelming exhaustion causes her eyelids to feel heavy as lead. Her body stiffens, leaving her as motionless as stone, which deeply intrigues EUA regarding the unique talisman Kangryun just deployed. Anticipating EUA's curiosity, Kangryun explains that this charm binds the mind, trapping the victim's helpless soul within a dark void for eternity. And in that single moment, EUA knows they can finally send Lan home. Yet behind them, Korin fights on, desperately throwing useless punches and screaming that Kangryun will pay dearly. But Kangryun remains entirely indifferent. He calmly departs with his retinue, leaving the young man at the mercy of wild beasts. Korin cries out in despair, unable to believe she is truly gone. His desperate cries echo in vain. Abandoned in the deep, silent woods, the boy's voice slowly fades, leaving only a chilling stillness. But then, some incredibly strange and bizarre sounds begin to escape from Korin's mouth. His expression shifts from deep agony to total smugness as his plan succeeds. Kneeling on the ground, he remains trapped inside a glowing magical barrier. Moments later, a pack of purple wolves with glowing, blinding eyes begins slowly creeping up on the young man. The beasts circle Korin, growling with pure menace, before they all begin charging up intense energy for a massive, devastating strike. A massive wolf opens its powerful jaws and releases a deafening howl. Yet, Korin's face remains completely peaceful, showing absolutely no fear. He is truly an unpredictable young man. It turns out this dramatic wolf attack was merely a show to shred his jacket, but Korin plays his part perfectly, staring intensely at the ground. Then, believing himself entirely alone, he flashes a deeply sinister grin. The coast is finally clear. In an instant, he returns to his innocent act, stretching his stiff shoulders as if absolutely nothing had happened. The 2 golden wolves shift back to normal, praising his acting while grumbling about the time it took. Suddenly, Korin wonders if Len and John have finished. His cheerful smile fades, replaced by sudden, dramatic tears. A moment later, Len and John return to human form, confident after Lenia handled the situation. Yet, they still wonder why they had to perform this task. Korin merely covers his mouth with a sly grin, pretending it is nothing. He suddenly wonders if this whole plan qualifies as a conspiracy theory. Far away, at a silent, moss-covered castle, a sharp voice echoes from within. Yugawa stares down at her servant, demanding to know why the mysterious attacker has not been captured yet, as a maid kneels. The stressed official urges patience, knowing Yugawa and her powerful faction are far beyond his station, making this ancient castle completely beyond his reach. Even so, Yugawa refuses to believe his excuses, highly suspicious that they have brought something of immense value with them. The man turns pale while boiling with inner rage, remembering a time when these heretics would never dare speak to a holy bishop this way. He quickly argues that this hidden faction operates only in the darkness, never revealing themselves so easily to the world. He forces himself to endure the disrespect, knowing the church is currently weak and desperately requires their formidable strength. Under her cold, judgmental gaze, the kneeling man quickly explains that he has located a powerful guild to provide an adequate replacement. These merchants have traded with the East for generations, and their shipment arrives today. Suspicious, she demands the name of this mysterious guild, the Mandragora Guild. The moment those words escape his lips, the scene shifts to a glorious sunlit arena where the announcer's voice booms over a massive crowd. The Grand Festival's main event is finally here. The championship team finals have officially begun, and inside the quiet locker room, thick, heavy tension hangs in the air. Who will claim victory? The loud announcer's voice blends with the thunderous roar of the crowd. Everyone is incredibly excited. Meanwhile, backstage, Kang Ruiyun suddenly appears with a cunning smile on his face, quietly noting how wonderful it is that their plans remain perfectly intact. In a dark corner, a young woman clad in heavy black armor, bearing a striking black and crimson crest upon her chest, stands prepared. She tightly grips an object in her hand and issues a firm order to advance. Outside, the crowd erupts as the announcer calls the contenders forward. The opening round has commenced for Kang Yeowa's skilled team. Representing blocks A and B, Kang Yeowa steps forward alongside her teammates, projecting her signature, unshakable confidence. Next to enter is Mukaba Academy, representing blocks A and D. As Mariette and Alyssa step out, the announcer notices a glaring vacancy. The presenter looks on in absolute confusion. Their primary captain, Korin, is missing and failed to appear for the previous round. The host begins to declare the young man disqualified from the final match, but a sudden sound stops him mid-sentence. An incredibly bold voice echoes from the Iron Gate, shouting, "This is the moment of victory. I shall lead you to Valhalla." Yugawa watches with deep irritation, though she is secretly stunned that this man survived. The eccentric figure stands proud on stage with raised arms, while his passionate followers chant his name, Imutan, repeatedly. He wears an incredibly theatrical, smug grin, prompting the annoyed bishop to ask the professor if they can finally begin the duel. Kang Ruiyun nods quickly, agreeing, "Very well." He waves his ornate fan, releasing a wave of brilliant golden energy while quietly muttering under his breath. He murmurs, "That troublesome child is truly unique," before loudly proclaiming, "The trial has begun." Immediately, the entire arena begins to shake. A colossal magical array forms in the air as the rules of the contest are officially announced. The victor must find the correct path to the center and successfully retrieve the sacred Imperial Dragon Seal. Suddenly, a magnificent golden dragon manifests with glowing eyes and an incredibly long beard, resting directly at the center, surrounded by dangerous beasts and a network of magical barriers. Observing this formidable challenge, the competitors instantly break out in a tense, nervous sweat. If you and I were there, we would be completely lost. Suddenly, a golden light flashes, the formation activates, and the entire arena shifts, instantly separating everyone. A ruthless fighter with deadly eyes raises his fan, boasting that his ancient poison has been deployed. With a sneer, he declares there is nowhere left to run. Nearby, a young woman clad entirely in black stands perfectly still, waiting. She grips a mysterious object tightly. Meanwhile, the main broadcast screens suddenly flicker and fail, leaving the confused crowd wondering what went wrong. What caused the sudden blackout? A glowing blue magic circle has appeared directly beneath the screens. Terrified, the host frantically turns to his partner for an explanation. He demands to know what is happening. His colleague is equally terrified, suspecting that the magic radiating from the circle is causing the heavy static. Observing the chaos, the red-haired hero merely lets out an irritated sigh. At that moment, Riang arrives, focused and harboring a grand design. From this point forward, he will commence the sacred ritual to separate the fire from the land. Turning back, Riang commands Yugua and Hugh to guard the northern black tortoise statue. Without a single moment of hesitation, the two vanish at incredible speed. He quietly mutters that as long as the black tortoise remains safe, he does not care if the rest of the world crumbles to dust. Before leaping away, Yugua casts a pleading glance, urging him to keep her uncle safe. Riang merely dismisses her concern with a cold, uncaring expression. Elsewhere, an arrogant sorcerer laughs triumphantly. Standing tall, he listens to the anxious whispers and boasts that the Nine-Dragon Bagua is no ordinary place. After demanding they escape, he asks Ko Lin to shed her disguise so he can finally call her master. Since ancient times, the divine protector of the emperor at the center has been the northern black tortoise. Standing directly behind the throne, this legendary beast could guard or strike instantly. Now, Yugua and Jin Hyu arrive at the base of a towering, ancient snake turtle monument. Jin Hyu speaks up, telling her to watch as a voice echoes. To shatter the ancient magic of the four mythical beasts, one must first destroy the black tortoise. Suddenly, enemies strike, and Ko Lin appears, mockingly greeting Jin Hyu as the master of prosthetic limbs. Jin Hyu breaks into a cold sweat, desperately wondering how much the enemy truly knows. Wondering how they bypassed the maze, a naive Alyssa asks if two fighters are enough, but her companion remains completely unfazed. Brushing it off, he reassures her that this is better than leaving Mary to face the other three opponents alone. As we watch, Mary is over there radiating pure battle lust, ready for war. Meanwhile, Yugwa wonders if her uncle's powerful technique has been countered. According to her knowledge, the legendary Eight Gates defense holds 365 distinct variations, from stone walls to blinding fog. No warrior, regardless of strength, should be able to breach it. As she momentarily hesitates, her opponent mockingly calls out, claiming he can sense her growing anxiety and fear. With a sinister grin, he asks if they purchased a rare ancient artifact. He boasts that he tracked their steps and discovered their secret. Upon hearing this, Yugwa grits her teeth, demanding to know how he could have possibly uncovered the truth about their artifact. After all, the relic had been stolen by a band of thieves, forcing her family to purchase it from a merchant guild. Realization flashes in her eyes. Suddenly, he blasts her backward with a single strike and proudly confesses that he was the original thief. With the savage gaze of a wild beast, he reveals a horrifying truth. Both the thieves and the merchants answer to him alone. Horrified and deeply betrayed, Yugwa burns with absolute fury at his confession. Gripping her blade, she charges forward to retaliate. Yet, her opponent stands unfazed, absolutely certain that she poses no threat to his power. As Alyssa is knocked backward, the villain mockingly asks if she wants a chance to avenge her previous bitter defeat. In their last clash, Alyssa suffered a crushing defeat against Kang Yua, forced to yield on Ko Lin's orders. She barely escaped that encounter with her life. Hearing her complaints, Hugh smirks, asking if her rival has finally acknowledged her strength. Before he can finish, she sharply orders him to be quiet. Steadying her resolve, Kang Yua grips her weapon and declares they must end this battle immediately. Without waiting another second, she and Hugh lunged forward like a sudden storm, burning with intense, righteous fury. Opposing them, Elisa's team holds firm, meeting the charge. Simultaneously, the heroes unleash their ultimate techniques, the armor-piercing annihilation palm and the dragon-slaying sword style. A violent energy erupts as she unleashes her ultimate technique, summoning the legendary Ascending Heaven Poison Dragon to strike down her foes. Not to be outdone, Alyssa instantly counters, unleashing her powerful domain/sword style. The moment their energies collide, a massive shockwave tears across the entire battlefield. The blinding light from the explosion consumes the arena, turning everything into a chaotic blur. Slowly, silhouettes appear through the settling dust. Elisa looks around grimly, her eyes locking onto Kang Yua. The damage is devastating. Hugh's leg is severed, and her sword is completely shattered. Distraught by this humiliating defeat, Kang Yua grits her teeth in absolute rage. Now, you and I can feel their bitter regret. Rising slowly, their dark faces turn toward Elisa, burning with a desire for absolute vengeance. In their eyes, a fiery resolve burned bright they would destroy Hua and save Lan. They charged forward without a single second of hesitation, but another weapon suddenly shattered the barrier, promising to reveal the truth. Gulin made it clear if they refused to talk, they would fight to the very last claw and fang. Both Hyo and Gang Yogwa stared in complete shock at the terrifying scene unfolding before them. A bizarre beast with tiger fangs and bull horns appeared Taudi, one of the four perils, a creature of pure destruction, the complete opposite of a guardian. Reading the ancient turtle shell only deepened their horror. Why was Tao Ti on the black tortoise's shell? Master Kang Ruiyun was too skilled to miss that. Gulin's gaze turned icy cold, asking if they truly believed this ritual would separate Hua from Lan, a plan that clearly backfired completely. Staring at the object in her hand, Gulin dropped a massive bombshell. Kang Ruiyun never cared about Lan from the very beginning. Driven by sheer ambition, he sealed Lan away. For the sake of his career, Lan had to be sacrificed. The only one Hanta wanted from start to finish was always Hua. This was Sorcerer Kangrian's dark ritual, designed to destroy Lan and let Hua take complete control of the body. 3 years, a fleeting yet long time after witnessing his own daughter create Hua, Hanta became completely obsessed with its immense power. That foolish man only cared about finding his daughter, and by the time he realized he had lost control of Hua, it was too late. Framed for the Luna City massacre, he was captured by the royal army. This left Kang Ruiyun incredibly grateful, giving him the perfect scapegoat for his own terrible crimes in Luna City. Not only that, but he also created the flying knight Yaksha Hua for him. Yet, the one wildcard Kang Ruiyun never anticipated was Kang Yi. Yu had entrusted Guaran to the principal of Merkaba Academy. Even for a brilliant sorcerer like him, interfering with another continent's business was a highly delicate task. And just when Kang Ruiyun was hitting peak desperation, that mysterious man arrived. He was Tesban Taha, a legendary figure from 80 years ago, known as the Creator. The devil-faced man had one simple demand: wreak total havoc, kill everyone, and shatter the principal's protective shield so that woman could never escape the kingdom. For Kang Rian, it was an offer he simply could not refuse. If he could secure Hua, what was destroying one little city? Soon, the chains of Saiyan, a sacred relic from the Western Church, would bind her and drain her limitless inner power. And the very force that kept Guaran bound in her human form. Lan's soul would be completely wiped out. Then, he only had to feed her the 10,000 human flesh pill, allowing Guaran to ascend as a queen, awakened as a true yaksha. But just as Kangrian laughed like a madman, Gulin's voice cut through, declaring none of that would ever happen. With a smirk, he noted that if everything went too smoothly, life would just be boring. Kangrian stood frozen in absolute disbelief. Before he could utter a word, Gang Yogua demanded to know if he truly intended to use a ritual to destroy Lan. She could not comprehend why he would choose a fiendish artifact over a divine beast. Countless questions raced through her mind. Was it actually possible that Kang Rian ordered the Luna massacre himself, rather than Guaran simply losing control? Kang Rian remained silent, smugly realizing they had all been played like fools. Let's watch as his trap finally springs. Kang Rian's eyes filled with pure, murderous intent as he activated a blood art technique, mockingly telling them not to worry. Because in just 10 minutes, every living soul within this spell formation will melt into one. With a crazed look, he attacked, vowing to turn them into an ascension potion. An Anmungui is merely a second-class beast, right? And yet, after a desperate ascension, it easily slaughtered a whole platoon of 1-star and 2-star paladins. If Guaran, a legendary superclass beast, successfully ascends, resisting her power will be completely impossible. But with just a single spoken sentence, every pattern and seal in the formation vanished instantly. This sent Kang Ruiyun into a wild panic, screaming about his disappearing formation. Gulin calmly told him it was time for an explanation. The very artifacts Kang Ruiyun secretly stole and smuggled, who was the mastermind? Was it the guild that delivered them, and who introduced them in the first place? More deep questions piled up: who actually provided those dark artifacts, and who carved the powerful runes onto them? Gulin smirked and confessed he did it all, calling his foe a foolish old fossil, adding that once the Four Perils artifacts were shattered, his scheme was finished. The old man erupted in a furious rage, cursing bitterly before screaming that it wasn't over and launching a desperate strike at Gulin. And in that exact instant, the seal-binding land shattered completely. Abandoning the ascension for now, he focused entirely on destroying Gulin's party first, knowing he could redo the ritual later. At his deadly command, Lan sat up. Hyo stared in disbelief, realizing the old man was indeed controlling Guaran, confirming he was the mastermind behind the horrific Luna City massacre. Though Gang Yogua urged him to remain calm, he simply couldn't. With his legs broken and her sword shattered, they were left completely helpless. But as she looked at Hyo, we realize there is still one desperate move they can make. As we watch, these two heroes lock eyes in silence, instantly understanding the plan. Lin reminds Alyssa of their classic strategy against the Iron Mountain King, where one distracts and the other strikes. But the instant they move, the entire battlefield violently explodes. Alyssa stands frozen in place, utterly stunned by the terrifying destruction unfolding right before her. With weapon in hand, Lin transforms into an unstoppable force, charging forward like a blazing meteor tearing through the night sky. Watching him, Alyssa quietly realizes she would not last 30 seconds in a fight against him. She wonders if any living soul could defeat him now, but she is mistaken, as Garan charges forward like a human weapon and blocks the strike. To Garan, this deadly clash feels like a relaxing bath. Lin grits his teeth in frustration, screaming at his stubborn foe to finally stop. 1 minute and 20 seconds pass, and though Lin attacks with the fury of a wildfire, this walking disaster has not budged an inch. Garan counters with a lethal claw strike, which Lin barely dodges. Any slower and he would have been torn to pieces. Watching anxiously from the sidelines, a terrified Alyssa cries out Lin's name to warn him. Before Lin can even react, Goron is upon him. The earth shatters and explodes, looking like the end of the world itself. This conflict is on an entirely different level. Simply trying to track Garen's blinding movements is enough to leave Lin's body completely battered and broken. Garen charges with a terrifying, sky-shattering power. Lin has reached his absolute limit, his body unable to heal. In this dire moment, it looks like his end has finally come. Yet he remains standing, waiting for his foe, even though a single final blow will completely destroy him. With absolute determination, Lin prepares to fight until his very last breath. But then, an unexpected savior leaps forward, completely shielding him from the oncoming lethal attack. Through the dust, Lin sees Elisa, severely wounded and on the verge of fading away. She simply could not bear to watch him die. She forced her body to take dozens of agonizing steps within that deadly domain. The pressure of making that move is far more devastating than taking Garen's direct hit. The danger is not over as Garen charges again. Sensing the peril, Lin screams for Elisa to run, but the monster is simply too fast, and a wounded Elisa cannot move. She can only brace for the impact. Desperate to save her, Lin summons an incredible burst of godlike speed to pull her out of harm's way, just as a massive preset explosion detonates. Garen stands alone amidst the smoke. Fortunately, Lin was quick enough to carry Elisa away to a safer location. Even so, he cannot help but lecture her for taking such a foolish, dangerous risk. He immediately takes out a special medicine to treat her severe wounds. Using a rare herb from his pouch, Lin saves her life. Without this immediate care, she would have bled to death. Within moments, her condition begins to stabilize. Normally, Lin's plan was to endure until Mary destroyed the cursed artifacts, waiting for a single golden opportunity. Elisa's domain would deal 100% piercing damage, leaving Lin to deliver the final blow. He had designed this strategy after returning from Nazaria, but two unexpected problems arose. First, Garen broke free of her chains. She became far stronger. Second, Elisa suffered terrible injuries while trying to save his life. Though they survived this crisis, Elisa is completely out of the fight after recklessly forcing her way through that crushing domain. Lin sighs heavily, leaving us to wonder if he can survive long enough for Mary to destroy the artifacts. As Elisa quietly apologizes, Lin knows he cannot blame her for ruining the carefully laid plan. After all, if he had taken that blast directly, he would have been killed instantly. He quickly hides her in a safe spot. He cautiously scans their surroundings, keeping his guard up for any sudden danger. Elisa anxiously asks if he is all right. His grim reply is simply, not okay. The energy stored within his reincarnation core is entirely gone. Facing consecutive battles against Sa Dianhyu and Gaoran has completely drained him. Now, Lin is seriously debating whether he should risk using that power again. At that moment, Elisa reveals a shocking truth. Throughout this entire fight, Garen has not used her right hand once. That means her previous display was merely a warm-up, and she is holding something back. Hearing this, Lin simply laughs. Ultimately, she must make this choice alone. She still carries that heavy burden. This means that their unstoppable foe, Garen, is still standing her ground. Emerging from the thick smoke, Lin wipes his lip and smirks confidently. He points a finger at Garen, declaring there is only one way. The faint silhouette of a young girl slowly emerges from the rising dust. Korin laughs bitterly to himself, recalling how the panic-stricken Sky Envoy dropped a precious artifact. Though he cannot fathom why Korin gave it to him, he picks it up, leaving you and I to witness her final choice. It is impossible to keep rescuing someone so deeply selfish a parasite who takes everything and gives nothing back. Memories of the treacherous Sihu flash through Korin's mind, a perfect example of a selfish monster. She is absolutely determined to stop Koran from turning into another villain just like him. So, Korin places the mysterious item right back into the young girl's hands. She makes it perfectly clear. While she wants to help, Quarren must ultimately take full responsibility for whatever path she chooses next. Once, Quarren was frozen with fear, trembling and speechless. But now, she looks entirely lost to madness, leaving Korin to wonder if her dear friend is even still in there. Right before her eyes, the massive broadsword shrinks, beautifully reforging itself into a sleek, deadly spear. Her eyes sharpen with deep resolve. Yes, Korin remembers it all now. This is the legendary weapon of Savantia Duke, once locked away in his castle. Feeling its breathtaking presence, Korin knows this incredible ancient magic has been passed down to her. Savantia Duke, the great hero from 800 years ago, stands reborn right here and now. Korin is ready to breathe life back into that ancient legend. She asks the possessed girl if she has waited long enough, causing her to flinch. Korin leaps forward, unleashing the first demonic spear, Dark Heaven, as a swirling black mist wraps around her weapon. The mighty Skypiercer rushes forward to meet her. Their opposing energies clash with a terrifying roar, releasing a blinding wave of light that shatters the surrounding landscape. Here is the historic clash you and I have waited for. This is no longer a simple duel. They now command the staggering power of the Skypiercer and Savantia Duke. This is truly a clash of titans. Kang Riang cries out in absolute shock, refusing to believe that Korin could ever withstand the sheer might of the Skypiercer. But there is no reasoning with a fool, so he is left to his delusions. He commands the puppet to strike, her body twitching as she takes a deep breath. Korin quickly sizes up the danger, noting the energy gathering in that fist is about 1,000 units strong. She has the perfect answer, preparing to unleash the legendary Dark Heaven demonic spear. As the blinding attack crashes down with unbearable pressure, Korin meets it with a matched force of 1,000 reincarnation. Her calculations are absolutely flawless. Though Quarren possesses 100,000 reincarnation, she can only channel about 1,000 of that power at a single time. By matching that exact output, Kareen remains confident she can hold her ground, despite the intense struggle to defend herself. Yet, the immense strain of channeling Savancia Duke's energy is taking a terrible toll, tearing her body apart from the inside out. Quarren suddenly gains the upper hand, unleashing a devastating strike that disarms Kareen as searing pain forces her to lose her grip. With her body battered, bruised, and aching in agonizing pain, the wounded Kareen still bravely forces herself back onto her feet. She refuses to back down. Giving up is not an option. Kareen channels her power into the 8 trigrams ultimate fist, successfully blocking the attack and stunning her opponent. Quarren follows up with a lightning-fast kick, but Kareen miraculously manages to defend against that strike as well. Seizing the moment, she steps forward with rock-solid footing, risking everything to close the distance between them. Her left arm is pulled back, tense as a coiled spring, leaving the arrogant Kang Riang completely speechless with shock. She concentrates every ounce of her being, her focus and breathing perfectly aligned, waiting for a fleeting opening that will vanish in an instant. There is the opening. Her eyes burn with a fierce, unwavering determination. Kareen is not about to miss this chance, unleashing the ultimate power of the dark heaven, flying star, and primordial chaos. The sheer pressure of the assault completely shatters the solid ground. Kareen collapses, thoroughly exhausted and injured, just as Quarren stumbles back, coughing up a trail of fresh blood. It seems impossible, but Kareen actually shattered her impenetrable defense. Yet, shockingly, Quarren continues to advance as if completely unharmed. Her terrifying strength remains entirely undiminished. Sadly, Kareen was unable to fully subdue her opponent. As the enemy slowly closes in, Kareen looks entirely spent. Kang Riang laughs triumphantly, mocking the limits of mere humans. He barks the command to finish her off, but suddenly, a mysterious purple aura begins to envelop Quarren. A knowing look in Kareen's eyes reveals this was always the plan, as Quarren is suddenly frozen completely solid. The girl's mouth hangs open as if desperately trying to speak, causing Kareen's eyes to widen in sudden surprise. Suddenly, the earth trembles violently as distant mountains begin to collapse. What could possibly be causing this chaos? Great iron chains burst from the earth, tightly binding Quarren, leaving the villainous Kang Riang in a state of utter panic. Right on cue, Kareen smiles with relief. This was all part of a master plan coordinated with Mary, Kang, and Sajin Hyuk. Her loyal companions, who slipped away earlier, have successfully shattered the dark artifacts that once powered the enemy's mystical barrier. The old villain can only repeat himself in disbelief, proving to you and me that even the grandest evil eventually crumbles. A cold blade presses tightly against Kang Ryun's throat, leaving the trembling old man on the verge of fainting. Jothan swoops in, warning him to freeze, and he does not dare move a muscle. Quarren's body suddenly goes completely limp. It seems this dangerous crisis is finally over. Yet, young Kareen notices there is still unfinished business. Quarren remains standing there, lost in a daze under some dark spell, prompting him to slowly step forward. Though she is utterly exhausted and looks like a total wreck, the young woman cannot hide her deep shock. Without hesitation, Kareen tears the wicked talisman off her. What kind of monster would place such a cruel curse on a young girl? Free at last, she collapses. Kareen lunges forward and catches her in his arms, just as the terrifying crimson glow finally fades from her eyes. She blinks her eyes open to find him smiling gently down at her, as the blurry world slowly comes back into focus. Her gaze is incredibly soft, but Kareen simply reminds her of his solemn promise he will stand by her side until she can make her own choice. He urges her to make a true decision, one she can hold with dignity. This heartfelt demand catches her completely off guard. Her hands clench into tight fists. She refuses to let him regret his faith in her, determined to repay his incredible kindness. She must prove she is no monster. After all, we are not defined by our dark nature, but by the choices we make. At last, the dark energy melts away from her body. She watches in utter disbelief as it is crushed into nothingness by a majestic power. The legendary jade algae is gone. Panic strikes her, leaving her completely lost and unsure of what to do. Without that power, everything feels entirely hopeless. It seems no matter what she decides now, the tragic outcome remains the same. Heartbroken, she longs to repay him immediately. But Kareen only offers a weak smile, marveling at how the artifact shattered. My goodness, she is incredibly strong. He begins to slip into unconsciousness, but manages to whisper a final comfort there are always other paths forward. She leans heavily against his shoulder, whispering her gratitude. Then, through tears and gritted teeth, she makes a painful confession she is a monster. She brought him harm, took innocent lives, and even stole young Lan's body. She fears she is beyond forgiveness, but Kareen merely offers a faint, gentle smile. He draws her near, softly admitting that he does not know either. As she weeps into his embrace, he makes a quiet vow the two of them will search for the answers together. And so, Kang Ryun's grand awakening ritual ends in complete disaster, and the wicked mastermind is safely taken into custody. As you and I know, cleaning up this mess is just the usual routine. Karine explains that Professor Josephine and Master Aaron sent instructions on handling the matter, which is really just a polite way of saying they must cover it up. A senior professor from Griffin causing such havoc is scandalous enough, but the revelation that he manipulated young Qua-Ron could make the public dread her. Fearful souls would surely condemn her, while greedy opportunists would stop at nothing to exploit her magnificent, untapped power. Therefore, the official story is simple. Professor Kang Ryan met his end in a tragic accident. Indeed, that is their tale, and the headmaster has already agreed. A calm, elegant female voice speaks up, and Karine replies with a warm smile, expressing his relief that peace has finally been restored. Surely, Griffin could not have asked for a more favorable resolution. She then inquires if he demanded the proper compensation for his troubles. She notes that the headmaster attempted to overlook the matter, but she stood firmly with Karine. Resting in bed, our young hero simply chuckles, amused by how soft-hearted the headmaster can be. That voice, of course, belongs to Professor Josephine herself. She gently reminds him that they must not give away their trust so easily, before offering her sincere and heartfelt gratitude. Sitting bandaged in his hospital bed, the clever young man keeps his composure. He casually accepts her gratitude as if his heroic deeds were nothing out of the ordinary. With absolute conviction in his voice, he declares that a day will surely come when they can all trust one another completely. Professor Josephine hesitates, quietly sharing his hope for such a future, before telling the brave young man to rest well and recover quickly. Having said her piece, she turns gracefully and departs. She pauses at the threshold, reminding him the festival is still underway. The very moment she departs, a delicate hand appears at the doorway. It is young Marie. With a bright, anxious face, she rushes into the room, throwing her arms around him while flooding him with worried questions. She fussily inspects him from head to toe, even worrying over a tiny chipped fingernail. Karine merely glances down, utterly unbothered by such minor scratches. She offers a gentle, scolding smile, demanding to know why he must always behave in such an incredibly reckless manner. Why does he constantly find himself injured and confined to a hospital bed? Seeing her eyes fill with tears, his own widen in surprise as he awkwardly attempts to comfort her. She looks up with tear-reddened eyes, her voice blending a gentle humor with absolute sincerity. She softly admits she is weeping simply because she was so terribly worried about him, the silly boy. Yet young Karine, possessing little awareness of romance, completely derails the tender moment by asking if she herself was harmed during the ordeal. She had single-handedly shattered the runestones and artifacts, though Qua-Ron had managed to destroy one as well. Piecing it together, he realizes how they survived. He understands his survival is thanks to her, but as you and I will see, mentioning the others causes Marie to explode with anger over this catastrophe. But Corin simply wasn't buying it. He flatly rejected that idea, insisting those people weren't truly evil, they were just cornered and desperate. He knew Jin-Hyu only wanted justice for his family, while Iowa was merely trying to protect her cousin. They were just doing their best to survive. The real monster was Kangrian, who preyed on their helplessness. They were pointing their anger at the wrong target. Mariette Dunalep watched him with deep admiration, amazed by his maturity, though she felt a pinch of envy since she was supposed to be the elder. Hearing those words, Corin flashed a cheeky, playful grin, trying to tease her into calling him Big Brother. Mariette Dunalep pouted in pure frustration. There he went again, desperately trying to get everyone to call him that. A soft blush touched her cheeks as she begged him not to get hurt, even though she knew danger was absolutely unavoidable. Corin remained silent for a moment. He simply stared at his bandaged hands, lost in heavy thought, unable to deny the hard truth. It was a simple truth. He had to save this world without any special magic, relying only on his basic sword skills. In the end, his body would pay a terrible price. Marie E. Dunalep quietly asked him once more if he had any words left for her. For a moment, it felt like he belonged to another world, but then she paused and promised with absolute devotion to fight right by his side. Just as she did today, she would always protect him. No matter the enemy, she would stand right behind him. Marie-Ed Dunalep's sudden pledge left Corin completely speechless. Deep in his heart, he felt a wave of profound gratitude for her support. After all, he was facing ruthless enemies driven by madness and dark desires, monsters who wanted nothing more than to tear this world apart. How could one man defeat such overwhelming evil alone? The answer was simple. They would do it together. They clasped hands, sealing their sacred vow in absolute silence. Mariette Donaldette then quickly brought up their next move, mentioning they had to register for the upcoming Harvest Festival before the busy holiday season started. They immediately began working out the fine details, starting with the fact that Corin would lead the team. Mariette would be the second in command, but as we watch them discuss other members, her sharp ears suddenly catch someone calling Corin's name. Corin turned toward the door with a surprised smile as Alyssa entered the room, while Mariette warmly welcomed her younger schoolmate. A quiet nurse slowly wheeled the young Alyssa into the room. Her arms and legs were wrapped in massive plaster casts. Without thinking twice, Corin burst out laughing, teasing her that she looked like an ancient mummy. Elisa pouted, caught between tears and laughter, asking whose fault it was. Corin winced as he remembered the battle. It was definitely his doing. Guilt washed over him, but he was also deeply grateful to her. Corin offered his most charming smile, turning Elisa's face bright red as she flusteredly looked away, mumbling a shy response. Thanks to Marielle J's divine medicine, her fractured bones were fully mended, but she still required 2 weeks of rest. Excellent care is wonderful, but since the festival ends in a week, she will miss the final bonfire run. Corin tried to comfort her, promising she would be out of the hospital shortly if she just focused on resting. Elisa began to cry dramatically from her wheelchair, desperately wishing she could participate in the run. Corin gently brought up the upcoming winter ball, but Elisa quickly argued that those two events were completely different. He paused to consider her words. He realized she actually had a point. Drawing on his past experiences, Corin confidently promised Alyssa a luxurious jazz brand dress for the ball, utterly unaware of the monster he had just unleashed. Alyssa was completely stunned by his offer, stammering to ask if he was truly serious about that incredibly expensive brand. Corin simply smirked, telling her to choose whatever she wanted, since he was incredibly wealthy now. Alyssa playfully scolded him for trying to act like an older brother when they were the exact same age, before eagerly asking if they had truly struck it rich. Corin flashed a sly, confident grin, absolutely certain he had more than enough gold for a premium gown. But look at Marie Donalep. She suddenly entered a state of pure, terrifying jealousy, a dark aura radiating from her as she spoke her deepest fears aloud. She quietly asked if the other members he planned to invite were those girls. Corin, completely oblivious to her rising anger, chuckled as he happily introduced Alyssa Aiden and Lenia Glell. Marie Donalep slowly asked if they were female. Corin, completely missing her warning signs, cheerfully added that a beautiful lady worked in their intelligence department. Marie quietly fumed over his words while Corin went right on, mentioning 2 more members, Len and John. When asked, Corin explained they were werewolf siblings, pointing out that Len was the sister, while John was the brother. Talk about stating the obvious. Marie Donalep could only let out a soft, defeated sigh. Clueless to the tension, young Corinne keeps chatting, mentioning he wants to invite Yoon next. It might be slightly awkward, but he figures they are close enough that she will surely say yes. Inside her mind, Marie is absolutely screaming, wondering about that Dritto girl he is always so cozy with. Our young hero simply replies that they are close enough to share jokes and grab lunch together sometimes. He adds Quaran to the very end of the list, completely confident she will join, telling Marie to write it down. While Alyssa watches in absolute horror, the pen in Marie's hand shatters into pieces, signaling a massive storm of rage is about to hit. Corinne keeps rambling on, completely oblivious. But when he finally looks up and sees Marie's terrifying face, he stammers out a nervous question. He is met with a face of pure, icy anger as she slowly repeats the same question, asking if he is trying to drive her insane. Panic fills the young man's eyes, but there is no escape. He dug this grave all by himself. In the past, everyone feared her, looking down on her and whispering that she never should have been born. Cruel people threw stones at her, treated her terribly, and called her a monster. Just like the old days, she had hurt Corinne and nearly brought harm to everyone else around her. But this time was different. That brave boy stepped in to protect her, promising to guide her toward her own choice. To Ran, power was the only thing that mattered. It justified taking over this body, meaning she could never show weakness or rely on others. But then Corinne appeared, offering her words of incredible warmth and kindness. He promised to help her make a choice she could be proud of, searching for answers together. In that moment, her walls finally crumbled, and she wept. His gentle words were like a warm fire, melting a lonely heart that had been frozen solid for years. Even now, the mere memory leaves her completely confused. Ran sits alone in her room, clutching her chest, wondering what she is supposed to do next. This unfamiliar warmth is painful, and his deep concern feels like sharp daggers piercing her chest. She tries to hate him for making her heart ache. She has been alone since birth, used by everyone she ever met. Because of that, she cannot let anyone close to her. But right on cue, Corinne suddenly appears at her window. Offering his usual charming smile, the boy asks if she is all right and how she has been doing lately. But Ran quickly cuts him off, standing up in a sudden rush to stop him from saying more. She asks if he truly believes he can change their fate. Karine hesitates, looking down in deep thought before letting out a slow, heavy sigh. Feeling foolish, the young man reaches out, but she quickly grabs his hand. Ran holds tight, her voice trembling as she tries to keep him there, even nervously asking if he wants a bite to eat. She trembles all over as she waits for his answer. Seeing the sheer fear in her eyes, Karine reaches out with his other hand to gently pat her head. He softly reassures her, promising that once everything is over, he will buy her a delicious meal of fish. Outside, she floats in the air while he stands below with a powerful spear. He signals to begin, wielding a weapon known as the Gem of the Grim Reaper. Legends say this is a soul-harvesting weapon boasting a perfect 100% accuracy rate, but in human hands, that precision fails completely. For Karine, who cannot even feel souls, his accuracy is absolute zero. He hurls the spear straight at her, but she easily deflects it, sending it crashing harmlessly into the dirt. She is left utterly confused, but Karine remains completely calm, telling her to watch closely as he performs a bit of real magic. His secret is a special magical stone from the festival. Its area of effect expands as accuracy drops, normally making it impossible to control. At its worst possible accuracy, the effect reaches a limit of 100 meters. But for Karine, whose accuracy is literally zero, the reach becomes completely limitless, triggering the magic without ever needing to touch her soul. In reality, this is not even his own attack, but rather the raw power of the dispersing magic stone itself. A brilliant purple light bursts from the spear, completely surrounding her, before she suddenly begins falling from the sky. Karine rushes forward to catch her, insisting he only used a tiny bit of magic, immediately asking if she is all right. Resting safely in his arms, she flashes a beautiful smile and softly whispers her gratitude to him. But it is actually Lan who has awakened, her cheeks blushing as she softly calls him her big brother. Cradling her in his arms, Karine is utterly stunned, his mind flashing back to how the other girls greeted him. First was Marie, who slammed the table in anger, and then Alyssa, who refused to call him brother because they were the exact same age. Then there was sweet, teary-eyed little Anna, hugging her cat and calling him Mr. Knight. Mister! So yes, this is a momentous victory. He sheds tears of absolute joy, feeling redeemed now that he has finally escaped the dreaded Uncle Zone. He silently offers his thanks to young Lan for making this sweet first impression so wonderful. Karine gently sets her down, and Lan can tell he is absolutely thrilled. After constantly being called an old man, hearing her call him Appa was pure medicine for his weary soul. Lan smilingly admits she knew it because he always seemed completely desperate to hear that sweet title. Her sweet words warm his heart. She has been paying very close attention to him. For 3 long years, another soul possessed her body. Now, Lan stands up, slowly feeling her own legs again. During all that time, she was a helpless prisoner, forced to watch the world unfold through another person's eyes. Feeling deeply for her, Karine asks if she holds any resentment, but Lan simply smiles, lifts her long skirt, and suddenly dashes down the dirt road with pure joy. She calls out for him to watch her run, exclaiming that she has not felt this kind of freedom since the day she first fell ill. Dashing around with sheer delight, Lan realizes this newfound strength is likely a parting gift from the power left behind in her body. Karine watches her go with a warm smile, calling out for her to be careful, as overexerting her fragile body could end poorly. Soon, her bright expression softens into sadness. She confesses that in the beginning, she deeply resented her captor, screaming to get her life back. Stopping to gently splash her foot in a puddle, she explains her silent cries were never heard, as the intruder lived in lonely isolation. Feeling the gentle breeze, she realizes those lonely whispers were not meant to ignore her, but were instead Ran's quiet cries of deep guilt and regret. Squatting down, she softly continues her story. Sharing one body allowed her to truly feel the immense fear and anxiety that the other girl carried inside her heart. Gazing at her reflection in the water, Lan decides she cannot harbor hate. After all, it took incredible courage for the girl to finally surrender control and return her body. Listening quietly, Karine recognizes this beautiful act for what it is: true forgiveness. Despite losing 3 precious years, her heart remains remarkably open and warm. He offers a gentle smile, praising her mature spirit. Lan looks up, beaming with pure happiness. Of course she is mature. Her physical body is 14, but Ran's soul is only 3 years old. She has always dreamed of having a little sister to protect. Karine's eyes widen in soft realization. Yes, that makes wonderful sense. 2 sisters, sharing one vessel. But as she speaks, a playful tone makes him curious. Facing away, she poses a classic question. If she were in grave danger, would her heroic big brother rush to save her again? He replies instantly that all she ever has to do is ask. Without hesitation, he promises to be there. Lan turns with a bright laugh, calling him wonderful, before another sweet nickname leaves him completely flustered. But then she suddenly changes the subject entirely, declaring her affection for him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Noting that she and Guaran share the exact same tastes, she playfully splashes a puddle, counting off their favorite foods, melodies, and stories. Leaning in close. Right then, she places a hand on his chest, playfully teasing that marrying her means he would legally get 2 wives. Poor Kareem is so flustered, his mind goes completely blank. He stammers a quick objection, asking what she could possibly mean. She leans in closer, looking up at him with a mischievous gaze, demanding an answer this very second. With his face turning bright red, the young man is utterly speechless. He gently pushes her back, telling her to stop teasing him. But Lan is completely serious. She points out that back home, young people her age are already doing, well, everything. With blushing cheeks, she wears a surprisingly mature look and drops the ultimate bait, mentioning the mysterious concept of love. Panicking, Kareen backtracks, suggesting that if they want to live together, they really ought to ask Warren's opinion first. Suddenly, she stands on her tiptoes, plants a quick kiss on his cheek, and thanks him. Kareen stands frozen, completely dumbfounded. Right then, she unexpectedly collapses right into his arms. Kareen panics, calling her name until a pair of sharp eyes glare back, saying, "Yo." Instantly, she flies into a rage, warning him not to get any ideas. All that sweet talk was nothing but nonsense. He marvels at how easily she flips between personalities. Stomping away, she grumbles about him calling her sister, clearly irritated. She snaps at herself to shut up, leaving poor Kareen utterly bewildered by this bizarre one-person argument. As they talk, she suddenly asks if he is leaving, reminding him about dinner at their usual spot before rank 1. He agrees, still utterly baffled. A moment later, he realizes this must be the girl's peculiar way of offering an apology. Apologizing with a hot meal? Classic young behavior. But then, he recalls her quiet whisper about fancying boys. Shaking his head, he tells himself children will be children. Meanwhile, in a darker corner of the world, someone is dying. A gloved hand trembles. A voice sighs over the vast fortunes the old church wasted on the Grand Rain Festival. They truly believed that once the dust settled, they would successfully capture the prized princess of the Protestant church. However, a fallen crusader, seemingly on the brink of death, somehow clung to life and began muttering under his breath. A complete disaster. Recalling that strange blade, he wonders who that mysterious warrior was and how he knew every move they planned. He stared helplessly at the ceiling, utterly unable to believe his own eyes. He had faithfully obeyed Sir Ledunhan, deploying 100 elite crusaders deep inside this ancient century-old tunnel. Yet here they were every single night defeated on the cold ground just like him. You and I can see he could not accept this failure after risking everything to stop Guaran and Lan. Standing right over him was Kareen, casually resting his staff on one shoulder and looking down with a mocking, confident smirk. 100 knights? What did they expect to achieve? If they actually wanted to win, they should have sent their entire army. Kareen had ruined everything. Trembling with rage, he pointed directly at the boy, demanding to know how he dared defy them. You think you will survive this? But mid-sentence, a flying object struck him squarely in the forehead, sending him crashing backward. Kareen had casually thrown the object to knock him cold. Seeing the threat neutralized, Professor Josephine announced that she would take charge of the aftermath. Still, Kareen caught his staff with a grin, telling her he wanted the chance to test out a brand new technique anyway. Josephine watched in awe, deeply impressed that a single, effortless throw had successfully taken down an entire squad of knights. She offered him warm praise, noting his incredible performance despite not being at full strength. She assured him her team could secure the remaining prisoners. Skipping the pleasantries, he pointed to the fallen men and warned her to immediately extract the suicide poison pills hidden inside their right molars. Stepping forward, Josephine was plagued by burning questions. How did he discover this ancient tunnel built by the old church, and why had he insisted on monitoring them from the beginning? Outside, the Dark Knight had already fallen. Utterly relieved to have him as a trusted ally, Josephine bound the unconscious knights. By the next morning, dawn began breaking over an ancient castle. Guaran was already awake, reflecting on the profound peace that accompanied her immense power. After all, absolutely nothing could harm her invincible physical body. Her heartbeat and physical rhythm were far slower than any normal human. Put simply, when suddenly, Lan was screaming inside Guaran's mind to wake up, yet she remained motionless on the bed like a corpse. In truth, neither wanted to move. They were quite a pair of lazy souls. Lan continued her relentless nagging, asking, "You are finally awake, right?" The persistent voice became so annoying that Guaran covered her ears, shouting at her companion to finally quiet down and stop screaming. Yet Lan's complaints echoed loud and clear inside her mind. "How could you say that? Let's go get breakfast. I want breakfast." Suddenly, a strange sound from outside piqued her curiosity, making her jump out of bed. Heading downstairs, she claimed she was only up to investigate the noise. To her surprise, she saw Corinne fast asleep right on the floor. The boy was even drooling. As she wondered why he lay there, Lan squealed with pure joy, urging Guaran to wake him up. But Guaran grumbled, questioning why she had to be the one. Lan immediately began spinning wild tales, warning that sleeping on the cold ground would paralyze his face, treating the situation like an absolute emergency. Watching her poke his cheek, Lan playfully teased, "Does this mean you like Corinne too?" This left Guaran completely flustered. He was so unpredictable, constantly doing unasked favors with such intense determination. She simply could not understand what drove him at all. Crouching beside them like a mischievous little spirit, Lan asked suspiciously if she hated him, receiving an immediate, defensive denial. Lan clung to her side like a persistent shadow, pressing, "So that means you like him?" Hesitating, Guaran poked his cheek forcefully, muttering that she actually disliked him. Suddenly, Marius Dunalep appeared behind them with a warm smile, asking why she was awake. Guaran merely shrugged, complaining about the noise. Maurice then instructed Deke Ko to carry the sleeping boy to his bed. Walking away, she tossed a sarcastic, playful remark back at the young girl. "If you are exhausted, just head back to bed." But Guaran merely mumbled about a sofa, leaving Marie S. utterly bewildered. Still crouching, she muttered, "Why not leave him on the sofa?" This bizarre suggestion left Marie S. even more puzzled. Still, she pointed out there were no blankets, and the boy would surely freeze. Hearing this, Guaran drew her knees to her chest, watching them go while silently admitting she had no real counter-argument. Mariette cheerfully burst in, offering hot steamed potatoes in the kitchen. With a warm wink, she added that the rest of them could wait, so she should eat them all. Guaran watched her leave with quiet contemplation. Suddenly, her youthful gaze shifted, turning as cold and sharp as a trained killer. "We?" she growled softly. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit classroom, a distinguished professor stood at the podium lecturing on survival tactics. Always make use of your surroundings during an extreme emergency. Sitting near the back, Corinne lost himself in his own thoughts. Although the Academy Festival was still ongoing, regular classes had resumed. Since you and I know he mastered this material in his past life, he chose to focus elsewhere. A system notification appeared. Corin Lork, Strength, 8,130. Mana, 6,770. Traits, Veteran's Resilience, Pain Tolerance, Field Insight, 3 cores, and Mana Release. Gazing at his upgraded stats, Corinne thoughtfully scratched his chin. These numbers easily surpassed Arissa's early levels. Furthermore, he possessed even more. He carefully examined his unique list of traits. Veteran's Resilience, Pain Tolerance, Field Insight, and 3 cores. The young warrior releases his dark energy to calculate his stats. He pictures 3 glowing cores inside his chest, red, blue, and yellow, searching for a perfect, delicate balance. Typically, ordinary knights only ever manage to master a single core. Yet he claimed a second from a silver mandragora and inherited his third from Duke Sabantia himself. So while others are limited to 1, he commands 3. A gentle smile touches his lips, remembering that Arisa recently claimed her very first core as well. Stepping into his territory evidently helped her grow stronger. His mind drifts back to the intensity of their last fierce battle. Arisa fought on despite being battered and covered in wounds, refusing to ever let go of her sword. She started at the very bottom, but her incredible progress over 6 short months makes her a formidable force now. The remaining puzzle is mastering the special demonic energy release that the mysterious system described. This unique skill allows him to compress and unleash 20% of his total energy under immense pressure. A truly devastating weapon. With his current power stat standing at 8,130, a 20% blast unleashes over 1,600 points of force. That represents a staggering level of strength. Indeed, Corinne already attempted to test this power once before. The catch? When he unleashed it in the wild forest, the sheer force completely overwhelmed his control. Resting his chin on his hand in frustration, Corinne wonders if he can channel this through the Duke's demonic sword. Could he actually slay a dragon in one blow? Suddenly, the professor interrupts his thoughts. With only 5 minutes remaining, she announces a surprise notebook check. Deep in his daydreams, the words fail to register at first. Then, reality strikes. A notebook inspection? Why choose this exact moment? He feels completely lost in panic. The teacher wears a polite smile, but her eyes radiate pure danger. It seems the sleeping students have finally pushed her too far. Knowing Professor Lulala's strict reputation over the years, her favorite punishment is forcing the slackers to clean up. That might sound simple enough, but this is no ordinary room. They are standing in the dangerous alchemy laboratory. It is filled with chemical spills, dusty bottles, heavy cobwebs, and unidentified residues. The perfect reflection of his dark mood. The entire class shares his panic, frantically trying to copy notes. In this chaotic moment, it is survival of the fittest. You and I can feel his peaceful afternoon slipping away. He was supposed to spend the entire day enjoying the grand festival. Desperate to write something down, he fumbles around his desk in search of a pen, only to brush against a small, delicate hand. Surprised, he glances over. Jigger sits to his left, which means the person on his right is. He looks up with a quiet groan and tries to pull away. Instantly, she locks her fingers tightly with his. Kareen freezes in shock. His face turns bright red as he stares in disbelief. Is this really Lan? Though her cheeks are equally flushed, she gazes happily at their intertwined fingers. Pressing his hand against her heart, she offers to share her lecture notes. Calling out to him with a radiant smile, she asks again if he needs help. Kareen feels his face burning. Stammering in confusion, he barely understands what is happening and simply assumes she is referring to the schoolwork. When she invites him to lunch, he quickly agrees and even offers to pay. Behind them, the other students erupt into excited whispering. While the classroom buzzes with rumors about this sudden displays of affection, a quiet observer sent by Mariette watches from the shadows. It is the mysterious figure known as the Hunchback. Following the lecture, they walk down the corridor discussing Lan. Soon, Kareen mentions the photograph of Hyuk alongside Chairman Kang Yuhua. Those key figures carry a heavy burden for the tragedy that occurred, and they certainly had much to hide. Justice must be served. Indeed, Kang Ryu was quietly executed far away from the public eye. With his passing, Yuhua must assume leadership of the prominent family. Deep down, Lan carries the guilt that they suffered on her account. Curious, Kareen asks for clarification. Does being the family head simply mean leading the clan? Lan explains that the leader manages everything, including arranged marriages. Her expression softens as she leans against him, revealing she already secured permission to become his wife. This sudden revelation leaves the young warrior completely flustered and speechless. He can only raise his hands in defeat, praying that someone intervenes before this situation gets completely out of hand. Meanwhile, across town, an anxious Mariette demands that the Hunchback report every minor detail to her without delay. He delivers the report in a strange tongue. As she stirs her boiling soup, her expression darkens with every sentence until she mutters a cold realization. A quiet jealousy begins to consume her thoughts. Though highly logical, she cannot ignore the growing unease in her heart. Survival has always been her primary concern, not romance. Yet their undeniable closeness hints at a bond she cannot ignore. Now, you and I are left with a tender memory of Lan, wishing to one day become his wife. Hearing it straight from the Duke about a husband and two wives, Mariusz immediately understood the messy situation she was in. Fuming with rage, she squeezed her chopsticks until they snapped, already plotting a clever way to get her silent revenge. Soon, a delightfully wicked idea came to mind. The ultimate honey trap. She could not wait to put it into action. Yet she quickly brushed the thought aside, muttering gibberish that only confused the hunchback Duke watching her. To his eyes, Mariusz seemed ready to explode with absolute fury at any moment. Suddenly, she asked him what he preferred. The Duke squinted with a sly grin, giving a simple, final answer. Suung. Over in the grand dining hall, Mariette and Kareen sat across from each other at a long table, ready to reveal a special treat she had made just for him. She proudly served a warm bowl of special blood soup, a traditional recipe straight from the old farmhands. Knowing he would love it, she watched him light up with joy. Thrilled by this taste of home, he eagerly asked how she found the secret recipe. Kareen happily drank the entire bowl of soup in one quick gulp. When Mariette happily mentioned it was made of hardened blood, Kareen only smiled, praising its smooth taste and lifting her spirits even more. He set the empty bowl down with a satisfied sigh, just as a glowing system screen suddenly appeared right before his eyes. The alert showed he consumed high-grade hardened blood, gained the monstrous strength skill, and added 30 strength points, leaving him completely stunned. His expression grew serious as he softly called her name. Mariette froze in anticipation, while another notification appeared, granting a temporary 200% strength boost that unfortunately could not be stacked. Overwhelmed with pure joy, Kareen suddenly rushed forward to embrace her, declaring his love over and over again. She blushed deeply and froze, realizing the Duke's advice was actually brilliant. Meanwhile, in the quiet library, Warren spoke up, wanting to share a secret story about a close friend. She mentioned how being near a special someone makes your heart feel like it is floating, a confession that caught Josephine completely off guard. Warren went on, describing how she felt suspended in the air while her chest fluttered non-stop. With a gentle blush, she confessed that sometimes it felt like a sharp pain inside. Adjusting her glasses, Josephine realized this was a confession of love. She smiled, thinking the newly cured Warren was experiencing romance for the very first time. Suddenly, it all clicked. Josephine knew it had to be Kareen Luff. He was the only man Warren knew, and notorious among the female students as a certified heartbreaker. She knew that for an absolute beginner like Guarin, this would be an incredibly difficult challenge. With a knowing look, Josephine deduced that the man Guarin loved was highly popular and constantly surrounded by female admirers. She offered Guarin some crucial advice. Chances are fleeting and highly sought, after men almost never make the first move. Placing a gentle hand on her shoulder, Josephine spoke with absolute sincerity while quietly remembering a book from a century ago. It was a legendary romance novel titled 101 Ways to Seduce That Guy, the ultimate playbook for love. Suddenly, Josephine quickly changed direction, telling Warren she had to be bold and aggressive, or she would lose him forever. The words struck a chord with Warren. Josephine got straight to the point, urging her to crush any rivals, though this advice came from a lifelong single witch. A lonely witch whose only romantic knowledge came from a century-old book, yet she was still considered highly eligible in her world. Incredibly, Warren and Doran, both completely clueless about romance, took this awful advice entirely to heart. Wishing Guarin the best of luck, Josephine departed. But the moment she left, a shocking sight outside froze Guarin in her tracks. Outside the cold mansion, the hunchback duke was quietly building a warm bonfire. Through the window, the silhouette of a girl with Corinne caught her eye. Guarin gasped in sheer horror as she saw Mariette sitting right on top of him. Pinning his shoulders down, Mariette opened her mouth, revealing the terrifying, sharp fangs of a legendary maca dung. She slowly leaned down to his neck, pressing her body close to his. As she bit him, Corinne wrapped his arms around her in a passionate embrace. Guarin witnessed the entire scene. Her lips trembled as a wave of betrayal washed over her. Amidst the falling leaves, her heart shattered, realizing he was simply too kind to everyone. Yet that special warmth was only for Mariette, causing her chest to tighten with deep sorrow. She questioned her own foolishness. Was she just being arrogant? How could she ever believe that Corinne truly cared for her? Mariette, lost in the passionate moment, suddenly opened her eyes and glared directly through the glass, making Guarin flinch in surprise. With a smug smirk, she withdrew her fangs and slowly licked the wound. Staring straight at Guarin, her intense gaze made it clear she would never share Corinne with anyone. Separated only by a thin pane of glass, the two girls locked eyes. Suddenly, Lan reached out and grabbed her sister, offering to take over the mission while reaching toward Guarin's face. Just like that, Lan stood as the undisputed champion of this battle for love, determined to crush anyone who dared cross her path. Elisa takes a bite from her fork and absolutely raves about how delicious the dessert is, leaving Corinne completely stunned. Laughing it off, she explains she grew up in a tiny country town that didn't even have a single bakery. This completely blows his mind. He cannot help but wonder if her hometown is truly that isolated. All Corinne wanted was a quiet moment to prep for his trip and enjoy some sweets. Now he is trapped eating cake with everyone. Suddenly, two voices call his name. Mariette and Guarin both offer him a bite, but since Guarin is closer, he turns to her first. After taking a bite from Guarin, Corinne looks back toward Mariette. Sure enough, Mariette is pouting silently, clearly upset after watching another girl feed him. Guarin suddenly demands Mariette's strawberry cake, and with no excuse to say no, Mariette hands it over. Then Guarin asks Corinne to grab her another one. He rushes to fetch the treats while Mariette watches with worry. Once he returns, Guarin simply opens her mouth, waiting to be hand-fed. Without warning, Mariette slams the cake straight into Guarin's face, calling it a loving bite, which leaves Corinne totally frozen in shock. Mariette casually wipes her hands, a dark and wicked smile crossing her face. She sweetly asks if the dessert tasted good. Warren replies yes, but her tone promises absolute payback very soon. Mariette asks if she wants another serving, and the room goes ice cold. Corinne can only watch in sheer terror, completely baffled by the tension. Wiping the frosting away, Warren unleashes a heavy, dark energy and brings up Mariette's family potato farm. She pushes further, insulting Mariette's simple potato cakes. Mariette's glare intensifies as she offers more strawberry cake, a challenge no one in their right mind would accept. Watching this vicious battle unfold, a sweating Gigi leans over to Corinne, desperate to know what on earth is going on. He is totally panicking, muttering about how terrifying this is. Realizing it is too much, he stands up and claims he needs the restroom. G and Rack instantly scramble to join him, leaving Alyssa completely baffled. The three boys make a run for it arm in arm, instantly gossiping about the terrifying, murderous energy coming from those girls. When Alyssa sits back down, she must eat under a mountain of pressure while Quaran and Mariette trade polite yet incredibly sharp insults. Finally, Mariette brags that Corinne is traveling south with her this winter, even sharing that they are visiting a hot spring together. Refusing to lose, Quaran counters that Corinne already visited a holy land with her, received a blessing, and insults Mariette's hot spring destination. Hearing all of this, Alyssa is left totally stunned and in the dark, as this is completely new information to her. Suddenly, one of them drops the ultimate bombshell, claiming that Karine has already promised to go home with her. Alyssa can only scream in disbelief while the three boys hide in the restroom. Suddenly, Karine shivers with an incredibly bad feeling. Trembling, Alyssa slams her cup down, explaining that Karine told her he had business in the east, meaning he was supposed to see the eclipse with her. This shocking news makes the other two girls unleash an even deadlier, more terrifying energy, now focused on a new target. The immense pressure completely crushes Alyssa, shrinking her voice to a quiet whisper as her vision blurs and she stammers in fear. She shrieks in absolute despair so loudly that the sound echoes right into the restroom, forcing a very confused Karine to look around. Just a few days earlier, Karine asked about the Eastern Forest, noting that while spirit-loved people called Rits can travel with them easily, spirits from that distance are extremely rare. The one standing directly in front of him is Yuen. She shares the news that she has finally located the targets, Rits named Uskias and Findes. Findias is a hidden sanctuary containing one of the four legendary treasures. The Sun Clausolas and Uskias is the Rits guarding that land. According to the original game lore, Tess Bantaja and his elite royal guard seize all the supreme treasures from this hidden sanctuary. Yet, even Bantaja and his strongest protectors failed to obtain that specific artifact. Growing more powerful is excellent, but dismantling your enemy's plans at the same time is far superior. If Corrin can secure just one of the four destined treasures first, it would change everything, though tracking down the exact location is normally considered impossible. However, after defeating Fenmark Durman, he received a crucial map leading directly to the Sun Clausolus, one of those four legendary artifacts. Rather than appearing in his inventory, this data was burned directly into his mind, showing that the treasure can only be claimed during a rare eclipse when the sun is at its weakest. Fast forward to February 8th of the following year. Right in the middle of spring break, Yuen delivers a report on the exact coordinates of the Wolf King's territory. He believes that no matter how well hidden it is, Yuen's abilities will uncover a clue, allowing him to smile as everything falls into place. Clenching his fist, Karine resolves to head east this break, track down Findias, and claim the treasure of George Solis before anyone else can reach it. With that, he will completely shatter Bantha Ra's ambitions, smiling at the thought of ensuring their absolute and utter failure. Now, you and I see Corrin finish his emotional story. He hesitates, offering excuses about needing his father Sabancia's wisdom for this long journey. Yet, all his passionate explanations get him absolutely nothing in return. Nothing but a silent, icy stare. She flatly asks when he departs, catching the young man completely off guard. She extends her hand, and a glowing crest suddenly appears in her palm. It is her family seal, a powerful pass ensuring he receives assistance wherever he travels. She playfully warns him not to be lured away by anyone offering treats. He quickly snaps back that he is no child. But as he turns to leave, she takes his hand, looking uncharacteristically shy and hesitating over some grand, silent confession. That confession is her declaration that she will happily drain his blood, planning to store enough to last her for a very long time. With a polite word of thanks for the feast, she gets right to work. The day before the big trip, Corinne steps out of the shower, completely exhausted from serving as her late-night source of strength. Looking over at his bed, he finds Huaran lying there, sighing heavily. He is speechless, but she merely complains about his long shower. He demands an explanation for her presence, but she calmly declares that she will be sleeping in his room from now on. This sudden boldness naturally throws the young man into a panic, considering they are not actually together. She reminds him of their past night together, which he hastily dismisses as nothing more than a desperate shelter from a heavy storm. In truth, Huaran secretly hopes Josephine stays unaware of her actions. After recent events, she simply feels comfortable depending on him. Corin smiles softly at her honesty and begins taking off his outer shirt. She stops him immediately, demanding to know what he is doing, which makes him think she is genuinely concerned for him. Lying side by side on the bed, Huaren stares upward, whispering that if he gets hurt, it would break her heart. This softens his gaze as she asks if he will continue to fight as he did before. Moving closer, the young woman promises to protect him from any future harm. He looks away to hide his emotion, but accepts her warmth and gently thanks her before discussing his upcoming eastern journey. Reassured by her presence, those gentle words give him the strength and motivation to push forward. The following morning, Corin's voice echoes through a bustling local coffee shop. He asks Alyssa about a shocking newspaper headline, detailing that Swordmaster Galanzo has passed down the fifth legendary sword. This is where you and I see the war for the Aiden family inheritance begin, making Alyssa choke on her coffee. She insists she had no idea, though he remarks it is a sign of her newfound freedom from her family. He asks if they are ready, and both Alyssa and Yuel quickly confirm. Alyssa brought the absolute essentials, while Yuel confidently claims her control over nature means she needs no luggage at all. Corin's face falls in pure disappointment, calling them obvious amateurs, which leaves the two girls completely bewildered. He then drops a bombshell. They are riding a massive wyvern directly to the east, leaving them in stunned silence. Corin grins mischievously as he delivers the warning. You two are about to deeply regret this. The proud girls, who were just boasting about their readiness, are in for a very rude awakening. Right now, they are being tossed around so violently by the wind they cannot speak, leaving Alyssa groaning in absolute misery. She screams through the roaring wind that she cannot even open her eyes. Even Yuel, our master of nature, has her hair blown wildly by the gales. Learning a lesson she will never forget, she vows never to rely solely on her magic again. Corin, of course, was fully prepared from the start, dressed in professional flight gear. Glancing back at the two miserable passengers behind him, he can only think of one word: fools. At an altitude of over 1 kilometer, freezing weather always requires heavy coats and protective goggles. Armed with experience and common sense, he calmly ignores their desperate screams. After a grueling and exhausting flight, they finally arrive at their destination, a beautiful haven of crystal-clear waters and lush green islands. While a dizzy Alyssa wildly flails her arms, he simply watches her in complete confusion. Suddenly, massive elephant-like beasts emerge from the dense jungle, launching into a terrifying, wild charge. These fearsome creatures are called Olifants, and their cold eyes are locked entirely on their new targets. Alyssa, still airborne, points toward the horizon in shock as she spots a vulnerable village in the distance. Though she worries for the villagers, Corin calmly notes that a quick rescue mission will not delay their journey by much. Let's watch as Alyssa bravely orders the wyvern down, while Corin tells Yuel to raise the trees and block the stampede. Alyssa takes the offensive. Right on cue, Yoon summons massive roots bursting from the earth to trap the elephant's legs. Thick wooden barriers erupt from the soil, forming a solid wall. With Yoon keeping the beasts pinned down, Alyssa drops from the sky for a surprise strike from behind. Channeling her energy, she swings her blade down onto the beast, triggering a painful, deafening shriek. Yet, she feels something is deeply wrong here. The creature only grows wilder, thrashing about with terrifying rage. The wooden bindings quickly snap, leaving Yoon utterly frozen with fear as he watches. Alyssa flips back to safety, and Corinne leaps in to retrieve his spear while Yoon covers them. He shouts out instructions to pin down the lead beast while he prepares to face the rest alone. Suddenly, Corinne senses danger. A band of mysterious riders charges across the horizon, and you and I can see everyone is stunned. A swift flash of steel cleaves through a beast's legs, instantly followed by another. The stampeding herd falls within seconds. It turns out these elite warriors belong to the legendary House of Aiden. Their leader taunts Alyssa, calling her weak before tossing an object her way, which Alyssa catches with pure confusion. The mysterious stranger throws another item to Corinne, who catches it despite having absolutely no idea what is happening. Opening his palm, he finds a single piece of candy. The person behind this bizarre gesture is none other than the famous Lunea. Alyssa remains thoroughly baffled by this incredibly strange turn of events. Lunea merely shrugs, asking Corinne about his progress. She praises his steady growth, encourages him, and then prepares to depart. Watching her walk away, Corinne cannot help but think how incredibly distant and cold she remains. That is simply her nature. But suddenly, Lunea pauses, turns back with a completely serious expression, and asks if he wants to marry her. The sudden proposal leaves Alyssa and Yoon completely speechless. They could not have anticipated this in their wildest dreams. Corinne stands frozen with absolute shock, completely unable to process the bizarre situation. Down in the south, a mighty household rules over prosperous lands, islands, and vital merchant pathways. But the eastern frontier borders a hostile empire, enduring bitter weather and constant raids from terrifying wasteland demons. Through all these brutal hardships, the East remains unbroken, protected by the legendary and fearless Aiden family. Back at the Grand family estate, guards and servants bow deeply, shouting a warm welcome to their returning leader. Lunea accepts the welcome and immediately orders rooms to be prepared for her sister and guests, which the staff quickly handles. She then gestures to her sister, telling Alyssa to follow her. Elsewhere, Ewan sighs over a chess match, wondering how Lunea could possibly be so skilled at such a difficult game. The girl smirks, boasting about her vast experience, then quietly whispers to Corinne, wondering if Alyssa is doing all right after that heavy encounter. Corinne answers that they are family, after all. Yoon remains terribly anxious, fearing punishment for their failure with the beasts, though Corinne doubts Lunea would hold a grudge. Their conversation is interrupted by a servant summoning Corinne on Lunea's behalf. Nearby, Lunea stands quietly, waiting with her hands behind her back. She turns around with absolute grace and elegance, calmly acknowledging his arrival. Lunea invites him to sit for an important conversation, while Corinne sits nervously, wondering if he is in serious trouble. Pouring some tea, she notes he is turning 18, just like her sister. Then, abruptly, she asks if he is married. The sudden inquiry catches Karine completely off guard, making him choke on his tea in utter disbelief. She gets right to the point, offering marriage if he is single. Karine grows highly suspicious, but her expression shows she is entirely serious. Resting her chin in her hand, she evaluates him, praising his martial skills and hard work while concluding his looks are quite acceptable. Karine playfully calls her shallow, but she quickly replies that she has her own natural desires as well. She mentions needing to care about her future partner's looks, but Karine senses a deeper motive and asks for the truth. Her eyes turn incredibly sharp as she locks eyes with Karine, revealing that her sister is behind this proposal. She recalls the day Alyssa defeated her, right before the meddling Sword Emperor suddenly named Alyssa the 5th-generation Sword Master. The elderly master disappeared immediately after, leaving Lunia's loyal allies deeply anxious and unsettled. Sipping her tea, she explains how her standing faltered, which brought a flood of marriage proposals from powerful heirs and highly skilled swordsmen. In short, purely political arrangements. Refusing to be treated like some prize, she rejects those offers, and you and I can see Karine finally understands her plan for a fake marriage. Lunia sips her tea, a knowing smile playing on her lips. She knows the truth. Alyssa may be the family's illegitimate child, but she returned home to a true hero's welcome. That is simply what happens when an heir is chosen so early the chosen one is thrown straight into a brutal family power struggle. A woman clad in red, sword in hand, gets straight to the point. She heard Alyssa was named the 5th Swordmaster. Young Alyssa kneels, her spirit remaining unbroken despite the absolutely massive pressure resting on her shoulders. The woman makes it clear that in the Aiden clan, the patriarch's word is absolute law. This is Sophia, Lunia's mother and the primary wife, who holds immense influence. Every single decision obeys the will of the former patriarch, Garand Aiden, whose wishes carry immense weight in this household. Tossing the sword onto the floor, she reminds Alyssa that as the 5th Swordmaster, she must fight for family honor and protect humanity. She will personally select and command the elite warriors from the main family line. This means endless, brutal training. Alyssa grips the weapon and simply nods, knowing she has no real choice in the matter. It has been this way since childhood. Deep down, she knows this cold family will likely never truly accept her as one of their own. Alyssa walks through the courtyard, completely alone with her thoughts. Holding her sword close, she approaches a room and hears voices. Peeking inside, she notices Karine and Lunia sharing a quiet conversation. Lunia warmly suggests they spend the entire day together tomorrow, just enjoying each other's company. Alyssa leans her head against the cold wall, her mind spinning. Could they actually be dating? She remembers her sister smiling and sounding unusually happy. That sudden, unexpected marriage proposal to Karine had truly come completely out of the blue. That is her elder sister for you, always incredibly cold and decisive. Surely a massive step like marriage has a deep, good reason behind it. Ever since the exams, she noticed Lunia seemed deeply curious and genuinely impressed by Karine. It was partly admiration for a master swordsman, and partly a strategic desire for his vast family lands. Still, she would never suggest marriage without real affection. Alyssa smiles warmly. She deeply loves them both, so this is wonderful news. Lunia is the half-sister she has looked up to for years, the one who practically raised her like a loving mother. Despite their rivalry, she wants her sister's happiness. Karine is dear to her as well. He protected her and believed in her when others did not. The young girl sits outside, holding her sword tight to her chest. They truly look beautiful together. She cares for them deeply, yet a strange, heavy sadness begins to settle over her heart. Meanwhile, gentle snow falls as Lunia exhales a soft puff of smoke into the cold air. Holding up a document, she asks her mother what it is. Sophia explains it is a list of elite Eastern swordsmen and the eldest sons of all the prominent noble houses. Our main allies come from my side of the family, so I cannot ignore their request to arrange these meetings for you. She pictures Karine's grumpy expression. Yes, he is quite handsome, and beyond that, he is a genuinely decent man. Furthermore, he possesses an unyielding determination to master his craft. Ultimately, grandfather will choose the family's successor. Under the Sword Emperor Garand, Karine's mastery at the domain level would silence any critics. Suddenly, a new idea strikes Lunia. She ponders Alyssa's feelings for the young man, wondering if it is just a simple crush or something far deeper. Tapping the ash from her cigarette, she contemplates the true nature of her little sister's affection. Still, what belongs to her sister belongs to her. She believes she has every right to take it, refusing to let sentiment slow her down. Nearby, a young maid speaks up, asking if her lady truly intends to go on a date with Karine. Lunia remains calm. Calling it a date sounds so dreadfully simple, Jenny. Consider it a proper premarital inspection. Do you object to that? Jenny wonders if he is truly superior to the suitors Lady Sophia selected, reminding her of their painful loss in the duel. He completely dominated you at such a young age, Jenny remarks, and with his legendary achievements, he is absolutely worthy of you. The young mistress looks back with a knowing smile, praising Jenny for her excellent judgment of character. Yet, Jenny cannot help but ask if she truly intends to go on their outing looking so plain. While such details never bother Lunia, her maid remains deeply concerned about her casual appearance. Down below, their highly anticipated meeting is about to begin. When Lunea calls his name, Karine looks up, completely stunned by her appearance. As he stares in silence, she asks why he is looking at her that way. She looks breathtaking in her traditional gown and sparkling jewelry, teasingly asking if there is something on her face. Blushing deeply, Karine quickly denies it, and she gently takes his arm to officially begin their walk together. Meanwhile, deep in the dark forest, leaves rustle. A scout quickly reports that dangerous monsters are active nearby. Standing at the head of her unit, Alyssa immediately commands her troops to march toward the danger. It seemed the younger sister was left holding the fort while her older sibling enjoyed a romantic evening. Indoors, lights burned low as gentle melodies played. On stage, a gentleman sings with a heavenly voice. Meanwhile, outdoors, a young lady fights for her life against a beast, gasping for breath as she is covered in crimson. But she refused to back down, gripping her blade tightly. She charged forward to finish the fight. Inside the cozy theater, a couple shared a peaceful, elegant moment, completely captivated by the warm lights and the lovely music. Out in the cold, Alyssa fought on without pause. Perhaps the heavy chore of battle kept her mind off her sister. Together with the rest of the crowd, they joined in with a thunderous round of applause. The young warrior offered herself a small, silent clap, her face set with grim resolve and her garments stained with the marks of battle. While the two sweethearts clapped in the comfort of the theater, Alyssa brought her own hands together simply to brush away the dirt from a hard day of work. With a tired sigh, she turned to her weary comrades amidst the quiet battlefield to thank them for their hard work. Under a bright, clear sky, the show ended, and the happy pair walked home, talking endlessly about the singer's beautiful, angelic voice. Lunia kept her arm linked with Karine's, warmly asking if he enjoyed himself. The young man softly replied that it was quite an interesting experience. Gently taking his hand in hers, she smiled and said that his happiness was the only thing that truly mattered. She then bowed to kiss his hand, calling it a perfect day. Karine felt rather awkward usually. The gentleman initiated such gestures, but Lunea was never one for old rules. Meanwhile, Alyssa stood just behind them, quietly taking in the whole scene. The poor girl, her face still dirty from the battlefield, had to stand by as they made sweet plans for the coming day. With Karine gone, Lunia turned to Alyssa and noted how terrible she looked, asking if she had just returned from duty. The younger sister merely looked away. Alyssa asked if she was just with Karine. Lunia answered directly, confirming they were together. Alyssa tightened her grip on her sword, quietly replying, "Is that so?" A small smile crossed Lunea's face when asked about their time together, prompting Alyssa to speak once more. Alyssa pointed out the formal uniform, noting it had not been worn in 7 years, but her sister's sharp response made her startle. Passing by, Lunea ordered her to change and meet in the training hall for a match, leaving the young woman completely stunned by the sudden request. Normally, she did everything to avoid a duel with her formidable sibling. Though she was puzzled by the invitation, she knew she could not decline. As night fell, a sharp voice broke the quiet room, teasing that it was rare for her not to run away. Indeed, Lunia stood waiting. Now, both sisters stood poised, ready to test each other in combat. The subtle taunt left Alyssa visibly on edge. Pointing her practice weapon, Lunea advised her sibling to hold nothing back, as there were no onlookers to witness their duel. With those words, a heavy silence settled as they formally declared their names, beginning with the elder, Lunia Aiden. She was the Grand Master of the family's legendary style, while young Alyssa was merely a level 1 practitioner of the same discipline. With preparation complete, the battle commenced. Without warning, Lunia struck her wooden blade heavily against the floor. Instantly, a barrage of stone and debris launched directly at Alyssa, who stood momentarily paralyzed in disbelief. Yet in the blink of an eye, she deflated the danger, shattering the incoming rocks with precise, beautiful strikes. But the master was far from done, quickly appearing behind Alyssa's guard with a quiet, haunting question. "Do you remember?" Observing her sister's hesitation, Lunia allowed her a brief moment to find her footing before urging her to continue the fight. Stirred by the command, Alyssa broke her paralysis and spun around in a frantic defensive maneuver. It was simply too late. A barrage of blows rained down, yet even under this intense pressure, Alyssa's eyes flashed with defiance. That heavy blow shook Alyssa to her core. She struggled valiantly to defend herself, but her tired reflexes simply could not match her sister's swift pace. Suddenly, a sharp spark of inspiration lit up Alyssa's gaze. Though the onslaught continued, Alyssa began to piece together the rhythm of her opponent's movements from start to finish. If she could anticipate the next strike, she would not merely defend, she would break her sister's weapon outright. The margins were incredibly slim, with each exposing vital vulnerabilities. Lunia knew that if her sibling managed to anticipate her flow, a decisive reversal was close at hand, and the young challenger was preparing to make her move. Aiming for her sister's temple, she lunged ahead, but Lunea slipped the blow with effortless ease. Lunia calmly noted that her opponent had forgotten to breathe, right before delivering a heavy strike to her midsection. Sent tumbling backward into the dust, the bruised young girl realized that years of dedicated labor had forged her sister's skills. Her sister possessed an almost peerless, masterful expertise built over a lifetime of devotion. Because of that, one could easily call her a cunning and sharp-witted fox. Lunia steps up to praise Alyssa for her hard training and great progress. Yet, despite the kind words, Alyssa can only think about how Lunia still operates on a completely different level. Alyssa manages to stand, whispering a quiet yes, before Lunia asks if it was because of him that she changed. That sudden question makes Alyssa freeze in her tracks. Lunia then asks if she knows what they both have in common. Alyssa frowns, asking what she means. Lunia simply drops into a fighting stance, saying they never waste energy on fancy moves because they think exactly alike. They fight solely to win. Declaring flashy moves useless, Lunia launches a sudden attack. Alyssa barely manages to block the surprise strike, as Lunia warns that a single mistake will cost her everything. But the test was not over. Lunia had another combat lesson to teach. She explains that dodging is sometimes the smartest play, leaving Alyssa utterly confused by the advice. Alyssa felt sure she could read Lunia's posture, predict the next incoming strike, and then counter. Instead, Lunia delivers a lightning-fast thrust that is impossible to evade. Alyssa drops her weapon in defeat, realizing she was foolish to think she was finally closing the gap between them. She had truly believed that her recent victory proved she was becoming a capable, respectable warrior. But returning to this cold reality, Alyssa realizes how incredibly foolish she was. Her win had been nothing more than pure luck. Lunia strolls past, coldly advising her to keep striving, or remain trapped in their shadow forever. Now she understands the truth. The massive gap separating her from Lunia and Aiden is simply too vast. Though Alyssa stands there utterly devastated, Lunia walks away without looking back, leaving the young woman drowning in deep regret. Days later, Lunia has a quiet drink with her mother, who wastes no time bringing up the sore subject of marriage and her lack of a fiancé. Sophia presses further, asking about rumors that she has been seeing a young boy. Lunia briefly dismisses it as a mere coincidence, but her mother is not easily swayed. She strictly lays down the law, stating that men are merely stepping stones to raise their family name and standing. This proud woman is Sophia Aiden, who reigned as the finest female swordmaster in the East during her prime. However, after her husband's betrayal with another woman, her views on marriage became incredibly cynical and cold. Sophia warns her daughter to only marry someone who brings power, but Lunia tells her there is nothing to fear. She boldly claims he is far superior to any suitor in her mother's arrangement books, leaving the older woman genuinely intrigued by the mysterious youth. Lunia then begins to highly praise Kareen to her mother. She reveals he mastered the highest skills at a very young age, making his sheer potential comparable to their greatest ancestor. When Sophia inquires about his specific abilities, Lunia explains it is not just raw physical strength, but an uncanny instinct for finding the path to victory. Lunia pauses here, leaving her mother eager for the rest. With a serious face, Lunia notes that the boy is also incredibly handsome, shocking her mother with an expression that looks rather intense and ambitious. Her desire is clear as she decides he is exactly her type, and stealing him from her younger sister will be highly entertaining. Observing her daughter's relentless ambition, Sophia is left absolutely stunned and unable to find her words. She can only question her daughter's moral compass, leading Sophia to reconsider her own cynical lessons on the meaning of marriage. 9 days after their arrival at the Grand Aiden estate, the joyful celebrations for the new year finally begin. The festive atmosphere mirrors a lively modern holiday, as Dima eagerly calls out to Kareen from afar. Yuan tells him they had been searching for his whereabouts, but he remains silent as the celebration winds down to its end. With a serious expression, Kareen remembers their true purpose in traveling east is to locate the lost treasure of Findius. This legendary domain of magicians is a dangerous sanctuary, heavily guarded by steep peaks and filled with wild beasts. It lies just past the lands guarded by the Aden family, right along the wild eastern frontier. Nearby, Yuan expresses her gratitude to a helpful spirit, offering a small, sweet treat that the creature happily enjoys. Joining Yuan on this quiet trek into the woods are Lunia and Kareen, who watches the tiny magical guide with mild surprise. Lunia welcomes having an expert guide with them as Yuan confidently leads the march. Kareen then quietly looks back toward his companion. He sincerely thanks Lunia for her presence and vital assistance on this dangerous path. He notes that her influence made crossing the border remarkably easy. Smiling at his formal tone, Lunia shrugs, wondering why they seek a hidden sanctuary outside safe territory. He is still young, and technically her betrothed. Protecting him is her responsibility. In these dangerous mountains crawling with beasts, standard soldiers are useless, making Lunia's incredible strength absolutely essential for their survival. Alyssa stumbles behind her, struggling to find the right words. She quietly advises her sister to drop the marriage talk. When Lunia demands to know why, Alyssa tries to explain her reasoning. Warning her about the whispers of onlookers, Lunia simply scoffs, completely indifferent to what anyone else might think. Realizing her sister is completely serious, Alyssa nervously gets to the point, asking if she truly intends to take responsibility for Kareen. Then she really shouldn't have meddled in his marriage, it just isn't right. Lunia merely chuckles at the warning, but their talk is quickly interrupted by Un's sudden announcement. The magic circle is just ahead, marking their final destination. The companions step back, watching closely as Un begins casting the spell. Without warning, their reflections in the glowing light shatter, trapping everyone inside separate, isolated shards. Kareen instantly realizes they have walked straight into a trap set by the high-ranking monk. He now stands entirely alone in the dense, silent woods. Could this be a barrier spell designed to completely disorient anyone who enters? It seems to be a test for those seeking the hidden sanctuary, though it is quite an old-fashioned trick. Taking a firm defensive stance, Kareen challenges the unseen forces, ready to face whatever illusions or monsters emerge. Suddenly, footsteps approach and a familiar voice calls his name, turning his face completely pale with dread as cold sweat begins to pour. The figure standing before him is none other than Sihu, whose casual greeting leaves him trembling with fear. With a truly sinister smile, Sihu welcomes him back after all this time. Kareen bitterly curses his misfortune, staring in absolute horror. Of all the adversaries he could face, why must it be him? Instantly, his confidence completely shatters. Acting purely on instinct, he charges forward with his spear, demanding to know what is happening. As Kareen strikes, Sihu calmly raises a hand, unleashing a mysterious energy that easily blocks the thrust. Glaring at his opponent with absolute fury, Kareen grinds his teeth and yells that he is merely a fake. Remaining perfectly calm, Sihu smiles wickedly and retorts that while he might be an illusion, Kareen is also living a lie. At those words, Kareen grimaces, realizing that his secret identity may have been completely exposed. There stands his deepest, most buried fear in the flesh, the ultimate protagonist of this world, Sihu. Despite his wickedness, Sihu possesses the terrifying strength of a god, far surpassing Kareen's current abilities. In the blink of an eye, the adversary appears right at his side. With a chilling laugh, he mockingly questions whether defeating an illusion is truly enough to save this doomed world. As cold sweat beads on his forehead, those crushing words weigh heavily on Kareen's resolve. Amused by his distress, Sihu boasts of his own past attempts to claim total dominance, which ultimately ended in failure. How could someone with an incomplete power like Kareen ever hope to stand a chance against the mighty Tespanta? Though visibly shaken, Kareen glares back with fierce determination, vowing to claim one of the 4 great treasures to weaken his foe. That is the sole reason for his journey to the eastern sands, though Sihu quickly dismisses it as a lie. He mockingly suggests that if Kareen truly wanted success, they should have partnered up again, easily brushing off his protests about preserving his own moral path. With a quiet laugh, Sihu whispers a single, chilling word that leaves Kareen completely paralyzed with horror sacrifice. Enjoying the visible distress, the illusion gently smiles and continues to tear down his resolve. He asks how it feels to constantly suffer for others, suggesting that saving mere bystanders is a waste compared to focusing on their bond. Of course, Korin understands the sinister underlying meaning behind those manipulative words. He knows that playing the selfless hero is highly inefficient, and that greedily hoarding power for himself would have made him far stronger by now. Indeed, Shu had sacrificed 10,000 innocent souls to gain his immense power, proving that in this cruel world, strength is built on sacrifice. Now, this madman actually suggests that Korin should do the very same, offering a partnership to save the world through bloodshed. Korin can only stare in absolute horror as the monster tries to pull him onto a dark, unforgivable path. Yet, Shu is sorely mistaken. Letting out a defiant laugh as bright energy crackles in his hands, Korin declares he will never regret his noble choices, even if he must start anew. At this declaration, the illusion of Sihu stands completely bewildered. With eyes burning with fierce determination, Korin firmly resolves to shatter this mental illusion once and for all. His mind flashes back to every precious life he has managed to rescue. From Mary Danae and Alyssa Arden to Hua and Lan, he regrets nothing, and vows to keep saving others no matter the cost. With eyes blazing with absolute resolve, a surge of crimson energy erupts around Korin as he drives a powerful fist directly into Sihu's face. With that final blow, the dark illusion shatters into a million pieces. With the beast defeated, Kareen puts his weapon away, completely unbothered. Honestly, as if a cheap illusion could ever truly shake him. Still, it did sober him up. He carried absolutely no regrets about his past actions, knowing he would make the exact same choice again. Without a single shred of hesitation, Kareen stepped back into reality. Suddenly, Lunia's familiar voice broke the silence, and Kareen turned to find the three girls walking right toward him. He was naturally suspicious. Un is a Ritz, so she is immune. But how did Lunia escape so incredibly fast? Lunia merely offered a gentle smile. Since the creature kept babbling, she simply sliced it to ribbons. Kareen let out a soft, dry laugh that was classic her. He then checked on a dazed Alyssa, asking how she was doing. Lunia assumed the illusion was Alyssa's happy place, expecting her to wake up soon. But as they spoke, suddenly, a deep voice boomed. Surprised they escaped the mist, Kareen and Lunia immediately went on guard, scanning their surroundings. Searching for the source, they spotted a massive black panther perched on a rocky cliff just ahead. Kareen was completely stunned. A talking panther that was not even a magical beast? Reading his mind, the beast apologized, and a green energy flared up, completely wrapping around its body. Within seconds, the Black Panther transformed into a kind old man who smiled warmly at Kareen's group. He politely welcomed Richie and her companions, introducing himself as Uskias, guardian of Findius, and kindly offered to guide them to the palace. Lunia watched him with deep caution, but they followed anyway. Soon, they arrived at a palace heavily guarded by soldiers. This majestic sanctuary was home to the legendary sunsword, Clausulus. Kareen studied the local guards, then quietly asked Un for confirmation. She nodded these were indeed her people. Accepting her answer, he simply admired the landscape, calling it beautiful before jokingly asking to buy a piece. Un stared at him in disbelief. Humans called this the sacred green land, yet he dared to buy it? Kareen just laughed, calling it a future investment. Let's follow along as the companions accompany Uskias deep inside. Stopping before a massive ancient tree, Uskias opened a door and invited them inside. Taking his seat, Uskias looked directly at Korin, asking what brought him to this remote land. Kareen stated his mission clearly. He sought one of the four great treasures, the legendary sunsword, Clausulus of the Shinu tribe. Hearing this, Uskias's expression darkened. So, he was searching for that legendary blade too. Kareen nodded, declaring himself the official successor of Queen Eden Danuos, the heavenly envoy. He was his master's rightful heir, and nothing would ever change that truth. But Kareen's sharp mind caught that word too. If someone else wanted it, he had a serious rival. Before he could think further, the door flew open, and a chilling voice announced the unmistakable scent of blood. The newcomer, Hanta, stormed in, glaring at Kareen before coldly saying, "You are the one who killed Mac." Meanwhile, Kareen quietly sized up this dangerous new arrival. He expected an enemy to appear, but this was another true madman, the Beast King, Yunskes. Furrowing his brow, Hanta demanded to know how Kareen knew him. Leaning close, Hanta's voice dripped with mockery. "The Queen's little guardian, is it?" He boasted that the throne of darkness belongs to one master, proclaiming the goddess's age before pausing with a flash of sudden irritation. Turning toward the door, he furiously shouted a warning, telling them never to call him again. Turning back to Kareen, he said, "My apologies. Now, let's begin." At that moment, Uskias intervened. Though both sought the Clausulus sword, he could not simply hand it over. A trial was required. Kareen raised a skeptical eyebrow. The Ritz would remain neutral, but that did not make this situation any fun. Neither knew what test awaited them, but Kareen recalled that in his past life, Hanta's faction had claimed all four treasures. Breaking his train of thought, Uskias instructed both rivals to retire to their assigned quarters. The trial's details would be decided soon. Hearing this, Dunn simply smiled. He lived for a good challenge. He narrowed his eyes at Kareen, who glared right back, locking them in a tense standoff. After a heavy silence, Hanta broke into an unsettling grin, eagerly anticipating the coming fight. By the next morning, Alyssa remained lost in her illusion, lying on a white bed as her eyelids twitched within a deep, peaceful dream. In that sleeping world, she envisioned a perfect, happily reunited family. The two people she admired most had exchanged vows, while 12 happy children called her auntie and clung to her side. Lunia was devoted, and Kareen would never make his partner cry. It is a beautiful future you and I hope they find. So, everything was supposed to end happily ever after, correct? Well, you and I know that's rarely how these stories go. Haunting nightmares leave young Elisa shivering, desperately fighting off a dark force within her. Suddenly, Kareen's gentle voice calling her name pierced the deep fog, leaving her unable to separate dreams from cold reality. Kareen had indeed come searching for her, but finding Elisa still fast asleep on the bed, he could only let out a heavy sigh. Their small team was already missing one member, and with her asleep, all he could do was pray she would awaken by dawn. Suddenly, Elisa's hand darted forward, seizing his collar. She sat up abruptly, startling poor Kareen so badly his heart nearly stopped. She was now nose to nose with Kareen, far too close for comfort. As he began to speak her name, she quickly hushed him. Alyssa opened her blurry eyes, stared directly at him, and softly whispered, "Brother-in-law." Unable to catch her words, he asked her to repeat them, but she simply began gently caressing his hand, leaving him completely bewildered and alarmed. But the strange encounter was far from over. Alyssa leaned in even closer. This sudden movement brought them incredibly close. Her warm breath brushing against Kareen's neck sent an uneasy shiver down his spine. She leaned in and repeated, "Brother-in-law." Then, with a sly smile, she whispered that Luina was nowhere to be found. Kareen grew terribly nervous, stammering in confusion just as Elisa's eyes began to gently close. She collapsed directly onto his chest, leaving him thoroughly baffled. Meanwhile, the grand announcer Uskias declared the start of their second challenge. Elisa was deeply puzzled, wondering how this could be their second task, but he quickly clarified. "You have already passed the first trial," he explained. "It measured how firmly you would defend your moral beliefs." As she recalled Kareen striking down Sihu, Uskias added, "A true trial of your personal honor and integrity." Raising his hand high, he declared their true character proven. Elisa could only softly repeat those words to herself. She suddenly remembered last night, pinning Kareen down and whispering those highly inappropriate things. Recalling how she had whispered about her sister being away made her blush with deep embarrassment. "I could never be that noble," she softly sighed. Standing nearby, the completely oblivious companion smiled warmly and urged her to remain confident in her virtue. Lunia stepped up, gently patting her head with words of reassurance. "Stand tall behind your moral values, for true power comes from deep faith," she offered. But these kind words only deepened Elisa's overwhelming sense of shame. As she collapsed in despair, Yoon tried his best to comfort her. Kareen gently urged Elisa to rest if she was exhausted, but she stubbornly refused. Feeling like a sinner, Elisa was shocked when Uskias announced that their loyal companion, Rifts, would assist them. The challenge was set. Find mistletoe on an oak to craft a staff before sunrise. The race was on. Even before the challenge, a solemn oath bound both sides to peace and acceptance of the results for 60 days. Watching the rival team, Kareen knew this was unusual, but he had trusted Uskias to act as their mediator. This mediation was vital to prevent interference from a biased rival who openly favored Banthaja, unlike the impartial Rifts. With their task clear, the team began searching, though Kareen remained deeply worried. Though Yoon had grown stronger, Doom Norix was a true sage, representing a massive, intimidating gap in raw power. Suddenly, Yoon cried out in a panic that the forest spirits were refusing to answer, making Lunea sigh heavily. The spirits had clearly sided with Doom Norix, making this trial incredibly difficult, until Elisa suddenly called out to Kareen. Pointing to a branch, Elisa claimed she found the mistletoe, but Kareen dryly replied that it was actually a mushroom. Deep down, Kareen knew their chances of success were incredibly slim. Since mistletoe rarely grew on oaks, Kareen sighed as Elisa cheerfully held up another branch. Ignoring her hopeful offers, his mind raced with worry, knowing that finding any oak tree in this forest was already nearly impossible. Dealing with that powerful elder was already daunting, but now even the local forest spirits had abandoned them for Doom Norix. The girls quickly brainstormed, suggesting they simply chop down some mistletoe and attach it to a standard oak tree themselves. While that cheated the ritual, it suddenly sparked an ingenious solution in Kareen's mind. By the next clear morning, Uskias declared the trial over, calling for the finished staffs while Junsky X watched in utter confusion. Their rivals proudly presented what they claimed was a massive staff, only to watch in disbelief as Kareen's team revealed a far grander creation. When the rival demanded answers about their massive staff, Lunia coldly refused to explain. Telling him to shut up, Lunia dismissed him, while Kareen secretly recalled their clever trick of fusing the seeds and accelerating their growth with Yoon's magic. He made up his mind, gripping the medicine bottle a little tighter. The beast was supposed to die, but a strange Eastern remedy saved it. Uskias smiled and declared everyone had survived the second trial. Stepping forward, he announced it was time to reveal the final, ultimate trial. Under the fading sunset, he pointed ahead to a northern forest, telling them to retrieve the legendary fruit of the Red Mountain Ash. Kareen stared upward, sensing trouble, just as a massive roar shook the heavens, introducing a titan named Savan. Giant eyes stared down at the challengers seeking the sacred fruit. Savan demanded proof of their worth. He was a legendary sky giant, one of the sun protectors from old myths, but Jonesuke Ix only laughed, mocking the giant creature. Lunia admitted that defeating such a massive opponent would be incredibly difficult. Karine warned her to stop because fighting him would not get them the Crusolas. An idea began to take shape in his mind, and you and I can probably guess where this is heading. Savan confirmed his theory, announcing a battle of wits. Karine knew legendary beasts always had a soft spot for clever riddles. Lunia confessed she had no clue, while Jonesuke Ix merely flashed a confident smirk. The giant was ready to solve them all. These legendary beings loved puzzles and rare treasures, but usually kept their games limited to keep from breaking the fragile world. Karine nodded in agreement, and Savan immediately laid out the rules. The first team to answer 5 riddles correctly would win, with each side sending only 2 representatives. But there was a catch. Drit was banned for being too familiar with the game. Jonesuke Ix just chuckled, amused by the giant's strict rules. Karine wanted anyone but their rivals to win. As Lunea looked completely lost, Alyssa bravely stepped forward, raising her hand to volunteer for the challenge. Having read plenty of puzzle books, Alyssa felt ready, and Karine decided they made the perfect duo. With both teams ready, the massive giant started the contest. He asked about something that grows in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows again later, and vanishes at night. Karine muttered to himself, turning the strange clues over in his mind. He was right on the verge of solving it, but before he could speak, Jonesuke Ix raised his hand first with absolute confidence. He shouted "Shadow," and the giant agreed. Karine and Alyssa stood shocked by his speed. Karine realized his opponent's sharp mind was something he had completely underestimated. As Karine watched in disbelief, the giant read the next puzzle, asking about an invisible force that no warrior could ever defeat. It always draws near, but once it goes by, it stops. Jonesuke Ix answered without hesitation. Time. Next came the third riddle, describing a grand play of joy, tragedy, and comedy that everyone must act in. Laughing out loud, the smug rival shouted life, dramatically quoting Shakespeare to show off his victory. Karine panicked, feeling completely outmatched by his rival, while Jonesuke Ix laughed, boasting that these riddles were far too easy for his kind. Desperate, Karine begged Alyssa to step up, reminding her of those strange magazines she always read. She defensively replied that she only read respectable articles meant for proper young ladies. The giant then delivered the fourth riddle, describing something beautiful yet deeply misunderstood, violent to one person but an escape for another. Sweat poured down Karine's face as he struggled to understand the complex clues, but Alyssa suddenly interrupted his panic to ask if she could take a shot at this one. The giant urged her to speak. With great hesitation, she answered adultery. Her mind flashed to a scandalous wedding with Karine, matching the riddle's description of something beautiful yet violent that offered a sudden escape. She stood by her shocking answer, leaving the entire group absolutely speechless. A heavy, awkward silence fell over the forest until she broke it, asking if she was correct. The giant found it fascinating, but Alyssa suddenly burst into tears, begging him to say she was wrong, while Karine stared in total disbelief. She desperately tried to clear her name, insisting they had it all wrong. She begged him not to ignore her, wanting to explain her logic. In the end, Karine could only wonder if her bizarre answer was just a massive stroke of luck. With those final correct answers from their rival, you and I are left watching their devastating defeat. Cackling with joy, he took his prize and walked away, while his loyal followers showered him with praise for his easy victory. A dark cloud hung over Karine's team. They had lost everything, leaving Alyssa completely devastated and wondering what they would do now. Lunea tried to comfort her, pointing out they had only lost a single ingredient, and all hope was not gone. Feeling a wave of relief, Alyssa smiled, declaring that they would never throw in the towel after just one setback. But suddenly, Lunea went completely still, scanning the quiet woods for any sign of a hidden danger lurking nearby. Voices echo as they call her name, and Un confirms the chilling truth: there is not a single spirit in sight. Alyssa adds that, come to think of it, even the monsters have vanished. It is highly unusual considering they swarmed the path earlier. Karine quickly pieces things together. No spirits, no monsters. Right here on Monster Mountain, something is deeply wrong. With both gone, only 2 explanations remain. He watches the crew ahead, a sense of dread building. Either someone cleared the area entirely, or everything fled in absolute terror from an overwhelmingly powerful force. Zunsky laughs, wondering if they simply wandered too deep. Meanwhile, Dune Norwich mutters an incantation and strikes his staff down. A brilliant magic circle conjures a massive castle, but in an instant, it is sliced cleanly in half, raining down heavy stone. Karine shouts at the top of his lungs, warning everyone to retreat as that devastating force crashes into the earth. An explosion of blinding white light erupts, leaving poor Un completely frozen in sheer terror. Karine lunges forward, pulling her out of harm's way, only to spot a terrifying humanoid monster materializing behind them. Karine orders an immediate retreat. Whispers her thanks, but Karine stands frozen, unable to believe this beast is real. Yet Jules simply laughs, unleashing venomous snakes. With a lightning-fast flash of steel, the monster slices through every single snake. Lunia is left utterly shocked. She recognizes him instantly, the warrior destined for future greatness. She gasps, "It must be Aiden," as he steps up to block the sword demon's strike. Let us look beyond Aiden's borders to a dangerous place known as the Demonscape. It is a lawless land where wild beasts rule as kings, living in a fragile, uneasy harmony. But that peace was shattered by a lone elder wielding a massive sword and an unbelievable aura. He looked down and declared, "That demon and its sword belong to me." They are not true demons, of course, but rather animals blessed with immense, otherworldly strength. Possessing savage limbs yet understanding human speech, this creature defiantly grips its weapon as electricity crackles down its arm. It is exceptionally rare, but on occasion, a beast is born taking on a human appearance. This was one of those rarities, standing tall on two legs with sword in hand. Was it born to live or only to destroy? The elder simply grunts, raising his blade. At the sight of a beast holding a weapon, the legendary Sword Emperor simply burst into laughter. A beast trying to master the blade? And so began a bizarre, one-sided mentorship known only to the master. For 8 long days, the two clashed in a relentless, dizzying blur. The creature lashed out furiously, becoming a deadly tempest of blinding speed and piercing red eyes. Yet the Sword Emperor stood calm, his heavy, unsharpened blade resting on his shoulder. He smiled, genuinely enjoying the duel, guiding the monster's development with every effortless parry. He unleashed strike after strike, forcing the desperate creature to block and struggle against his overwhelming skill. As a dark purple aura erupted from the creature, the Emperor casually wondered what name he should give his new opponent. Ultimately, the master bestowed a name upon it. He christened it the Sword Demon, known for its dual blades and haunting crimson eyes. Hearing that name, a secret shared only with that eccentric old man, caused the monster to pause for a fleeting moment. In time, that title would echo through history as a legendary force, marking the strongest warrior within the heroic order. But watching it strike Donald Riggs and Sky Z makes one thing clear. Right now, it is certainly no ally. While that might sound like a minor detail, trust me, it is definitely no cause for celebration. Karine desperately wonders how they can possibly halt such a monster. Well, there is no time to plan. The sword demon charges directly at him. Lunia suddenly teleports behind its back, crying out, "You foul beast!" She delivers a devastating heavy blow, but the creature effortlessly deflects her blade, sending her crashing back with ease. The perfect counter leaves her utterly stunned, her weapon hand recoiling as her body spins helplessly through the air. She hits the dirt hard, sliding backward across the clearing from the sheer impact. Recovering her stance, she slowly raises her weapon to face the threat again. The monster raises its blade, locking her in its cold, lethal gaze. Lunia demands, "Where did you learn such a style?" No reply comes. Instead, in a fraction of a second, the beast is suddenly standing directly behind her. Instinctively, Lunia pivots to avoid the first slash, but the onslaught continues as the second blade sweeps directly toward her head. The razor-sharp tip hovers inches from her eye. In that terrifying split second, she fears there is absolutely no way to block this strike, but she simply growls. How arrogant, narrowly evading the lethal strike with a swift tilt of her head. The relentless creature maintains its brutal offense, thrusting its blade forward to finish her off once and for all. She leaps high, but the sword demon spins to follow, its hands and feet morphing into sharp blades. Its eyes remain locked onto her. Such incredible concentration is terrifying. It is as though the beast wields 12 blades at once, all focused on a single prey. Waves of devastating red energy blast toward Lunia, leaving her desperately fighting for survival. Meanwhile, Lunia, a true master of battlefield distance, readies her defense. Activating her mind's eye, her focus sharpens as she anticipates every single move from her opponent. Red and white energies crash together with fury. Lunia blocks the blow and immediately counters, driving forward toward the demonic blade. The fiend is utterly shocked. This young warrior just deflected every single one of its strikes as if it were child's play. But it is her seasoned combat experience that decides the moment. She stomps her boot down hard, trapping the monster's foot to the dirt. A quiet, self-assured smile crosses her face as she softly says, "Time to finish this." Just behind the trapped beast, Corrin and Alyssa prepare their deadliest maneuvers, ready to unleash the Bloody Massacre and Iron Breaker styles. Leaping high into the sky, they unleash golden and green bursts of power, bringing down ruin right where the creature stands trapped. Amazingly, the beast executes a swift backflip to escape, leaving Lunia stunned. How could it possibly dodge? Surely, dark magic was at work. Escaping those deadly strikes, the monster lands gracefully, finding its footing on the solid earth once again. Yet there is no escape, as the weapons of our three brave heroes quickly surround it, blocking any retreat. It is a flawless pincer attack with Corin and Alyssa below, and Lunia striking from the air. Corin shouts, "There is no escape for you." Suddenly, a chilling sight unfolds. The monster's face tears open down the center, revealing two utterly distinct countenances. One half displays a dark shadow with burning red eyes, while the other side bears a human likeness with a wicked, mocking grin. The creature calls upon its sword shadow soul slash. 6 additional limbs, each bearing a radiant blade, burst from its torso as it strikes with absolute fury. Violent energy bursts outward, pinning our heroes down. Corin struggles under the pressure, finding the atmosphere so heavy it is like breathing deep beneath the ocean. Though unrefined, this is a lethal 8-strike assault straight from the darkest depths. Facing absolute peril, Corin's expression brightens, and a brilliant golden vision appears within his gaze. He invokes Aiden's first sword, Domain Slash. A grand golden dragon spirals around him to ward off the blows, but even this mighty shield only blocks 5 strikes. 3 deadly attacks remain, all targeting Lunia. Unfortunately, she is just a fraction of a second too late to react. In one terrifying instant, they envision those 3 sharp edges cutting her down before her own blade can leave its sheath. Corin is seized by absolute dread. But suddenly, her weapon is drawn, bursting with soft blue light and crackling with immense lightning. A protective dome of electricity surrounds her, completely deflecting the deadly strikes. It is a legendary defense technique known only to the grandest masters. Standing proud with her blade high and current rushing over her, she invokes the body protection aura. Even the monstrous foe is left speechless by this display. But Lunea offers no reprieve, launching her next offensive right away. She strikes with an incredibly sharp blow that slices the creature's shoulder, drawing dark blood and forcing it to recoil in genuine terror. Gathering together, Lunia whispers in disbelief. "Did it actually manage to avoid my fatal blow?" She warns, "This foe is far too dangerous. We must end this now." Corin nods firmly, and they press the attack once more. Corin realizes the beast has not yet reached its full potential. Its ultimate skill, 1,000 hands, endless, is rumored to sever absolutely anything in existence. They must slay it immediately to prevent future disaster. Yet the demonic swordsman only chuckles, mocking their efforts with disdain. Without warning, a dark form with eerie purple eyes appears behind the creature, quietly murmuring, "Greetings, my friend." Startled by this sudden presence, the beast whirls around in a panic, carving the strange intruder into a dozen shredded pieces. The dark remnants drop heavily to the earth and begin to smolder, dissolving into bubbling black puddles flecked with strange purple spots. Suddenly, a nest of dark serpents leaps from the slime, striking directly at the monster, who simply stands his ground without fear. The creature simply smiles as the vipers cling to its flesh, their dark bodies instantly taking on a sickly green hue. Now, 2 figures confront Corin. One is an elder with a snow-white beard, grasping a staff that glows with emerald wizardry. The other is a sinister caster composed entirely of slithering serpents, reassembling himself with ease. Though they serve the king, the beast merely laughs. Even the famed sword sage is filled with absolute dread facing them. He summons a tempest of slashing steel, cutting through the vipers, yet the endless swarm simply reforms again and again. Having bought a brief moment, the sage retreats. Those terrifying foes are revealed to be the sinister legislator Dune Norik and his ally, Beast King Junsky. The young women stand paralyzed with fear, while Corin softly mutters, "Incredible monsters." So this is the threat we must somehow overcome. Sometime later, deep within the woodlands, a sorrowful voice drifts from a rustic home. "Forgive me. I was completely helpless." Inside, Iyun rests, deeply disheartened by his failure. Lunia gently comforts him, saying, "Do not dwell on it. There was nothing you could do." Alyssa offers a reassuring smile, adding, "I am perfectly all right. But that creature, it somehow wielded the legendary style of Aiden." Alyssa questions if it could have studied some ancient scroll, but Lunea immediately dismisses the idea as foolish. "A beast like that only learns through the crucible of countless real conflicts," Lunia warns. Her eyes sharpen, suspecting the mastermind behind this nightmare. A sinister laugh echoes from behind, forcing both girls to spin around. "Well, looks like my granddaughter finally noticed me," he chuckles. It is none other than their grandfather, the legendary sword emperor Garand Aiden. One of the girls instantly snaps. "What did you do? Teaching swordsmanship to a monster?" He laughs. "Just an old man's simple hobby. But let us get the facts straight first. I did not teach him, I merely showed him." The sword emperor steps forward, releasing an overwhelming energy that warps the air around them. The ground beneath them shifts into a giant chessboard. Reality itself cracks as the old man strolls past his granddaughters, stating, "This is a domain." He explains further, "That beast is not moving within a human territory, but rather the terrifying territory of a true sword monster." The Sword Emperor merely smirks. "Who knows? You and I might be about to witness the absolute evolution of sword fighting." His granddaughter glares right back at him, her silent look shouting that he has completely lost his mind. "Grandfather!" Alyssa calls out. Remembering her sister and those two terrifying immortal freaks, she decides she is finished with being weak. Stepping forward with absolute resolve in her eyes, Alyssa demands, "Teach me how to fight." The old man smiles warmly. "Very well, I will." The confrontation begins. A young girl stands bravely against the towering, powerful presence of her legendary grandfather, a gifted youth utterly obsessed with the blade. Now, her brutal and unpredictable path to true mastery officially begins. Meanwhile, inside the Great Hall, the group gathers before Reed. Corinne speaks up. "We missed the fruit, but is the final challenge still open?" Reed shrugs and replies, "Of course, but without that fruit, this final test will heavily favor Sky and Dune Norris." Angered by this, someone protests. "Do not play favorites, Reed. We only failed because that sword demon caught us off guard. Show some fairness here." But Reed simply shakes his head, raising his staff. "Take the magic staff you created and feed it your energy. Grow it until it pierces the heavens," Reed adds, pointing upward, "where you must confront the massive colossus guarding the sun." Corinne quickly calculates the timeline. They only have 3 weeks before the solar eclipse. That staff must reach the sky before time runs out. Meanwhile, Alyssa cannot stop trembling. Knowing how her own dark energy flares in combat, she fully respects the horrifying strength of that sword demon. That foe is on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, the wound on her neck continues to bleed. While she pauses in doubt, her grandfather speaks up. "Your basic stance is absolutely dreadful, you know." "My dear girl," the old man continues, "I never expected you to beg for my guidance." Alyssa retorts, "What about that other student? That freak? Why did you let him live?" The veteran warrior merely smiles. "He possesses the potential to reach Sky Sword, a tier you do not even know." He chuckles. "Naturally, since I created it." This boast instantly infuriates Alyssa. Stomping her foot in anger, she charges forward with a wild slash, yelling, "Quit treating me like a child, you fossil!" In response, the master lifts his blade toward the heavens, causing the sky to crackle with terrifying energy and brilliant lightning. Those who master this level can literally cleave the heavens apart and split the entire world down the middle. Bringing his blade down with immense force, he grins. "I want to witness a warrior achieve that." Barely parrying the blow, Alyssa snaps, "You insane old man!" Locked in close combat, the old man bursts out laughing. "You are starting to act exactly like your older sister." Morning arrives in the beautiful kingdom of Eolap, revealing a majestic southern fortress built right against the rugged mountainside. Mariette hurriedly straightens her gown. "Mother, may I leave?" The festival concludes in just 4 days, and Corinne left a message for her. She is in a massive hurry, knowing he wants her to arrive before the 2nd day of the 8th month. A wyvern ride would get her there quickly, but thinking about the other beautiful women constantly surrounding him makes her feel terribly anxious. Wearing her finest attire, her cheeks turn a bright, embarrassed pink at the mere thought of her beloved Corinne. Without warning, her father bursts through the door, yelling, "Absolutely not! You are staying right here. Holidays are meant for family." Suddenly, an arm locks tightly around his neck. Her mother smiles. "Well, she could easily go there and start a family of her own, dear." Keeping her husband trapped in a firm chokehold, she laughs. "Our sweet Mariette is finally old enough for romance." She then winks at the girl. "Go find him and bring me some grandbabies." Utterly mortified, the young lady blushes furiously, covers her face with both hands, and sprints wildly toward the exit. Highly flustered, she summons her loyal wyvern, grabs some borrowed gear, and shouts, "Let us go! We are off to find my future husband." As the massive beast takes flight, her incredible instincts as a powerful mage kick in. You and I can tell she already senses a new rival approaching. Elsewhere in the world, beneath a beautiful and clear blue sky, a soft voice speaks. "Greetings, Holy Saintess. I am Quoran, an apprentice nun here." They gather within the grand sanctuary of Holy Temple Number 1, in Jerium. Together, they step into a colossal study. At a distant desk sits the revered Saintess, her beautiful rose-colored hair catching the light. Behold the Saintess, Estelle Hadassah Elat, glowing with a heavenly grace. She steps forward, looking like the absolute picture of pure innocence. Overjoyed, she immediately rushes forward to embrace her friend, crying out, "Quarren!" Yet, she is met with an icy response. "Please release me." The gentle saint smiles, pinching the young girl's chubby cheeks while asking about the latest trouble at the guild. "Are you hurt?" the saint asks gently. Blushing deeply, The girl turns away, demanding her restraints be removed, which only amuses the saint. And why should I? The saint teases. Warren shyly complains that the seal is hot and highly annoying. Sensing something unusual, the saint peers closer and asks suspiciously, "Wait a moment, are you actually Warren?" The child smiles innocently, greeting her and agreeing they need more power. When asked why, she proudly declares she will be his first wife. The saint freezes, completely stunned by this revelation. Placing her hand on the girl's head, she begins channeling glowing golden runes. 1 month later, Warren awakens and eagerly asks if the seal is gone. The saint replies that only the first layer is unlocked. Instantly, the girl dashes toward the window, determined to leave immediately, but Professor Josephine stands in her way to stop her. "Your destination is 24,000 kilometers east," the professor says, sensibly advising her to ride a griffin instead of running. But Warren refuses, insisting she is faster and cannot let her rival arrive first. As the rivalry ignites, the professor desperately yells for her to stop. "That takes 3 weeks," the professor yells, but she leaps from the window, promising to make it in 2 days. The saint stands there smiling, amused by how many incredible young women are fighting for Kareen, including Makadung and the fierce Lunia Aiden. Then there is Elisa, caught right in the middle of this madness. Kareen truly is a magnet for constant trouble. The saint smiles knowingly. From defeating the legendary Iron Mountain King to this drama with Warren, young Kareen remains completely unpredictable. 3 days later, Kareen quietly tends to Elisa, who is crying out in pain while he carefully treats her injuries. She dramatically complains that she is dying, but Kareen simply waves off her worries, telling her she is perfectly fine. Elisa remains highly skeptical, but Kareen studies his small magic staff and confidently declares he can complete the climb. She stares at the massive difference between the two staves, completely baffled by his confidence. Elisa voices her deep doubts, but Kareen quickly cuts her off, reassuring her that everything will turn out fine. Watching him, Elisa reflects on how he always behaves this way, just like when he stopped those giant lizards from escaping. Whether confronting Professor Fermac or fighting unstoppable monsters, his determination never wavers. How is his will so incredibly strong? No matter how impossible the situation seems, he always moves forward. Turning to him, she asks what his actual plan is. Before he can answer, an unexpected figure approaches through the darkness. A man named Dunarix steps forward, calling out to Kareen. He addresses him as the Spear of the Queen, demanding a serious conversation. Elisa stands defensively as the man approaches. When Kareen asks what he wants, Dunarix questions why humans constantly try to prevent paradise. Leaning forward, Kareen bluntly explains that many innocent people would die, asking if the old man was somehow unaware. Standing tall, Kareen presses further, wondering why a nature-loving druid would choose to side with such destructive forces. The elder replies that after centuries of observing the world, he has arrived at a single, unavoidable conclusion. He declares that humanity must perish to save nature, his expression darkening with a cold, murderous intent beneath his hood. Elisa feels the chilling truth immediately. The man is completely inhuman, his eyes cold and empty, resembling a lifeless plant. He radiates absolute malice, embodying death itself. Placing a reassuring hand on Elisa's shoulder, Kareen tells her to watch closely. Raising his spear, Kareen points it directly at the elder, vowing to eliminate anyone who harbors such dangerous thoughts. Dunarix chuckles softly, stroking his beard. He acknowledges their determination, but warns them that their efforts will ultimately fail tonight. Gesturing toward their magic staves, he points out the obvious difference between them. Having spent centuries living in harmony with nature, he claims no simple trick can bridge such a massive gap. Squinting, Dunarix explains that humanity's reliance on rigid order and artificial rules is their greatest weakness. He mockingly asks if they truly believe they understand everything. Ignoring the taunt, Kareen approaches his staff. Others believed throwing a golden mandragora into a lake was the only way to gain power. But creative fighters like Kareen prefer to use these exceedingly rare treasures for their own unique experiments. Producing a vial of glowing yellow liquid, he reveals how he successfully cultivated the plant, transforming Elisa's trial tree into a magnificent staff. A few drops did the trick, producing an incredible result even a centuries-old druid has never witnessed. Kareen crafted this solution himself, a highly unique and hidden item, never before seen by anyone. With a confident grin, Kareen begins pouring the potent golden mandragora fertilizer directly onto his staff. This special formula accelerates magical plant growth, instantly generating a massive field of powerful mana. Restoring 185 mana per minute, it shakes the earth as Kareen mockingly welcomes the old man as a beginner. Meanwhile, Dune is secretly watching everything unfold from the shadows. Kareen simply smirks at him, saying, "I do not know how long you have been around, old man, but wisdom comes with age." He stands proudly before his magical staff. "Let me show you a miracle," he says. Suddenly, the staff bursts with blinding golden light, shooting into the sky at an unbelievable speed. The dazzling light and its incredible speed leave Alyssa utterly breathless, her jaw completely dropped in shock. In just 1 month, it has stretched all the way to the sun, piercing the sky. Kareen looks up and whispers, "Well, I did not expect it to reach this high." As morning breaks, he shields his eyes and smiles. Incredible. It is growing 3 times faster than I ever anticipated. Drift suddenly steps forward and says, "Whatever you did, it worked beautifully. Now, I am heading up as Finland's official representative. Here is my final advice," he says. "Do not miss the exact moment the sun weakens to grab the cloud's solar." He shakes Kareen's hand with a firm grip, saying, "As a native of this land, I must bid you farewell." He bows deeply. "Everything rests on your shoulders now, young hero." Kareen simply smiles as Alyssa runs up and calls out, "Kareen, I am going to find my sister." She asks anxiously, "Are you truly planning on leaving right now?" Kareen shakes his head. "No, climbing that structure will take much longer than a day or two. We must prepare. We will set off in 1 week, once we have all our supplies." He looks toward the heavens, where the ultimate battlefield for Klaus Solus, one of the 4 legendary treasures, awaits them. Kareen silently warns Dune Norik to get ready, because he is bringing the ultimate dream team, including Alyssa and Lunia. Not only that, but Maka, Mariette, and Warren are joining too. A sudden flash erupts from Yoon's staff, and Kareen sighs with clear disappointment. So, in the end, absolutely nobody came. As the tiny group begins their long climb, he wonders aloud, "What is our guild up to?" Not a single soul came to bid us farewell. Kareen scratches his head in utter confusion. The legendary party he envisioned is missing 2 crucial members, leaving only the Lunia sisters and Iyun by his side. Meanwhile, down below in a rustic wooden room, a stern guardian demands answers. "They were found near the bottom? What is the meaning of this?" A nervous servant stammers in reply, "But they were completely fine when we first brought them inside." It turns out the 2 missing allies are Guarin and Mariette. The elder marvels at their terrifyingly powerful auras, wondering what kind of illusion could hold such strong fighters captive. Utkias looks incredibly serious. "They have been frozen like this for days," Utkias says. "Our sacred land is in grave danger unless I step into the illusion to rescue them myself." 2 subordinates step forward, offering their assistance. Suddenly, a beam of bright light cleanly divides their master's body into 2 glowing halves, one red and one blue. Keeping his eyes closed, Utkias replies, "No, it is fine. I shall divide my soul and bring them both back." His eyes flash open as he dives straight into the dream. Inside the illusion, students are whispering gossip in the academy halls. "Did you hear? She had a baby before graduation," they whisper. Mariette walks past them, seeing toddlers who look exactly like mini Kareens as the rumors echo around her. "She completely broke the school rules," another voice sneers. "And that child is the spitting image of his father." Instantly, the dream shifts to a beautiful wedding hall. Mary steps inside, wearing a very soft, sweet smile. The priest announces, "Here comes the groom." Mary's eyes widen, eager to see him. Walking down the aisle is Kareen himself, looking incredibly handsome in a sharp black suit. "Goodness, look at him," Mary thinks, her heart skipping a beat. How can any man look so incredibly handsome? Blushing a deep red, she sighs, "Oh, Kareen, you are simply breathtaking." The speaker's voice booms once more. "And now, please welcome the lovely bride." Mary eagerly looks over, whispering, "My goodness, she is absolutely stunning." Walking down the aisle with a beautiful bouquet is none other than Guarin. The guests whisper, "They truly make a picture-perfect couple." The bride smiles warmly, calling out, "My love." Watching them embrace so affectionately, Mary's entire world starts to crumble. She is completely devastated by what she sees. She collapses to the floor, staring at the joyful couple. "This is not right," she thinks. "Is it, Kareen?" Teardrops streaming down her face, Mary watches a whole year fly by. She sees them as a happy family of 3, with a child who looks exactly like Rin. Mary stares with absolute certainty, telling herself that this sweet child should have been hers. Yes, Rin looked lovely as a bride, but seeing that gown only brings back painful memories. Mary's very first thought is, "I could have worn that dress so much better." Her mind is already racing through possibilities, luxurious houses, vast lands, rich mines, even royal titles. Whatever he desires, she is ready to provide it. In her perfect little daydream, Mary can only see Kareen. If he would just return to her, they could live happily ever after in a cozy cottage. She would gladly give him the world. Suddenly, her eyes snap open. Oh dear, it seems Mary has just come up with a terrifyingly brilliant plan. The love of her life with another woman? No. She absolutely refuses to accept this devastating loss as her true reality. Then, she realizes something crucial. Kareen is only a mortal human. His fleeting life will be completely over in 100 short years. Mary, however, is a timeless immortal. Placing her hand gently on his forehead, a dark thought crosses her mind. What if she makes him just like her? If she does, they can stay together for eternity. Finally, he will be hers, and hers alone, forever and ever. 100 years. Mary believed she could endure their mockery of a marriage for just a single century. Once it ended, she planned to steal him away and wipe every trace of Gwaran from his mind. As her tears fell on Kareen's sleeping face, the heartbroken girl made a silent vow. She whispered, "I will make him happy." Meanwhile, in a beautiful fantasy, Mary wears the wedding dress as Kareen leans in for a gentle, sweet kiss. And watching this dream unfold is none other than Gwaran, both of her souls feeling like absolute failures. Gwaran had never given her heart to anyone before. Now, watching from the trees as he feeds Mary, she can only offer a bitter, lonely laugh. One side of her soul questions their actions, leaving the other side, Gwaran, to wonder in silence. What is she even looking at? When her inner voice asks what she truly wants, Gwaran replies that heartbreak was never the plan. She longed to call him her beloved, her husband, wishing to whisper every sweet name imaginable. She only wanted a peaceful, ordinary life with a loving family. Instead, reality forced her to watch the man she loved find joy with someone else. Closing her eyes, she desperately wonders why she cannot share that joy, before her eyes fly open with a fierce desire for her own happiness. Suddenly, her imagination takes over. She envisions Kareen resting on a bed, softly asking if she has been doing well lately. Without saying a single word, she walks over, locks her fingers with his, pushes him back, and commands him to strip. She tears his shirt away with sudden passion, leaving him completely breathless and shocked. Getting right in his face, she starts to accuse him. She sinks her teeth deep into his shoulder, causing Kareen to wince as her permanent mark is pressed into his skin. Looking down at him with an intense gaze, she silently blames him, knowing she surrendered every piece of her heart to him. Therefore, he simply must belong to her. As the morning sun rises, it reveals they shared the entire night together. Mary rests peacefully in Kareen's warm embrace, their fingers still tightly woven together. Seasons changed and flowers bloomed in this ideal fantasy world, which eventually gifted her a beautiful child. Mary smiled warmly through her tears, looking innocent and genuinely believing she had won at last. Right beside her, the ageless Mariette was also blinking against the bright morning rays. As both women remained lost in their sweet dreams, an unexpected voice startled Mary awake. A strange man stood there, introducing himself as Uskias, the guardian of Finlandia. He gently warned them that if they came seeking Kareen, they were unfortunately a bit late. He set off on his journey toward the sky exactly 3 days ago. The girls stood frozen in absolute disbelief. They demanded to know how he even realized they were looking for Kareen, catching the guardian completely off guard. Remembering the ancient prophecy, he quickly stammered that his role as guardian granted him secret knowledge. He claimed to know many secrets while promising to keep theirs safe. Meanwhile, high on the mountain trail, Alyssa shivered and complained to Kareen about the biting cold. He carved a few markings into a tree using his moon jade before replying calmly. He told her to endure just a bit longer. Ancient texts revealed that Banta's forces once guarded 4 legendary treasures. These sacred relics were the Spear Aradra, the Sun Shield Cloud Solace, the Lifestone Leo Fi, and the Magic Shield Andre. If this world mirrored his past gaming knowledge, he was hunting Banta's followers and could easily travel to Goriath and Muriath. Naturally, those treasures had vanished ages ago. While the game placed the magic shield in a dark abyss, in reality, it lay hidden in a snake cave. Therefore, the Guardian's cryptic advice about Cloud Solace requiring them to climb up high to reach directly for the sun was likely just a metaphor. Suddenly, Un shouted for Kareen to look at the low, touchable clouds. Continuing his climb, Kareen noted the clouds were not falling, but the massive tree was growing through them. It was rising high above the thick white mist. The further up they went, the more the freezing wind battered them. Suddenly, Kareen gasped, entirely paralyzed by the breathtaking view. A majestic castle rested upon a massive floating rock suspended in the sky. When they reached the gate, Kareen looked at it in awe, but Lunia crossed her arms, claiming it was unimpressive. She muttered that at this grand scale, it looked like a fortress built for giants. Honestly, you have to admit the structure looked incredibly grand. Ewan warned them that because the Sun's Guardian watched over this place, they could not walk through the main gates without using the Mara fruit. Kareen simply smiled, deciding to take a deep breath and call out to whoever was inside. He cupped his hands and yelled to see if anyone was there. His shout seemed insignificant against the massive walls, but suddenly, the heavy gates began to creak open. Alyssa cried his name in worry, but he merely grinned. With no set plan, the group decided to play it by ear. Suddenly, a giant voice boomed from above, demanding to know who they were. A massive hand gripped the gate as the creature roared, demanding how mere humans dared to enter their sacred domain. Peering past those heavy iron bars, they realized this was no lone sentry. An entire army of giants stood waiting. Lunia drew her steel while a panicked Elisa cried out, asking if they seriously intended to battle such high-level monsters. One behemoth leaned down, demanding if they had brought the key. Karine remained entirely unbothered, simply replying that they did not. The giant narrowed its eyes in hunger, declaring that they would make a perfect feast instead. In a flash, a colossal fist came crashing down, but Karine casually raised a single hand to block the devastating blow. To sell his deception, Karine dropped to one knee, claiming they were pioneer heroes sent by the legendary Lord Uskias. He promised their all-powerful master would soon deliver the sacred red fruit of the Merrimack tree. Intrigued, the giant demanded to know this master's name. With a quiet smirk, Karine claimed their legendary master was the great hero, John Stay. His plan was simple when one lacks the prize, pretending to serve the owner is best. He then pointed back toward Un. He announced they had brought a legendary Rick as a representative of the sages, leaving poor Un pale and completely breathless. The giant leaned in, deeply suspicious, asking if Savin and Finlandia truly backed them. Un could only offer a very nervous chuckle. As she stammered, Karine urgently whispered in her ear to perform her signature magic right now. Un raised her staff as ancient magic surged, sprouting thick branches until a towering, mysterious green figure known as a Wickerman materialized before them. Yet, the massive guard merely stared down at them, unconvinced. The giant admitted that a Rick capable of summoning a Wickerman was indeed a worthy representative for Uskias. When the guard questioned the key, Karine quickly agreed that the sun was unobtainable without the sacred fruit. He claimed their master wished to show proper respect to the mighty giants first, which actually brought a warm smile to the beast's face. The massive gate swung wide as the giant welcomed the self-proclaimed followers of John Stay inside as honored guests. Though warned to remember their mission regarding the sun, Karine offered a polite bow of absolute agreement. He flashed a highly satisfied grin, claiming it was incredibly simple, though the two girls behind him remained completely silent. Lunia asked if this was his plan, and he replied that their journey began now. With a scheming smile and calculating eyes, he declared they were going to loot the place. Leaving the others behind as a precaution, he slipped away toward the vault. Though slightly shameful, a lifetime of gaming had made looting a second-nature task, especially with his infinite inventory bag. Naturally, his absolute priority in any new region was locating the Horde, with Elisa following close behind. She asked him how he could possibly locate the hidden vault on his very first visit. He explained that hidden vaults always share similar designs, but their main goal was locating the legendary Sun Sword. Incredible. They stood before a massive vault overflowing with gold. The mythical Glausalaskan sword required 3 days of sunlight, meaning it could only be drawn during an eclipse. Elisa reasoned that they simply needed to steal it under the cover of night, and he slowly nodded in agreement. Admiring a heavy golden crown, she wondered aloud if the legendary sun artifact truly rested in such a chaotic hoard. Karine kept watch, quietly hoping the ultimate treasure would be left completely unguarded. Yet, simply walking away with the weapon seemed highly unlikely amidst this vast mountain of ancient treasure. Suddenly, a large hen wandered into view, leaving Elisa highly confused by its surprisingly modest size. Karine urgently hissed for her to hide, causing her to panic as she looked for any cover. A massive giant entered with a wide, toothy grin, cooing softly as he scooped up his beloved pet chicken. Squeezed into a tiny, cramped corner, the two held their breath, desperately trying to remain completely silent. While they prayed to remain unnoticed, the curious bird strolled right up, staring directly into their hiding spot. As the hen clucked loudly, Karine began to panic, but Elisa quickly gestured for him to stay silent. With one final strain, the strange bird laid an incredibly large, solid gold egg right before their eyes. Karine marveled at the golden egg, while Elisa looked on in deep disgust at his rather crude observation. The giant affectionately scooped up his prize-winning pet, planting a giant kiss on his precious feathered friend. Karine stared in sheer amazement, realizing that stealing even a single golden egg would secure his entire future. Elisa quickly brought him back to reality, reminding him they were here for the legendary sun artifact, not treasure. Well, folks, that was a close call, Corin quietly agrees. Then comes an awkward silence, and with their lips inches apart, they both blush. Naturally, Corin cannot stop picturing her face from just moments ago, feeling incredibly grateful that his sister is nowhere around to witness this. He tries to shake those thoughts from his head, but Elisa suddenly brings him back to reality, asking what he really thinks about Lunea. Flustered, he stammers that Lunea is wonderful and highly admirable. Elisa, noticing his crimson cheeks, playfully repeats his words back to him. Corin insists she is a wonderful woman, honest, kind, and beautiful. What man could possibly resist a catch like that? Leaning in close, Elisa continues to tease him. Corin tries to act casual and suggests they focus on their search instead. The solar eclipse is scheduled for the day after tomorrow, lasting only 2 hours. Failure means John Sky wins the sun fair and square. Elisa ignores the deadline entirely. Rising to her feet, she senses something highly unusual and commands Corinne to step aside so she can investigate. A mysterious spot remains bathed in sunlight for 3 straight days, yet becomes completely inaccessible at night. Their eyes lock onto it. Could it be? Its strange magic will fade during the eclipse. It is hard to believe such a place exists. The moon should be crescent, yet it looks incredibly full. As it turns out, the false sun is merely hovering above the floating island, doing a terrible job of pretending to be the moon. Back inside, the group meets to discuss the situation. UN questions the mystery of a sun that mimics the moon above the floating sanctuary. Corinne clarifies that this celestial body is actually nearby, serving as a clever illusion generated by the island's protective barrier. Reaching it seems completely impossible. UN openly wonders if there is any viable method for them to ascend to that height. Pondering the situation, he suggests staying calm since the eclipse is 2 days away. Just like that, 48 hours pass in the blink of an eye. Their planning session yields absolutely nothing. 2 entire days have gone by, and they still have no way to reach the heavens. To make matters worse, their rivals, John Sky and Dunarix, are closing in. That precious 2-day head start has officially gone to waste. Far below, the 2 rivals scale the mountain path, moving steadily closer to the dangerous domain of the giants. Heavy, rumbling voices echo from the shadows, making Corinne freeze. The giants are discussing whether they can devour the new arrivals. Another giant cautions restraint, mentioning that the legendary sage Savan strictly forbade their kind from harming anyone of the Reed lineage. Furthermore, the sage commanded that the sun be gifted to whoever delivers the red Mara fruit. One giant grows ecstatic at the thought of freedom, eagerly anticipating the day they can descend and feast upon humanity. The other giant mentions that their target, Zun Tsukijaki, has already prepared the necessary fruit alongside a massive pile of offerings. Overhearing this, Corin smiles with satisfaction. It seems their early arrival has finally yielded a massive piece of the puzzle. Let's see what happens next. The sun remains out of reach, and with no plan in place, the eclipse begins and the giants talk. They observe that Savan is gone, noting this cramped space is unfit for a grand sky sage. Just outside, John Sky arrives in high spirits, throwing his arms wide. As the gates part, his followers cheer to claim the Sun Sword. Before crossing the threshold, a commanding shout orders them to halt and seize the intruder immediately. This unexpected interruption makes Sky hesitate. There is Wickerman, clinging tightly to the massive gate, glaring down at the invaders. A dramatic voice echoes through the air, utterly confusing John Sky by proclaiming him as the long-awaited great hero. Corinne suddenly appears in a clownish disguise, cradling a golden chicken. Kneeling deeply, he loudly claims to have fulfilled his master's orders. Sky can only stare blankly at the noisy bird, completely lost. Suddenly, a deafening cry of thieves splits the air as a massive blade swings down. The giants fly into a wild rage, demolishing everything in sight and screaming about their stolen treasure. Sky yells out a deadly threat, but he abruptly freezes in place, his eyes stretching wide with shock. Corinne continues his dramatic performance, loudly thanking the great hero for commanding them to steal the ancient treasure from the foolish giants. Left holding the noisy chicken, Sky has absolutely no way to explain his innocence to the angry monsters, stammering in complete and total confusion. Corinne quickly turns back to further instigate the chaos, urging his supposed allies to wipe out these foolish monsters. Dunarix finally realizes they have been set up, but before he can unleash his magic, the bloodthirsty giants charge with ferocious cries. Giant fists rain down like meteors, crushing the battlefield as terrified soldiers are scooped up, screaming in utter terror. Desperate pleas for mercy are completely ignored as the massive beasts toss the soldiers into their maws, laughing at their easy feast. Suddenly, one giant begins to choke violently, spewing dark, toxic smoke and writhing purple serpents from its gaping throat. Dunarix glares in pure hatred at a highly amused Corinne, who quietly laughs, confident that absolutely no one can stand in his way. Neither the humans nor John Sky can stop him. If he cannot claim the Cloud Solace for himself, he will burn everything down. As you and I can see, UN is happy to let them destroy one another in this chaos. When Lunea gave him a look criticizing his lack of shame, Corinne simply smirked back, proudly declaring that shame was not in his vocabulary.